Introduction asterisk. In the expansive realm of Elia, Hu Yulun stands as a noble scion of the Lannister kingdom. Following the wrongful execution of his father during a coup, Hu Yulun is forced into exile, where he uncovers a clandestine organization manipulating the geopolitical landscape. Alongside newfound allies, he embarks on a quest to unveil the nefarious schemes that ensnare them in perilous encounters. As their investigation deepens, the organization incites a cataclysmic war, prompting Hu Yulun and his companions to strive against the tide of chaos, ultimately locating and dismantling the organization's stronghold. In the aftermath, nations unite to rebuild, yet the scars of war linger. Hu Yulun and his friends initiate the reconstruction, confronting fresh challenges that require their solidarity. Through years of relentless effort, the continent flourishes anew, birthing a new empire, with Hu Yulun ascending to the throne, heralding a golden age. His tale transforms into legend, yet Hu Yulun remains acutely aware of the burdens of power. Chapter 1. The Turmoil of the Lannister Kingdom. Upon the vast and boundless expanse of Elia, there exists a renowned kingdom known as Lannister, a resplendent jewel radiating an awe-inspiring and irresistible brilliance across the land. The capital of this realm is crowned by a magnificently grand castle, its sheer scale leaving every beholder in awe, rendered speechless. This fortress looms like a colossal beast, emanating an air of unassailable power that commands reverence and instills fear. The castle walls, thick and formidable, are meticulously constructed from immense stone blocks, each bearing the scars of time's relentless passage, having witnessed countless harrowing battles and tempestuous storms. Yet, they remain unyielding, steadfast guardians of the land. Every stone is imbued with the illustrious glory of the Lannister lineage, the weathered marks of time narrating an eloquent, albeit silent, chronicle of the family's triumphs and tribulations. When the gentle breeze stirs, one might almost hear whispers from the distant past, recounting tales of splendor and suffering. Within the castle's opulent hall, treasures abound, piled high like undulating mountains. Exquisite jewels twinkle like countless stars, while golden coins shimmer like a vast ocean of sunlight, casting a mesmerizing glow in the flickering candlelight, as if a multitude of brilliant stars is illuminating the deep night sky. The wealth contained herein is beyond imagination, capable of driving any soul to madness. Even the most avaricious would be left astounded by the staggering riches on display. The armory, too, presents an astonishing spectacle, with an array of finely crafted weaponry meticulously arranged in order. The cold blades gleam with a chilling brilliance, while the sharp spears appear capable of piercing through anything with ease. They stand silently, like loyal sentinels awaiting their master's call. Prepared for battle at a moment's notice, they resemble slumbering lions, ready to awaken with a ferocious roar, charging into the fray with overwhelming might. These weapons not only symbolize the formidable strength of the Lannister family, but also showcase their masterful command of the art of warfare. They are akin to gifted artists of battle, wielding their arms as magical brushes, painting grand and awe-inspiring canvases upon the smoke-filled battlefield. The Lannister family's immense wealth and power stem from their astute control over trade and their unparalleled craftsmanship. Surrounding the castle, a bustling market thrives, a radiant beacon of commerce that irresistibly draws merchants from all corners of the world. These merchants toil tirelessly, bringing with them precious commodities such as flawless pearls, sumptuous silks, and dazzling gems, traversing great distances to partake in trade. Thus, the castle has become a vibrant hub of prosperity and activity. Moreover, the Lannister family commands a formidable army, a band of elite warriors. Each soldier is rigorously trained, executing movements with precision and striking with unyielding force, their combat prowess akin to a razor-sharp sword, ever vigilant in upholding the family's honor. This army serves as an impregnable bastion, safeguarding the family's well-being. Their commanding presence alone instills trepidation in adversaries who dare to gaze upon them from afar. In addition to their material advantages, the Lannister family possesses a profound cultural legacy. The castle's library is a treasure trove of knowledge, housing an extensive collection of invaluable tomes. These volumes encompass a vast array of subjects, from ancient and enigmatic histories to thought-provoking philosophies and explorations of the unknown, providing an inexhaustible source of wisdom for family members. Stepping into this library feels akin to immersing oneself in an ocean of intellect, where one can absorb the nourishing essence of knowledge, broadening horizons and deepening understanding. Furthermore, the castle is home to numerous gifted artists and erudite scholars. The artists' exquisite creations, whether breathtaking paintings, lifelike sculptures, or graceful calligraphy, evoke admiration, while the scholars' profound and forward-thinking research provides robust theoretical support for the family's endeavors across various domains. Their presence shines like brilliant stars, enriching the family's cultural atmosphere and ensuring the Lannister legacy gleams in the firmament of culture. In summary, the Lannister kingdom, with its unparalleled financial prowess, indomitable military strength, and distinctive cultural charm, rightfully stands as one of the most illustrious and compelling powers on the continent of Elia. Their far-reaching influence sweeps across the land like a tempest, inciting both admiration and trepidation in rival nations. Yet, beneath this seemingly resplendent exterior, the Lannister family grapples with myriad formidable challenges and latent threats. The fierce and ruthless struggle for power unfolds as an unseen yet exhilarating shadow war within the family. External forces loom with predatory intent, casting ominous clouds over their domain, while internal strife simmers, akin to hidden anthills within the fortress, poised to erode the family's very foundation. Nevertheless, regardless of the thorns that may litter the path ahead or the unpredictable nature of future events, the Lannister kingdom remains a brilliant and unyielding gem upon the Elia continent, its magnificent achievements eternally etched in the annals of history, shining resplendently and indelibly. Hu Yulun, upon mention, evokes an innate and captivating nobility, a quality he embodies with striking clarity. As a young noble born into such a prestigious lineage, he has grown amidst the dreamlike ambience of the court, a realm akin to a castle woven from dreams and opulence. His environment resembles a meticulously crafted palace, exuding luxury and elegance. Here, every detail is sculpted with artistry, and even the most trivial actions adhere to strict conventions. Any deviation could invite unforeseen consequences. Hu Yulun, like a rare gem cradled tenderly in the palms of many, is nurtured with utmost care. Within the palace, a vibrant garden of blooming flowers and fierce competition, he eagerly absorbs a multitude of knowledge and skills. His familiarity with everything in the palace is as intimate as knowing the lines of his own palm. Whether it be the intricate seating arrangements at grand banquets or the carefully chosen words required for conversing with nobles of various ranks, he navigates these complexities with remarkable ease and precision. Each time he makes an appearance, he is adorned with a confident smile, his eyes bright and resolute, exuding elegance and composure in every gesture. For instance, at one banquet, he slightly bows and courteously greets a noble, saying, "Esteemed sir, may your heart be filled with joy today." His perfectly chosen words envelop listeners in a refreshing breeze, leaving them utterly enchanted. Hu Yulun possesses an acute awareness of the delicate balance of power, as elusive as a gossamer veil. He often ponders, in this game of power, each step must be taken with caution. He is akin to a seasoned captain, adept at navigating the turbulent seas of authority with unerring precision. He understands profoundly how to maneuver through the palace's intricate, labyrinthine web of relationships, leveraging his unique advantages to secure greater benefits. This extraordinary ability allows him to thrive effortlessly in the palace, becoming a focal point of attention, a brilliant star in the night sky that cannot be overlooked. His father, a renowned and esteemed royal advisor within the palace, undoubtedly stands as a radiant, irreplaceable beacon and mentor on his long journey through life. Towering and dignified, his father resembles a venerable pine tree that remains unyielding despite countless storms. His eyes, deep as the abyss, often reveal a wisdom that only the sagacious possess, as if he can effortlessly unveil the world's hidden secrets. The snow-white hair upon his head serves as a testament to the passage of time, each silver strand silently narrating the tales of his tireless dedication and labor for the court over the years. Whenever Hu Yulun is in his father's presence, the latter's expression is a complex tapestry of affection intertwined with gravity. He gently places a hand on Hu Yulun's shoulder, imparting sage advice. Yulun, understand that court politics resemble a tumultuous ocean, where the surface may appear calm, yet beneath lies a tumult of waves. The struggle for power is merciless. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. As for interpersonal relationships, they are intricately woven, akin to a vast net that ensnares all. Hu Yulun listens intently, his gaze filled with reverence and focus, nodding solemnly in response. "Father, I shall certainly remember your teachings." Under his father's meticulous and unreserved guidance, Hu Yulun has learned much about the strategies of court politics, the art of navigating power struggles, and the subtlety of managing relationships. These invaluable experiences, akin to radiant pearls, are deeply embedded in his heart, destined to accompany him through a long and challenging life, forming a solid foundation for a steady presence in the court. However, the wheel of fate turns unexpectedly, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, spiraling into a frenzied motion without warning. A sudden and nightmarish coup, akin to a violent tempest, ruthlessly sweeps through the once tranquil and harmonious palace, leaving destruction in its wake. It was a day shrouded in ominous clouds, oppressive and stifling. The sky was thickly veiled by layers of ink-like clouds that loomed heavy above the palace, as if a mountain ready to collapse and crush all beneath it. The sun strained in vain to penetrate the suffocating darkness that enveloped the realm. An air of nearly suffocating oppression pervaded the palace, as if the very atmosphere had frozen into solid ice, rendering each breath laborious. The conspirators, like venomous serpents lurking in shadowy corners, silently prepared a fatal strike. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Hu Yulun's countenance turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. His hands trembled like leaves in the cold wind. His lips quivered uncontrollably as he muttered, "How could this be? This is impossible. It must be a conspiracy, a slander." His eyes brimmed with disbelief and seething fury, his entire being resembling an enraged lion. "Father, I will vindicate you. I will spare no effort, regardless of the cost," he declared, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain, his forehead etched with veins, vowing through gritted teeth. His father, once a figure of respect and trust wherever he went, had, in a single night, fallen from grace like a shooting star extinguished. The palace's inhabitants, whose faces had once radiated sycophantic smiles, now cast glances filled with disdain and wariness. Those who had once toasted and sworn brotherhood with him now fled as if from a plague, their hurried retreat narrating their inner terror, fearful of any association with the man branded as a traitor. Hu Yulun, too, plummeted from the pinnacle of his existence into an abyss of profound despair. His brow furrowed in anguish, his gaze hollow and lost, as if he had been stripped of his very soul. He often sat in a corner, hands clasped over his head, murmuring, "Why? Why has this happened?" He could not comprehend the absurdity of the situation, nor could he fathom how to confront the chaotic upheaval that had suddenly engulfed him. The ramifications of the palace coup extended far beyond personal tragedy. It unleashed a tempestuous storm, wreaking havoc upon the entire nation. The regime changed abruptly amidst a bloodbath, the fierce struggle for power instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. Society descended into chaos, with streets filled with unrest and trepidation. Once bustling markets fell silent as shops shuttered their doors, and people hurried past, fearful of lingering too long in the streets. Hu Yulun witnessed it all, his heart ignited like a volcano erupting with rage, the molten lava searing his very core. He felt an overwhelming sea of helplessness threatening to engulf him. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white with determination, his gaze resolute and unwavering, as a thunderous roar echoed within him. "I cannot remain passive any longer. I must rise to seek justice for my father, even if the path is fraught with thorns, even if it leads to my own demise. Moreover, I shall strive to restore stability to the nation with all my might." Thus, Hu Yulun resolved without hesitation to embark on a treacherous journey, fraught with hardship. His gaze was fierce, biting his lips until they bled, silently vowing, "I shall uncover the truth and restore my father's honor. I would pay any price, even my life, to see this through." Along this arduous path, he encountered numerous unimaginable and chilling challenges. As fierce winds howled, he trudged through a treacherous, muddy road, each step sinking into the mire. The relentless rain drenched his garments, the cold seeping into his bones, yet it could not extinguish the fervent flame of conviction that burned within his heart. Under the blazing sun, his throat parched to the point of feeling ablaze. He moved forward as if walking on cotton, his vision blurring, but he stubbornly refused to halt. He never entertained the thought of surrender, not even for a fleeting moment. For in that moment of collective indignation, Hu Yulun's father was brutally dragged by a cadre of ferocious soldiers to the execution grounds. His hands were shackled with heavy, cold iron chains that clanked ominously, each sound a cruel mockery of justice, trampling upon it with impunity. His eyes brimmed with a tumultuous fury and an indomitable spirit, a profound anguish from being wronged. He struggled fiercely, veins bulging in his neck, desperately attempting to proclaim, "I am innocent. My loyalty to the nation is unwavering, as the sun and moon can attest. You villains who invert right and wrong." His anguished voice echoed through the empty corridors of the palace, only to be drowned out by the arrogant clamor of conspirators, as if a single drop of water had vanished into a tumultuous sea. Hu Yulun stood there, transfixed, his eyes wide, on the verge of bursting, bloodshot and quivering uncontrollably. He watched helplessly as his father's dignity was ruthlessly trampled and his life brutally snatched away. In that instant, he felt as though he heard the earth shatter, the very foundation of his spirit collapsing into an abyss of darkness, suffocating him. The once resplendent glory of the palace now appeared to him as mere illusions, fragile as soap bubbles. The surrounding nobles observed with indifference. Some wore expressions of sadistic glee, their gazes dripping with malice and greed, while others, though pained, remained silent, their lips pressed in a straight line, fists clenched, hearts racing with indignation, yet too fearful to voice their anger, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. The atmosphere within the palace was heavy, like lead pressing down on his heart, stifling every breath. The air was thick with tension and fear, an invisible net binding everyone within its grasp, leaving them powerless to escape. Hu Yulun felt his heart racing like a wild stallion, the pounding echoing in his ears with increasing urgency. His chest heaved. Each breath was laborious and shallow. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale from the strain, nails digging deep into his palms, blood oozing forth, yet he seemed oblivious to the searing pain. His body leaned forward, feet seemingly nailed to the ground, yearning to break free and rush to save his father. The surging impulse crashed against the walls of his reason. No, I must save my father. I cannot let them take him. But the remnants of rationality clamped down like an unyielding shackle, dragging him back. He silently screamed within, "No, do not act impulsively. Such recklessness is futile and would only lead me into an abyss from which my father's injustice would never be rectified." Hu Yulun's gaze burned with fervor, unwavering and resolute, as he followed his father's receding, blurring figure. Tears streamed down like a torrent, blurring his vision. His throat felt constricted, each breath accompanied by a broken sob, as he murmured, "Father, you are innocent. This blatant miscarriage of justice is a mere pawn in a sordid political struggle." Yet, confronted by an adversary so potent and suffocating, he felt diminutive and frail, like a withered leaf in a tempest, powerless to alter his fate. The boundless sorrow and helplessness within him blazed like a raging inferno, searing his very soul. The palace's power struggles were merciless, akin to glimmering blades that indiscriminately severed the fates of all, shattering the beauty of existence. Hu Yulun realized with stark clarity that he must rapidly become immensely powerful, strong enough to stand against this dark and formidable force, to protect himself and his family from further harm, and to vindicate his father. In that moment, Hu Yulun understood that he had become the center of attention within this seemingly opulent yet perilous palace. The gazes of those with ulterior motives were like venomous serpents, exuding malice and greed, fixating upon him, as if whispering, "Your fate lies in our hands." At any moment, they could unleash their wrath and consume him whole. The palace, once a sanctuary of honor and safety, had transformed into a foreboding tomb, steeped in the scent of death, ready to bury him without remorse. Thus, on that ink-black night, where not even a hand could be seen before one's face, Hu Yulun, like a vigilant lone wolf, donned the guise of a humble servant, shrouded in the gentle embrace of the moonlight. His hands trembled slightly as he moved cautiously, as if handling the most fragile of treasures. He carefully concealed his once resplendent noble attire, his eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. The silk emblazoned with his family crest was meticulously folded, each motion imbued with deep longing and resolute determination, as he silently whispered, "Farewell, past self." It was as if he was bidding a heavy, sorrowful farewell to his former life of privilege and carefree existence. Then, a bittersweet expression crossed his face as he donned a coarse garment, the rough texture chafing against his delicate skin, each brush a harsh reminder of the unbearable chasm between his current identity and his past. His visage was etched with rage and despair. His furrowed brow seemed locked in place, unable to relax, while his tightly pressed lips conveyed an unyielding spirit, narrating his inner turmoil. Yet, within the depths of his dimmed, ash-colored eyes, a flicker of resolute determination glimmered, a defiant flame that refused to be extinguished in the darkness. But he slowly extended his hand, his fingers slightly stiff with anxiety, gently closing the door behind him. The movement was so delicate that it seemed to stir less than a whisper of wind, as if he feared even the slightest sound might attract unwanted attention. His figure resembled a phantom in the dark of night, quietly and silently departing from the once magnificent palace, a bastion of endless glory and supreme power. "I shall return, I promise," he vowed silently within, his steps increasingly resolute as he boldly ventured into the unknown darkness. The moment he stepped beyond the palace gates, he felt as if ensnared by a spell, his feet weighed down as if burdened by lead, compelling him to cast a lingering glance back. The palace still loomed, majestic yet austere, exuding an aura of solemnity that inspired both reverence and a chill of dread. Yet, shrouded in the ink-black night, its silhouette appeared ominously daunting, resembling a colossal haunted castle. The towering spires, piercing the night sky, seemed to morph into a monstrous beast lurking in the abyss of darkness, its gaping maw ready to devour him, exuding an insatiable greed and malevolence, as if eager to consume him whole. Complex emotions etched across his face, his gaze reflected a profound nostalgia for the cherished memories of yesteryear, where glory and warmth danced like vibrant, exquisite paintings before his eyes. Yet, it was also tinged with a disquieting uncertainty and fear for an unknown future, the path ahead shrouded in fog and fraught with peril, leaving him in a state of profound disorientation and helplessness. "Is everything truly over? What shall I do next?" he murmured in anguish within his heart. Nevertheless, his footsteps did not falter even for a moment. Rather, they quickened like a wound-up clockwork mechanism. His ears perked up, every nerve tingling as if they could discern the faintest echo of footsteps behind him. The sound grew nearer, clearer, as if a legion of malevolent spirits pursued him, each step a haunting reminder that sent his heart racing. With every stride, his heart drummed wildly, echoing like a war drum, as if it might burst forth from his chest. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, cascading down his cheeks like icy rivulets, leaving a trail of chilling reminders. He hastily traversed the once resplendent garden outside the palace, now faded and desolate. The flowers that once bloomed with vibrant splendor had withered, leaving only brittle branches that trembled in the night wind, emitting a mournful rustling. They appeared vague and shadowy in the darkness, as if lamenting his tragic fate, whispering of the injustice of destiny. He pressed on, running desperately, his chest heaving as if a bellows gasping for breath. In his heart, he prayed silently, "O heavens, please show mercy and grant me safe passage. I know not what awaits me ahead, whether it be the dawn of hope or a deeper abyss. Yet I am certain that only by leaving this place can I grasp a glimmer of new hope and seek to clear my father's unjust name." Chapter 2. Exile on the Elia continent. Hu Yulun. Thus began the merciless days of exile, where Hu Yulun wandered like a forsaken wolf, utterly lost in the vast, seemingly endless expanse of the Elia continent. He endured a life of hardship, exposed to the elements, uncertain of his fate. By day, he held his head high, gritting his teeth against the scorching sun that hung high in the sky, moving forward with painstaking effort. The blazing rays pierced his skin, turning it a fiery red, as if threatening to ignite. Sweat poured from him like a torrential waterfall, soaking his garments. He gasped for air, his lips cracked, yet not daring to relent even slightly, despite his steps feeling as heavy as lead. As night fell, he curled up like a wounded animal in a damp, cold cave that reeked of decay, or within the foreboding woods fraught with unseen dangers. In the cave, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with dread and vigilance, as the humid air made breathing laborious. Occasionally, unknown creatures scurried past, their rustling sounds piercing the silence, causing his already taut nerves to tighten further. In the woods, the howling wind of night, akin to a vengeful spirit, sent trees swaying violently, producing a symphony of despair. He hugged his trembling form, his teeth chattering from the cold. His clothing had long since become tattered, once exquisite boots, now marred with gaping holes. His hair hung in disarray, dirty and unkempt, while his face was cloaked in thick dust, the deep weariness etched into his very being. Yet, Despite this, the fire of hatred within him blazed fiercely, unquenchable. "Those vile conspirators, I shall make you pay in blood." He often vowed silently, his eyes aflame, fists clenched. The questions that haunted him were like thick fog, lingering persistently in his mind without respite. Who is orchestrating all this from the shadows? I must uncover the truth. That unwavering conviction served as an ever-burning beacon, propelling him forward on this arduous path of exile. Throughout this seemingly interminable odyssey, cursed as it was, Hu Yulun found himself entrenched in an abyss of suffering, enduring countless trials and tribulations. At times, as he trudged along in exhaustion, he would suddenly encounter terrifying weather. The wind roared like a frenzied beast, its voice capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Rain fell in torrents, akin to a river breaching its banks, with countless droplets pummeling the earth like a hail of arrows. The tempestuous winds and rain merged, creating a suffocating chaos that left him feeling as insignificant as an ant, with no refuge to be found. He could only cling desperately to a trembling tree, his body shaking with fear, his face contorted in anguish and helplessness, murmuring, "Will this wretched weather consume me completely?" The rain and wind lashed at him mercilessly, tearing his garments and leaving his skin red and swollen. At other times, as he cautiously navigated a secluded path, a chilling growl suddenly pierced the air. He looked up to find a fierce beast, its maw agape, fangs shimmering with a cold, lethal gleam, eyes filled with a cruel intent. Hu Yulun's heart raced, fear coursing through him like electricity, yet he quickly steeled himself. Determination replacing dread in his gaze, he gripped the rudimentary weapon in his hand tightly, his veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Come forth, beast. Today, either you perish or I shall." With reckless abandon, he engaged in a fierce struggle against this lethal threat, each swing of his weapon exhausting every ounce of his strength, each evasion teetering on the precipice of life and death, all in pursuit of a tenuous chance for survival. Every encounter was fraught with tension, for moments lapse could render him a meal for the predator. Yet, these relentless and seemingly interminable challenges did not break him. Rather, they served as a hammer, repeatedly striking and forging his will, rendering it as unyielding as steel. They were akin to meticulously crafted lessons, testing and honing his skills, allowing him to navigate his trials with increasing proficiency. As time meandered like a gentle stream, Hu Yulun gradually adapted to this unimaginable and intolerable existence. He learned to rely on his astonishing intuition and meticulous observation to locate sustenance and water sources. His focused gaze seemed capable of penetrating the earth's every secret, leaving no minute clue unnoticed. He mastered the art of utilizing readily available materials to construct simple yet effective shelters that shielded him from the elements, his hands deftly maneuvering branches and reeds with agility and precision. He also learned to respond with composure to sudden, unforeseen dangers, his mind already armed with strategies, unflinching in the face of adversity. His once frail and delicate physique grew increasingly robust, muscles firm as iron, each contour radiating strength. His spirit became ever more resilient, akin to a diamond tempered in a raging fire, brilliant and unbreakable. Throughout this prolonged and arduous journey, he never ceased to ponder. Often, he would sit alone in a corner, so silent it felt eerie, his gaze deep and distant, as if transcending the barriers of time and space. He continuously reflected on his past, the glories and missteps of your unfurling like a film in his mind, sometimes shaking his head in regret, at other times smiling faintly in solace. He also contemplated the uncertain future, a complex weave of confusion and determination swirling within him, murmuring to himself, "The road ahead is long. I must persevere and seek out my own light." At last, after what felt like an endless odyssey through time, Hu Yulun, weary and battered, with blistered and scarred feet, stumbled into a place entirely foreign to him. The scenery here was as enchanting as a dreamscape, verdant mountains and crystal waters harmoniously intertwined, vibrant blossoms adorning the landscape. The tranquil and serene atmosphere enveloped the world like a gentle veil, as if it were a secluded paradise, untouched by the outside world. In this haven, he encountered a group of kind-hearted individuals. Their smiles radiated warmth like the sun in spring, their eyes reflecting sincerity and kindness. Upon seeing the worn and haggard Hu Yulun, they swiftly surrounded him. "My child, you must have endured great hardships," a compassionate elder exclaimed, gently patting his shoulder. "Here, drink some water, and take a time to speak," offered a gentle woman, extending a bowl of clear water. They generously provided him with all the assistance they could muster, their eager hands and caring words rekindling the warmth in his heart, long consumed by coldness and despair, akin to parched earth welcoming much-needed rain. Tears glistened in Hu Yulun's eyes as he trembled with emotion, his lips quivering as he repeatedly uttered, "Thank you, thank you." His gratitude surged like a relentless river. He also came to a profound realization. Even amidst this endless turmoil, the world still harbored countless beautiful things worthy of pursuit. Thus, he slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as if to draw in all the goodness around him. When he opened his eyes, his gaze became resolute and determined. He made a pivotal decision: to relinquish the heavy shackles of hatred from his past and to re-examine the convoluted journey of his life. He began to thirst for knowledge and skills, eagerly immersing himself in books at the break of dawn, captivated by the first rays of sunlight, diligently recording insights in his notebook. Each evening, he toiled under the dim candlelight, his brow furrowed at times, relaxed at others, as if engaging in a profound dialogue with the wisdom contained within the pages. He yearned to carve out a path that truly belonged to him, a route leading to light and hope. In the days to come, Hu Yulun would unwaveringly continue to explore this unknown world, pursuing the peace and liberation he had long desired. No matter how many daunting obstacles loomed ahead or how many storms awaited him, he would press forward without hesitation. With unwavering determination, he clenched his fists, silently proclaiming, "For I know that only through relentless effort and tenacious struggle can I realize my distant yet radiant dreams. I can achieve this." During this prolonged and solitary exile, filled with desolation and despair, Hu Yulun often found himself fatigued and on the move when suddenly he would catch fleeting whispers about a mysterious organization. These elusive rumors, akin to whispers carried by an unpredictable wind, would occasionally pierce through the silence, only to vanish into the vastness of surrounding sounds, making them elusive and hard to grasp. He would immediately lean in, his eyes filled with tension and focus, trying to capture every word, fearful of missing any crucial information. His brow would furrow deeper with each snippet he overheard, his vigilance akin to stones piling atop one another, growing heavier by the moment. This enigmatic organization seemed to linger in the unfathomable abyss of darkness, stealthily infiltrating the seemingly majestic yet intricately concealed courts of various kingdoms. Their existence resembled a fantastical fable, so absurd it elicited laughter, yet it was palpable enough to elude any dismissive glance, a constant, chilling threat lurking in the shadows. Their members were like shadows, elusive in the night, cloaked in layers of obscurity, their movements so stealthy that even the most meticulous minds would struggle to decipher their intentions. No one knew whence they came, whether from realms unfathomably distant or from secluded, uncharted mountains, nor could anyone decipher their true motives, be it the thirst for unparalleled power, boundless wealth, or even more sinister, far-reaching schemes that sent shivers down the spine. Often, in the stillness of night, seated alone upon a cold stone, Hu Yulun would embrace his knees, his gaze deep and troubled. He would ruminate on these mysteries, the weight of his concerns pressing down upon him like heavy clouds, nearly suffocating him. What secrets lie within this mysterious organization? I must uncover the truth, no matter how treacherous the path may be. I shall not retreat. As time gently flows by, Hu Yulun gradually awakens to the chilling realization that this mysterious organization wields an unimaginable and formidable influence. They resemble cunning foxes, employing intricate, bewildering, and ruthlessly vicious tactics. Their methods are akin to an intricately woven, invisible, and impenetrable net, silently yet effectively manipulating the already convoluted political landscape. They lurk like the most treacherous puppeteers in the shadows, skillfully sowing discord and spreading malicious rumors among the kingdoms. Their words, laden with malice, seep into the fissures between nations like venom, inciting one bloody and brutal war after another. This war, deliberately incited and meticulously orchestrated by them, grows like an uncontrollable snowball, expanding its reach like a rampant plague. From his vantage point, Hu Yulun gazes down upon the war-torn, smoke-filled land, his brow furrowed into a tight-sawn shape, his eyes ablaze with a fierce anger, his teeth grinding audibly. I cannot remain idle while these demons continue their nefarious deeds. He silently roars within, his hands clenching into fists unconsciously. He keenly understands that if he does not swiftly unveil the heinous visage of this clandestine organization and expose their sinister machinations to the world, the entire continent will inevitably descend into endless turmoil, with the populace languishing in misery. Thus, with unwavering determination, he clenches his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening from exertion, and silently vows, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I, Hu Yulun, shall not falter. I will forge ahead. After taking a deep breath, he resolutely turns and strides forth on the arduous journey to uncover the truth, laden with uncertainties and dangers. In an era shrouded in darkness and unrest, a conspiracy capable of shaking the very foundations of the world spreads like a deadly plague in the hidden corners of obscurity. This exceedingly mysterious and unpredictable organization acts as an unseen hand, malevolently and stealthily manipulating the continent's tumultuous affairs. Initially, they infiltrate the seemingly resplendent yet treacherous court of a kingdom, hauntingly spreading vile rumors like a ghost. These rumors, akin to lethal poison, spread rapidly and uncontrollably within the palace. Your Majesty, you must not trust those ministers. Sir, the king may harbor ill intentions towards you. Their words strike like venomous serpents, insidious and malicious. This swiftly leads to the collapse of the already tenuous trust between ruler and subjects, with seeds of suspicion sprouting wildly, plunging the nation into a chaotic and despair-laden quagmire. Subsequently, they extend their malevolent reach to another kingdom, inciting public discontent with unscrupulous fervor. With silver tongues, they amplify minor grievances, creating a nightmarish atmosphere of utter chaos. When the fires of war ultimately erupt mercilessly, engulfing the continent in bloodshed and smoke, this clandestine organization cackles like greedy vultures, reveling in the devastation while profiting handsomely from the chaos. They shamelessly control the supply of resources, artificially inflating prices, leaving the populace in dire straits. This is the price for this meager grain. Take it or leave it. Their brazen demeanor is repugnant. Moreover, they engage in the unconscionable trafficking of weapons, fueling the flames of war further to reap staggering profits. Yet, this abhorrent reality is merely the tip of the iceberg in their vast and malevolent scheme. Even more chilling is the suspicion that they harbor even grander and more terrifying plans. In countless sleepless nights of tossing and turning, Hu Yulun furrows his brow, fists clenched, overwhelmed by an intense premonition akin to a brewing storm. Father, could your death truly have been mere happenstance? Was there truly a sense of guilt towards the nation? No, it cannot be so simple. There must be a dark secret concealed within. He murmurs, increasingly convinced that his father's demise is intricately linked to this enigmatic organization, like a great net binding him tightly, leaving him unable to break free. This notion takes root like a resilient seed in his heart, rapidly flourishing into a towering tree that supports his monumental decision. Thus, with resolute eyes and clenched jaw, Hu Yulun unhesitatingly embarks on a treacherous and uncertain path of exile, seeking the answers hidden in the depths of darkness. I must unveil the sordid veil of this enigmatic organization and discern their unspeakable motives. I am willing to pay any price. He vows silently, his gaze unwavering. Throughout his journey, he encounters unimaginable hardships. Battling the fury of storms, he trudges on through the rain, drenched yet undeterred. Evading the pursuit of villains, he dodges and resists with all his might. Enduring the pangs of hunger and cold, he grinds his teeth and silently perseveres. Yet, his gaze never wavers as he clings to his unwavering belief. For he understands deeply that if he does not act, he will forever remain in ignorance, never to uncover the harsh truths nor avenge his father. During the lengthy and arduous journey of exile, Hu Yulun trudges through a village that seems forsaken by the world. The desolate sights of the village unfold before him like a tragic painting, revealing its unvarnished misery. Most of the dwellings are dilapidated huts, teetering on the brink of collapse. As he approaches, he gently touches the walls, the rough texture causing his brow to furrow. The mottled marks on the walls resemble deep furrows carved by time, whispering tales of unending hardship and suffering. The thatched roofs tremble in the wind, on the verge of being swept away, vanishing into the vastness. The narrow and rugged paths of the village resemble a long scar, etched with suffering. Hu Yulun cautiously walks upon it, his footing unsteady amid the uneven ground, where countless depressions resemble despairing mouths, silently lamenting, bearing witness to the struggles of many through difficult times. At the village entrance stands an ancient well, once a source of sustenance for the entire community. Now, as Hu Yulun peers into its depths, the water is murky and exudes a nauseating stench. He instinctively covers his mouth and nose, recoiling in disgust. The surrounding earth is cracked like a shattered heart, with fissures crisscrossing like unhealable wounds, silently revealing prolonged drought and severe water scarcity. Gazing upon this scene, Hu Yulun's brow furrows, his expression darkens, and his heart is laden with sorrow and heaviness. What more precious things will this war destroy? He murmured to himself, his gaze filled with helplessness towards this world and a yearning for peace. Hu Yulun inadvertently caught sight of an elderly man, solitary and profoundly desolate, sitting alone at the village entrance. The murky depths of the old man's eyes revealed an endless fatigue and weariness, as if he had weathered countless storms capable of obliterating all in their path throughout his lifetime. The elder's face was etched with deep, abyss-like wrinkles, each line a testament to the relentless passage of time and suffering, indelibly carved by the cruel hand of fate. His tattered garments bore a patchwork of repairs, frayed and overlapped, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. He appeared as frail as a withered branch, easily toppled by even the gentlest breeze. With unwavering determination akin to brilliant stars, Hu Yulun strode forward without hesitation. His posture was erect, like a resilient pine standing defiantly on the edge of a precipice, his demeanor focused and sincere, radiating respect for the elder. He slightly bent at the waist, his tone respectful and humble, softly inquiring, "Elder, may I converse with you?" He then began a dialogue with the weathered visage of the old man. The elder's face seemed to have been deeply scarred by the relentless blade of time, each wrinkle a silent testament to untold tales of sorrow. His countenance bore a gravity so suffocating that it was palpable as he slowly parted his cracked and parched lips, his voice resonating like distant thunder, deep and hoarse. "Child, this ghostly and enigmatic organization has been stealthily operating in this vast and boundless land for an extensive period. Their influence is intricate and labyrinthine, akin to an invisible yet omnipresent web, silently enveloping various regions. The turmoil and strife among many kingdoms bear the faint shadow of their clandestine manipulation. This shadow, like a thick ink, seeps into every corner, elusive yet inescapable." The elder squinted his nearly obscured eyes, his gaze drifting into the depths of distant memories, evoking an almost unreachable past. After a long pause, he continued, "Child, I once witnessed, in an inconspicuous moment, strangers whose movements were shrouded in mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. In the suffocating tension preceding the outbreak of war, these individuals frequented the palace. Their gait was stiff and hurried, their eyes darting with vigilance, exuding an eerie aura of secrecy. Moreover, their demeanor suggested undisclosed connections with certain powerful figures within the court, whose glances towards them bore veiled complicity and insinuations, as if engaged in a nefarious conspiracy. Hu Yulun listened intently, his eyes unwavering, his breath held with caution. Each word from the elder struck him like a heavy hammer, resonating powerfully within his heart. Each statement echoed like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves in his soul. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles paling from the strain, as he silently vowed, "I must unveil this dark truth, regardless of the treacherous path ahead, even if it demands the ultimate sacrifice. I shall not waver." Upon absorbing the elder's narrative, Hu Yulun's eyes widened, his resolve intensifying, akin to a torch ablaze with fervent fire, radiant and searing, capable of incinerating the encroaching darkness. His fists were tightly clenched, his body trembling slightly, chest heaving, as his conviction solidified. This belief, like an indomitable cornerstone buried deep beneath the earth, had weathered the test of time, now more resolute and unyielding than ever. He gritted his teeth, veins throbbing at his temples, silently pledging, no matter the excruciating price demanded of me, no matter the formidable trials that await, even if I must traverse a fiery abyss alone, even if I must stand against the entire dark world, I am determined to expose the vile face of this mysterious organization. This is not merely to avenge my father, who suffered persecution and died unjustly, but also to restore peace and tranquility to this scarred and battered land, ensuring those who inhabit it no longer endure the ceaseless agony of war, nor live in fear and despair. I, Hu Yulun, shall uphold my word, and if my body is to be shattered, my spirit to be scattered, so be it. At that moment, his face was resolute, as if he had prepared himself to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 3. The mysterious shadow of repeated confrontations as Hu Yulun persevered relentlessly, driven by an unwavering spirit. His heart, once steadfast like rock, was gradually consumed by an overwhelming tide of profound terror. His eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of horror. As he trembled and murmured to himself, "How could this be?" He was struck with an intense dread upon realizing that he had unwittingly found himself ensnared in a perilous vortex far more intricate and fraught with hidden dangers than he had ever envisioned. Throughout this arduous and seemingly endless journey, which teetered on the brink of despair, he encountered a series of enigmatic figures whose secretive actions sparked his suspicions. With each encounter, he felt a chilling sensation coursing up his spine. Instinctively, he would halt, his brow furrowed in a deep frown, his gaze brimming with vigilance and wariness. His body tense and hands unconsciously clenched into fists, ever alert for any imminent threat. Who were these individuals? What were their intentions? Hu Yulun incessantly questioned himself, his breath growing more rapid. On one occasion, utterly exhausted, Hu Yulun felt as though an invisible weight bore down upon him, each step taken with excruciating difficulty. Dragging his leaden feet, as if burdened by the weight of 1,000 tons, he slowly entered a somewhat desolate tavern in a small town. The tavern was aged and rustic, bearing the relentless scars of time. Chunks of plaster had fallen away from the walls, revealing gaping wounds that resembled the ravages of time. Striking in their brutality, the uneven stones lay bare, as if lamenting the passage of time with silent tears. The air was thick with a faint scent of alcohol intertwined with the musty odor of decaying wood, creating an invisible web that invoked a sense of inexplicable melancholy. Struggling to make his way inside, Hu Yulun's steps faltered, his body swayed, and his eyes, bloodshot and weary, reflected his exhaustion. Leaning against the doorframe, he gasped for air, his throat emitting labored sounds, as if he wished to expel the fatigue that weighed heavily upon him. "When will this torment end?" he murmured, his face a portrait of resignation and anguish. He felt as though he were dragging a body riddled with wounds, moving with a painful slowness that felt foreign to him. Each step a laborious effort requiring deep breaths, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, distorting his features in sheer fatigue. Finally, he found a secluded corner, his body swaying precariously before he nearly collapsed into a chair. Upon sitting, it was as if all vitality had been instantly siphoned from him, and with a thud, he slumped into the chair, which creaked in protest beneath his weight. His eyes were veiled with a dense network of crimson veins, the vivid red reminiscent of countless nights plagued by relentless nightmares, where sleep was but a distant memory. The hollowness in his gaze suggested that his very soul had departed from its corporeal vessel. His hair was disheveled, resembling a tangle of weeds ravaged by a tempest. Hanging limply upon his head, adorned with remnants of desiccated grass and dust from unknown origins. Stubble adorned his face in an uneven manner, growing unrestrained, rendering him a picture of utter desolation, as if a mere gust of wind could topple his frail form. As he sank into his seat, he remained ensnared in an overwhelming fatigue, a weighty exhaustion that loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, unyielding and immovable. Even the slightest attempt to move a finger felt insurmountably arduous, as though his bones were encased in lead, rendering him nearly immobile. "This life is truly unbearable," he murmured weakly, his voice laced with despair and helplessness, each word emerging with great difficulty from his cracked lips. His head hung heavily, and he sighed deeply, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul, just as he wearily closed his bloodshot eyes. Seeking a fleeting escape from the cacophony and the suffocating fatigue, his peripheral vision was suddenly drawn to a mysterious figure cloaked in black. This individual was enveloped from head to toe in a coarse, dark mantle that exuded an air of decay, rendering their facial features completely obscured by a shadow as deep as ink, making it impossible to discern any characteristics. As if they had wholly merged with the all-consuming void of darkness. Silently, the figure huddled in the dimmest corner of the tavern, nestled deep within the shadows. Beside them stood a dilapidated liquor cabinet, its wood rotting and riddled with signs of age and insect holes, poised to collapse at the slightest breeze. Hardly a glimmer of light penetrated that forsaken nook, as if it had been mercilessly abandoned by the sun. A sudden chill coursed through Hu Yulun's heart, igniting an inexplicable alertness within him. His body trembled slightly, brows furrowing as his once half-closed eyes snapped wide open, fixating intently on the enigmatic figure. He pondered inwardly. Who is this mysterious person, and what secrets do they harbor? The stranger's gaze was piercing, akin to an unyielding arrow, instilling a bone-chilling dread that enveloped him from head to toe. Within that gaze lay an unfathomable depth of secrets and an aura of menacing danger. Relentlessly scrutinizing him like a venomous serpent poised to strike, its forked tongue flickering with a sinister intent. The sensation of being scrutinized was overwhelmingly intense, as if countless tiny, venomous ants were frantically crawling and gnawing at his back, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. He could not help but inhale sharply, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Every nerve in his body was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its utmost limit, ready to snap at any moment. Each heartbeat grew heavy and rapid, thumping like the urgent drums of battle, sending reverberations through his chest that were almost painful. No, I cannot remain in the dark, he raged inwardly. A tempest of uncontrollable curiosity and an overwhelming desire to escape the grip of observation surging within him like a relentless tide. This compelled him to take a deep breath, clenching his jaw tightly, mustering an unprecedented courage as he cautiously approached the enigmatic figure. His steps appeared resolute, yet bore an almost imperceptible tremor, reminiscent of a candle flame flickering in the wind. Fixating intently on the mysterious silhouette, he resembled a seasoned hunter tracking its prey, silently vowing to uncover the true intentions of this stranger, even if it meant braving treacherous waters or paying a grievous price. Retreat was not an option. However, just as he was on the brink of closure, the mysterious individual exhibited an astonishing agility, akin to a black lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, erupting into a breathtaking speed that left him astounded. In an instant, the figure pivoted with remarkable swiftness, as ghostly as the wind, vanishing into the bustling throng outside the tavern. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never graced this world at all. Hu Yulun stood rooted to the spot, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, his mind tangled in a web of confusion. How could this be? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously, his lips quivering. A tide of anxiety surged uncontrollably within him, akin to a tempestuous sea. His gaze was a blend of bewilderment and urgency, darting frantically among the crowd, murmuring to himself. Where could he have gone? His hands fidgeted with the hem of his garment, wrinkling the fabric, as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, splattering upon the ground beneath him. He yearned to uncover even the faintest trace left by the enigmatic figure, his feet moving forward involuntarily, scanning each silhouette with desperate urgency. Yet, ultimately, he could only let out a long, resigned sigh, the weight of uncertainty and unrest rendering him restless, his brows furrowed deeply as if to trap a fly. He sank into profound contemplation, his feet seemingly anchored to the earth. No, I cannot simply give up. I must clarify the situation. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth, vowing silently within, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Once, he found himself utterly alone, quietly traversing a forest that felt as if it had been entirely forgotten by the world. This forest resembled a secluded, enigmatic corner of existence, with ancient trees towering majestically, their stout trunks entwined with serpentine vines, resembling colossal green pythons stretching their powerful forms. The lush foliage intertwined to create an impenetrable canopy, as if nature had woven a grand barrier for this land. Even the sun, in its relentless pursuit, could only manage to filter through the dense, almost suffocating leaves, casting down feeble, hazy rays of light. These beams appeared like fireflies in the darkness, insignificant and powerless, rendering the entire forest exceedingly somber, perpetually shrouded in an ink-like darkness that instilled profound oppression and dread. As he advanced with utmost concentration, a palpable sense of being followed pierced through him like a sharp thorn, intense and unmistakably chilling. He felt a shiver run down his spine, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. It was as though a pair of malevolent, sinister eyes lay hidden within the overlapping, unfathomable shadows, unblinkingly fixated on his every move. Each step he took seemed to be meticulously observed, the sensation of being watched pricking at him like a thorn in his back. Who is it? Who is tracking me? He could not help but whisper, his voice laced with tension and vigilance. Yet, whenever he turned abruptly, consumed by suspicion and panic, his movements were swift and resolute, akin to a startled bird. His eyes widened in terror and urgency, as if they could ignite flames, desperately seeking the figure of his pursuer. However, each time, fate conspired against him, revealing only emptiness and silence before him, devoid of any human presence. Surrounding him were only the eerie trees, their twisted branches resembling the menacing claws of a devil, poised to pounce and mercilessly tear him apart. The silent underbrush rustled softly in the gentle breeze, producing a low, ominous sound, as if whispering untold secrets that sent chills down his spine. Each instance of turning back to find nothing but solitude felt like an unyielding, cold, and heavy stone, crushing down mercilessly upon his heart, intensifying his anxiety. His heartbeat echoed as a frantic, thunderous drum, racing uncontrollably, as if it would burst forth from his chest. He gasped for air, his breathing quickening, each inhalation laden with the weight of insurmountable pressure, making it feel nearly suffocating. Beads of sweat, as fine as pearls, unconsciously trickled down his forehead, each droplet plump and crystalline, slowly cascading down his cheeks like icy, piercing tears. He instinctively raised a trembling hand to wipe away the sweat, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Who is it? Where are you? Show yourself." The voice carried a sobbing tone, laden with despair and helplessness, intensifying his sense of isolation and fear. "No, I cannot simply sit here and await my fate." He encouraged himself inwardly, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. Hu Yulun stood motionless, a statue frozen in time, his posture rigid. His gaze was profound and grave, akin to two fathomless abysses, seemingly capable of absorbing all the darkness and gloom of the world. Within him lay a heart as pristine and flawless as a carefully polished mirror, vividly reflecting the dire circumstances he faced. Again and again, he reminded himself of the certainty that he was undoubtedly targeted by a mysterious organization, as unfathomable as a bottomless pit, exuding an aura of endless terror, its power vast and intricate like a towering tree with roots twisted and tangled. The watchful eyes lurking in the shadows felt as frigid as ice, capable of piercing through to the very marrow of his being, their chilling glare wandering over him incessantly. He could not help but shiver violently, his brow furrowing deeply, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, his body involuntarily trembling, as if he could truly feel that spine-chilling gaze, like a ghost, tightly ensnaring him, inescapable. "Humph, no matter how you observe, I shall never yield to fear," he vowed silently, clenching his teeth so tightly that his jaw bulged, his hands instinctively forming fists, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. The omnipresent threat, like an invisible yet unbreakable net, was gradually tightening around him, threatening to consume him entirely without leaving a trace. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently as if drawn by a bellows. Yet a fierce determination ignited within him. "Let us see what you can do. If you dare, bring it on. I, Hu Yulun, fear you not." He felt no inclination to retreat in the face of this colossal and terrifying threat that could drive one to the brink of collapse. He stood tall, his back straight, like a resilient pine tree that bends not in the wind. His gaze burned with unwavering resolve, a torch that would never extinguish, fierce and persistent. His clenched fists cracking with tension, the joints pale from exertion. Deep within, he silently declared, "I shall never retreat, never." His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination and fearlessness. He profoundly comprehended that he had become akin to a cornered beast, driven to the brink of despair, with no avenue for retreat. Before him lay a path strewn with thorns, fraught with treacherous obstacles that instilled trepidation. Yet what of it? Hu Yulun was unafraid. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with intensity, bloodshot and fierce, veins on his forehead bulging like enraged worms. Trembling, he muttered to himself, his voice seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. His family bore an oppression as heavy as a mountain, nearly suffocating in its weight, a painful history shrouded in darkness and despair. Each recollected moment felt like a razor-sharp blade mercilessly piercing his heart, rendering him nearly lifeless with anguish. This unjust grievance brought forth endless suffering, humiliation, and despair, enveloping the family like an impenetrable cloud, stifling every breath. The burden of injustice acted as a heavy shackle, binding each member of the family, forcing them to struggle in torment and sigh in desperation. They resembled souls plunged into an abyss of darkness, where even the faintest light was obscured, their cries swallowed by the merciless void, leaving no echo in return. And he himself bore the sacred mission of uncovering the truth and vindicating his family. It was a fervent flame burning within him, a beacon of faith guiding him along this arduous path, a hope that would not be extinguished regardless of the trials faced. Even if the road ahead was paved with blades and flames, even if it demanded the sacrifice of his life, he was resolute in his determination to clear his family's name. He bellowed, his voice resonating in the desolate expanse, startling a flock of birds into flight. His face flushed with fervor, his gaze ablaze with unyielding fury. Chapter 4. A solitary and resolute wanderer on the mysterious and vast Elia continent, Hu Yulun remained solitary, steadfastly wandering the immense and enigmatic Elia continent. His somewhat frail and weary figure appeared diminutive and insignificant against the backdrop of this boundless, expansive land. Akin to a speck of sand in a vast ocean, at risk of being swallowed by the infinite desolation. Nevertheless, his slightly elevated chest seemed to harbor boundless strength. Each breath infused with tenacity, his tightly pressed lips hinted at unyielding resolve, while the glimmer of determination in his eyes shone like brilliant stars in the dark night, radiating defiance against fate. He stood like a solitary poplar in the wilderness, swaying violently in the tempest, its branches rustling and groaning in pain, yet refusing to bow, steadfastly upholding the faith within his heart. Hu Yulun advanced with heavy yet resolute steps, each footfall seemingly imbued with immense force, his soul striking the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. It was as if he were proclaiming his determination to the earth beneath him, a resolve as solid as granite, unshakable and unwavering. He occasionally lifts his gaze, peering into the distant unknown horizon, his eyes profound and far-reaching, as if they could pierce through layers of mist to reach the shores of his dreams. In his heart, he silently encourages himself, regardless of the hardships and obstacles that lie ahead, I shall not relent. I, Hu Yulun, am destined to carve out a path uniquely my own. The wind carelessly tousles his hair, the strands dancing wildly in its embrace. Unfazed, he casually brushes them aside, his brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes before he resumes his journey. His somewhat gaunt silhouette stretches long under the twilight glow, like an extension of his indomitable spirit, reaching out toward the distant horizon, fading into the golden radiance. I refuse to believe that I cannot forge my own destiny. He grits his teeth, murmuring in fierce determination, each step growing more resolute and powerful. He laboriously traverses towering mountains that pierce the clouds, steep and vertiginous, evoking a breathless awe. These peaks resemble colossal hands of the earth, straining to touch the sky, yearning to shatter the shackles of the heavens and grasp the elusive edge of infinity. The jagged rocks appear as the devil's sharp and menacing fangs, terrifying in their ferocity, as if they might pounce upon the unwary at any moment. The mountain surfaces are etched with deep, intersecting ravines, like grotesque wounds that become more ghastly with the erosion of time. The abrupt and jagged stones seem to be deep scars, cruelly carved by the relentless hand of time, silently narrating tales of past tribulations and grandeur. The towering cliffs stand like a massive curtain, dropping vertically, steep and perilous, enough to weaken the legs and chill the heart, as if one's very soul might be wrenched away by the horror of the vista. As he climbs, each step is taken with utmost caution, akin to a fragile dancer traversing a tightrope. His hands cling tightly to the crevices of the rock, his knuckles whitening from the strain, trembling ever so slightly. His feet search desperately for solid footholds, every tremor eliciting a cold sweat. Beads of sweat gather densely on his forehead, glistening as they trickle down his cheeks, pooling at his chin before plunging into the stone crevices below. His gaze exudes determination and caution, penetrating the immediate challenges yet betraying a hint of trepidation. For he is acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead him into an unfathomable abyss, dark and eerie as the entrance to hell itself. Should he falter, he would be mercilessly consumed by the endless darkness, reduced to nothingness, vanishing from this vast world as if he had never existed. I must remain steady. There can be no room for negligence. I will reach the summit. He continually bolsters himself, biting his lip until it bears deep imprints. Even as the mountain wind howls past his ears, its roar akin to the frenzied growl of a beast, he dares not let his focus waver. Fully devoted to ascending toward the peak, as if that summit were the very threshold of his existence. Press on, it is within reach. He gasped for breath, rallying his spirits, the veins in his neck bulging as each upward climb seemed to drain his very essence. His steps were heavy, as if he were dragging a colossal stone, laboriously traversing an expansive, mysterious forest that felt akin to an endless labyrinth. Towering trees loomed above, their robust trunks reminiscent of ancient, steadfast pillars, seemingly supporting the very heavens with their unyielding strength, instilling a sense of reverence. The lush foliage intertwined seamlessly, forming a dense green canopy that blotted out all light, shrouding the forest in a perpetual gloom, akin to a realm eternally cloaked in darkness. rife with enigmatic puzzles and unfathomable dangers. A foreboding atmosphere enveloped him like an indelible ink, and the occasional low growl of a wild beast reverberated through the suffocating silence. Akin to heavy, oppressive drumbeats, relentlessly pounding on his taut nerves. Strange sounds emanated from the shadows, reminiscent of phantoms whispering eerily in his ear, instilling a chilling terror. With every step forward, it felt as though he were treading upon the precipice of a lethal trap, where a moment's misstep could spell irrevocable doom. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of decaying leaves, each footfall eliciting a creaking sound that pierced the stillness, as if the forest protested against this uninvited guest. The putrid scent of decay hung in the damp air, enveloped in a thick mist that blurred his vision, rendering the scene before him a hazy, ethereal ink-wash painting. Fraught with latent peril, his brow furrowed, nearly entwined in a knot of anxiety, his gaze alert like a startled bird poised to flee, muttering to himself. This place is too uncanny. Caution is imperative. His voice trembled slightly, betraying an unmistakable fear, his lips quivering involuntarily. He occasionally halted, his body frozen in place, straining to catch the slightest sound around him, his heart pounding fiercely, as if it would leap from his throat, his chest rising and falling violently. Sweat trickled down his forehead like meandering streams, gliding over his taut cheeks before vanishing into the decaying leaves beneath him. Please, let nothing go amiss, he silently prayed. His hands clenched tightly into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain, as he gingerly pressed forward, each step imbued with caution and hesitation. Taking a deep breath to summon his courage, he steeled himself to confront the wide, turbulent rivers that surged ahead. The rushing waters roared like a herd of untamed stallions, recklessly crashing against the iron-hard rocks on either bank, sending up plumes of frothy white spray that soared high before crashing down with a thunderous roar, echoing through the heavens as if to shatter the very world itself. The frigid, biting waters flowed like sharp, merciless icicles, ruthlessly piercing his skin and prompting an involuntary gasp. As his body trembled violently, his teeth chattering in response. The hidden whirlpool beneath the surface resembled a demon's gaping maw, its dark, cavernous center concealing an abyss of endless terror, poised to engulf him in its unfathomable depths. The lurking rocks lay in wait like cunning beasts, ready to strike at his frail form, as if intent on tearing him apart, leaving no trace behind. He stood at the riverbank, staring at the surging waters that seemed capable of devouring everything, a wave of dread washing over him, his complexion paling to that of parchment, his legs growing weak as though stripped of their very bones. The river appeared truly menacing. Could he possibly cross it? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Yet the thought of his distant goal ignited a flicker of resolve within him. With a clenched jaw and a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he declared, "I shall press on." Stepping into the water, he was immediately met with its forceful current, swaying unsteadily like a drunken man. Each stride felt as if he were hauling an immense weight, beads of sweat forming as the veins on his forehead bulged, and the muscles in his face contorted with effort. "I must get across," he screamed internally, his voice seemingly capable of piercing through the tumultuous waters. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed down upon him, causing him to stagger forward, nearly losing his balance. "Oh no," he exclaimed, his heart racing as panic surged within him, breath quickening in alarm. "Steady, steady," he shouted at himself, frantically paddling in the water like two frantic oars, striving to maintain equilibrium. Yet, each arduous trial he faced was akin to the relentless forge that tempers iron, fortifying his already unwavering resolve into an indomitable strength. Impervious to any force that sought to sway him, his spirit grew ever more resilient, resembling a fortress of steel, impervious to the weight of adversity. Thus, throughout this long and arduous journey, fraught with thorns, in every fierce struggle against hardship and every moment of exhaustion where he gritted his teeth in persistence, he gained an increasingly profound, clearer, and comprehensive understanding of the existence of this mysterious organization and its far-reaching implications. This organization loomed like an invisible net, silently enveloping the vast continent, casting a heavy shadow that obscured the warm light of the sun, leaving the people beneath its pall in a state of trepidation and shivering fear. Yet, his gaze remained as steadfast as the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, their radiant glow piercing through the enveloping darkness with fervent intensity. He clenched his fists secretly, the knuckles turning pale from excessive strain, his teeth biting tightly into his lower lip, as he vowed resolutely within his heart, regardless of the cost. Even if it meant shedding the last drop of my blood or sacrificing my life, I am determined to unveil the dark secrets concealed behind this facade and allow light to once again illuminate this land. His voice resonated fervently within him, imbued with an unwavering resolve and fearless courage. Just wait, I will surely achieve this. He roared inwardly, that steadfast belief burning like a torch, illuminating the path ahead. In the vicinity of an ancient castle ruin, eroded by time and steeped in history, Hu Yulun paced anxiously, his brow furrowed deeply. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the glow of the setting sun, resembling pearls of anxiety. His lips pressed tightly together, his steps hurried and chaotic, as if the ground beneath him had transformed into a searing iron plate. The turmoil within him made him fidget like an ant on a hot pan, incessantly rubbing his hands together, murmuring, "What should I do? How can I find a clue?" Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a figure, a wandering minstrel. The minstrel bore a dilapidated harp, nearly falling apart, its paint chipping away like the parched skin of an aged tree, each scratch and were narrating tales of yore. His weathered face was etched with deep wrinkles, each line a testament to the relentless passage of time, profoundly poignant. His skin was rough and dark, akin to the bark of an ancient tree weathered by wind and sun, exuding a resilience born of experience. In his profound gaze lay a serene understanding of the world's vicissitudes, as if the tempests of life were mere fleeting shadows, unable to stir the depths of his soul. Seizing upon the opportunity like a lifeline, Hu Yulun's eyes brightened instantly, and he hurried forward with urgency, his steps quickening. His gaze brimmed with anticipation and yearning, as desperate as parched earth longing for rain, his voice trembling slightly, akin to leaves fluttering in the wind. "Sir, do you happen to know about that mysterious organization?" His tone carried a hint of desperation, his body leaning forward slightly, hands instinctively clutching the minstrel's sleeve, fingers whitening from the grip. His eyes fixed intently on the minstrel's face, fearful of missing any subtle expression. The minstrel narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze becoming distant and profound, as if his thoughts had broken free from the constraints of reality, riding the wings of time back to a distant past. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes glazed, seemingly lost in faraway memories. Then, he stroked his sparse and disheveled beard, the motion slow and gentle, as if caressing the marks left by time. Slowly, he began to speak. "Child, this mysterious organization has lingered like a fleeting specter throughout the long river of history, elusive and difficult to grasp." With that, the minstrel coughed softly, a dull sound emanating from his throat. Clearing his throat, his voice tinged with a sense of weariness and hoarseness. He continued, "They seem to possess an unfathomable wisdom that transcends the ordinary and an inexhaustible reservoir of resources. Their formidable power sufficient to clandestinely influence the trajectory of significant events, akin to an invisible hand deftly orchestrating affairs from behind the scenes." Subsequently, the bard's demeanor grew grave. He furrowed his brow, deepening the creases upon his face. Raising his voice, it became fervent, his hands gesticulating animatedly as he vividly recounted legendary tales of ancient warfare. Within those tumultuous battles, characterized by flames and smoke, and strewn with the fallen, one could discern the elusive shadows of a mysterious organization. Hu Yulun listened intently, his eyes fixed, leaning forward with great concentration, as if he were eager to absorb every word from the bard's lips, fearful of missing any crucial detail. His breathing slowed, his heart lodged in his throat, as if wary of disturbing this precious narration. Is it true? What happened next? Hu Yulun could not restrain his curiosity, his gaze brimming with eagerness. From the bard's enthralling and heart-stirring account, Hu Yulun felt as if trapped in a dark and despairing tunnel. He had miraculously caught glimpses of shimmering hope, his brows knitted tightly together, forming a deep furrow that refused to relax. He seemed transfixed, lost in profound contemplation. Like a statue, he muttered to himself, "I must find the clues." His voice was soft, yet resonated with an unwavering resolve. Gradually, he opened his eyes, determination evident in his gaze. He began to meticulously organize all that he knew, closing his eyes once more as fragmented images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His fingers tapped unconsciously against his forehead, a chaotic rhythm echoing his inner turmoil. His nostrils flared slightly, breath quickening as he endeavored to piece together the entirety of this enigmatic organization from the tangled web of information, akin to reconstructing a coherent image from a fragmented and perplexing puzzle. "I must untangle these clues, I must." Hu Yulun gritted his teeth, mentally rallying himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead once again. On this long and thorny path of exile, Hu Yulun trudged forward with great difficulty, his face etched with fatigue and weariness, his eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. Yet, Unexpectedly, he encountered individuals of great kindness. They shone like warm beams of light in the dark night sky, extending their heartfelt assistance with boundless goodwill and compassion. Their faces radiated friendly smiles, and their eyes were filled with concern and empathy. On one occasion, he dragged his leaden feet along the uneven path, struggling to move forward. Each step felt as though it were being tugged by an invisible force, exhausting the last vestiges of his strength. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any hint of color, resembling lifeless grass covered in frost and snow. His form swayed precariously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. His visage was so gaunt it was unrecognizable, with deeply sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, as if a layer of flesh had been sheared away, rendering his being skeletal, susceptible to being toppled by the gentlest breeze. At that very moment, a kind-hearted peasant woman approached, clad in coarse linen garments. With a faded apron tied around her waist and a blue scarf wrapped around her head, she was initially walking with a steady gait, a basket of freshly harvested vegetables in hand. When her gaze inadvertently fell upon Hu Yulun, her eyes widened in shock, filled with compassion and concern. Her mouth parted in astonishment, and the basket almost slipped from her grasp. Without hesitation, she hurriedly closed the distance, her hands reaching out to grasp Hu Yulun's emaciated arm. Though her hands were rough and marked by the passage of time and toil, they exuded warmth and strength, as if endowed with a magical ability to bestow vitality. Urgently, she murmured, "Child, come with me." With that, she briskly led him towards her home, her swift steps stirring a gentle breeze, the hem of her garment fluttering in the wind. Upon entering her abode, the peasant woman did not pause for a moment. She busied herself in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans intertwining into a warm symphony. In no time, she presented him with a steaming, fragrant meal. The rising steam enveloped Hu Yulun like a delicate veil, blurring his vision and casting a haze over his eyes. The aroma of the food filled the room, featuring fragrant rice, tender greens, and a generous portion of succulent braised pork. As Hu Yulun beheld the feast before him, he felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes, and he trembled as he attempted to speak. "Auntie," his voice had turned hoarse before he could finish. The peasant woman gently patted his shoulder, smiling softly. "Child, say nothing, just eat." He devoured the meal with fervor while she watched quietly, her gaze filled with affection. After the meal, she thoughtfully prepared a warm and cozy corner for him, laying down soft bedding that carried the scent of sunlight, as if it could dispel all cold and weariness. She whispered, "Child, have a good sleep." Finally, tears streamed down Hu Yulun's face as he choked out, "Auntie, you are truly a good person. I do not know how to repay you." The peasant woman tenderly wiped away his tears, gently saying, "Child, do not dwell on such matters. Rest well, and tomorrow will be brighter." On another occasion, his once sturdy boots, after enduring a prolonged journey of hardship and exposure, had become tattered and nearly disassembled. The upper of the boots was severely worn, the once resilient leather now marred by a labyrinth of scratches and holes of varying sizes. Silently narrating the hardships endured along the journey, the soles were as thin as fragile rice paper, with each step revealing the sharp stones ruthlessly piercing through, their stings akin to countless fine needles, causing him to grimace and knit his brows deeply, his face contorted in pain. Just as he found himself in despair, staring at the tattered boots and lamenting his plight, a robust and affable blacksmith appeared before him like a beacon of hope. Clad in a leather apron riddled with small burn holes, the weathered stains on the apron seemed to be medals bestowed by time. His muscular arms bulged like solid rock, brimming with strength. Beads of sweat from his labor glistened under the fervent afternoon sun, resembling sparkling gems. Without a word, the blacksmith strode over with purposeful steps, swiftly taking the boots from his hands with a decisive motion, exuding an air of camaraderie, as if this were no trouble at all. He then boisterously declared, "What a trivial matter, leave it to me." With that, he turned and made his way to his workbench with confident strides. His broad back gave an impression of unwavering reliability. The blacksmith promptly seized his tools and began the repairs, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal resonating within the confines of the forge, akin to a rousing battle hymn. Sparks flew, illuminating his resolute visage, while fine droplets of sweat formed on his forehead from concentration, yet his hands moved with practiced ease and unyielding diligence. Before long, the boots were restored. The blacksmith set down his tools, casually wiped the sweat from his brow with his rough sleeve, and then stood up, approaching Hu Yulun with steady steps, grasping him firmly. His hands were as strong as iron clamps. He then patted Hu Yulun's shoulder with a hearty encouragement, his gaze filled with fervor that seemed to ignite a flicker of hope, urging him, "Young man, Keep going. The road ahead is still long. Hu Yulun gazed at the blacksmith with gratitude, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice trembling slightly as his lips quivered. Thank you so much, brother. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I have already faced too many hardships on this journey, and if these boots were to fail me again, I genuinely feel I could not continue. The blacksmith's laughter erupted, resonant and thunderous, as if to pierce the heavens. With a grand gesture, he replied, "What is there to thank? When one ventures out, who doesn't face difficulties? This little matter is nothing. Hurry along now, don't delay your journey." Hu Yulun nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with determination and gratitude. He carefully donned the repaired boots and took a few tentative steps, a smile of relief blossoming on his face, and his gait became markedly lighter. He cast a deep glance at the blacksmith, silently etching this kindness into his heart, then turned resolutely and continued on his path with unwavering determination. At that moment, he was imbued with warmth and strength, as if no amount of hardship could impede his forward motion. These benevolent gestures were akin to a radiant sunbeam piercing through thick clouds on a winter's day, its dazzling and fervent light forcefully shattering the shackles of darkness and cold, allowing Hu Yulun to truly feel a flicker of warmth on this long, dark, and seemingly endless path of exile. That warmth flowed gently into his nearly parched and wounded soul, like a babbling brook soothingly trickling into a drought-stricken land, granting his tormented spirit a momentary solace, allowing his weary body and mind a brief respite. However, whenever that fleeting warmth dissipated like a dream or mirage, he would immediately awaken from this moment of ease, his brow furrowed deeply, a tight knot forming that refused to unfurl. His gaze revealed determination and resolve, his teeth clenched, and his lips trembled slightly. He admonished himself internally, "Hu Yulun, you must not linger, nor can you indulge in this ephemeral sanctuary of tenderness. You must remember, you bear a significant mission, an inescapable responsibility, a vow that you must fulfill. You must press onward, unwaveringly, regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead or the rugged terrain that may challenge your path. You shall not be deterred until the truth of that mysterious organization is unveiled, restoring honor and justice to yourself and your family." Taking a deep breath, his chest heaved violently as he clenched his fists, the joints paling from exertion. As if he were resolutely grasping this unwavering determination, he slowly lifted his gaze to the distance, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fire, murmuring to himself, "I will succeed." Without a doubt, though his voice was low, it resonated with a steely resolve that echoed along the empty road, as if declaring war on fate itself. He paused, as if making a solemn vow to himself, saying, "No matter the cost, I shall not retreat." With that, he straightened his back and continued forward with steadfast steps, his silhouette growing ever more formidable and resolute in the dying light of the sunset. Chapter 5. The mysterious letter in the isolated valley. As time flowed like a gentle stream, silently and imperceptibly advancing, Hu Yulun's life of exile deepened into an abyss, ensnared in a fiery torment that made it nearly suffocating. His body, long subjected to the relentless strain of fatigue and the severe afflictions of malnutrition, grew increasingly frail. Once a tall and upright figure, he now began to stoop, as though the weight of life's burdens had cruelly bent his spine. His steps dragged heavily, each one a laborious endeavor, as if he were burdened by 1,000-pound weight beneath his feet. He often gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his complexion pale as wax, and his lips cracked, oozing traces of blood. Each time he attempted to quicken his pace, a muffled groan would escape his lips. His brows knitted tightly, revealing a visage etched with pain. Yet, in stark contrast, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. The unwavering flame of determination burning in his eyes seemed impervious to extinguishment, a fire that no tempest could snuff out. His indomitable will was akin to tempered steel, becoming ever more unyielding through the crucible of adversity. No hardship could sway him in the slightest. At times, he would silently encourage himself. "Hu Yulun, you cannot falter. You must persevere." Clenching his jaw and fists, he seemed to summon every ounce of strength to combat this merciless fate. Even when sympathetic glances were cast his way, urging him to surrender, he would meet them with unwavering resolve, declaring, "No, I shall never give up. I will emerge from this plight and discover my own light." In the vast and enigmatic expanse of the continent, the borderlands of various kingdoms became a relentless haunt for Hu Yulun. He resembled a tireless bird, driven by steadfast belief, diligently exploring this realm fraught with uncertainty, his yearning for truth akin to invisible wings that propelled him onward without respite. This place resembled a chaotic whirlpool of information, where messages intertwined in a convoluted tangle, the most intricate of locales. However, within Hu Yulun's heart, it was also the most promising ground for uncovering even the slightest trace of the elusive organization he sought. He always wore a sincere and heartfelt smile, a warmth akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through thick clouds on a spring day, capable of dispelling the shadows in one's heart, bestowing boundless hope and solace. His gaze was clear and focused, revealing a steadfastness and dedication from the depths of his soul. As he engaged in conversation with a myriad of individuals from all walks of life, treating each person as a vital guide on his quest for truth. When faced with suspicious, wary smugglers, Hu Yulun's demeanor became particularly cautious. He would first slow his pace, making his approach appear less aggressive. Then, gently extracting a cigarette from his pocket, he would present it with both hands, adorned with a disarming smile, slightly bowing, his voice soft as a whispering breeze. "Brother, have a smoke, take a rest." His gaze remained fixed on the smugglers' faces, meticulously observing every subtle expression, seeking any sign of potential ease. Occasionally, a smuggler would fix him with a fierce glare, yet Hu Yulun, undeterred, would maintain his smile, softly saying, "Brother, I mean no harm. I simply wish to converse." His demeanor was imbued with utmost respect, patience, and sincerity, striving to bridge the gap between them. In the presence of reticent, melancholic vagrants, Hu Yulun would not hesitate to kneel swiftly. His movements were gentle and instinctive, as if he feared disturbing their fragile hearts. He gently patted the homeless man's shoulder, his gaze brimming with compassion and patience, and spoke in a voice as soothing as water. "Brother, share your story with me. I am here to listen." He maintained a serene gaze, allowing ample time and space for the other to open his heart. Initially, the homeless man might remain silent, but Hu Yulun did not rush him. He simply stayed quietly by his side. After a while, the homeless man could no longer contain his emotions and began to pour out his grievances. Hu Yulun listened intently, nodding occasionally and offering affirmations like, "Yes, I understand. Life is indeed challenging." His words were like a warm hearth, making the homeless man feel understood and respected, prompting him to unburden his heart without reservation. In contrast, when faced with shrewd and worldly vendors, Hu Yulun exhibited a different demeanor. He gestured animatedly with his hands, his expressions lively, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence. While bargaining with the vendors, he spoke at a measured pace, his tone both assertive and imbued with a hint of negotiation. "Sir, your price is too high. Could you lower it a bit?" he said with a smile. The vendor shrugged. "This is already the lowest price. I can't reduce it further." Unfazed, Hu Yulun continued, "You see, I often purchase from you and support your business. Perhaps you could grant me a little more leeway." In this exchange, he skillfully gleaned information, casually inquiring, "By the way, have there been any peculiar happenings around here lately?" His words struck the perfect balance, neither seeming forced nor missing the opportunity to achieve his aim. From their often vague, hesitant responses or exaggerated tales, Hu Yulun meticulously gathered fragments of information as if they were treasures. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, his ears perked up, eager not to miss any crucial detail. His brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently as he pondered the value and connections of the information. Occasionally, to clarify a detail, he would ask again, "Could you elaborate a bit more?" His focused demeanor suggested that, in that moment, nothing else in the world mattered but the information at hand. These pieces of information were like scattered puzzle fragments, although they could not yet form a complete and clear picture of the mysterious organization. They provided Hu Yulun with a deeper and more profound understanding of its enigmatic operations and sinister motives. Even the slightest clue brought him one step closer to the truth. Hu Yulun often encouraged himself silently, fueled by an indomitable spirit that had never entertained the thought of giving up on this arduous quest. As night fell, lying alone in his humble tent and gazing at the pitch-black sky overhead, his conviction grew ever stronger. He clenched his fists and vowed silently, regardless of the cost, "I will unveil the veil of this mysterious organization." With unwavering determination, he looked into the distance, as if he could already see the truth waiting to be revealed just beyond the horizon. "I must find the truth. I must," he murmured to himself, his tone infused with determination and courage, resonating in the stillness of the night sky. Day by day, Hu Yulun resolutely traversed the thorny and fog-laden path, leaving no potential clue unexamined and fearing no setback or hardship. For he understood profoundly that only through perseverance could he hope to part the clouds and behold the long-anticipated light. In a fortuitous twist of fate, the wheels of destiny quietly turned, presenting Hu Yulun with astonishing news that quickened his heartbeat and rendered him breathless. It was an utterly ordinary afternoon, with the sun lazily spilling its warmth onto the streets. Hu Yulun, weary in body, wandered aimlessly among the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a whisper barely discernible. Instantly captivated by this mysterious voice, he halted, straining to capture the fleeting fragments of sound. At that moment, a hurried passerby brushed past him, muttering about a clandestine gathering set to occur in a remote valley, seemingly isolated from the world. This brief utterance struck Hu Yulun like a thunderclap in his ears. His eyes widened in disbelief and overwhelming excitement. For it was said that this enigmatic assembly was intricately linked to the elusive organization he had long pursued. Upon receiving this revelation, Hu Yulun's gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve, akin to a blazing torch, fiery and luminous enough to dispel all darkness and confusion. He clenched his fists with determination, the joints turning pale from the exertion, the veins on the back of his hands protruding like serpents. Regardless of the perils that lay ahead, I shall uncover the truth. Even if the path is fraught with peril, I shall not falter, he declared emphatically, his tone imbued with unyielding resolve and bravery. With that, he made the resolute decision to venture into the valley. His steps were firm and powerful, as though each stride were a pivotal moment in his destiny. Without hesitation, he embarked on this journey into the unknown, the path beneath him rugged and winding, resembling a coiled serpent, concealing countless dangers and challenges. As he progressed, he encountered the relentless fury of the gale. The wind roared like a furious beast, attempting to topple him to the ground. Hu Yulun's garments flapped violently in the tempest, reminiscent of a battle standard waving in the storm. He was compelled to hunch forward, trudging onward with great difficulty, each step a strenuous endeavor. The howling wind lashed at his face, feeling akin to countless sharp needles piercing his skin. This wind shall not deter me, he gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, his eyes alight with stubbornness and defiance. Then, a torrential downpour descended, drenching him as if a barrage of arrows were striking him from above, rendering his eyes unable to open. The large raindrops pelted against him, inflicting waves of pain as if mercilessly whipping him. His hair clung wetly to his scalp, and the rainwater streamed down his cheeks, blurring his vision. Yet he did not cease his advance, hastily wiping his face with his hands, and continued to struggle onward. No deluge could extinguish the flame that burned within his heart. He roared inwardly. The steep slope loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, persistently obstructing his path. Each step upward demanded immense exertion, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they sought to break free from the confines of his skin. Sweat and rain intertwined, drenching him completely. He gasped for breath, his lungs feeling as though they might explode. Almost there, almost there. He continually encouraged himself, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. With each step, his soles became caked in mud, each lift accompanied by a heavy drag. He urged himself on. Hu Yulun, hold on. You can do this. You bear the mission of uncovering the truth. You cannot falter. Time became a blur, and eventually, he surmounted the steep hill, the vista before him gradually expanding. At that moment, he was tattered and bruised, his body marred with scars and stains, yet his gaze remained resolute, his strides still vigorous. He looked ahead and murmured, regardless of the trials that lay ahead, I shall find the answer and restore my honor. His silhouette appeared diminutive amidst the tempest, yet steadfast, resembling an indomitable monument, solitary and tenacious in pursuit of his goal. As he persevered through countless hardships, weary and worn as he approached the valley, an indistinct and elusive murmuring, akin to ghostly whispers and strange ritualistic sounds, drifted into his ears. The voices seemed to emanate from another realm, imbued with an ineffable mystery and eeriness that sent chills down his spine. His heart leapt to his throat, threatening to burst forth, pounding like a drum in a relentless rhythm. His eyes widened in alarm, pupils constricted from acute anxiety, breath quickening, chest heaving violently, each inhalation laden with trepidation, akin to a bellows laboring to draw air. His nerves were taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to snap under the weight of his tension. His steps became lighter and more cautious, each movement resembling that of a cat, silent and stealthy, fearful of producing even the faintest sound. His feet touched the ground gently, as if caressing the most fragile treasure of the earth, each step taken with utmost care. As though traversing thin ice, his body leaned forward slightly, hands unconsciously clenched into fists, palms slick with sweat. He edged closer with great caution, his body pressed against the ground, like a lurking leopard, movements swift yet deliberate. The gravel and weeds cruelly grazed his skin, leaving behind fine scratches, but at that moment, he remained oblivious, his focus entirely consumed by the mysterious voices. At long last, he found himself behind a massive and unyielding rock. He paused for a moment, steadying his rapid breaths, before cautiously peering out, half of his head exposed, his gaze tense and focused as he surveyed the valley below. His eyes widened, unblinking, as though even the slightest blink might cause him to miss a crucial instant. Before him sat a group of individuals clad in peculiar garments, their attire adorned with bizarre patterns, vibrant colors that exuded an unsettling eeriness. The hues intertwined, reminiscent of demonic graffiti, radiating an aura of malevolence. The lines upon their garments twisted and curled, akin to ancient incantations, imbued with an enigmatic sorcery. Their faces obscured by enigmatic masks, the designs were either grotesquely fearsome, like demons from the depths of hell, or chillingly ominous, resembling phantoms in the dark of night, sending shivers down one's spine. A mere glance was enough to freeze one's soul in terror. These individuals were engaged in a peculiar ritual he had never witnessed before, their movements synchronized as if guided by invisible threads. Their arms rose and fell, their bodies leaning forward and then backward, the rhythm both strange and mysterious. They muttered incantations, their voices deep and enigmatic, as if conversing with an unknown force lurking in the shadows. The sound reverberated through the valley, causing his scalp to prickle with unease. Hu Yulun's heart raced with increasing intensity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks to the ground. His lips felt parched with tension, and he could not help but moisten them with his tongue. He pondered inwardly, what manner of individuals are these? What do their rituals signify? Could this be the elusive organization I have long sought? His hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, as if seeking a semblance of security. No, I must not act recklessly. I must first observe closely, he admonished himself. He continued to scrutinize their every movement, leaving no detail overlooked. His body began to ache from maintaining the same position for an extended period, yet he bore the discomfort, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Meanwhile, the wind in the valley seemed to grow colder, brushing against his back and sending a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he remained motionless behind the rock, like a statue frozen in time, with only his intense and vigilant gaze betraying his presence, a testament to his continued existence and unwavering focus on the unfolding scene. Time appeared to stand still, the ritual of those enigmatic figures continuing unabated. A sudden jolt surged through Hu Yulun's chest, akin to a muffled thunderclap reverberating within him, causing his entire body to tremble. His expression turned grave in an instant, his heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand, his breaths quickening. He understood all too well that he was indeed a step closer to the truth, yet he also recognized the perilous depths into which he had unwittingly plunged. A realm fraught with uncertainty and danger. He could not help but envision, deep within his heart, the dire threat to his life should those individuals discover him. He might be crushed mercilessly, as one would a mere ant, or perhaps meet his demise on the spot, becoming a solitary spirit lost in this desolate valley, vanishing from the world without a trace, unnoticed and uncared for. Yet, fear did not take root in his eyes. There was no hint of retreat in his gaze. Rather, it radiated unwavering determination and a fearless resolve to embrace death. He clenched his jaw so tightly that it seemed as though he would shatter his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks taut with exertion. Silently, he vowed, having come this far, he could not falter now, for his father, who had died unjustly, and for this land, weathered and beset by calamity, he must bravely continue his quest, even at the cost of his own life. That oath was as unyielding as steel, deeply rooted in his heart, akin to a resilient pine standing firm against the tempest. Hu Yulun lurked in the vicinity of the valley like a specter concealed in shadows, silently observing for several days. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, never wavered, meticulously scrutinizing every movement of these individuals. His brows knitted tightly, forming deep furrows that seemed to harbor boundless worry and contemplation. His eyes conveyed an intense focus and vigilance, missing no minuscule gesture or expression. Even the slightest raise of an eyebrow or a trembling finger did not escape his keen observation. He resembled a poised cheetah, every muscle in his body coiled in a state of readiness to spring forth. As he lay amid the grass, thorns had etched bloody lines upon his arms. Yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the scene ahead. He discerned that these individuals were engaged in a power transfer of paramount importance, shrouded in secrecy and enigma, as if orchestrating a grand plan capable of shaking the world to its core. Although he could not fully fathom the profound implications behind their actions, He repeatedly reminded himself that each minute detail was undoubtedly a critical clue to unraveling the conspiracy of the mysterious organization, priceless and irreplaceable, never to be overlooked. Each self-reprimand fortified his resolve, illuminating his spirit like an eternal flame in the darkness. Thus, he began to tread carefully around the valley, as if walking on thin ice, in search of evidence. With each step he took, he moved with the utmost stealth, his feet landing silently, as though he were walking upon a fragile layer of gossamer ice rather than solid ground. Every motion was executed with extreme caution, as if even his breath could alert the enemy. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in his ears, thudding like the sound of war drums. Nervous sweat trickled from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, an irritating sensation he dared not wipe away. He was resolutely determined to seek, silently praying in his heart, his lips trembling slightly, as if his voiceless supplications could penetrate the mists of the valley and reach the ears of the divine. He yearned to uncover documents or artifacts that could substantiate the heinous acts of this nefarious organization, to expose their crimes to the world and restore justice. His gaze scoured every corner of the valley, leaving no stone unturned, no blade of grass overlooked. With gentle hands, he parted the underbrush, scrutinizing every detail, fearful of missing any trace. At times, he would murmur to himself, "Father, may your spirit in the heavens bless me, grant me the evidence to avenge you." When he encountered seemingly suspicious areas, he would pause, crouch down, and study them intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will unveil the truth," he silently encouraged himself, that conviction propelling him forward through this perilous landscape. Even if thorns lay ahead, and the future was fraught with unknown dangers, he remained undaunted. Once, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, the sharp crack echoing loudly in the stillness of the valley. His heart leapt into his throat, and he froze, scarcely daring to breathe. "Please, do not let me be discovered," he fervently prayed within himself. After a lengthy pause, reassured by the absence of movement, he exhaled slowly and resumed his arduous quest. He understood that every action must be executed with utmost caution, for even the slightest sound, as subtle as a falling leaf or the faintest trace, as delicate as a spider's silk, could be detected by those alert and predatory individuals, keen as wolves, who could sense the slightest disturbance. He remained on high alert, each movement calculated and deliberate, his breathing soft and measured, his footsteps as light as a feather. Terrified of creating even the faintest sound, he constantly reminded himself, no room for negligence, otherwise, all will be lost. His eyes reflected tension and vigilance, always aware of his surroundings, as if the entire world were his adversary, where any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. On a moonless night, when the darkness enveloped the world like thick ink, it seemed as if endless shadows had consumed everything, pressing down with a weight that made breathing difficult. Not a single star pierced the heavy veil, and the air was devoid of any sound, creating an eerie stillness that felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. As those around him succumbed to fatigue, sinking into a deep, lifeless slumber, the camp was shrouded in an oppressive silence, as if the very essence of sound had vanished. Hu Yulun crouched in the shadows outside the camp, his face taut, resembling a block of ice frozen by millennia of frost, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Yet, his gaze conveyed a resolute determination, akin to a seasoned night walker who had weathered many battles. He fixated intently on the entrance of the camp, like a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the air linger in his chest, striving to calm the rapid drumming of his heart. In the stillness, the sound of his heartbeat resonated with clarity, thumping as if it would burst from his ribcage. He repeatedly admonished himself to remain calm, to avoid any misstep. His teeth clenched tightly on his lower lip, almost drawing blood. His breathing grew faint, as delicate as a gentle breeze, fearing that even the slightest exhalation might shatter the camp's tranquility. Then, he held his breath, concentrating his spirit, stealthily infiltrating their camp like a wraith. Each step was as light as a feather falling, utterly soundless. His body pressed against the ground, like a serpent slinking through the darkness. At that moment, his heart raced within his chest, akin to a wild beast thrashing in a cage, the pounding echoing like war drums in his ears. Sweat beaded on his forehead, rolling down in droplets, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away, allowing it to blur his vision. "Calm, calm," he internally repeated, his voice trembling and low. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, missing no minute movement. Even the rustle of a leaf or the crawl of an insect heightened his alertness. Inside a tent dimmed to the point of near blindness, he widened his eyes, desperately searching, as if his gaze could pierce through the enveloping darkness. His hands groped in the obscurity, moving softly yet swiftly, guided by the faint, flickering light of the moon, reminiscent of fireflies. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered letters imbued with an eerie essence. Trembling, he reached for the correspondence, as if they were not mere sheets of paper, but the very keys to life and death. The moment his fingertips brushed the letters, his body involuntarily quivered. The writing upon them was obscure and cryptic, akin to an inscrutable script, leaving him unable to fully comprehend their meaning. His brow furrowed, like two intertwined ropes, biting his lip until it nearly drew blood, pondering. What could this possibly say? No matter what, I must understand. He muttered to himself, urgency lacing his tone. Yet, his sharply honed intuition screamed within him like an alarm. These letters were undoubtedly entwined with their unspeakable conspiracy in a myriad of complex and intricate connections. Hu Yulun's breath quickened. He realized these letters might hold the key to unraveling the truth, and he must find a way to decipher their contents. No matter how challenging it may be, I shall not yield, he silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He moved with utmost caution, as if cradling the most precious, unique, and irreplaceable treasure in existence. His eyes widened, fixated on the letters before him, brimming with tension and vigilance. His hands trembled slightly, gentle as the spring breeze caressing delicate petals, tenderly concealing the letters against his chest with infinite reverence. Each movement of his hands was executed with excruciating slowness and care, every subtle action seemingly stretched over an eternity, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Even his breathing was controlled, delicate and barely perceptible, as if the slightest exhalation might evoke a whisper of sound. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, glistening faintly in the darkness, a testament to his anxiety and trepidation. His lips quivered slightly, as if silently beseeching some unseen force. He continually reminded himself of the imperative. Success was essential, escape must be assured. The voice in his mind was a mere whisper, audible only to him. His gaze remained ever vigilant, his peripheral vision darting about to detect any irregularities. Even the faintest rustle would send his nerves into a taut frenzy. Then, like a specter, he turned to leave the valley, moving with the utmost stealth. His footsteps as silent as falling snowflakes. Each step was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving no trace in the dust. His form flickered in the shadows, merging seamlessly with the night. He appeared as an ethereal silhouette, elusive and enigmatic. The sound of his heartbeat resonated in the stillness, each thump echoing like a hammer striking against his chest. Yet he endeavored to suppress it, refusing to let the rhythm disrupt his actions. His brow furrowed deeply. Two pronounced furrows etched upon his forehead, concealing an abyss of worry and anxiety. There must be no mistakes, absolutely none. He clenched his teeth, repeatedly admonishing himself in silence. His body leaned slightly forward, poised to confront any imminent danger. Gradually, he vanished into the vastness of the night, as if he had never existed, leaving not a single trace behind. The wind whispered softly, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Do not be discovered. Do not be, he fervently prayed within, until he had distanced himself from that perilous place. During the protracted journey home, images of the letters continuously flickered in his mind, filled with anticipation and unease. What secrets lay hidden within those letters? Could they unravel the conspiracy of the mysterious organization? Lost in thought, he quickened his pace. Branches brushed against his face as he passed, yet he remained oblivious, fixated solely on the singular thought of finding a safe haven to meticulously examine the letters. Suddenly, the call of a night bird shattered the silence, and his body stiffened, frozen in place, too fearful to move. It was merely a bird, just a bird. He reassured himself, continuing his journey only after confirming that there were no other disturbances around him. Time slipped away as he walked, until he finally arrived at a relatively safe haven. Leaning against a grand tree, he gasped for breath, exhaustion etched across his visage. At last, he was momentarily secure. He murmured to himself, retrieving the letters from his bosom, his gaze becoming focused and resolute once more. Hu Yulun's eyes were filled with unwavering determination, akin to a blazing fire that would never extinguish, hot and passionate, seemingly capable of penetrating through all mist and obstacles. His heart was as clear as a mirror, understanding that these hard-won letters could very well be the key to unraveling the unfathomable conspiracy of a mysterious organization. A resolute light shimmered in his eyes, reminiscent of the most brilliant star in the night sky, radiant and steadfast, as he commenced his relentless search for someone capable of deciphering these letters. Like an anxious hound, he darted through the crowd, leaving no potential clue unexamined. With each person he encountered, he would rush forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed stirring the air around him. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, a fervent glow that was impossible to ignore, as if capable of igniting the hearts of those he approached. His voice bore a hint of urgency, even trembling slightly, imbued with the anxiety and longing within him. Do you happen to know where I might find someone who can interpret these letters? His body leaned slightly forward, hands instinctively clenching into fists, as though awaiting a life-altering answer. However, often met with negative responses, he would lower his head in disappointment, his shoulders sagging as if an invisible weight had crushed him. His gaze dimmed, lips quivering, revealing the depths of his despondency and frustration. Yet, he quickly rallied himself, inhaling deeply, his chest rising and falling violently, as if infusing himself with renewed strength. He lifted his head, gazing into the distance, silently encouraging himself, "Do not lose heart, I shall find a way. I cannot give up, I bear a significant mission." Thus, he tirelessly inquired of each passerby. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet he paid them no mind. His clothing became disheveled through his relentless pursuit, but he remained unperturbed. At times, he would silently vow within himself, "Father, I will seek justice for you. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization shall be unveiled by my hand." In the arduous search, Hu Yulun felt as though he was adrift in an ocean of indifference and rejection. Each hopeful inquiry was like a vessel cast upon the waters, only to be mercilessly overturned by unyielding waves. He faced countless rejections, those denials striking him like a chilling rain of arrows, piercing him time and again without compassion. Some individuals, upon hearing his questions, furrowed their brows and curled their lips in disdain, their expressions brimming with contempt, as if Hu Yulun's inquiries were an unwarranted disturbance. "Humph, do not bother me." They scolded him mercilessly before turning away, leaving Hu Yulun standing there, his heart full of anticipation suddenly dashed. Others regarded him with peculiar glances, their eyes mingling confusion, mockery, and disbelief. Their stares were akin to sharp daggers, cruelly piercing Hu Yulun's heart. Was this person not mad to pose such nonsensical questions? They whispered among themselves, their hushed tones striking Hu Yulun like heavy hammers upon his spirit. Yet, despite the repeated blows, Hu Yulun steadfastly refused to surrender. His gaze became increasingly resolute, as unyielding as steel. Within the depths of his eyes burned an indomitable flame. Each instance of rejection transformed into fuel that nourished this fire, causing it to blaze ever brighter. He often silently urged himself, "Never give up. Even with a mere glimmer of hope, persevere." Each moment of self-encouragement rejuvenated him, propelling him forward. He clenched his teeth, his lips pressed into a stubborn line. Sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheek. Yet he paid no heed to wipe it away. Each droplet that fell to the ground seemed a testament to his unwavering conviction. Hu Yulun's inner faith grew ever stronger, resembling a towering mountain, standing proud against the gusts of wind and torrents of rain. Though his steps appeared somewhat weary, each was imbued with strength and determination. At last, through a serendipitous encounter, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. It was an afternoon when the sun offered no brightness. The streets bustled with a throng of people. As was his custom, Hu Yulun trudged forward, his heavy steps searching eagerly for any potential clues. At that moment, a weary traveler hurried past him. Having lost much hope, Hu Yulun instinctively halted the traveler, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "May I ask if you know anyone capable of interpreting these letters?" A flicker of hesitation crossed the traveler's eyes, and Hu Yulun's heart jumped into his throat, anxiously fixating on the traveler's lips, fearing he might miss a single word. In an ancient, tranquil monastery, there resides a learned and worldly monk who might possess the ability to decipher these mysterious letters, the traveler finally responded. In that instant, a spark of hope ignited in Hu Yulun's eyes, akin to a brilliant firework illuminating his somewhat haggard visage. His previously dull face seemed to be bathed in the warmth of sunlight, revitalized with newfound vigor. His heartbeat quickened, like a flurry of drumbeats, excitement bubbling forth, causing his chest to rise and fall dramatically. "Really? Thank you so much." He grasped the traveler's arm as if holding onto a lifeline, his voice elevated with exhilaration. Quivering slightly, his fingers, strained and white-knuckled, revealed the intensity of his grip, and the veins on his forehead stood out prominently. "Truly, I wish you good fortune." The traveler, infused with excitement, smiled and spoke. Hu Yulun released the traveler's arm, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, you are truly my savior." After the traveler departed, Hu Yulun stood still, taking a deep breath as he gazed into the distance. as if he could already perceive the outline of the monastery and the hope that was approaching. Then, he strode forward with resolute steps, advancing towards new aspirations. Without hesitation, he embarked once more on the treacherous journey to the monastery, his gait firm and powerful, as if nothing could impede his progress. Each step resonated with determination and courage, the dust rising behind him like a cloud. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall seek the answers. Mysterious organization, your secrets are about to be unveiled. He muttered to himself, his voice, though subdued, was imbued with strength. That strength seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and shaking the very earth. Chapter 6. Journey to the monastery to decipher the mysterious letter. This journey resembled a cursed nightmare, fraught with sharp thorns and endless hardships. The fierce winds raged, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, howling and shrieking with a chilling fury. The winds, laden with tremendous force, mercilessly assailed Hu Yulun, as if intent on consuming him whole. Amidst this tempest, Hu Yulun's form swayed violently, his feet slipping as if on ice, struggling to maintain his balance. His complexion grew pale, lips pressed tightly together, brows furrowed, and his eyes narrowed into slits against the onslaught of the wind, yet within that gaze burned an unyielding defiance. He clenched his jaw, teeth chattering, facial muscles contorted from the exertion, as if enduring immense suffering. "Damn this wind, you shall not deter me," he spat through gritted teeth, his words torn asunder by the gale. With trembling hands, he clutched the hem of his clothing tightly, fingers whitening from the strain, veins darkening at the knuckles. The fabric crumpled in his grip, as though it were the last lifeline in this tempest. He trudged forward with great difficulty, each step a fierce contest against the storm. Soon after, torrential rain poured down, enveloping the world in a vast curtain of water. The raindrops, as large as bullets, mercilessly pelted him, drenching him to the skin. Each drop struck with a crackling sound, akin to a relentless scourge upon him. The rain instantly blurred his vision, rendering the world before him a hazy dream. His hair clung wetly to his scalp, strands cascading down, as water flowed along his locks like miniature waterfalls. His garments clung tightly to his frame, outlining his gaunt yet resolute form, each muscle's contour evident, a testament to the resilience forged on this arduous journey. Nevertheless, Hu Yulun paid no heed to his plight. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead, continuing to advance with unwavering determination. His feet trudged through the muddy path, each step heavy with the weight of drenched earth, and every descent sent splashes of murky water into the air. Yet, within Hu Yulun's heart, a beacon of hope persisted, its light akin to an undying lighthouse, illuminating the darkest corners of his soul with warmth and brilliance, guiding his way forward. He silently vowed, "I understand that by deciphering these letters, I may unveil the vile truths of the enigmatic organization, avenge my wronged father, and restore long-awaited peace and tranquility to the beleaguered continent of Alicia. No matter how treacherous the path ahead, I shall not waver." His voice resonated resolutely within, each word striking his spirit like a hammer, fortifying his resolve. "Father, may your spirit in the heavens watch over me," he murmured, his gaze reflecting profound longing for his father and an unwavering pursuit of justice. It was as if he could envision his father's gentle visage and hear his last words of exhortation, all of which became the driving force propelling him onward. The raging winds and torrential rain seemed taken aback by his determination, intensifying in ferocity, attempting with greater force to thwart his advance. "Huh, do you think this will make me relent? Such is folly." Hu Yulun shouted defiantly into the storm, his voice brimming with fury and resilience. His stride grew more resolute, each step sinking deeply into the mire, sending splatters of mud cascading around him. His shoes were thoroughly soaked, each movement producing a squelching sound. Yet he paid it no mind. "What are these trifling hardships? I will not be defeated. I shall prevail." He continuously encouraged himself, his voice somewhat faint amidst the tempest, yet imbued with strength. His gaze remained fixed ahead, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory waiting for him, envisioning the disgrace of the exposed organization, the vindication of his father's name, and the beautiful vision of Alicia restored to peace and serenity. At that moment, Hu Yulun was no longer a solitary wanderer. His heart bore the weight of countless missions and aspirations. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, he could overcome any obstacle and fulfill his ambitions. Dragging his seemingly burdened body, crushed by endless suffering and fatigue, he inched forward, enduring countless trials until he finally reached the solemn and majestic monastery, standing like an ancient legend upon the earth. The last rays of the setting sun lingered lovingly upon the monastery's spires and walls, tracing a dreamlike golden outline. Each step Hu Yulun took seemed to exhaust his every ounce of strength. His tattered garments were stained with dust and blood, the marks of his struggle against adversity. His hair was disheveled, drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his scalp. His face was gaunt and haggard, his eyes bloodshot, yet still shimmering with unwavering determination. The venerable figure, with a countenance imbued with kindness and eyes as profound as an ancient well, stood solemnly before the rustic entrance of the monastery. In the soft embrace of the morning light, his presence exuded an air of dignity and tranquility, as if he had seamlessly merged with the venerable edifice. Upon catching sight of Hu Yulun's faltering approach, a warm and fervent smile blossomed upon his face, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring. This radiant smile, so bright and inviting, seemed capable of melting away the frost of the world, possessing an extraordinary power to heal all wounds. "Child, you have finally arrived." The monk's voice resonated softly, rich and melodious, akin to the ancient chimes reverberating through a serene valley. Each word carried the weight of time and the essence of wisdom, instilling a profound sense of peace within the listener's heart. Hu Yulun lifted his gaze, his weary and hopeful eyes meeting those of the monk. Bloodshot and burdened, his eyes betrayed a deep exhaustion, yet within that weariness flickered a tiny flame of hope. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to voice his thoughts, but the overwhelming fatigue rendered him momentarily speechless. Observing his plight, the monk swiftly advanced with light yet resolute steps. He gently supported Hu Yulun's unsteady form, his careful movements suggesting that Hu Yulun was a precious treasure, to be handled with utmost care lest it be harmed. "Do not fret, child, everything will be well," the monk reassured him, his voice akin to a gentle breeze soothing Hu Yulun's anxious soul. The monk solemnly accepted the letters, burdened with hope and secrets. And as his gaze fell upon the ancient and enigmatic script, an expression of sheer astonishment illuminated his face. His eyes widened, resembling brass bells, as if they were eager to escape their confines. He gasped audibly, the sound clear and resonant, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, as if under a spell. For an instant, the very air around seemed to solidify, enveloped in silence, save for the soft whisper of the breeze that caressed the edges of his robe, which fluttered gently, echoing the gravity of the moment. After what felt like an eternity, he emerged from his reverie, his demeanor grave as a storm-laden sky, heavy and oppressive. Slowly, he turned to face Hu Yulun, his movements deliberate and weighty, gazing deeply into Hu Yulun's eyes, which spoke volumes without uttering a word. Finally, he spoke, "Young man, the characters inscribed upon these letters are of an exceedingly ancient and rare script, comprehensible to but a handful in this world." His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with the weariness of ages, each word falling like a heavy stone into the lake of Hu Yulun's heart, stirring ripples that refused to settle. Initially, a flicker of concern danced in Hu Yulun's eyes, casting a shadow over his gaze, but it was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination, the light of which pierced through the clouds like a sunbeam, bright and fervent. He grasped the monk's hand tightly, the strength of his grip akin to a man clutching his last lifeline amidst a vast, tumultuous sea, terrified that loosening his hold would cause him to lose all hope. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with anticipation, trembled slightly as he implored, "I beseech you, please help me decipher these letters. They are my sole beacon of hope." The monk nodded slightly, his gaze revealing an unwavering determination, as steadfast as a rock. Without uttering a word, he turned and strode towards the study. His steps were measured and resolute, each one exuding an air of purpose, as if he were embarking on a journey fraught with challenges. Subsequently, the monk plunged into the task of interpreting the letters with unhesitating fervor. He seemed to envelop himself entirely in another realm, sequestered within that study, which appeared to be forgotten by time. The room resembled a mysterious repository of knowledge, its antiquated essence permeating the air, as if every breath carried the weight of history and the passage of time. Stacks of ancient tomes, thick and yellowed with age, exuded a musty aroma, standing as silent witnesses to history, patiently awaiting revival. Each book bore the sediment of time and the crystallization of wisdom. The yellowed pages and faded ink seemed to narrate tales of yore. The monk sat steadily at the venerable writing desk, which was laden with ink, brushes, paper, and various scholarly instruments. These tools, too, appeared to be imbued with the marks of time, emanating an aura of rustic mystery. He carefully turned the pages of each ancient text, his delicate movements akin to caressing the pulse of history, fearful of disturbing the slumbering spirits within. His brow furrowed with such intensity it seemed capable of crushing a fly, and the lines etched on his forehead deepened with concentrated focus, resembling ravines carved by the relentless flow of time. Occasionally, he murmured to himself, his voice reminiscent of an ancient incantation, softly reverberating in the hushed study, as if engaging in a mystical dialogue with the dormant knowledge. What could this mean? As he perused the texts, he found himself unintentionally conversing aloud, his tone rife with confusion and contemplation. His fingers glided gently over the yellowed pages, as if imbued with some arcane power, searching for long-lost clues, striving to unravel the enigmatic puzzle concealed within the archaic script. In this protracted and torturous wait, Hu Yulun resembled an ant on a hot skillet, his inner turmoil rendering him incapable of tranquility. He paced anxiously in the courtyard of the monastery, his footsteps heavy and hurried, each step seemingly imbued with tremendous weight, stirring up small clouds of dust. The dust danced freely in the twilight, akin to a fluid painting, vividly manifesting his inner anxiety, both poignant and distressing. At times, he glanced up at the tightly shut window of the monk's chamber, his eyes brimming with a mix of expectation and unease. His gaze was fervent and urgent, as though it could penetrate the thick barrier and glimpse the unfolding events within. Why has it not yet been resolved? How much longer must I wait? He murmured to himself, his voice delicate yet laden with profound yearning and helplessness. At times, he would clasp his hands around his head, crouching on the ground, his entire being curled into a tight ball, incessantly murmuring to himself, "Why hasn't he gotten better? Why hasn't he gotten better?" His voice trembled with urgency, as if on the brink of collapse. Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth, imbued with boundless anguish and torment. Inside him, a fierce inferno raged, igniting a sense of desperation. The flames surged higher, threatening to consume his sanity. No, I cannot simply wait idly. Hu Yulun suddenly rose, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He began to pace restlessly in the courtyard, his footsteps chaotic and hurried, attempting to distract his frayed thoughts by observing his surroundings. He noticed the flowers in the courtyard swaying gently in the breeze, their petals vibrant and dripping with color, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet, in that moment, he found himself devoid of the capacity to appreciate their beauty, their brilliant hues fading into dullness before his eyes. He heard the birds singing joyfully in the trees, their melodious voices resonant with life and vigor, but he was unable to share in their joy. Their cheerful melodies merely transformed into a cacophony in his ears. Alas, this waiting is sheer torment. He sighed heavily, the sound echoing with an unusual weight in the stillness of the courtyard. Once more, he cast a glance toward the monk's chamber, his gaze laden with a tumult of emotions, anticipation, worry, urgency, and a hint of fear. As nightfall quietly descended, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the courtyard, draping everything in a silvery veil. Yet, Hu Yulun was far from sleepy. His silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute beneath the moon's glow, elongated as if burdened by his countless concerns. No matter how long it takes, I shall wait, he silently vowed, that promise illuminating his steadfast heart like a beacon in the night. Finally, after several days and nights of sleepless, arduous study, the monk emerged from the study, his face etched with fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot, the crimson veins intertwining like a spider's web, his complexion as pale as unblemished parchment, devoid of any color. Yet, the look of relief on his face was like a ray of sunshine, instantly igniting a flicker of hope within Hu Yulun's heart. Hu Yulun hurried forward, his steps unsteady, his voice trembling like leaves in the wind, inquiring, "Monk, what is the outcome?" The monk raised his hand slightly, signaling him to remain calm. The gesture slow and labored, as if burdened by a great weight. After taking a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength, he spoke slowly, "Child, I have successfully deciphered the contents of the letters." In an instant, Hu Yulun's eyes sparkled, that brilliance akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky, his heartbeat accelerating as if it would leap from his throat. These letters were indeed, as Hu Yulun had surmised, part of a nefarious conspiracy orchestrated by a mysterious organization. They resembled a sinister account, meticulously documenting how this organization employed cunning and repugnant tactics, manipulating the courts of various kingdoms like a specter lurking in the shadows. They infiltrated the very core of power, silent as phantoms in the dark, with meticulously woven lies and enticing traps. They ensnare those who ought to be impartial and steadfast in their pursuit of justice. Those who once harbored ideals and convictions find themselves adrift, led astray by their seductive whispers, plunging into the abyss of sin. They resort to unscrupulous means, frantically stirring the fires of war. Like emissaries of malevolence, They indiscriminately sow seeds of hatred upon lands that once basked in peace and tranquility. Through their wicked incitement, they ignite the flames of anger and fear within the hearts of the populace, turning brothers into foes and fathers into adversaries. They exploit the chaos of war, reaping substantial profits amidst the smoke and bloodshed. In their frenzy, they deal in arms and greedily plunder resources, using the blood and suffering of innocent civilians as the foundation of their wealth, amassing a mountain of ill-gotten gains built on countless lives. Each word pierces Hu Yulun's nerves like a sharp blade. His hands unconsciously clench into fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain, as if to channel the fury and anguish within him through this tight grip. Upon receiving the earth-shattering news, he inhaled deeply, the breath lingering in his chest like a caged beast struggling to calm the tumult within. His hands instinctively tightened into fists, the joints pale from the exertion, his gaze revealing an unprecedented resolve and determination. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through all darkness, reaching the shores of light. He silently contemplated. Although my path of exile stretches long ahead, fraught with unknown dangers and formidable challenges, I am acutely aware that I have taken a resolute step towards my goal. His spirit continually rallied him, each thought providing the strength to forge ahead. His mind drifted back to the past, recalling the scene of his father's unjust demise. His father's desperate and reluctant gaze pierced his heart like a sharp blade, inflicting repeated wounds. He remembered the countless innocents ravaged by war on the continent, their plight of dislocation and devastation vividly replaying before him. I cannot falter. I must not allow their schemes to succeed, he resolutely told himself, the voice echoing within like thunder, causing him to tremble. He clenched his fist in silent determination, vowing within, I shall delve deeper into the investigation of this mysterious organization, regardless of the cost, even to the point of self-destruction, to unveil their vile plots to the world, ensuring that all of Elia's inhabitants comprehend the truth, allowing the light of justice to dispel this endless darkness. That oath reverberated within him, akin to a stirring battle hymn, as if it were to burst forth from his chest and resonate throughout the cosmos. It was the cry of his soul, his unwavering pursuit of justice. Father, may you rest in peace. I shall avenge you and bring peace to the continent. Hu Yulun lifted his gaze to the heavens, tears shimmering in his eyes. In those tears dwelled both a longing for his father and an unwavering belief in the future. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing coolness, as if it were a divine response and encouragement. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, it dried the tears at the corners of his eyes. Hu Yulun turned, striding forward with resolute steps into the unknown. His silhouette, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared increasingly tall and steadfast. Each step resonated with strength and determination, as if the very ground beneath him trembled in response to his courage. He clutched the hard-earned evidence tightly to his chest, his movements tender yet cautious, as if what he held were not mere sheets of paper but the entirety of his existence, the glimmering light of hope attained through immense struggle. His hands trembled slightly, yet remained firm and powerful, as if he were summoning every ounce of strength to safeguard this treasure. His gaze, like a beacon, fixed steadily on the horizon, seemingly capable of piercing through layers of fog to reach the very edge of the sky. In his eyes, there was no trace of confusion or hesitation, only an unwavering resolve and bravery. Deep within his heart, he understood clearly that countless unknown dangers and unimaginable challenges awaited him ahead. These dangers might lurk like ferocious beasts in the shadows, poised to pounce and tear him to shreds. Those challenges could be towering peaks, steep and perilous, nearly insurmountable. Yet, in that moment, he had long cast aside fear. His straightened spine was forged of steel, never yielding even the slightest bend. He stood tall, like a spear that would never break, impervious to any pressure that sought to bend him. His lips pressed tightly together, his expression resolute and determined. Those sealed lips formed a formidable barrier, repelling all weakness and retreat. With his chin slightly raised, he exuded an indomitable pride and tenacity. For deep within his soul, he had firmly established a clear and unwavering goal: to clear the name of his father, who had unjustly perished, and to bring the long-awaited peace to this war-torn and scarred land. This goal shone like a lighthouse, casting an everlasting glow in his heart, illuminating his path forward. He recalled the look of anguish and resentment in his father's eyes before his demise, and an inexhaustible wave of sorrow and fury surged within him. Father, I will surely vindicate you, he vowed silently in his heart. That steadfast belief blazed like an unquenchable fire, fierce and radiant, lighting his way ahead and continually fueling his courage and indomitable strength. The flame of this conviction burned within him, igniting his blood and elevating his spirit. He resembled a solitary star flickering in the depths of a darkened sky. Though its light was faint, it brimmed with the power of unyielding hope. Each flicker seemed to silently narrate his resilience and persistence. That dim light appeared minuscule against the darkness, yet remained tenacious, as if declaring to the world that he would never surrender. On this path fraught with thorns and riddled with traps, he marched forward with unwavering steps, never to rest. The fierce wind howled, tousling his hair, which danced wildly in the gusts, mirroring the tumult within his heart. Yet, he remained unfazed, striding forward with determination. The edges of his garment billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a battle flag, inspiring him to press onward. He muttered to himself, "Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I, Hu Yulun, shall not retreat a single step. I am resolute in my quest to unveil the truth and uphold justice." His voice, though soft, resonated with power, echoing along the desolate road. Each word was akin to a bullet, piercing the darkness and shattering the silence. A steadfast light glimmered in his eyes, proclaiming his resolve to the world. The road beneath his feet was rugged and uneven, strewn with stones and thorns. With every step, the risk of stumbling or being pricked was ever present. Nevertheless, his strides displayed no hesitation, no pause. What are these trifling hardships? I will not be defeated. He gritted his teeth, advancing step by step. Sweat trickled from his brow, landing on the parched earth, vanishing instantaneously. Yet, he paid no heed to wipe it away, tirelessly continuing his march. His gaze was fierce, imbued with fearless courage. As he pressed on, seemingly impervious to any force that could hinder his journey, until he reached the shore of light and hope. I believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil, and that light will surely arrive. He cried out, his voice reverberating through the valley, lingering in the air. At that moment, a solitary bird flew overhead, seemingly inspired by his determination, chirping as it soared into the distance. Hu Yulun watched the departing bird, his heart swelling with yearning. I too wish to fly like you, towards freedom, towards the light. He inhaled deeply and quickened his pace. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed him in warmth, elongating his shadow. In this barren landscape, his figure appeared both solitary and towering. He continued onward, the conviction within him ablaze like a fervent flame, growing ever brighter. Chapter 7. The Path of Mission and Trials. Advancing towards dawn, Hu Yulun traversed the long road day and night, tirelessly forging ahead. The path beneath him seemed an endless abyss of darkness, shrouded in fog and fraught with peril. Yet, his steps remained vigorous and resolute, each footfall akin to a nail being driven into the earth, steadfast and unwavering. His indomitable figure wove through the dawn and dusk, each lift and fall of his feet imbued with fearless determination. Whenever he passed through a tranquil village, he would pause briefly, his gaze reflecting both admiration for the serenity and a steadfast resolve for the journey ahead. Observing the wisps of smoke curling upwards and listening to the innocent laughter of children, he silently calculated the distance to his seemingly unattainable goal. It is still far, but I shall not halt, he reassured himself, turning resolutely to continue onward. Each time he traversed a lush forest, he was moved by the vibrant life surrounding him. The birds serenade atop the branches, while the leaves rustled gently in the breeze, as if nature itself is rallying in support of him. He takes a deep breath, savoring the crisp air, while quietly estimating the distance to that seemingly unattainable goal. No matter how many mountains and rivers lie ahead, I shall surely reach it. A stubborn light glimmers in his eyes, and his steps grow increasingly resolute. On this day, as the first rays of morning sunshine grace the earth, Hu Yulun slowly steps into a bustling town, alive with the vibrant essence of life. The streets brim with a ceaseless flow of vehicles and people, their voices, shouts, laughter, and the hum of excitement intertwine, creating a lively symphony that resonates in his ears. However, his weathered face, etched with fatigue, bears no trace of ease or joy. Time and hardship have carved deep lines upon his visage. At this moment, his brow is furrowed, and his gaze is grave, resembling a bowstring drawn taut. Perpetually on high alert, he drags his feet as if burdened by lead, each step a Herculean effort, as though he carries an insurmountable weight upon his shoulders. Gradually arriving beneath a sprawling tree at the town's entrance, resembling a great umbrella, he feels as if all his strength has been suddenly siphoned away, collapsing onto the ground. He gasps for breath, his chest heaving violently like a battered bellows, while sweat cascades from his forehead, vanishing upon the parched earth below. He pays no heed to wiping it away, greedily inhaling, attempting to replenish the oxygen he has been deprived of in recent days. Despite his extreme exhaustion, his eyes remain vigilant, sharp as those of a hawk. They dart around, scanning the surroundings, missing not even the slightest stir. The crawl of a tiny insect or the fall of a leaf captures his attention. He cannot afford to relax. Danger may lurk at any moment. He admonishes himself internally, his nerves remaining taut. At this juncture, a kindly-faced, gentle-eyed elderly woman, leaning on a slightly bent cane, ambles by. Her once cloudy gaze widens in shock upon seeing Hu Yulun's gaunt, fragile form, as if he might tumble over at the slightest gust. Tears of compassion well up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Her lips quiver involuntarily, imbued with profound empathy. With trembling hands, worn and swollen like gnarled branches yet brimming with warmth, she delicately retrieves a piece of sustenance still imbued with her body heat from her bosom. Then, with utmost care, she unfastens an old water jug from her waist, filled with fresh water. Every wrinkle upon her face tells a tale of compassion, her gaze filled with deep concern, akin to the warm sun in winter, comforting and reassuring. With trembling hands, he offered it to Hu Yulun, his voice gentle yet tinged with urgency and concern. Child, look at your pitiable state. You must be in a great hurry. In an instant, a flicker of surprise and gratitude illuminated Hu Yulun's previously dull eyes. Sparkling like a meteor in the darkness, brief yet radiant. His throat felt constricted, as if caught by an unseen force, and after a brief pause, he hastily extended his hands, reverently accepting the gift as if it were a rare treasure held by a devout believer. His fingers quivered slightly, betraying the turmoil within him. With a voice that was somewhat hoarse yet sincere and soft, he expressed, "Thank you, dear lady. I indeed have pressing matters of utmost importance that demand my immediate attention." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman let out a deep sigh, laden with resignation and worry. Her brows were tightly knit, and the wrinkles on her forehead deepened, as if time had etched its marks upon her. With a heavy heart, she cautioned him, "The world is chaotic and fraught with danger, my child. You must exercise utmost caution on your journey, lest you fall prey to malevolent forces. It is essential to remain safe." Hu Yulun nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute as iron. Ablaze with an unquenchable fire, his chest heaved violently, as if struggling against the surging tide of emotions within. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude once more, he gritted his teeth, his facial muscles taut, revealing his unwavering determination. He stepped forward with steadfast resolve, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and hardship. His figure gradually receded into the golden hues of the setting sun, casting a long shadow that stretched behind him. Ultimately, he vanished into the vastness of the horizon, leaving only the echo of his resolute footsteps lingering in the air. The night descended like a vast, heavy black satin curtain, silently and slowly enveloping the sky, as if it were a grand and enigmatic drapery shrouding the world in its boundless darkness. Alone in this inky abyss, Hu Yulun staggered, his steps unsteady like a drunken man. His hands flailed forward, seeking a flicker of non-existent light amidst the gloom. His brow furrowed deeply, the creases resembling profound canyons. His eyes reflected anxiety and fatigue, akin to two flames on the verge of extinguishment. In this interminable darkness, he trudged forward, eventually discovering a dilapidated temple exuding an aura of decay. It appeared to be a forgotten corner of the world, eerie and desolate. Hu Yulun resolved to use it as a temporary refuge. The temple exuded a chilling coldness, its atmosphere reminiscent of an invitation from the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine, as if each breath inhaled the essence of fear and frost. As he bent down, his body felt unbearably heavy from days of relentless travel and profound exhaustion. As though an invisible mountain pressed upon him, each bend accompanied by a painful groan. He struggled in the corner, laboriously searching, each movement seemingly a Herculean effort, as if bound by invisible chains. After much toil, he managed to gather a few withered branches, which in his hands felt like a lifeline. His hands trembled incessantly, akin to leaves shivering in the cold wind, as he desperately attempted to ignite a flame for warmth. When the branches rubbed against each other with fervent friction, sparks erupted like fleeting meteors across the night sky, momentary yet resplendent. The faint glow flickered in the darkness like a firefly, casting a hazy illumination upon his resolute visage, etched with the marks of hardship. At that moment, his face bore the indelible scars of time and suffering, each wrinkle narrating a tale of untold struggles. Leaning against the wall, his gaze was vacant, resembling a marionette bereft of its soul, lost in a stupor. His thoughts swirled chaotically like willow catkins caught in the breeze, drifting aimlessly without direction. A torrent of emotions surged within him, uncontrollable and overwhelming, crashing against his heart, immersing him in a sea of memories and reflections. Father, may your spirit in the heavens grant me your blessing. I vow to seek justice for you. He murmured to the all-consuming darkness, his voice hoarse and desperate, his face contorted in extreme agony, each line etched with sorrow. His eyes, tinged with red, brimmed with tears swirling like a deluge on the verge of overflowing. He pressed his lips tightly together, their pallor akin to a faint line, while a heavy stone seemed to roll within his throat, each labored swallow accompanied by tremors throughout his body. He fought to keep his tears at bay, yet his quivering chin betrayed the tsunami of grief within. The thought of the heinous acts committed by the clandestine organization ignited a fury within him, his hands clenched into fists, driven by an unseen force. The tension in his arms causing veins to bulge ominously. His knuckles turned pale from the strain, reminiscent of ancient ice unyielding to the warmth of the sun. His teeth ground together, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the temple, as if he were gnashing the bones of those wicked souls, yearning to reduce them to dust in an instant. His facial muscles contorted in rage, each fiber taut, as if on the brink of rupture. His eyes widened. Bloodshot and fierce, he bellowed, I shall not allow you depraved villains to go unpunished. You will pay for your transgressions with blood, even if it costs me my life. I shall not waver. Father, watch over me. I will prevail. As his words reverberated, the entire temple seemed to tremble beneath the weight of his wrath and resolve. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, and the fire of vengeance ignited in his gaze threatened to pierce through the darkness, incinerating all wickedness in its path. Father, I shall not disappoint you. I will succeed. He murmured once more, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unwavering conviction. The following morning, as the first gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the temple's dilapidated window frames, casting their warmth upon Hu Yulun's weary form, the melodious chirping of birds resonated like a finely crafted key, exuding an air of enigmatic charm, gently turning to silently unlock the world of slumber. That lilting and ethereal song, akin to a celestial serenade, resembled a mother's tender and powerful hands, brimming with boundless love and care, softly yet resolutely rousing Hu Yulun from the depths of his profound and fatigued dreams. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids, which felt as if burdened by leaden weights, each slight elevation draining him of all his strength. His eyes narrowed to mere slits, clouded and bewildered, seemingly still ensnared within the nightmares of the previous night. Gradually, he raised a hand to rub his still drowsy and perplexed eyes, his expression lingering in a haze, as if his soul remained trapped in that chaotic dreamscape, reluctant to break free from its illusory bonds and return to the harshness of reality. A low groan escaped his lips, echoing from a distant realm. He then inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as though he sought to draw in the very essence of the fresh morning air. With eyes tightly shut and facial muscles taut, it seemed he was endeavoring to infuse himself with a powerful force. I must gather my spirits, he silently urged himself. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, mustering his resolve to begin tidying up. His fingers, somewhat stiff, gently brushed off the dust from his clothing, each movement appearing sluggish and laborious, as if unfolding in slow motion. His gestures were mechanical and numbed, yet his gaze gradually grew resolute. Father, I shall not yield, he whispered, his voice soft, yet filled with strength. Without hesitation, he turned, his eyes fixed firmly upon the rising sun. The sunlight graced his face, outlining him in a golden hue, yet it failed to dispel the weariness that lingered within his gaze. The shadows in his eyes mirrored a deep lake, concealing countless hardships. Yet within that fatigue flickered a glimmer of indomitable spirit. He lifted his foot, embarking once more on the path ahead. The mountain trail was rugged and uneven, strewn with jagged stones that loomed like ferocious beasts, seemingly mocking him and deliberately obstructing his way. Such trivial obstacles shall not deter me. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth and declared fiercely. He furrowed his brow, creasing it into a deep furrow, his focus entirely on the ground beneath him. Each step taken with utmost caution, as if embarking on a thrilling adventure. His feet searched for solid footing amid the stones, his body slightly leaning forward to maintain balance. Yet, despite his vigilance, a sudden slip caused him to lose his equilibrium, propelling him forward abruptly. With a resounding thud, he fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust enveloped him like a cloud of yellow smoke, instantaneously shrouding him within its grasp. His body collided violently with the ground, producing a muffled thud. A cry of pain escaped his lips involuntarily. The sharp stones, akin to vicious fangs, swiftly lacerated his knee, and blood gushed forth like a burst dam, rapidly staining a large portion of his pant leg. The vivid crimson hue was striking, reminiscent of a tragic canvas. He gasped in agony, his complexion paling to the hue of paper, devoid of any color, akin to snow in the bleak winter. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, each droplet cascading down his cheeks like beads from a broken string, falling onto the parched earth, vanishing instantly, leaving only a small moist trace. No, I cannot succumb like this, he roared within his mind. Yet, he clenched his teeth, his lips nearly drained of color from the pressure, remaining silent. He silently encouraged himself. Hu Yulun, what is this injury? You must endure. You bear a significant mission. You cannot be defeated by such minor setbacks. Father, I will not disappoint you. His gaze brimmed with resolve. His brows knitted into a deep furrow, veins bulging on his forehead. The anxiety in his eyes seemed capable of igniting flames. He breathed heavily, swiftly tearing a corner from his clothing. His hands trembled uncontrollably, appearing frantic. Yet the deftness of his actions vividly revealed the experience he had garnered from past injuries as he tended to his wound. Endure, you must endure. He murmured to himself as he bandaged the injury, his voice trembling yet resolute. Though his actions appeared somewhat clumsy, each motion seemed laborious. Yet the hands gripping the fabric were filled with determination, as if engaged in a desperate battle against the pain. Subsequently, he leaned against a moss-covered stone, laboriously rising to his feet. His body swayed violently, as if a gentle breeze could topple him once more. Gritting his teeth, his cheeks puffed. The muscles in his face twitched with pain. I can do this. I must prevail. He gasped for breath, encouraging himself, his voice seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Drawing a deep breath, he puffed out his chest, as if to absorb all the pain within him and swallow it down fiercely. He limped forward on this arduous path, each step accompanied by excruciating pain that coursed through his body like electric currents, prompting involuntary gasps. Nevertheless, his silhouette remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. Bathed in sunlight, his figure stretched long and imposing, like an unyielding mountain, radiating an awe-inspiring strength. What is this pain? I will not be defeated, he shouted defiantly, as if proclaiming his resilience to the entire world. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the earth beneath him, only to be instantly absorbed by the parched soil. His footsteps were heavy and slow, each lift of his foot seemingly a fierce struggle against an invisible and formidable force. As if he were exhausting every ounce of his strength. Those feet felt as though they were mercilessly weighed down by tons of lead. And with every inch he raised them, the muscles in his face twisted with the exertion, veins protruding on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down like a relentless torrent. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed ahead, where a blazing flame seemed to burn brightly, capable of incinerating all darkness. That was his goal. The most fervent hope nestled deep within his heart, a brilliant light illuminating the thorny path he must traverse. No matter how far it may be, I will persist. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out between clenched jaws, each syllable imbued with unwavering resolve. His cracked lips oozed traces of blood, yet he paid no heed. He moved forward step by step. Though his strides were small, they resonated with an earth-shattering power, as if each step etched his indomitable vow upon the ground. In the grass by the roadside, the chirping of insects rose and fell like a passionate symphony. Those little creatures seemed to sense his determination, chirping joyfully, as if to cheer him on. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a fleeting coolness that lightly tousled his hair. However, this breeze was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the agony his body endured. The pain clawed at him like a demon's talon, embedding itself deeply in every inch of his skin and every cell of his being, almost suffocating him. Just a little longer, I am almost there. He continually reinforced this thought in his mind, the mantra echoing like the fervent drums of war reverberating through his consciousness. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall, soaking his clothes, which clung tightly to his back, outlining his gaunt yet steely form. Yet he remained oblivious, as if his body had become entirely numb to the flowing sweat. His heart harbored only one unyielding belief: to move forward relentlessly until he reached the goal of his dreams. I cannot give up, absolutely not, he screamed inwardly, the voice thundering like lightning in the depths of his soul, causing his body to tremble slightly, yet also igniting his gaze with greater determination and fervor. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and the sun ascended higher, its rays growing increasingly fierce. His lips were cracked, and his throat felt parched as if it were about to burst into flames. His eyes searched desperately for any sign of water, but all that surrounded him were barren rocks and desiccated vegetation. He felt his body growing weaker, his steps becoming heavier. I cannot give up. I will surely find it. He swallowed hard and pressed on with difficulty. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye, and he spotted a clear stream not far ahead. Excitedly, he quickened his pace, unable to contain his eagerness as he ran toward the stream. Upon reaching the bank, he disregarded the icy chill of the water and bent down to drink deeply. The cool stream cascaded down his throat, bestowing upon him an indescribable sense of refreshment. It was genuinely thirst-quenching. He exhaled deeply, a fleeting moment of ease gracing his countenance. After a brief respite, he resumed his arduous journey. The mountain path grew increasingly steep, and his breaths became more labored. Yet, he did not falter, ascending step by step. His heart brimmed with nostalgia for his father and enmity towards his foes, these emotions fueling his relentless pursuit. Almost there, he reassured himself. At last, he reached the summit. Gazing upon the expansive vista before him, his heart swelled with profound sentiment. In that moment, he felt his father's presence, knowing that his father would take pride in him. "Father, I shall avenge you. I will surely succeed," he proclaimed into the distance, his voice echoing through the valley. Hu Yulun stood atop the mountain, the gentle breeze caressing his face, drying the sweat upon his brow. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. He then turned, striding purposefully into the unknown ahead. His silhouette, illuminated by the sun, appeared increasingly tall and steadfast. He understood that the path before him was fraught with difficulties and challenges, yet he remained undaunted, for within him resided an unshakable faith and indomitable spirit. Chapter 8. Hu Yulun. The endless quest. Never yielding, uncertain of how long he had traveled, he finally stepped into this bustling, vibrant city, alive with unparalleled energy. This city resembled a grand, never-ending carnival stage, each street pulsating like a passionate artery, brimming with boundless vitality. The thoroughfares and alleys overflowed with throngs of people, their movements akin to a surging tide, densely packed with scarcely a sliver of space. The cacophony of voices rose and fell, a relentless wave of sound, akin to boiling water bubbling furiously, never pausing for a moment. However, the city's exuberance and clamor stirred not a ripple within his heart. His gaze burned with the intensity of a raging flame, sharp and intensely focused. He moved like the wind, as agile as a nimble fish, deftly weaving through the crowded masses with remarkable swiftness. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, glistening like pearls, cascading down one after another, shimmering in the sunlight. His brow furrowed deeply, the creases etched upon his forehead, resembling the ravines of hardship carved by time, burdened with his heavy worries and urgency. His lips pressed tightly into a determined line, seemingly narrating his unwavering resolve. His eyes, filled with eagerness and concentration, resembled two blazing torches, scrutinizing every minuscule detail in search of even the slightest clue that might prove useful amidst the vast sea of humanity. In a tavern saturated with the potent aroma of alcohol and the din of raucous voices, he sat heavily burdened in a dimly lit corner. That corner felt like a forgotten enclave of the world, shrouding his figure deeply in shadows. His hands tightly gripped the rough wine glass, the knuckles blanching slightly from exertion. He absent-mindedly sipped a glass of inferior wine, the bitter taste spreading across his tongue, yet this bitterness paled in comparison to the sorrow that weighed heavily in his heart. At that moment, he inadvertently overheard two merchants conversing in hushed, conspiratorial tones. It was said that a mysterious organization had recently taken new actions. One merchant's voice trembled with an uncontainable quaver, as if divulging a secret of earth-shattering significance. His eyes brimmed with fear and unease, yet tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. "Shu, lower your voice, lest you invite peril upon yourself," cautioned the other merchant, who nervously shrank his neck, his eyes darting around anxiously, his face contorting with profound dread, as if any louder utterance might summon an invisible hand to drag him into an abyss of darkness. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulun felt an abrupt tightening in his chest, as though an unseen, formidable hand had seized him with a vice-like grip, the piercing pain making his heart leap to his throat. His breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. Resembling a dilapidated bellows buffeted by a tempest, gasping for air, his face flushed like a ripe apple. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the wine glass, knuckles turning ghostly white, as if the glass were on the verge of shattering under his grasp. In a flurry, he hastily set down the glass, a flash of urgent light igniting in his eyes, as brilliant as a meteor streaking across the night sky, filled with fervent anticipation. He could hardly contain himself, leaning forward with abandon, as if he might hurl himself into the fray, disregarding all caution. His face radiated sincerity akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. every wrinkle etched with earnestness, his eyes brimming with urgency and desire, a yearning as profound as parched earth craving the rain, fervent and frenzied. His voice quivered slightly, reminiscent of leaves trembling in the wind, as he pleaded, "Esteemed brothers, I too have heard whispers of this enigmatic organization. During this time, I have been consumed by thoughts of it, losing sleep and appetite, driven nearly to madness. I am in desperate need of your guidance. Might you share more with me?" Upon hearing Hu Yulun's words, the merchant's brows furrowed, knitting together in a complex not as impenetrable as one forged over millennia, burdened with immense weight. They squinted, their gazes filled with a vigilance akin to facing a formidable foe, their scrutiny sharp as arrows, assessing Hu Yulun from head to toe. Their eyes brimmed with wariness, as if he were an uninvited guest harboring nefarious intentions, and any lapse in attention could spell disaster for them. Subsequently, without hesitation, they shook their heads vigorously, their movements akin to a rapidly spinning rattle, resolute and merciless. His lips were tightly sealed, akin to the unyielding shell of a clam, and despite Hu Yulun's desperate pleas, they remained resolutely silent. Their expressions were cold and resolute, as if Hu Yulun were merely an expanse of boundless ice, incapable of thawing the thick layer of guardedness encasing their hearts. Observing this scene, Hu Yulun let out a long, resigned sigh through his nostrils, imbued with a weighty sense of unutterable disappointment, as if a frigid wind laden with ice shards had swept across a desolate desert. His gaze dimmed instantly, the fading light reminiscent of a flame entirely obscured by dark clouds, leaving no trace of hope. His shoulders sagged, as though crushed by an invisible mountain, rendering him wilted and lifeless, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. He hung his head low, his visage etched with despair, that despair as suffocating as a dense cloud, mercilessly enveloping his entire world. His feet felt as if they were encumbered with lead, dragging heavy steps as he slowly exited the tavern. Each step appeared laborious and arduous, as if the ground beneath him had transformed into an unfathomable, viscous swamp, making movement a Herculean task, requiring every ounce of strength to lift his feet. Upon stepping out of the tavern, he gradually raised his head, an action that seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. His gaze initially wandered aimlessly toward the sky, only to be abruptly pierced by the dazzling sunlight. The sunlight struck him like countless razor-sharp blades, brutally bright and unyielding. Instinctively, he squinted tightly, his brow knitting into a furrow, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. He quickly raised a hand to shield his forehead, attempting to create a small patch of shadow, yet that shadow could do little to dispel the gloom within his heart. Nevertheless, his mood remained shrouded in a heavy fog, oppressively weighing down on him, as if his very lungs were about to burst, leaving him nearly breathless. This gloom manifested as a colossal and grotesque black hand, tightening around his throat, nearly suffocating him. Alas, it seems I cannot falter now. I must not surrender. He fervently rallied himself within, biting down on his lower lip with such intensity that he nearly drew blood, the gums aching from the excessive pressure. Then, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as if he were attempting to inhale all the courage and strength in the world. He closed his eyes tightly, striving to recalibrate his emotions, attempting to dispel the omnipresent gloom. I shall not be vanquished by this minor setback, he roared within, with a heart weighed down like lead. He took another step forward. Initially, his steps felt incredibly heavy, each lift akin to dragging an invisible mountain. Yet, as his inner resolve ignited, his pace grew stronger. He continued tirelessly to inquire in every nook and cranny of the streets, his fervent demeanor resembling that of a parched wanderer in the desert in search of precious water. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings, leaving no potential clue overlooked. Every subtle change in expression, every seemingly inconsequential utterance, instantly captured his heightened attention. The steadfast figure stands alone, yet resolute amidst the bustling throng, reminiscent of a fearless warrior forging ahead through darkness, undeterred by the tempest or the treacherous path ahead. His lips, chapped and cracked from incessant inquiries, bring forth a sharp sting with every utterance. His throat, strained from relentless speech, rasps like an old bellows. Yet he persists in his quest, seeking any glimmer of hope among passers-by. Do you possess any knowledge of that mysterious organization? He asks, his voice hoarse, yet brimming with anticipation. Days flow by like a silent stream, unmarked and untraceable. In this prolonged and torturous passage of time, Hu Yulun finds himself ensnared in a frigid abyss, beset by an uncountable array of chilling glares and unyielding rejections. These disheartening moments resemble relentless nightmares, shadowing him and denying him a moment's peace. The cold, Indifferent gazes strike him like arrows, sharp and glistening with icy light, piercing through him with bone-chilling intensity. Each arrow finds its mark, mercilessly stabbing at his already battered heart, riddled with wounds. Encountering such stares causes him to tremble involuntarily, draining the color from his face. The injuries upon his heart, fresh and old alike, are akin to daggers ruthlessly carving into his soul, leaving him in profound anguish. As if his heart might be torn asunder. The resolute words he faces feel like a colossal hammer, striking him relentlessly with unforgiving force. Each blow mercilessly shatters his already fragile belief, which flickers like a candle in the tempest. Every rejection resounds in his ears like thunder, disorienting him, causing his head to spin and plunging him into fleeting darkness. Why? Why can't anyone assist me? He sometimes cries out in despair within his heart. Yet, even amidst such dire circumstances, the notion of surrender has never crossed his mind. His gaze remains unwavering, akin to the brightest and most constant star in the night sky, never dimming for a moment. He clenches his fists, nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. Conversely, the flame of hope and perseverance within him blazes ever more fiercely, like a fire stoked by the wind, growing stronger with each gust. This flame, fervent and intense, cannot be extinguished, nor will he relent. Even as the storm intensifies, as thorns line his path, and the chasm yawns beneath him, he grits his teeth and presses forward. Resolute and unyielding. I must persist. I will uncover the truth. He continually reassures himself deep within, his eyes igniting with indomitable spirit. Once, like a specter, he cautiously roamed the streets, his heart racing with trepidation as he sought even the faintest hint of a clue. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, each step falling silently like a feather. His vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, resembling a scanner, leaving no minute corner overlooked. His mind whirred like a wound-up machine, observing every subtle movement around him. Suddenly, without warning, a profound and chilling sense of unease surged within him like a tidal wave. It felt as if a pair of cold, powerful hands had reached out from the darkness, tightening around his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. He felt an instinctual shiver run down his spine, every hair standing on end as if electrified. Oh no, he thought, the voice trembling and urgent, as if it had squeezed itself from the depths of his soul. Trembling with fear, he turned around, and to his horror, he beheld the henchman of a mysterious organization. In that instant, his face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper caught in a sudden tempest. His eyes widened in terror, the fear flooding over him like a deluge, drowning his rationality. This is disastrous. His heart lurched into his throat, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation, threatening to burst forth. His heartbeat quickened violently, each thump seeming to strive to break free from the confines of his chest, pounding frantically. He could hear his heartbeat clearly, thudding like a frantic drumbeat, each beat reverberating against his nerves, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Stay calm, he desperately instructed himself. Fortunately, years of living on the edge had honed his sharp instincts. He could not afford to be captured. He rallied himself mentally, the voice echoing in his mind. Imbued with resoluteness and determination, like a swift leopard, he spun around without hesitation, his feet propelling him forward with the speed of lightning, vanishing in an instant. The corners of his clothing billowed in the wind, bearing witness to his hasty escape. He quickly and silently slipped into a narrow, dimly lit alley that reeked with a nauseating stench. The alley was dark and damp, its walls covered in moss, with filthy water flowing across the ground. He curled up in a corner like a frightened kitten, his body trembling incessantly, each shiver akin to leaves rustling in the autumn breeze. His breath became faint, so delicate that even a whisper of wind could disperse it. The atmosphere felt charged, his lips pressed tightly together, fearful of making even the slightest sound. His eyes, filled with terror, fixated on the alley entrance, unblinking, as if willing to pierce through the darkness. His ears were perked like antennas, straining to catch every sound from outside, missing not a single-minute noise. A heart hangs precariously in midair, as though it might plummet and shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Will they discover my presence? Will they pursue me? A multitude of terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity. Only when the chilling sound of footsteps gradually faded into silence did he finally exhale a breath of relief, as if he had been holding it for a century. He collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his clothing clinging to his back, outlining his gaunt and tense figure. That was close. I've narrowly escaped once more, he murmured, his voice trembling with exhaustion. He lifted his gaze towards the narrow sky above. his eyes reflecting both the relief of survival and a steadfast determination for the future. This resolve burned like a torch in the darkness, unquenchable. I shall not be defeated. I will uncover the truth, he vowed through gritted teeth. Slowly, he rose from the ground, his legs still somewhat unsteady, yet he summoned the strength to steady himself. He brushed off the dust from his clothes. Despite their disheveled state, he endeavored to present himself with a semblance of neatness. Cautiously, he peered out, scanning the alleyway for any signs of danger before he cautiously stepped into the open. The sunlight bathed his face, yet he felt no warmth. His gaze remained vigilant, his steps careful. I must be cautious. I cannot afford to be discovered again, he reminded himself as he walked. The street bustled with life, vibrant and animated. Yet he felt as if he existed in an entirely different realm, one solely inhabited by him and his mission. His eyes darted across the faces of passers-by, seeking clues or even a glimmer of sympathy. "Excuse me, do you know anything about that mysterious organization?" He mustered the courage to ask an elderly gentleman who appeared somewhat amiable. The old man furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance in his direction before hurriedly departing. As though he were a harbinger of misfortune, he shook his head in resignation, his heart sinking further. "That's all right. Surely someone will be willing to assist me," he reassured himself. He continued his quest, tirelessly inquiring of every potential source of information. "Please, just a morsel of news will suffice." His voice carried a note of desperation. Yet, the majority of responses he received were indifferent glances and harsh refusals. His throat had grown hoarse, and his lips were chapped, but he remained undeterred. "I must persist. For my father, for justice," he fervently declared within himself. As night descended, the city shimmered with lights, yet his world remained shrouded in darkness. He sought refuge in a quiet corner, allowing himself a moment of respite. Today had yielded nothing, yet tomorrow promised hope. He comforted himself, even though uncertainty loomed over what the next day would bring. Closing his eyes, his father's visage emerged in his thoughts. "Father, I shall not disappoint you." A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. The following day, as the sun rose once more, its golden rays cascaded like threads of hope upon the earth. Without hesitation, he embarked on the arduous journey in search of clues. His resolute silhouette stood out strikingly in the gentle morning light, resembling a canvas etched with tenacity and indomitable spirit. With heavy yet determined steps, he traversed bustling and desolate streets alike. Though the streets were filled with either lively chatter or silence, his gaze remained unwavering, never straying for even a moment. He passed through noisy markets, where the air was thick with haggling voices, shouts, and a cacophony of sounds, yet none of this could disrupt the focus of his thoughts. He spared no potential hiding place for clues, meticulously inspecting even the most inconspicuous corners, fearful of missing any trace. Perhaps the answer lay just around the next corner. He pondered with hope, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, a light akin to a flickering candle in the darkness, fragile yet defiantly burning. However, reality is often cruel, and hope continuously shatters like beautiful bubbles, while setbacks descend upon him like relentless storms. Why is this so difficult? Why does no one wish to assist me? At times, he could not help but gaze skyward in lamentation, his voice laced with helplessness and indignation. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, veins on his forehead standing out. Yet, after the outcry, he would take a deep breath, calm his spirit, and muster the strength to rise again. "I cannot give up. I have no retreat," he incessantly reminded himself in his heart, the conviction resonating with strength, as if declaring war on fate. Days passed, one after another, time mercilessly eroding his body and spirit like a relentless stream. His body grew wearier, each step feeling as though burdened by 1,000 pounds. His spirit became increasingly haggard, the once vibrant and hopeful gaze now tinged with weariness and sorrow. Nevertheless, the flame within him never extinguished, a blazing inferno fueled by righteousness and resolve. "No matter the trials ahead, I shall uncover the truth and ensure that the wicked receive their due punishment." His vow echoed within, each word a hammer striking his soul, urging him onward. Thus, he trudged along this path fraught with difficulties, step by arduous step. Each footfall left a deep imprint, each mark a testament to his perseverance. He would never surrender, never falter. That solitary yet steadfast figure became an indelible sight along the river of time. Chapter 9. The jungle battle of the fallen Hu Yulun upon the vast and boundless expanse of the Illyria continent. A mysterious and haunting aura lingered, intertwining with the lurking dangers hidden in the shadows, forming an intricate web that enveloped every inch of this realm, tightening its grip on every crevice. Gazing into the distance, one beholds the majestic mountains, their towering peaks piercing the heavens, draped in eternal snow, akin to guardians clad in silver, silently safeguarding this enchanting and ancient continent. Shifting one's gaze to the vast and boundless plains, a brilliant golden hue dazzles the eyes as ripening wheat sways gracefully in the gentle breeze, creating a magnificent tapestry of undulating waves, accompanied by the melodious rustling of the stalks. The powerful and surging rivers flow like a vigorous dragon, meandering through the lofty mountains, their crystal-clear waters reflecting the deep azure sky, reminiscent of precious gemstones. Occasionally, a glimpse of a school of vividly colored fish can be seen frolicking freely, reveling in their aquatic paradise. Upon this expansive continent, ancient towns, steeped in charm, are scattered like brilliant stars across the landscape. The narrow streets, each possessing its own unique allure, are paved with time-worn flagstones, meticulously polished to a smooth sheen by the passage of years. Strolling through the alleys, one encounters an array of distinctive architectural styles. Some rooftops are adorned with vibrant red tiles, reminiscent of flickering flames, while others are constructed of humble thatch, exuding a rustic beauty that speaks of simplicity. At the heart of the town lies a square, where solemn and time-honored statues stand proudly, silent witnesses to the region's past glories and tribulations, its rise and fall, its splendor and decay. Within the mysterious embrace of the forest, colossal ancient trees tower skyward, their robust trunks so immense that it would take several individuals to encircle them. Warm sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting a golden glow upon the ground, creating radiant patches of light that shimmer like gold. Meanwhile, the air is filled with the melodious chirping of birds, occasionally interspersed with the resonant roars of wild beasts from the depths of the woods, weaving together a symphony unique to nature. The gears of fate, akin to a specter concealed in the shadows, begin to turn silently and slowly. Like an invisible hand, it subtly guides the course of all existence, determining the trajectory of every life in an inscrutable manner. This vast, ancient, and enigmatic continent resembles a weighty tome, filled with countless astonishing legends and captivating tales. Each formidable castle, with its weathered walls bearing the scars of time and the towering ancient watchtowers, stands as a testament to the wisdom and endurance of elders who have witnessed the passage of ages. They stand in silent vigil, narrating stories of past brilliance and unparalleled glory through their very silence. Amidst the luxuriant greenery of the thriving forest, the robust trunks of towering trees, seemingly capable of supporting the entire sky, stand in silent testimony to the profound transformations wrought by the passage of time. Their dense foliage, layered and verdant, nearly obscures the sun, as if whispering the tales of change that have unfolded over generations. These ancient sentinels have witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives, the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow, playing out like a grand theatrical performance. Like faithful chroniclers of history, they quietly record these events, preserving them deep within their memories, awaiting the day they might share these sweeping narratives with future generations. In this moment, Hu Yulun, once a scion of nobility accustomed to a life of luxury and reverence, finds himself on a path of exile, each step laden with arduous struggle. He clenches his jaw, his lips pressed tightly together, brows subtly furrowed, while his eyes gleam with a resolute and intrepid light, unflinchingly gazing into the distance. Although his physique appears somewhat more gaunt than before, his spine remains as erect as a pine tree, proudly defying the heavens, as if to assert that no adversity can erode the precious dignity and pride residing within him. With heavy steps, Hu Yulun advances slowly. Occasionally, he raises his arm to gently brush the dust from his once resplendent robe, now marred by the trials of his journey. This sequence of seemingly simple gestures, though tinged with weariness, retains an elegance that remains undiminished. It is as if, in the face of relentless suffering and setbacks, he embodies an innate nobility that is unyielding. His facial features are sharply defined. The once fair and delicate skin has weathered to a rougher, sun-kissed hue, adding an air of maturity and resolve. Beneath thick brows, his deep-set eyes often reveal a glimmer of tenacity and defiance, akin to stars shining in the darkness, luminous and steadfast. This brilliance has been forged through the harrowing upheaval of his family, honed through countless episodes of anguish and struggle. His prominent nose and tightly sealed lips reflect his inner determination. His robe bears the scars of time and the hardships of life, with frayed edges and several worn patches. Yet, upon closer inspection, the garment's cut still hints at its former elegance, the remnants of exquisite embroidery at the collar whispering of past grandeur. His hair appears disheveled, lacking the polish and neatness it once possessed, with a few strands casually falling across his forehead. Nevertheless, his broad brow and slightly arched brows continue to exude an inherent nobility. Even in exile, the graceful demeanor that inadvertently emerges in his movements, alongside the keen insight in his gaze, unmistakably reflect the unyielding aristocratic essence that resides within him. Though the innate nobility he once possessed has gradually faded over the long years and endless suffering, the pride and courage deeply rooted in his heart burn like an eternal flame, never flickering in the slightest. Hu Yulun's countenance was as dark as though it could weep, his gaze imbued with worry and unrest, each step heavy with the weight of 1,000 burdens. He wandered aimlessly through this desolate and secluded forest, the brittle twigs and fallen leaves beneath his feet crackling sharply, echoing the turmoil and indecision within his heart. The sunlight struggled to pierce the dense, layered canopy above, casting fragmented rays that created peculiar and indistinct shadows. Yet, these scattered glimmers were utterly insignificant to Hu Yulun, ensnared in a darkness that loomed over him like a thick shroud of ominous clouds. His thoughts were a tangled mess, a cacophony of worries and troubles surging forth, life's pressures, the uncertainty of the future, the complexities of human relationships, all suffocating him, as if he were trapped in an endless labyrinth without an exit or a glimmer of hope. The forest lay in eerie silence, as though forgotten by time, chilling and spine-tingling. Every inch of soil and every breath of air seemed infused with an unending dread and mystery, akin to an invisible net ensnaring the entire world. The ancient, towering trees loomed above, their robust trunks twisting like serpents, intertwining to form a natural, colossal green dome. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows that rendered the forest even more profound and enigmatic. A thick, soft carpet of fallen leaves blanketed the ground, a testament to the memories accumulated over the years. As Hu Yulun tread carefully, each step elicited a soft crunch, the sound piercing the profound silence, as if the earth were whispering secrets to him or silently warning of dangers lurking ahead. At that moment, the suffocating tranquility and mysterious atmosphere intensified, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a band of menacing brigands erupted from the shadows like a pack of ravenous wolves, their movements swift and lethal. Their forms flickered in the dappled light, ghostly and disquieting. Their eyes, filled with malice and ferocity, burned with a fierce rage, as if they intended to devour Hu Yulun whole. Their hands moved like frenzied dancers, wielding crude yet lethal weapons capable of inflicting mortal harm. Upon closer inspection, these brigands appeared in tatters, their filthy rags fluttering chaotically in the wind, reminiscent of leaves ravaged by a tempest. Upon the countenances of each individual lay a multitude of grotesque and hideous scars, a testament to their harrowing existence in this desolate and savage wilderness. The faces, contorted in extreme distortion, exuded a palpable terror, undeniably indicating that these malevolent beings had survived countless brutal and heart-wrenching battles in this unforgiving land. Hu Yulun felt as if his heart were gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly rising to his throat, leaving him frozen in place. His eyes widened with sheer terror, involuntarily gasping for breath as an icy chill pierced through to his very marrow. Simultaneously, beads of sweat, akin to yellow peas, rapidly formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground, creating tiny splashes of water. He endeavored to steady himself, yet his body trembled uncontrollably, even his breath quickening in pace. Instinctively, Hu Yulun clenched his fists tightly, seeking to summon strength and courage. However, upon realizing his hands were devoid of any weapon, a wave of despair washed over him. At that moment, he found himself face to face with a group of fierce and ruthless bandits, brandishing sharp blades and emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. And what of him? Unarmed and utterly defenseless. This stark contrast instilled within him an unprecedented fear, like a surging tide threatening to engulf him. Do not dare to hope for survival. The thunderous roar reverberated, striking his eardrums like a clap of thunder. The speaker, a burly bandit with a face marred by brutish features, glared menacingly at Hu Yulun, his eyes glinting with a cruel and merciless light, as if intent on devouring him whole. Faced with such a ferocious threat, a chill ascended his spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, despite the overwhelming fear coursing through him, he remained undaunted. Instead, a fierce desire to survive ignited within him, prompting a silent reflection. Am I truly destined to perish here? No, absolutely not. He clutched his fists tighter, his nails digging into his palms to suppress the tremors of anxiety. At that moment, His previously bewildered gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve, revealing a flicker of stubbornness and defiance. Hu Yulun had steeled himself for the worst, prepared to confront these brigands in a battle to the death, even at the cost of his own life. With gritted teeth, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward boldly, adopting a stance that signified his readiness to fight. He understood that what awaited him next would be a breathtaking struggle for survival. Hu Yulun took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the tempestuous fear surging within him. He found himself in the depths of this secluded forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees and an eerie atmosphere. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the dense foliage, casting fragmented and feeble beams of light, which seemed to cower in the tense ambience. Confronted by the relentless advance of the bandits, Hu Yulun's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, "You vile rogue shall gain not an ounce from me." With agile grace, he swiftly sidestepped the rusted, jagged short sword that lunged toward him. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced with terror. He had narrowly escaped death. Beads of sweat, like pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, splattering onto the carpet of fallen leaves below. The disturbed foliage released a pungent odor of decay. Seizing a brief respite in the bandits' assault, he steeled himself and charged forward. This was a fight for survival. He shouted inwardly, surging toward one of the bandits, his shoulder crashing into the rogue's chest, causing the brigand to stagger in surprise. Taking advantage of this unexpected opportunity, Hu Yulun swiftly snatched the wooden club from the bandit's grasp. The club felt heavy in his hands, stained with the sweat and blood of its previous wielder. Gripping it firmly, he engaged in a fierce struggle against the marauders. His movements were as swift as the wind, the club slicing through the air, tracing fierce arcs. "I cannot falter. I must survive." With each swing, he infused his desperation for life into the blows, deftly deflecting the bandits' brutal strikes. The assailants brandished a variety of weapons, worn machetes, chipped axes, and crooked spears. The branches around them splintered under the intensity of the clash, echoing with sharp cracks. One bandit seized the moment to launch a surprise attack from behind, sending a jolt of alarm through Hu Yulun. Yet, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly turned and blocked the lethal strike with his club. "You scoundrels!" he roared, bringing the club down forcefully onto the bandit's knee, eliciting a wretched cry as the rogue crumpled to the ground. Dust erupted, clouding the eyes of onlookers, while the swirling leaves danced chaotically around them. However, the sheer number of bandits began to wear down Hu Yulun's strength amidst the fierce confrontation. Was this to be his end? A flicker of despair crossed his mind, yet it was swiftly eclipsed by an indomitable resolve. No, he would not yield. In that moment, he caught sight of the bandit leader, and a spark of determination ignited within him. Capture the leader first, he thought, summoning every ounce of his strength to charge at the chief, disregarding the onslaught from the other bandits. His body bore the marks of their assault, blood seeping from multiple wounds, the fiery pain igniting his spirit further. His garments were torn, revealing streaks of bloodied flesh beneath. The surrounding grass lay trampled and disordered by their fierce skirmish. Drawing near the leader, Hu Yulun raised the club high, channeling his last vestiges of strength to bring it crashing down upon the chief's head, shouting, "This is your day of reckoning." The leader, unable to evade the strike, was left dazed and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the other bandits faltered in disarray. Hu Yulun seized this chance. Now was the moment. A surge of hope flooded his heart as he launched a counterattack, the wooden club raining blows upon the brigands, forcing them to retreat. Each strike was accompanied by heavy breaths and fierce roars. Yet, the bandits were relentless. Wave after wave surged forth, encircling him tightly. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, their eyes glinting with a chilling mix of greed and ferocity. It seemed that the slightest lapse in vigilance would result in being torn apart and devoured by these famished predators, leaving not even a bone behind. Confronted by such a multitude of fierce adversaries, Hu Yulun felt a surge of despair, yet he did not falter. Instead, he tightened his grip on his weapon, steeling himself for this life-and-death struggle. "Today is your day of reckoning." One of the robbers snarled menacingly, his voice akin to the chilling cry of an owl, reverberating through the silent forest with an unsettling sharpness. As he shouted, he brandished a bloodied curved blade, its gleaming edge instilling dread. He advanced with heavy strides, each step seemingly imbued with immense power, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. The flesh on his face quivered with a savage expression, as if it sought to break free from its confines, exposing the brutality and malice within. Hu Yulun gripped his wooden stick tightly, his palms slick with perspiration, as if he could wring water from them. His heart raced violently, akin to a drum being pounded mercilessly, threatening to leap from his throat. Yet, He maintained a facade of calm, glaring defiantly at the encroaching bandits, his eyes aflame with a fury that seemed poised to incinerate them. "If you wish to claim my life, you shall pay a price," he declared, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the forest and causing the leaves to rustle ominously. With that, he clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing in the stillness. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, as if rooted, merging with the earth beneath him. He slightly bent his body, adopting a defensive stance, the wooden stick held across his chest like an impregnable barrier. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, conveying to the robbers that he would not succumb easily, even in the face of death. At that moment, the atmosphere in the forest was thick with tension, as if time itself had frozen. Even the gentle breeze seemed to sense this charged ambience, halting its flow, plunging the entire woodland into a profound silence. Only the weighty sound of Hu Yulun's breaths and the heavy panting of the robbers pierced the stillness. One burly robber, unable to contain his impatience, charged forth like a ferocious beast, cursing as he shouted, "I'll take care of you first." His eyes were filled with menace and brutality. Hu Yulun swiftly sidestepped, moving with the agility of a cat, easily evading the robber's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his wooden stick and struck like lightning at the robber's back. The bandit staggered in pain, nearly losing his footing. Seeing this, the other robbers brandished their weapons and surged forward like starving wolves. Hu Yulun parried and dodged, his stick weaving through the air like a nimble serpent, clashing against the bandits' weapons with sharp, resounding thuds. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat cascading down like raindrops, soaking his garments. Yet in his eyes, an indomitable flame still burned, proclaiming his steadfastness and courage to his foes. With each retaliatory strike, he exerted every ounce of his strength, the wooden staff slicing through the air with fierce arcs, embodying his fury and resolve. At that moment, as Hu Yulun faced off against the bandits, a few more assailants stealthily encircled him from behind, forming a tight noose around him. Hu Yulun's predicament grew increasingly dire, surrounded on all sides by foes, with no escape in sight. Yet, in the face of such adversity, his gaze held no trace of fear. Instead, it grew ever more resolute. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure descended as if from the heavens, a formidable warrior appearing before Hu Yulun. This individual was Isabella, a striking and valiant female warrior. Chapter 10. The Northern Valkyrie Isabella. As Hu Yulun confronted the bandits, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his eyes filled with vigilance and determination. The bandits, with menacing expressions and weapons drawn, advanced relentlessly. Suddenly, several new bandits crept up from behind like phantoms, their footsteps echoing heavily in the stillness of the forest. In no time, they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Hu Yulun within. His situation became increasingly precarious, surrounded by adversaries with no avenue of retreat. His breathing quickened, his heart raced, and a wave of despair surged within him. In that moment of impending crisis, a figure descended as if from the heavens, a majestic warrior appearing before Hu Yulun. It was Isabella, an impressive and striking female fighter. She bore a long sword on her back, her hair flowing with the wind, her gaze unwavering and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through all darkness. Tall and athletic, she embodied a perfect fusion of unyielding steel and soft, flowing silk. Her golden locks cascaded like a splendid waterfall, dancing freely in the gentle breeze, each strand shimmering in the radiant sunlight, as if pulsating with vibrant life. Her facial features were sharply defined, akin to a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by an artistic master. Beneath her straight, prominent nose, her slightly upturned lips resembled the delicate petals of a rose, yet in battle, they would press into a firm, resolute line. At the moment of her arrival, she silently vowed, "Humph, this lawless band of brigands dares to wreak havoc here. I shall ensure they comprehend the power of justice and that no innocent soul suffers harm." Her eyes sparkled like deep, azure sapphires, clear and bright enough to enchant, radiating determination and fearlessness, as though nothing in this world could impede her relentless advance. When she glared at her foes, a raging fire ignited within her gaze, that fervent flame seemingly imbued with boundless magic capable of reducing all evil to ashes. Her slightly arched brows, reminiscent of a crescent moon, lent her an air of extraordinary valor. Isabella donned the distinctive attire of the northern barbarian tribes, her form-fitting leather armor meticulously crafted from the finest animal hides, supple yet robust, accentuating the enchanting curves of her flawless figure. The neckline and cuffs of her armor were adorned with tightly set wolf fangs, glinting with a chilling radiance, as though warning adversaries to keep their distance. Ancient, Enigmatic totems embellished the leather, hand-painted in vibrant hues. Their bold lines exuding a sense of strength and symbolizing the tribe's glory and heritage. Mysterious symbols, akin to arcane incantations, emitted an aura of reverence. A broad, substantial belt encircled her waist, constructed from layered resilient leather, studded with copper rivets, exuding unparalleled durability. From this belt hung an exquisitely sharp longsword, its hilt wrapped in coarse hide, offering a solid grip that conveyed a sense of formidable reliability. The scabbard, crafted from premium ebony wood, was adorned with dazzling gemstones, rubies radiating warmth, sapphires embodying depth, and emeralds shrouded in mystery, sparkling under the brilliant sunlight like a dream. Her legs were enveloped in durable leather trousers, reinforced at the knees with thick patches for added protection. On her feet were sturdy leather boots, intricately etched with elegant patterns, their soles etched with anti-slip treads, each step resonating with a steady strength that seemed to make the earth tremble beneath her. Isabella cast a casual glance at the man before her, as Hu Yulun approached her with deliberate slowness. She noted his tall, commanding stature, reminiscent of a towering pine, as if he possessed the strength to uphold the very sky. Beneath his broad forehead, a pair of sharply arched brows framed his deep-set eyes, which sparkled like stars in the cold night, dark yet luminous, occasionally flashing with a light that seemed to perceive all of existence. His prominent nose rose like a mountain, proudly showcasing his unique resilience. His lips, neither thick nor thin, bore a subtle smile that hinted at warmth and mystery, evoking a sense of both approachability and intrigue. His skin, a healthy, vibrant wheat tone, glistened in the radiant sunlight, as if every inch contained boundless strength. His short, jet-black hair stood erect, exuding an air of cleanliness and vitality. His facial features were sharply defined, with a chiseled jawline resembling a masterfully sculpted work of art, perpetually reflecting his indomitable spirit. He wore a white garment, slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of his robust chest. The sleeves were casually rolled up, exposing his well-defined forearms, flowing with an aura of strength. The trousers fit closely against his long, straight legs, showing slight signs of wear at the cuffs, yet adding an alluring touch of untamed charm. He donned a pair of black leather boots, each step exuding a steady and resolute demeanor, as if he possessed an invisible yet formidable aura that rendered his presence utterly unignorable. Isabella's delicate frame momentarily stiffened, her gaze becoming inadvertently entranced, and, quite unconsciously, a faint and inexplicable fondness for Hu Yulun began to blossom within her heart. This affection arrived with an unexpected swiftness and subtlety, akin to a bashful bud quietly unfurling among the green leaves in spring, releasing its fragrance in a delicate moment before she even realized. She furrowed her brows, shaped like crescent moons, her eyes reflecting a rich tapestry of confusion and bewilderment. Even her curled lashes seemed to tremble slightly. She herself could scarcely articulate the reason behind this feeling. Perhaps it was his towering and resolute stature, reminiscent of a sturdy pine, that drew her gaze like a magnet, rendering her unable to look away. Or perhaps it was the occasional gentle light that flickered through his deep, pool-like eyes, illuminating the most concealed corners of her heart, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Or it could be the subtle, sun-like smile gracing his lips, akin to a tender spring breeze that languidly caressed her heart, creating barely perceptible ripples across her emotional lake. What could this mean? Isabella whispered softly, her lips parting slightly, as a faint blush akin to peach blossoms crept onto her cheeks, even her petite earlobes blushing with an alluring pink hue. This fondness was not a tumultuous storm, but rather a gentle stream, flowing slowly within her heart. It tenderly nourished her previously tranquil and undisturbed soul, instigating an ineffable and subtle transformation. Much like a small pebble cast into a serene lake, breaking the existing peace without stirring a tempest. Isabella clenched her silver teeth tightly, her brows knitting together, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fierce anger, as she launched herself towards the bandit like an arrow released from a bow. With swift precision, she drew her long sword from her waist, wielding it in the air like a brilliant flash of lightning. Her movements were as agile as a nimble swallow, her steps light as willow in the wind. Each swing of her sword unleashed an astonishing power from her slender yet strong arms, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, each strike precise and forceful, as if capable of severing the very fabric of evil. Under her fierce and fearless assault, the bandits were thrown into disarray, their eyes wide with fear and despair as they beheld this warrior maiden, descending upon them like a harbinger of death wielding a scythe. Isabella, breathing slightly harder, effortlessly repelled the attackers before turning gracefully to face Hu Yulun, whose shock had yet to dissipate. Her gaze, akin to autumn waters, fell upon him, her lips curling into a gentle, confident smile that traced an alluring arc upon her face. Her face bore no trace of fatigue, not a single bead of sweat graced her smooth forehead. Instead, confidence and composure bloomed on her exquisite visage like a resplendent rose, defiantly flourishing amidst the ravages of war. Hu Yulun stood transfixed, his gaze fixed intently on Isabella, his lips trembling slightly as he murmured, You are truly remarkable. I have never encountered a woman so valiant." A profound sense of admiration surged within him, akin to a relentless tide crashing against the shores of his heart. At that moment, he felt as though a warm and radiant light had illuminated his soul, dispelling all darkness and fear. He understood that he was no longer alone on this perilous journey fraught with challenges. It felt as if he had found a steadfast anchor. Following that exhilarating and blood-pumping battle, Hu Yulun and Isabella seemed inextricably entwined by the threads of destiny, embarking together on an uncertain path. Throughout their journey, Hu Yulun's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Isabella, as if an invisible magnet compelled him to steal glances at her. In his eyes, gratitude flowed like a gentle stream, while admiration burned like an ardent flame, intertwining and shimmering brilliantly. Often lost in contemplation, Hu Yulun would recall Isabella's graceful form and fearless spirit during the battle, causing ripples of emotion to stir within him. His lips would involuntarily curve into a smile, and his eyes would betray an unmistakable appreciation. Isabella, much like a gentle spring breeze, revealed her rarely seen tender side. She moved with a lightness of step and a graceful posture, each stride akin to a delicate dance. While imparting combat techniques to Hu Yulun, her gaze was focused and earnest, her sword slicing through the air as she demonstrated the nuances of each movement. Pay attention. Hu Yulun. In the dance between life and death, both skill and speed are indispensable, Isabella advised. As she taught him the ways of survival in the wilderness, she crouched down, meticulously identifying the plants at their feet, patiently explaining which were edible and which harbored hidden dangers. Whenever Hu Yulun felt disheartened by his own mistakes, his once vibrant face would become shrouded in disappointment. Yet, Isabella would approach him with her light steps, extending her slender yet strong hand to gently pat his broad shoulder. Softly encouraging, "Don't lose heart. You are already doing splendidly." Her voice was like a celestial melody, resonant and soothing, infused with warmth and strength. Hu Yulun looked up at Isabella, the spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. "Isabella, I will certainly strive harder." Under her nurturing encouragement, he felt as if he had received a mysterious surge of power, intensifying his training and relentlessly pushing his limits. With each swing of his sword and every sprint, he was filled with unwavering determination. His progress soared, as if he were making up for all past shortcomings in leaps and bounds. Throughout this lengthy journey, their figures accompanied each other, and unbeknownst to them, their hearts drew ever closer. As the days passed, the bond between Hu Yulun and Isabella deepened. Together, they experienced the gifts and trials of nature with each sunrise and sunset. One day, while traversing a turbulent river, Hu Yulun lost his balance in the rushing waters. Without hesitation, Isabella reached out her hand and grasped him tightly. "Hold on to my hand, Hu Yulun," she exclaimed, her arm trembling slightly from the effort. With Isabella's assistance, Hu Yulun regained his footing and managed to climb to the opposite shore. "Thank you, Isabella. I shudder to think what might have happened without you," he gasped, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Isabella smiled warmly at him. "We are partners. It is my duty to help." On another occasion, they found themselves caught in a storm within a desolate valley. The wind howled, and thunder rumbled as they sought refuge. Hu Yulun discovered a cave and pulled Isabella inside. The cave was dark and damp, yet it provided a temporary shelter from the tempest. "I wonder when this rain will cease," Hu Yulun remarked. Gazing anxiously at the downpour outside, Isabella leaned gently against him. "It's all right. As long as we are together, we shall overcome any adversity." In that tumultuous night, their hearts seemed to draw even closer. When the rain finally subsided, they resumed their journey, sharing dreams and hopes along the way. "Once this is all over, I wish to find a peaceful place to live a tranquil life," Hu Yulun expressed. A glimmer of longing sparkled in Isabella's eyes. That would be truly wonderful. Before they knew it, they had traversed many arduous paths, with the road ahead continuing to unfold beneath their feet. In the course of their travels, they arrived at a bustling little town, alive with the vibrancy of life. Hu Yulun glanced around with curiosity, while Isabella smiled beside him. "This place is unlike any we have encountered before," he remarked excitedly. Indeed, But we cannot linger here, Isabella cautioned. However, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks. Just as they prepared to depart, Hu Yulun discovered that his purse was missing. What are we to do? He exclaimed in distress. Isabella calmly pondered for a moment. Let us not panic. Perhaps we can retrace our steps to see if we can find it. They meticulously searched the path they had taken, but found nothing. At that moment, a mysterious stranger appeared before them. I know what you seek, the stranger said in a hushed tone. Hu Yulun and Isabella regarded him warily. Who are you? They asked in unison. The stranger chuckled softly. Do not be alarmed. I can assist you in retrieving your purse, but you must agree to one condition. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow. What condition? A stranger approached them, whispering, assist me in completing a task. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a glance, hesitating momentarily before ultimately acquiescing to the stranger's request. The stranger led them to the foreboding entrance of an ancient castle, declaring that what they sought lay within. But caution was paramount, for danger lurked inside. Hu Yulun inhaled deeply, resolved, regardless, we must endeavor. Isabella nodded in agreement. Yes, together, hand in hand, they bravely ventured into the castle. Chapter 11. The Castle Adventure. As they stepped into the castle, a wave of musty decay assaulted their senses, reminiscent of the castle's long-forgotten slumber. The interior was dim and eerie, resembling a corner lost to time. With only a few feeble rays of light filtering through the dilapidated windows, barely illuminating their path ahead, Hu Yulun clutched Isabella's hand tightly, as if it were his sole anchor amidst the encroaching darkness. He moved cautiously, each step laden with trepidation, fearful of awakening the unknown slumbering within the castle's depths. Isabella's voice, soft and delicate in the stillness, warned, be careful, we know not what lies hidden within. A flicker of anxiety danced in her eyes, betraying her fear of the uncertainties ahead. Sensing her apprehension, Hu Yulun squeezed her hand firmly, attempting to convey solace and courage. They pressed onward, their footsteps echoing softly on the ancient stone floor, reverberating through the vast emptiness of the castle, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a chilling laughter reverberated through the desolate halls, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, rife with malice and mockery. Ha ha ha, you dare to enter. The voice, ghostly and disembodied, appeared to come from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern its source. Hu Yulun halted, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He anxiously surveyed the surroundings, calling out, who goes there? Show yourself. His voice echoed through the castle, but met with silence. At that moment, a shadow darted overhead like a bolt of lightning, sending a frigid breeze cascading through the air. Instinctively, Isabella raised her sword, assuming a defensive stance, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve. The atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense, as if an invisible weight pressed upon them. Hu Yulun and Isabella drew closer together, their breaths quickening. The apparition made them acutely aware of the immense peril lurking within these walls. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they resolved to confront whatever awaited them. Fear not, for I am here, Hu Yulun reassured. They continued forward, arriving at a grand hall. In the center stood a massive table, upon which rested a box emanating an eerie glow. Perhaps the treasure lies within that box, Hu Yulun speculated. As they approached the table, a horde of skeletal soldiers emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. It seemed that acquiring the box would not be as effortless as they had anticipated, Isabella remarked. With unwavering determination, Hu Yulun declared, then let us carve a path. Without hesitation, the two charged towards the skeletal soldiers with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The sword in Hu Yulun's hand gleamed with a chilling light. Each swing cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, as if slicing the very atmosphere. His movements were agile and forceful, the blade tracing dazzling arcs that struck the skeletal soldiers at their vital points with precision. Isabella stood nearby, her magical aura shimmering like the brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating an enigmatic and potent energy. She chanted ancient incantations while gracefully weaving her hands, unleashing vibrant beams of magic that struck the skeletal soldiers with the swiftness of lightning, shattering them into fragments. The skeletal soldiers faltered under the relentless onslaught of the duo, yet they did not yield. They swung their weapons in a desperate attempt to retaliate, but Hu Yulun and Isabella effortlessly evaded or neutralized their attacks. As time progressed, the skeletal soldiers fell one after another, and the battlefield was suffused with a palpable aura of death. However, Hu Yulun and Isabella remained undeterred by this ominous presence, their gazes resolute and courageous, brimming with a longing for victory. At last, the final skeletal soldier collapsed, crumbling into a heap of bones. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a triumphant smile before advancing towards the table together. As Hu Yulun reached for the box, a colossal beast suddenly descended from the ceiling. "Watch out!" Isabella exclaimed, yanking Hu Yulun back. Faced with this formidable creature, could they successfully seize the purse and escape the castle? The monster loomed before them like a small mountain, its immense form instilling terror. Its rough skin was encrusted with an impenetrable layer of scales that glinted with a chilling sheen in the dim light. A pair of blood-red eyes blazed like burning embers, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity, as if they could incinerate one's very soul. It opened its cavernous maw, emitting a deep, resonant growl from its throat. In an instant, a torrent of searing flames erupted from its jaws, surging towards Hu Yulun and Isabella with the intent to annihilate. Hu Yulun's pupils dilated, his expression a tempest of fear and resolve. He forcefully shoved Isabella back, shouting, "Be careful!" Isabella stumbled from the sudden push, regaining her footing, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. "This creature is terrifying," she exclaimed. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth and replied, "Fear not, we shall defeat it." With that, he tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to confront the impending inferno. In a swift motion, Hu Yulun shielded Isabella behind him, rolling to evade the flames. As he rose, his sword was drawn, and he charged fiercely towards the monstrous foe. Isabella, undeterred, waved her magical staff, sending a shard of ice hurtling towards the beast. The creature swatted the ice with its massive claws, shattering it effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun leaped onto the creature's arm, thrusting his sword towards its eye. The beast roared in agony and flung Hu Yulun away with great force. He crashed heavily against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he instantly regained his footing and charged at the monster once more. Isabella continuously cast spells, creating opportunities for Hu Yulun to strike. Infuriated by their assaults, the creature retaliated with even more ferocity. Its tail swept through the air, and Hu Yulun narrowly evaded it, the spot he had occupied moments before now a crater. "Isabella, focus on its weaknesses," Hu Yulun shouted. "Understood," Isabella replied, concentrating her mind as the magical radiance coalesced at the tip of her staff into a colossal orb of light, which she directed towards the monster's abdomen. As the creature became distracted by the luminous sphere, Hu Yulun sprang into action, plunging his sword deep into its back. The monster let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly. Once more, Isabella unleashed her magic, ensnaring the creature in a formidable binding spell. In that fleeting opportunity, Hu Yulun withdrew his blade and struck at the creature's vital points again. Through their synchronized efforts, the monster finally collapsed to the ground, motionless, breathless and drenched in sweat. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged glances filled with triumphant joy. Standing beside the fallen beast, Hu Yulun leaned on his sword, wearily declaring, "At last, we have vanquished this fiend." Isabella wiped the sweat from her brow, smiling as she replied, "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant." Their eyes returned to the box on the table. Hu Yulun cautiously approached and gently opened it. To their dismay, instead of the anticipated pouch of coins, they discovered a piece of yellowed parchment. Hu Yulun picked up the parchment, which bore strange symbols and inscriptions. "What is this?" Isabella inquired, leaning closer. Furrowing his brow, Hu Yulun scrutinized it. "It appears to be some sort of clue or cipher." Just then, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. The once dim hall grew even more sinister, eerie runes flickering ominously on the walls. "This is bad. We may be facing new dangers," Isabella said anxiously. Hu Yulun clutched the parchment tightly and declared, "Regardless, we must first find a way out." As they retraced their steps, they found their path obstructed by a magical barrier. Hu Yulun attempted to break it with his sword, but was repelled by a powerful force. "What should we do?" Isabella asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Hu Yulun, maintaining his composure, suddenly recalled the symbols on the parchment. "Perhaps these symbols hold the key to unraveling this barrier," he suggested. Isabella nodded, urging them to proceed with haste. They began to compare the symbols, seeking the corresponding positions on the barrier. After considerable effort, the magical shield gradually dissipated. With hearts brimming with hope, they pressed onward, yearning to escape this enigmatic and perilous realm. They raced along the corridor, the chilling whispers of the wind echoing in their ears, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their every move. "Faster, we must hurry," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella closely followed his lead, their footsteps resonating in the narrow passageway. Suddenly, they encountered multiple diverging paths, each shrouded in an aura of mystery and danger. "Which way should we go?" Isabella asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Hu Yulun halted, meticulously scrutinizing the conditions of each route. He noticed faint footprints on one of the paths, suggesting someone had traversed it recently. This way, Hu Yulun decisively exclaimed. They ventured down this path, the light growing dimmer. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a swarm of shadows swooped overhead. Hu Yulun brandished his sword, ready to confront the threat. However, as the shadows drew nearer, they realized it was merely a flock of startled bats. After this moment of false alarm, they continued onward. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It's the exit, Isabella exclaimed with excitement. They quickened their pace towards the illumination. Upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves in a tranquil valley, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, a stark contrast to the foreboding castle they had fled. We finally made it. Hu Yulun sighed in relief. Yet, before they could savor this fleeting tranquility, they heard a cacophony of noise in the distance. This doesn't bode well. We might be in for more trouble. Hu Yulun's expression darkened once more. Following the sound, they saw a group of horsemen galloping towards them. Hu Yulun and Isabella instantly tensed, Isabella gripping her magical staff tightly, while Hu Yulun positioned his sword defensively. As the thundering hooves approached, they discerned the riders' attire. All clad in matching uniforms, reminiscent of members of an organized faction. What brings you here? Bellowed a burly man at the forefront. Hu Yulun replied, We are merely travelers. Having just escaped from that castle. The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them from head to toe. A castle? Few emerge alive from such a place. Isabella interjected. We endured great peril to free ourselves. After a moment of contemplation, the man remarked, You do not seem to be lying. But we are under orders to patrol this area and cannot allow you to leave without due caution. Hu Yulun felt a tightening in his chest. What do you intend to do? The man smiled slightly, saying, As long as you can demonstrate that you harbor no ill will, we shall not hinder your passage. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a glance, uncertain of how to prove their innocence. At that moment, Isabella experienced a sudden inspiration and retrieved the parchment she had acquired from the castle, which might prove useful to them. The burly man accepted the parchment, scrutinizing it closely. His expression shifted slightly, signaling the significance of this newfound clue. Very well, you may proceed, he permitted. Hu Yulun and Isabella exhaled in relief, expressing their gratitude before hastily departing. After traversing a short distance, they found a tranquil spot to rest. Where shall we go next? Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun gazed into the distance, suggesting, Let us first leave this place, and then devise our plans. They rose and continued on their uncertain journey, pondering the challenges and opportunities that awaited them ahead. Chapter 12. The Adventures of Hu Yulun and Isabella on a Serene Night. The stars twinkled like countless gemstones embedded in the vast celestial tapestry. The soft moonlight poured down like water, draping the earth in a veil of ethereal silver. They paused by a crackling campfire, the lively flames dancing joyfully, illuminating their faces and casting enchanting shadows. Hu Yulun watched the flickering flames, his gaze alternating between focus and reverie. The emotions he had long suppressed surged within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Finally, he summoned an unprecedented courage. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned to Isabella, his eyes aflame with determination and fervor. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Isabella, there are words I have longed to share with you. Isabella turned slightly, hands folded on her knees, listening intently. Her eyes sparkled with understanding and support, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, radiant and warm. Hu Yulun, speak. I am listening, she encouraged. With renewed resolve, Hu Yulun continued. I have harbored many thoughts in my heart, along with dreams that soar as high as the stars. I yearn to pursue them with you, to realize them together. Isabella smiled and nodded gently. I believe in you, Hu Yulun. As time quietly slipped by, their days together became increasingly warm and enduring, akin to satin imbued with sunlight. Their companionship deepened their bond, resembling a finely aged wine that grows richer with every sip. However, the wheels of fate often turn unexpectedly, presenting new challenges and trials. When confronted with an unforeseen danger, Hu Yulun acted without hesitation, instantly stepping forward. His gaze transformed into unwavering resolve. Fueled by a singular thought, I must protect Isabella at all costs. Without a moment's pause, he positioned himself in front of her. Though his physique may not have been formidable, in that moment, he stood as an indomitable mountain, unyielding. As Isabella beheld Hu Yulun's steadfast silhouette, a wave of emotion surged within her. Hu Yulun, you must remain safe, she fervently wished, her heart racing with anxiety, her hands tightly clasping the hem of her garment. After the peril had subsided, the two embraced tightly, as if seeking to merge their souls into one another. Hu Yulun softly reassured, "Do not fear, for I am here." Isabella nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, we shall never part again." From that moment onward, their hearts drew closer, seemingly entwined as one. With aspirations for the future, Hu Yulun and Isabella clasped hands and embarked on a new journey together. Yet, the path was fraught with twists and turns. Their personalities and beliefs often clashing like fierce flames and ice, igniting intense confrontations. When faced with a difficult decision, Hu Yulun's fiery passion was instantly kindled. He waved his hands animatedly, his eyes alight with urgency and impulsiveness, proclaiming, "We must act immediately. Opportunity waits for no one." His voice soared, as if striving to shatter all obstacles. Conversely, Isabella stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed, her beautiful visage etched with worry and helplessness. She bit her lip and countered, "Your reckless impulsiveness will only lead us into greater peril." Hu Yulun, naturally exuberant and impetuous, often charged forth heedlessly, driven by fervor, which caused Isabella's ever-vigilant heart considerable distress. Gazing at him, her eyes revealed profound concern as she shook her head and sighed. "Hu Yulun, your disregard for consequences will eventually bring calamity." Meanwhile, Isabella's excessive caution and strictness, her need for meticulous planning, left Hu Yulun feeling constrained. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, his face a mask of confusion and irritation, lamenting, "When will we ever accomplish great things with your constant caution?" At last, during a heated quarrel, the long-simmering tensions between them erupted like a volcano. Hu Yulun's face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, as he bellowed, "I am fed up with your indecisiveness." With that, he raised his sword and struck violently at a nearby tree, leaving a deep gash in its trunk. Isabella, undeterred, her eyes wide, conjured a flickering orb of magic, launching a fireball into the distance that burst into a shower of sparks, asserting, "I do this for our own good. Why can't you understand?" Ultimately, both in anger and disappointment, they resolved to part ways. Hu Yulun stamped his foot in frustration and strode resolutely in one direction. Not looking back, Isabella watched his retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes, yet stubbornly turned and walked in the opposite direction. However, on their solitary journeys, the memories of their shared past lingered like shadows. Hu Yulun trudged along the rugged mountain path, each step feeling heavy and exhausting. When he encountered a steep incline and the loose stones beneath him threatened to send him tumbling into the valley, he could not help but recall how Isabella had once carefully charted their route, successfully avoiding similar dangers. It was then that he began to realize that her caution was not a constraint upon him, but rather a safeguard for their mutual safety and their shared aspirations. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, regretfully striking the ground, murmuring to himself, "Isabella, I was wrong. Your caution was indeed justified." His gaze was filled with remorse and longing as he lay on the cold grass beneath the star-studded sky, recalling the tender moments spent gazing at the stars with Isabella. His heart a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Isabella cautiously navigated the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a colossal python descended from the branches, lunging at her with its forked tongue. Overcome with terror, she recalled Hu Yulun's fearless courage in the face of danger. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, summoning her resolve to wield her magical staff. Engaging in a fierce battle with the serpent. "Hu Yulun, I understand your bravery now," Isabella gasped, sweat trickling down her forehead. After an arduous struggle, she finally repelled the python, collapsing to the ground, her yearning for Hu Yulun intensifying. Gradually, Hu Yulun's proud heart softened amidst his reflections and longing. He resolved to abandon his stubbornness and pride, turning back to seek Isabella. He journeyed tirelessly, indifferent to the rain and wind, his heart brimming with trepidation and hope. As he traveled, he envisioned their reunion, anxious about whether she still harbored resentment towards him. Unbeknownst to him, Isabella had been waiting silently for his return. Each day, she would stand at the place where they parted, gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Hu Yulun, you will come back, won't you?" she silently vowed. Finally, on a sunlit morning, Hu Yulun's figure appeared within Isabella's sight. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as they beheld each other once more. Their eyes brimming with longing and understanding, 1,000 words distilled into a single heartfelt gaze. Tears shimmered in Hu Yulun's eyes, his lips trembling as he choked out, "Isabella, I was wrong. I should never have left you." Isabella's lips quivered slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I have always been waiting for your return." Words became unnecessary as they embraced tightly, as if to make up for all the time lost in separation. From that day forward, they reconciled and cherished each other's existence even more. On one occasion, they encountered a band of malevolent sorcerers intent on seizing an innocent village. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun and Isabella stepped forward. Hu Yulun, wielding a long sword, charged towards the enemy with unwavering determination, resembling a fierce lion. Meanwhile, Isabella cast powerful spells from the rear, providing cover and support for Hu Yulun. "Isabella, watch your left," Hu Yulun shouted. "Fear not, just focus on the attack," Isabella replied. Their synergy was impeccable. Each swing of Hu Yulun's sword radiated with fierce momentum, while Isabella's magical brilliance repelled wave after wave of foes. As they faced the formidable magical onslaught of the sorcerer leader, Hu Yulun and Isabella stood side by side. "Do not fear, we shall face this together," Hu Yulun declared. Isabella nodded, and together, they summoned formidable strength, ultimately vanquishing the sorcerer leader and saving the village. On another occasion, they encountered a series of mechanical traps within an ancient castle. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and arrows shot forth from all directions. "Be careful." Hu Yulun swiftly pulled Isabella behind him, using his sword to deflect the incoming arrows. Isabella remained composed, surveying her surroundings until she identified the control mechanism of the traps. "Hu Yulun, follow me." Trusting and relying on one another, they successfully evaded trap after trap. Through their countless battles side by side, their bond grew increasingly unbreakable, akin to two trees entwined, weathering the storms of life together. "Isabella, with you by my side, I feel an overwhelming sense of happiness," Hu Yulun declared with deep affection. "I feel the same, Hu Yulun. We shall continue on this path together," Isabella responded. Their story unfolded further, teeming with love and courage as they ventured toward the resplendent starlit sky. In yet another adventure, they entered a cursed valley, shrouded in eerie mist, where an ominous atmosphere sent chills down their spines. The silence was unnerving, with only the sound of their footsteps and heavy breaths echoing in the air. Hu Yulun and Isabella proceeded cautiously, their hands tightly clasped together, feeling the sweat in each other's palms. "This place feels off, Isabella," Hu Yulun whispered, his gaze vigilant. Gripping his sword tighter, his muscles slightly trembling with tension. "Be careful, there may be hidden dangers," Isabella replied, equally alert as she scanned their surroundings. Her magical staff glimmered with a faint light, ready to counter any impending threats. Suddenly, a horde of ghastly creatures emerged from the mist, their twisted forms and grotesque faces lunging at them with claws bared. Hu Yulun stood firm, shouting a battle cry as he wielded his sword with fierce resolve. His gaze sharpened, each swing of his blade infused with immense power and determination. "Come forth, monsters!" he roared, the sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, repelling the advancing fiends. Isabella chanted incantations, magical radiance blossoming from her hands, forming shields adorned with mysterious runes. Her expression was focused and calm. "Hu Yulun, do not fear. I am here." The magical glow illuminated her resolute face. "Hu Yulun, watch your back," Isabella called out loudly. A creature lunged from behind him, but Isabella swiftly cast a spell, a beam of light striking the beast and freezing it midair. Hu Yulun pivoted, his sword accurately piercing the creature that sought to ambush him, black blood gushing forth. Sweat and the creature's blood splattered across his face, yet his gaze remained unwavering. "Isabella, we can do this," he shouted. After an intense battle, the monsters were finally repelled. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a low, menacing roar echoed from the depths of the valley. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, reverberating throughout the gorge. It appeared that an even more formidable foe awaited them. In Hu Yulun's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within him. "Whatever it may be, we shall face it together," Isabella declared resolutely, positioning herself beside Hu Yulun, their shoulders pressed firmly together. They ventured deeper into the valley, each step fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, their hearts brimmed with courage and mutual trust, firmly believing they could surmount any adversity. With each instance of fighting side by side, their souls intertwined ever more closely, and their trust in one another deepened. They strode forward with unwavering resolve into the abyss of the valley. At that moment, the surrounding mist thickened, as if forming invisible barriers. A chilling wind howled through the jagged rocks of the gorge, emitting an eerie lament. In the darkness, strange blue lights flickered occasionally, resembling the eyes of phantoms watching them intently. The low roar grew increasingly distinct, making their eardrums thrum. Hu Yulun gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, while Isabella's magical staff shimmered with heightened brilliance. At last, a colossal figure emerged from the mist, partially obscured. It was a gargantuan beast known as the Dark Flame Lion. Its body covered in sharp spines, eyes ablaze with fury, and capable of unleashing blazing dark flames from its maw. Each heavy breath it took stirred up clouds of dust, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This truly was a formidable adversary. Hu Yulun inhaled sharply, yet his steps showed no sign of retreat. Isabella's expression was grave. But we shall surely triumph over it. Hu Yulun charged forth, leaping high, aiming his sword at the dark flame lion's legs. Just then, a fierce wind surged, whipping up clouds of sand and stone, obscuring Hu Yulun's vision. Hu Yulun, be careful, Isabella cried out anxiously. Do not worry, I can handle it, Hu Yulun shouted back, striving to maintain his balance amidst the tempest. He adjusted his posture midair, the blade slicing down at an angle, grazing the dark flame lion's leg and leaving a shallow wound. The beast howled in pain, furiously swinging its massive paw, producing a sharp gust of wind. Hu Yulun narrowly evaded, rolling on the ground, but stumbled slightly as he rose. Seizing the opportunity, Isabella cast a spell, sending icicles hurtling toward the dark flame lion's eyes. However, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the darkened sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, as if rallying for the fierce battle. Torrential raindrops began to pelt down, instantly turning the ground into a muddy quagmire. The dark flame lion roared, spewing forth dark flames and thrashing wildly in all directions. Its tail swept toward Hu Yulun, who leapt to evade but inadvertently slipped in the mire. Hu Yulun, strike at its weakness, Isabella urged. Understood, watch me. Hu Yulun understood the unspoken plan. Seizing the moment while the dark flame lion was momentarily distracted by Isabella's magic, he swiftly maneuvered to its rear. Isabella, create more distractions, he shouted. Not a problem. Take this, monster, Isabella responded, her magical aura intensifying. She unleashed a barrage of magical orbs, targeting the lion's head. Meanwhile, the trees in the valley swayed violently in the fierce winds, their branches scattered like confetti. Hu Yulun spotted a section of the lion's back that was devoid of spikes. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, raising his sword high and plunging it down with all his might. Yet, the dark flame lion sensed his intent and twisted its body, causing Hu Yulun's sword to penetrate only halfway. Isabella, get ready, he cried. Rest assured, I am here, she replied. With renewed effort, he drove the sword deeper, eliciting a pained roar from the lion as it began to thrash violently. Its massive form writhed, but Hu Yulun gripped the hilt tightly, refusing to be dislodged. Isabella quickly cast a powerful binding spell, restraining the lion's movements. Hold on, Hu Yulun, she shouted. It's nearing its end. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth, steadfastly clutching the sword. Through their harmonious collaboration, the dark flame lion ultimately collapsed to the ground, motionless. Exhausted, Hu Yulun and Isabella sank to the ground, gasping for breath. We did it, Isabella, Hu Yulun said with a smile. Indeed, as long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot achieve, Isabella replied. As the mist in the valley gradually dispersed, sunlight poured in. They rose, hand in hand, ready to embark on a new journey. After a brief respite, Hu Yulun and Isabella pressed on. The path through the valley grew increasingly treacherous, with towering cliffs looming ominously, as if they might topple at any moment. I wonder what awaits us ahead, Hu Yulun murmured. Isabella gently squeezed his hand. Whatever it is, we will face it together. As they continued, they reached the edge of a precipice, where a narrow suspension bridge spanned the seemingly bottomless chasm. This bridge appears rather unstable, Isabella said with concern. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yulun replied. But it is the only route forward. They cautiously stepped onto the bridge, its planks creaking ominously beneath their feet. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck, causing the bridge to sway violently. In that moment, the dark flame lion reappeared, its gaping maw spewing forth a torrent of dark flames that coalesced into a black pillar, hurtling toward Hu Yulun and Isabella. Hold onto the ropes, Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella's face turned pale, yet she clutched the bridge's ropes tightly. As Hu Yulun swung his sword toward the dark flame, a hissing sound erupted upon contact, and a formidable shockwave nearly sent him tumbling into the abyss. Just as they struggled forward, a flock of black birds surged from the gorge, launching an assault against them. Damn it, Hu Yulun exclaimed, brandishing his sword in an attempt to fend off the birds. Isabella conjured a protective barrier with her magic. After a fierce battle, they finally crossed the suspension bridge and reached the opposite bank. That was thrilling, Hu Yulun gasped. Isabella smiled at him. Yet we have overcome another trial. They pressed onward, the sun gradually dipping in the west, casting elongated shadows behind them. In the distance, a mysterious castle emerged, its grand gates firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of enigma. This castle seems to harbor countless secrets, Hu Yulun remarked. Perhaps within lies the answers we have been seeking, Isabella replied. Approaching the castle gates, Hu Yulun pushed with all his might, but the door remained unyielding. It seems we must devise another strategy, Isabella mused as she began to scrutinize their surroundings. At that moment, a beam of light shot from a small hole above the door, illuminating a stone slab beneath their feet. Strange characters appeared upon it. What does this mean? Hu Yulun asked, perplexed. Isabella crouched down to examine the inscriptions closely. This may be the riddle to unlock the door. Could they decipher the riddle and gain entry into the castle? More challenges awaited them in the future. Hu Yulun and Isabella gazed intently at the peculiar characters on the stone slab, lost in contemplation. Isabella gently traced the symbols with her fingers. Her brow furrowed as she pondered their significance. I believe these might be ancient magical runes, she proposed. Meanwhile, Hu Yulun paced anxiously, occasionally glancing at the steadfast castle door, his heart racing with urgency. Just then, the dark flame lion reappeared, its spines shimmering ominously, and the dark flame it exhaled was fiercer than before, like a billowing black smoke, infused with searing heat, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Why won't this beast relent? Hu Yulun roared, raising his sword in preparation for battle. Isabella quickly grasped his arm. Hold on. We must first solve this riddle. Only then can we enter the castle and perhaps escape it. Gritting his teeth, Hu Yulun suppressed his fury and continued to collaborate with Isabella on the characters inscribed on the stone slab. After much contemplation, Isabella's eyes brightened with realization. I think I understand. These characters are arranged in a specific sequence. She swiftly adjusted the positions of the symbols, and as the final character fell into place, the slab emitted a radiant glow, causing the castle gates to gradually swing open. Yet, darkness loomed within, and a powerful force began to draw them inside. Be careful. Hu Yulun tightly grasped Isabella's hand, and the two found themselves ensnared in a situation beyond their control, as if countless eyes in the darkness were watching them. Once they regained their composure, they discovered they were in an immense hall, the walls adorned with flickering, mysterious lights. At that moment, a colossal magic circle suddenly emerged at the center of the hall, radiating brilliant light. The dark flame lion charged into the hall, and with a thunderous roar, countless chains of black flames erupted from the magic circle, sweeping toward Hu Yulun and Isabella. These chains, inscribed with eerie runes, distorted the air around them with an intense heat, heralding the onset of a new challenge. Isabella gripped her magical staff tightly. Would they be able to find a way out of this enigmatic castle and confront the unknown dangers? And would the dark flame lion reappear, bringing them further troubles? All remained uncertain. Chapter 13. The dark flame lion. It seemed a new challenge was upon them. Isabella tightened her hold on her magical staff. Observing this, Hu Yulun swiftly swung his sword, attempting to sever the serpentine chains of flame. The clash between sword and chain resulted in a dazzling shower of sparks, reminiscent of vibrant fireworks illuminating the night sky. However, these fiery chains proved remarkably resilient, akin to being forged from ancient, indestructible iron. No matter how forcefully Hu Yulun struck, they remained unscathed. Isabella recited incantations, the tip of her staff emanating a blinding brilliance that flowed like water, gradually coalescing into an ice-blue shield that enveloped them securely. The chains of flames struck mercilessly against the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds, each impact leaving intricate cracks resembling spider webs, as if the shield was on the verge of shattering completely. This cannot continue, Hu Yulun shouted, his forehead beaded with sweat that trickled down his cheeks, evaporating into wisps of smoke upon contact with the scorching ground. Isabella's gaze was resolute, her eyes ablaze with determination. We must discover the key to unraveling this magic circle. Her voice remained clear and steady amidst the chaos of battle. As they struggled to withstand the relentless assault of the fiery chains, they meticulously observed every intricate line and subtle shift within the magic circle. At that moment, Hu Yulun keenly noticed a dim rune at one corner of the circle, flickering like a faint star in the darkness. Just then, the dark flame lion radiated an overwhelming light, akin to a black sun. Its eyes shot forth beams of purplish-red light, resembling two sharp laser swords directed straight at the magic circle. The circle was instantly activated, and the previously tranquil surface erupted in fierce black flames, as if conjured from the depths of hell, scorching the surrounding air into a distorted haze. Amidst the flames, sharp ice spikes mingled, each glinting with a chilling gleam, hurtling towards Hu Yulun and Isabella at an astonishing speed. Isabella, look there! Hu Yulun, with a voice strained from urgency and hope, pointed fervently at the rune. Isabella understood instantly. She took a deep breath, channeling all her magical energy toward the symbol. A powerful beam of magic erupted from the tip of her staff, resembling a brilliant meteor, and struck the rune with breathtaking speed. The rune shattered under the immense force of the magic, dispersing into glimmering stardust that vanished into the air. As the rune fractured, the radiance of the magical array began to waver, and the once tumultuous chains of fire gradually weakened, losing their former ferocity and intensity. The dark flame lion, witnessing this, roared in fury once more. Its deafening roar seemed capable of toppling the entire castle. Suddenly, the spikes adorning its body detached, transforming into countless ominous arrows that glimmered with an eerie light. These arrows, imbued with a ghostly blue glow and trailing black smoke like harbingers of doom, rained down upon them. "Be careful." Hu Yulun unhesitatingly shielded Isabella behind him, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he frantically swung it, attempting to deflect the relentless barrage of arrows. Each collision of sword and arrow produced a sharp sound, accompanied by the showering of sparks. In this critical moment, the magical array finally succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing completely and dispersing into myriad points of light, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display in the sky. The two breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully recover from the tension of battle, a deep and resonant roar echoed from the depths of the castle. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient beast, filled with boundless authority and power, as if an even mightier and unknown adversary awaited them in the darkness. "Whatever it may be, we shall not retreat." Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged glances, perceiving steadfastness and courage in each other's eyes. Hand in hand, they resolutely advanced deeper into the castle, bracing themselves for new challenges and battles. Cautiously, Hu Yulun and Isabella traversed the dimly lit corridors of the castle, where faint light flickered from the occasionally glowing runes on the walls, casting their shadows in a rhythm of elongation and contraction. Isabella nestled closely beside Hu Yulun, her eyes brimming with anxiety and apprehension, each step seeming to probe for hidden traps. "This place grows increasingly sinister," Isabella whispered, her voice trembling slightly as she instinctively clutched Hu Yulun's arm. Hu Yulun turned to her, offering a resolute gaze. "Fear not, for I am here." His expression was grave yet composed, his grip on the sword tightening, as if he were prepared to confront any peril that might arise. Suddenly, before them loomed a massive stone door, intricately engraved with complex patterns that resembled ancient sigils, exuding an aura of mystery and oppression. "What lies beyond this door?" Isabella pondered, her mind filled with questions as she tilted her head slightly to scrutinize it, her brow furrowed in concentration. Hu Yulun stepped forward, straining to push the stone door, but it remained immovable. Frowning, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The door was heavy, indicating that opening it would not be an easy task. As they pondered how to unlock the door, the dark flame beast emerged behind them, seemingly appearing out of thin air. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister light, and the breath it exhaled formed a swirling black mist, within which flickered hints of lightning, crackling ominously. How could this fiend be so persistently haunting? Hu Yulun glared furiously, his teeth grinding in agitation as the flames of wrath ignited within him. The dark flame beast let out a thunderous roar, a sound that seemed capable of piercing the very soul, causing the entire passageway to tremble slightly. It unleashed a powerful gust of wind, like a tempest, forcing Hu Yulun and Isabella to stagger back several paces. Isabella stumbled, nearly losing her balance, her complexion blanching in an instant. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, her hands deftly wielding her magical staff as she recited an incantation, conjuring a radiant barrier of vibrant colors before her. The dark flame beast lunged forward, its massive form colliding with the barrier, producing a resounding crash that echoed throughout the passage. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun circled behind the beast, determination gleaming in his eyes. He leaped high, his sword tracing an arc through the air as it descended with force upon the beast's leg. The beast reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting agilely to swipe at Hu Yulun. He narrowly evaded, the wind from the claw grazing his cheek painfully. "Isabella, find a way to hold it back," Hu Yulun shouted, urgency lacing his voice. "Understood," Isabella replied, concentrating fiercely, veins bulging on her forehead as she summoned her magic into countless beams of light, launching them toward the beast's eyes. Distracted, the beast shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge the encroaching lights. Hu Yulun seized the opportunity, launching another assault, his sword striking like a bolt of lightning towards the beast. "Perish!" he roared with fervor. The beast bore numerous wounds, dark blood seeping onto the ground, releasing a nauseating scent. After an intense battle, the dark flame beast grew increasingly fatigued, its movements becoming sluggish and breaths labored. just as it attempted to flee. Hu Yulun soared through the air, resembling an arrow shot from a bow, plunging his sword deep into the beast's back. The beast let out a horrific cry, its voice echoing through the passage, sending chills down one's spine. Its colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust. Finally, this nuisance was vanquished. Hu Yulun exhaled a long sigh of relief, his body trembling slightly, sweat soaking his garments. Isabella rushed over, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. Wonderful. We succeeded. Hu Yulun gazed at her, tenderness filling his eyes, though it was but a fleeting moment, for greater dangers awaited them ahead. Isabella nodded resolutely. No matter what, we shall face it together. They turned their gaze once more to the enormous stone door, its intricate patterns appearing even more enigmatic under the dim light. Hu Yulun gently traced the designs with his fingers, seeking clues, for the patterns seemed to conceal a hidden order. Isabella also approached closely to observe, pondering whether it might be some form of code or incantation. They fell into deep contemplation as the seconds ticked by, the passage resonating with the sound of their breaths. Could it be related to the magical array we encountered earlier? Isabella suddenly suggested. Hu Yulun's eyes sparkled with realization. It is possible. Let us attempt to employ the method we used to decipher the magical array before. They began to channel their magical energy, reciting spells aloud. The stone door began to tremble slightly, emitting a deep rumble. It's working, Hu Yulun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. They intensified their magical output, and the quaking of the door grew more violent. Finally, the door slowly ascended, releasing a wave of ancient air. They stepped inside, revealing a vast chamber adorned with an array of mysterious artifacts. What are all these? Isabella inquired with curiosity. Hu Yulun cautiously advanced, warning, be careful, there may be traps. Just then, a strange sound emanated from the corner of the room. What is that? Isabella gripped her magic staff tightly, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. A colossal spider emerged from the shadows, its body adorned with intricate patterns, its eyes glimmering with a green luminescence. Another monster. Hu Yulun raised his sword, ready for battle. The spider launched a massive web towards them. Hu Yulun swung his sword, severing the web, while Isabella cast a magical attack at the creature. The spider adeptly evaded their strikes, continuously counterattacking. This creature is far too swift. Hu Yulun gasped, breathless. Do not despair. We shall surely uncover its weakness, Isabella replied, attacking with resolve. After an intense struggle, they finally discerned that the spider's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun thrust his sword into the spider's underbelly. The creature writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. At last, it has been vanquished. Hu Yulun wiped the sweat from his brow. They resumed their exploration of the chamber, discovering an ancient tome. This may be a crucial clue, Isabella remarked. They opened the book, which contains secrets of the castle and the location of its treasures. So, the treasure lies at the pinnacle of the castle, Hu Yulun stated. They ascended the narrow, steep staircase, each step fraught with peril. Be cautious, Isabella, Hu Yulun called from the front. At long last, they reached the top of the castle. A magnificent treasure chest loomed before them, encrusted with a myriad of gemstones. Is this the treasure we have been seeking? Excitement sparkled in Isabella's eyes. Hu Yulun stepped forward, prepared to open the chest. Just then, a magical barrier suddenly emerged, blocking their access. It seems that acquiring it will not be so simple, Hu Yulun frowned. They commenced their study on how to breach the magical barrier. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the method to unravel it. Hu Yulun opened the treasure chest, revealing it to be brimming with precious artifacts. We have succeeded, Isabella exclaimed with exuberance. They departed from the castle, sunlight cascading upon them, illuminating their faces filled with joy. This adventure has been truly remarkable, Hu Yulun remarked with a smile. Indeed, as long as we are together, no challenge is insurmountable, Isabella responded. Hand in hand, they ventured forth, continuing their journey. With the treasure in tow, Hu Yulun and Isabella joyfully embarked on their return. However, they had not traveled far when they sensed the atmosphere around them turning ominous once more. The once clear sky gradually succumbed to a shroud of dark clouds, descending like a colossal black curtain. A fierce wind howled, swirling the fallen leaves into miniature whirlwinds. This does not feel right. It seems trouble awaits us, Isabella said cautiously, surveying their surroundings while gripping her magical staff tightly, her fingers slightly pale from tension, her brow furrowed, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Hu Yulun halted, his gaze sternly fixed ahead, lips pressed together. Whatever it is, we are prepared, he declared, taking a deep breath as if to bolster his own resolve, simultaneously conveying unwavering confidence to Isabella. No sooner had he spoken than a group of cloaked figures appeared before them, obstructing their path. Each figure towered, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods, revealing only pairs of eyes glimmering with a chilling light. "Surrender the treasure, or you shall not leave." One of the figures intoned coldly, their voice echoing as though from the depths of hell, laden with menace. Hu Yulun scoffed, "If you have the ability, come and take it." His hands gripped the hilt of his sword, his body leaning slightly forward, adopting a combative stance, eyes ablaze with fury. Isabella whispered to Hu Yulun, "Be cautious, they appear formidable." Her voice quivered slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. The mysterious figures began to cast spells, colorful beams of light hurtling towards Hu Yulun and Isabella. Some beams burned with fiery intensity, others chilled like ice, while some were as sharp as blades. Hu Yulun swiftly swung his sword to defend himself, his movements agile and powerful, the blade carving elegant arcs through the air, shattering the magical beams one by one. Isabella seized the opportunity to counterattack. Hu Yulun shouted, sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his focus remained unyielding. Isabella nodded, determination flickering in her eyes. She concentrated her energy, reciting incantations. Her hands danced as if conducting an invisible symphony. A powerful whirlwind formed in her grasp, roaring as it lifted several of the cloaked figures into the air. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun charged forward, engaging the remaining figures in close combat. His sword sliced through the air, emanating a chilling glow with each powerful strike. His gaze was fierce as he bellowed, "Come forth, you wretches." The enigmatic adversaries were equally relentless, continuously altering their methods of attack. Some of the mysterious figures clasped their hands together, unleashing bolts of lightning. Others brandished their wands, summoning colossal stones to hurl towards them. The battle escalated to a fevered intensity, and Hu Yulun and Isabella gradually felt their strength waning. Hu Yulun's breath quickened, each swing of his sword growing increasingly burdensome. Beads of sweat adorned Isabella's forehead, and the brilliance of her magic began to wane. At that moment, Hu Yulun spotted the leader of the mysterious figures, who stood at the rear, orchestrating the conflict. The leader's black robe was embroidered with intricate runes, and the wand in his hand radiated potent waves of magical energy. "Isabella, cover me," Hu Yulun shouted, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Summoning all his strength, he repelled several of the adversaries before charging towards the leader. Isabella unleashed her magic with all her might, a dazzling beam of light shooting from her wand to carve a path for Hu Yulun. "Be careful, Hu Yulun," she called out. At last, Hu Yulun confronted the leader, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. The leader's magic was formidable and elusive, momentarily ensnaring Hu Yulun in a dire predicament. Yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he withstood the leader's onslaught time and again. After an intense exchange, Hu Yulun seized the opportune moment, delivering a decisive blow to the leader's vital point. The leader gasped, collapsing to the ground, his wand falling aside. Witnessing this, the other mysterious figures scattered in panic. Finally, it was over. Hu Yulun, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His attire was tattered, his body marked by wounds. Yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Isabella approached, offering him a vial of restorative potion. "Drink this, we must hasten home," she urged. Her face also etched with fatigue, yet still adorned with a gentle smile. After a brief respite, the duo pressed on. As they journeyed, they arrived at the banks of a turbulent river. The water surged and roared, waves crashing against the stones along the shore with a thunderous clamor. "How shall we cross this raging torrent?" Isabella said with a troubled expression, her heart heavy with concern. Hu Yulun scanned the surroundings and discovered a fallen tree. "We can use this tree as a bridge," he declared, hope glimmering in his eyes. With great effort, they maneuvered the tree to the riverbank. Hu Yulun's hands strained with exertion, veins bulging, while Isabella panted heavily beside him. Cautiously, Hu Yulun stepped onto the tree, inching his way towards the opposite bank. His steps trembled, each one taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the tree to sway. "Be careful, Hu Yulun," Isabella cried anxiously from the shore, her heart racing. Hu Yulun endeavored to maintain his balance, his hands firmly grasping the tree trunk, his body swaying in rhythm with the quaking of the great tree. "Fear not, I shall prevail," he exclaimed loudly. At last, Hu Yulun successfully reached the opposite bank. He secured the tree and waved to Isabella. "Hurry over, Isabella." Taking a deep breath, Isabella stepped onto the tree. Hu Yulun continuously encouraged her from across the way. "Take your time, do not rush." Ultimately, she too traversed safely. After overcoming numerous challenges, they finally returned to their familiar village. As their figures appeared at the village entrance, The setting sun cast a warm, golden veil over the entire hamlet. Wisps of smoke rose gently from the village, resembling delicate ribbons dancing in the air. In the distant fields, farmers concluded their day's toil, shouldering their tools while sharing laughter as they made their way home. Children frolicked along the village paths, their joyous laughter echoing in the air. The sounds of chickens and dogs mingled, while cattle leisurely chewed their fodder in the barn. The quaint, rustic houses were arranged harmoniously, and wisps of smoke curling from the chimneys imparted a sense of warmth and homeliness. The old locust tree at the village entrance remained lush and green, akin to a benevolent elder silently safeguarding this tranquil haven. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if welcoming their return. Isabella inhaled deeply, her face radiant with happiness and a sense of security. This was the essence of home. Gazing upon the familiar sights, Hu Yulun felt his weariness dissipate in an instant. Yes, they had finally returned. With light-hearted steps, they made their way toward the heart of the village, eager to share their adventurous tales with the townsfolk. Villagers gathered around, extolling their bravery and exploits. "You are our heroes," an elderly man exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. "The treasures you brought back will surely enrich our village." A child exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged smiles. This was their shared adventure, a cherished memory. As Hu Yulun gazed at the villagers' warm faces, his heart swelled with warmth. Bringing hope to them made everything worthwhile. Isabella added, "Together, we will make our village even more beautiful." From that day forth, they embraced a peaceful and joyful life in the village. Every day, Hu Yulun assisted the villagers in repairing their homes, while Isabella employed her magic to heal ailments. On a sunny afternoon, Hu Yulun and Isabella sat in their yard, reminiscing about their adventurous experiences. "Do you remember our battle with the dark flame lion? It was truly exhilarating," Hu Yulun chuckled. Isabella nodded gently, recalling the perilous traps encountered within the castle, each step fraught with danger. "But we made it through, did we not?" Hu Yulun grasped Isabella's hand. "Indeed, as long as we are together, nothing can defeat us." Isabella leaned against Hu Yulun's shoulder. The afterglow of the setting sun cascaded upon them, elongating their shadows, and their tale transformed into an eternal legend within the village. Chapter 14. The continued adventures of Hu Yulun and Isabella. The golden hues of twilight enveloped Hu Yulun and Isabella, stretching their silhouettes as their narrative became a timeless saga in the village. After a brief respite in the village, Hu Yulun and Isabella embarked once more on their adventures. On a splendid morning, sunshine poured down like golden threads, gently caressing them and outlining their figures with a brilliant golden trim. Isabella tenderly stroked the magical staff in her hand, the gem atop it shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Her gaze was soft yet resolute, as if engaging in a soulful communion with the staff that had accompanied her for so long. Hu Yulun grasped his sword, which had stood by him through countless battles, its blade glimmering with a faint chill. His fingers turned pale from the firm grip. "My dear, what surprises will this adventure bring us this time?" Isabella smiled at Hu Yulun, her lips curving upward, her eyes brimming with anticipation, her beautiful visage rendered even more enchanting in the sunlight. Hu Yulun turned to meet Isabella's gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Whatever it may be, we shall face it together. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." His eyes radiated determination and courage, as if the challenges ahead were inconsequential. They proceeded along a winding path, where wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, their vibrant petals exuding fragrant aromas. Unable to resist, Isabella leaned down to inhale the blossom's scent, her face illuminated with delight. Meanwhile, Hu Yulun occasionally brushed aside branches obstructing their way, clearing a smoother path for Isabella. Gradually, the path vanished before a dense forest. This woodland appeared ancient and enigmatic. Towering trees standing like giants, their branches intertwining to form a thick green canopy that nearly obscured the sunlight. "This forest seems rather unfriendly," Isabella remarked, a slight frown creasing her brow, a flicker of concern in her eyes. She instinctively moved closer to Hu Yulun, gripping her magical staff tighter. Hu Yulun stepped into the forest first, his strides resolute and steady. "But we shall not retreat, shall we?" He glanced back at Isabella, offering her an encouraging look. A thin mist enveloped the forest, rendering the already dim surroundings even more mysterious. The trees, tall and dense, interlaced their branches, blocking most of the sunlight, with only sporadic patches of light filtering through the leaves to grace the ground. They tread cautiously, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath their feet resonating clearly in the tranquil woods. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the forest, sharp and piercing, as if emanating from the depths of hell. "Who goes there?" Hu Yulun scanned the surroundings warily, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. His sword raised immediately in a defensive posture. Isabella gripped her magical staff tightly, her body trembling slightly. The laughter that echoed around her was chilling. Her voice betrayed a hint of fear, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Suddenly, a colossal spider descended from the branches above, its body towering over a human being, adorned with grotesque patterns that seemed to writhe, emanating an aura of malevolence. Its eyes gleamed with a fiery red light, reminiscent of blazing flames. Another formidable adversary. Hu Yulun murmured, a flicker of determination flashing in his gaze as he clenched his jaw. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, incanting fervently as a beam of light shot forth from her staff, aimed directly at the spider. The creature nimbly evaded, simultaneously launching a massive web toward them, the sticky strands glimmering ominously in the air. Hu Yulun reacted promptly, slicing through the web with his sword before dashing towards the spider. The spider lunged at Hu Yulun with its razor-sharp claws, but he deftly dodged to the sides, searching for a chink in its armor. Isabella, target its eyes. Hu Yulun shouted. Understood, she replied, concentrating her energy as she unleashed a more potent spell, directing a brilliant beam at the spider's eyes. The creature recoiled from the light, and Hu Yulun seized the moment to thrust his sword toward its abdomen. However, the spider's exoskeleton was remarkably resilient, leaving only a shallow mark upon impact. This creature is tougher than it appears. Hu Yulun cursed. Do not despair, we will find a way, Isabella urged, panting heavily. The spider lunged once more, its maw opening wide to expel a jet of black venom. Hu Yulun quickly pulled Isabella back. This cannot go on. We need a strategy, Isabella gasped. Hu Yulun contemplated briefly. I will draw its attention. You exploit its weakness. Be careful. Isabella nodded in agreement. Hu Yulun charged at the spider again, wildly swinging his sword to divert its focus. Enraged, the spider retaliated furiously against him. Seizing the opportunity, Isabella circled around to the creature's rear, scrutinizing its form. At last, she discerned a softer spot on its abdomen. Hu Yulun, move aside, Isabella shouted. He leapt back just in time as Isabella concentrated all her magical power, directing a potent beam toward the spider's vulnerable point. The creature emitted a piercing cry, collapsing to the ground in a desperate struggle. Hu Yulun rushed forward to deliver the final blow. We have finally defeated it, he exclaimed, exhausted as he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Isabella approached and slumped down beside him. Indeed, it was quite a challenge. They rested for a moment before continuing their journey through the forest, where the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, punctuated by strange sounds. What awaits us ahead? Isabella pondered aloud. Whatever it may be, we shall face it together, Hu Yulun replied resolutely. Hu Yulun grasped Isabella's hand, offering her a resolute gaze. As they traversed their path, they arrived at the banks of a tumultuous river. The waters surged and roared, waves crashing against the rocky shore. How shall we cross this raging torrent? Isabella inquired, a look of distress crossing her features as she gazed at the churning waters, her heart heavy with trepidation. Hu Yulun scanned the surroundings for a means to cross, suggesting, let us see if there are any fallen trees that we might use as a bridge. After a thorough search, they discovered a decayed tree spanning the river. Let us attempt this, Hu Yulun declared. With utmost caution, Hu Yulun stepped onto the rotting trunk, inching his way toward the opposite bank. Isabella watched anxiously from behind. Suddenly, the tree began to crack under Hu Yulun's weight. Be careful, Isabella exclaimed. In a swift motion, Hu Yulun leaped to the far side, calling back, I am fine, Isabella. Come across. Taking a deep breath, Isabella stepped onto the decayed trunk. Hu Yulun extended his hand, ready to assist her. Just as Isabella neared the opposite shore, the tree splintered completely, and she plummeted into the river. Isabella, without hesitation, Hu Yulun dove into the water, swimming vigorously towards her. He finally grasped her hand, pulling her safely to the bank. Are you unharmed? Hu Yulun asked, concern etched on his face. Isabella coughed a few times, replying, I am well, thanks to you. Though drenched, they pressed on undeterred. As they navigated through the forest, they came upon an ancient castle. Towering and imposing, it loomed like a silent giant over the land. The castle's gates were firmly shut, the heavy doors seemingly burdened with countless secrets, enveloped in an air of mystery and foreboding. This castle appears quite enigmatic, Isabella remarked, tilting her head to observe its weathered walls and closed entrance, her eyes reflecting both curiosity and wariness. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on her magical staff, inching closer to Hu Yulun. Hu Yulun stepped forward, his stride firm and steady. He extended his hands and pushed against the heavy door with determination. Let us venture inside. His voice echoed in the stillness. With a muffled creak, the door slowly swung open, a wave of musty air rushing forth. The scent of decayed wood mingled with a hint of dust, provoking an involuntary cough. The interior of the castle was dark and damp, faint light trickling through narrow windows, barely illuminating a corner. Ancient portraits adorned the walls, the figures within displaying a spectrum of emotions, some solemn, others sorrowful, seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era. "Be cautious, Isabella," Hu Yulun whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword. They proceeded into the castle slowly, each step taken with great care, lest they disturb some unknown presence. The stone pathway beneath their feet creaked ominously, the sound resonating with unsettling clarity in the silence of the castle. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed from afar, reverberating through the vast emptiness of the castle, sending a chill down one's spine. "Someone is coming," Isabella exclaimed, her heart racing and breath quickening. She widened her eyes, fixating intently on the source of the sound. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword, leaning slightly forward, adopting a stance of readiness. "Fear not, for I am here," he assured her, his gaze resolute and courageous, prepared to confront the impending danger. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, an elderly man clad in archaic garments. The dim light obscured much of his visage, revealing only his sunken eyes and wispy white beard. His steps were deliberate and heavy, as if burdened by the weight of time. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The old man's voice emerged, raspy and deep, reminiscent of distant epics. Hu Yulun inhaled deeply and explained, "We are adventurers in search of new wonders and challenges. We have heard tales of the undisclosed secrets within this castle, and thus we have come to explore." The elder scrutinized them, his gaze lingering on the sword in Hu Yulun's hand and Isabella's magical staff. "This castle is fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" he warned, a hint of caution in his tone. Isabella raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "We shall not falter. No matter the hardships, we shall face them with courage." Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The old man smiled, a complex expression crossing his features. "Very well. Perhaps you may unravel the mysteries of the castle, but tread carefully, lest you be consumed by darkness." Exchanging a glance of mutual resolve, Hu Yulun and Isabella ventured deeper into the castle's enigmatic halls. The corridors twisted and turned, with rooms arranged in a seemingly haphazard manner. They entered a spacious study, filled with an array of books and scrolls. In a corner of the bookshelf, a mysterious tome caught their attention, its cover adorned with gemstones that emitted a soft glow. "If we can master this magic, we could surely aid many," Isabella murmured, gently caressing the book's cover, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hu Yulun nodded. "Then let us endeavor to try." They settled at the table within the study, opening the tome and immersing themselves in its contents. The text was archaic and obscure, the magical symbols intricate and enigmatic. They focused intently, brows furrowed, tirelessly attempting to decipher the secrets of the magic contained within. The first day passed with no progress, yet they remained undeterred. On the second day, they continued to delve into the book, at times engaging in hushed discussions, at others lost in contemplation. By the third day, a glimmer of insight emerged, excitement illuminating their faces. After days and nights of relentless effort, they finally grasped the essence of the powerful magic. "Now, we possess greater strength to face the challenges that lie ahead," Hu Yulun proclaimed, rising to stretch, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Isabella smiled. "Indeed, we shall succeed." They departed the castle, embarking anew on their adventurous journey. The journey was adorned with picturesque landscapes, yet their hearts were unyielding to such beauty. Soon, they stumbled upon a village besieged by distress. A band of marauders had emerged nearby, incessantly tormenting the villagers and plundering their possessions. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yulun and Isabella resolved to offer their assistance. They stealthily concealed themselves in the areas frequented by the brigands, biding their time for the opportune moment. When the rogues reappeared, Hu Yulun and Isabella launched a sudden offensive. Isabella conjured her magic, unleashing beams of light that plunged the bandits into disarray. Meanwhile, Hu Yulun brandished his sword, engaging the brigands in close combat. "You scoundrels shall no longer wreak havoc," he bellowed, his sword flashing like lightning in his grip. The marauders, intimidated by their vigor, scattered in retreat. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, brave adventurers." Hu Yulun and Isabella smiled and waved as they continued their journey. Days later, they arrived at a small town where the well water had become tainted, causing illness among the townsfolk. Determined to uncover the source of the affliction, Hu Yulun and Isabella searched diligently, ultimately discovering that an evil sorcerer had poisoned the well. "We must ensure he faces justice," Isabella declared, her voice laced with indignation. They located the sorcerer's lair and engaged him in a fierce magical duel. The sorcerer wielded dark magic in an attempt to dominate their minds, but Hu Yulun and Isabella, fortified by their resolute will and newly acquired spells, successfully withstood his onslaught. "Surrender, sorcerer. Your nefarious deeds shall not prevail," Hu Yulun shouted. In the end, they triumphed over the sorcerer, purging the well of its contamination. "Thank you for saving our town." The townsfolk cheered. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged knowing smiles and pressed onward into the realm of the unknown. They understood that myriad challenges awaited them, yet they marched forward unafraid, emboldened by courage and love. As they departed from the castle's vicinity, the sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows. Hu Yulun strode with confidence, his gaze filled with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Isabella gracefully followed at his side, her magical staff swaying gently with her steps, her radiant visage aglow with bravery and determination. They traversed dense forests and expansive grasslands, readily extending their hands to assist anyone in need. In a tranquil village, they encountered a group of villagers, their expressions vacant and movements stiff. "This situation is amiss," Hu Yulun remarked, furrowing his brow in bewilderment. Isabella stepped forward, scrutinizing the villagers closely, sensing they were under some form of control. After inquiring further, they learned that an evil sorcerer was to blame. "We must liberate them," Isabella said, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with resolve. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on the sword and nodded. It was imperative to prevent this nefarious individual from continuing his malevolent deeds. They scoured the surroundings for traces of the wicked sorcerer and ultimately discovered him in a forsaken temple within the town. Clad in a black robe and donning a grotesque mask, the sorcerer waved his hands, intoning incantations and conjuring various dark spells. A dense black mist emanated from his staff, surging towards Hu Yulun and Isabella. "Be cautious," Hu Yulun shouted, shielding Isabella behind him as he swung his sword at the encroaching mist. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, a beam of light shooting forth from her magical staff, colliding with the dark fog and producing a sizzling sound. Observing the confrontation, the sorcerer intensified his magical output, unleashing bolts of black lightning from the skies above. Hu Yulun and Isabella coordinated their efforts meticulously. Hu Yulun adeptly evaded the lightning strikes while searching for the sorcerer's vulnerabilities, while Isabella continuously cast spells to provide cover and support. "Isabella, I will draw his attention. Seek an opportunity to strike at his weakness," Hu Yulun called out as he swung his sword. "Understood," Isabella replied, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Hu Yulun charged at the sorcerer, their weapons clashing violently, igniting brilliant sparks. Infuriated by Hu Yulun's assault, the sorcerer channeled even more magical energy towards him. At that moment, Isabella seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful beam of magic that shattered the sorcerer's mask. With a piercing scream, the sorcerer recoiled as Hu Yulun thrust his sword into the sorcerer's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground and dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. With the sorcerer's defeat, the villagers who had been under his control gradually regained their senses. "Thank you, brave adventurers," the villagers exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, admiration and appreciation evident on their faces. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged smiles as they conversed with the villagers. "It is our duty. Please take care in the future." Isabella spoke gently. "Indeed, do not fear challenges. Face them with courage," Hu Yulun encouraged. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they continued on their journey. They traversed rugged mountain paths and forded tumultuous rivers, each challenge akin to a towering peak requiring their utmost strength to ascend. In a secluded valley, they encountered a group of lost travelers. Utilizing his remarkable sense of direction, Hu Yulun guided them out of their predicament. In a village plagued by monsters, Isabella wielded her formidable magic to drive the creatures away. Their adventures persisted, each trial rendering them stronger and each experience deepening their bond. During one encounter with a ferocious beast, Hu Yulun sustained an injury. "Hu Yulun, you must hold on," Isabella exclaimed, her heart racing with concern and worry. She employed her magic to heal Hu Yulun's wounds, who, despite enduring the pain, offered Isabella a comforting smile. "Do not worry, this injury is but a trifling matter." Under Isabella's meticulous care, Hu Yulun swiftly regained his health, and together they embraced new challenges. In a mysterious cave, they stumbled upon an ancient tome, and through their collaborative study, their prowess was further enhanced. Regardless of the obstacles they faced, they remained steadfastly supportive of one another, unyielding in their bond. Isabella, with you by my side, I fear nothing, Hu Yulun declared with deep affection. And I too, Hu Yulun, we shall always be together, Isabella replied. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the twilight of the setting sun, leaving behind a series of legendary adventures. As they continued along the uncharted path, they soon arrived at a cursed village. An eerie silence enveloped the entire settlement, devoid of children's laughter or the clucking of poultry. A sinister aura permeated the air. Hu Yulun gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression grave. Isabella nodded slightly, advising caution, for hidden dangers may lurk. They cautiously entered the village, only to find the villagers sitting at their doorsteps, their expressions vacant and lifeless. What could be happening here? Isabella furrowed her brow, attempting to communicate with the villagers, yet received no response. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and a shadow flitted across the rooftops. After it, Hu Yulun exclaimed, dashing toward the shadow without hesitation. They weaved through the narrow alleys of the village, but the shadow always eluded capture just as they were about to close in. This fellow is exceedingly cunning, Hu Yulun panted. Isabella halted, closing her eyes to attune herself to the magical vibrations around them. Over there, she pointed toward a dilapidated temple. The pair stealthily approached the temple, and suddenly, the door swung open on its own, a powerful surge of magic rushing forth. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a determined glance and resolutely stepped inside. Within the temple, a colossal magical array shimmered with an eerie glow, and at its center stood a dark-robed sorcerer. It is you, this malevolent fiend, causing havoc once more, Hu Yulun shouted in anger. The sorcerer sneered. You are merely walking to your doom. A fierce clash of magic and swordsmanship ensued. Hu Yulun's sword danced amid the array's radiance, while Isabella's magical brilliance collided with the sorcerer's vile powers. After a grueling battle, they ultimately shattered the magical array and vanquished the sorcerer. The villagers gradually returned to normalcy, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Thank you for restoring vitality to our village, an elder exclaimed with emotion. Hu Yulun and Isabella smiled as they bid farewell to the village, continuing their adventurous journey. Yet, the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges, awaiting their exploration and conquest. In the heart of a dense forest, they encountered a sudden downpour. Let us find shelter from the rain, Hu Yulun exclaimed loudly. They dashed through the rain, ultimately discovering a cave. The rain showed no signs of abating. Isabella gazed outside with a hint of worry. Hu Yulun reassured her, do not fear. We shall set forth once the storm has passed. Within the cave, they endured a protracted night. At dawn, the rain ceased and the sun emerged, prompting them to continue their journey. As they walked, they beheld a towering peak shrouded in clouds, upon which stood what appeared to be a mysterious castle. Could that be our next destination? Isabella inquired with curiosity. Hu Yulun regarded the mountain and replied, whatever it may be, we shall discover it. They set their course towards the peak, embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 15. Resuming their journey into the realm of uncertainty and challenge as they approached the enigmatic mountain. The path became increasingly steep and rugged, overgrown with thorns. Hu Yulun brandished his sword ahead, clearing a path for Isabella. Be cautious, Isabella, he frequently reminded her as he glanced back. Isabella, panting yet determined, responded, do not worry, I can keep up. At last, they arrived before the castle's grand entrance. The massive doors stood resolutely shut, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. Hu Yulun reached out, gently tracing the engravings, deep in thought. Isabella, intrigued, asked, can you decipher these? Hu Yulun shook his head. Not yet, but I sense there lies significant information concealed within. At that moment, the doors began to creak open, a chilling breeze sweeping toward them. They cautiously entered the castle, where the atmosphere was eerie and dimly lit, illuminated only by flickering torches on the walls. The place was spine-chilling, prompting Isabella to unconsciously draw closer to Hu Yulun. Suddenly, a low, menacing roar resonated from the depths of the castle. Prepare yourself, Isabella. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword. They followed the sound, arriving at a vast hall where a colossal beast loomed, its eyes fixed intently upon them. The creature was clad in tough scales, its sharp claws glinting ominously. This will not be easy. Hu Yulun took a deep breath. Isabella raised her magical staff, declaring, but we must not retreat. Hu Yulun initiated the assault, charging at the beast, his sword clashing against its claws, sending sparks flying. Isabella, meanwhile, cast spells from the side, providing support to Hu Yulun. The beast roared in fury, unleashing torrents of flame from its maw. Hu Yulun nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to inflict wounds upon the creature. After an intense struggle, the beast gradually weakened. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun delivered a decisive strike to its vulnerable spot. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "We have triumphed," Isabella exclaimed with excitement. Just when they thought the crisis had passed, the castle began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared in the surrounding walls. "Oh no, the castle is about to collapse." Hu Yulun grasped Isabella's hand, urging her to flee. They sprinted desperately towards the exit, managing to escape just moments before the castle crumbled. "It was a heart-stopping experience," Isabella remarked, still shaken. "Yet, we have triumphed over adversity once more." Hu Yulun replied with a smile. They pressed onward, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, but their hearts brimmed with courage and hope. In a desolate desert, they lost their way. "Our water supply is nearly depleted. We must find a way out swiftly," Hu Yulun said, gazing at the endless sands with a furrowed brow. Isabella attempted to sense the location of water using her magic, but to no avail. "Do not lose hope. We will surely find our way out," Isabella encouraged Hu Yulun. Just as despair began to take hold, a shadow of an oasis appeared in the distance. "Look, an oasis!" Hu Yulun exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. They raced toward the oasis, replenishing their supplies of water and food. "This is a blessing from above," Isabella marveled. After departing the oasis, they arrived at a bustling town. The laughter and joy of the townsfolk stood in stark contrast to the dangers they had previously faced. "This place feels so serene," Hu Yulun relaxed his tense demeanor. However, in a corner of the town, they noticed some unusual signs. It seemed something sinister was unfolding in the shadows. Isabella's keen senses detected the anomaly. They resolved to stay and uncover the hidden secrets of the town. As they inquired around, they discovered that precious items had been mysteriously vanishing, and the owners had all encountered a strange individual before the thefts. "This stranger appears to be highly suspicious," Hu Yulun pondered, stroking his chin. Isabella nodded. "We must devise a plan to locate him." After much searching, they finally spotted the stranger in a secluded alley. "Stop!" Hu Yulun shouted. The stranger, startled, turned and fled. Hu Yulun and Isabella quickly pursued him. The stranger navigated the town's layout with ease, darting through narrow streets and intricate alleys. "Do not let him escape." Isabella cast a spell in an attempt to slow the stranger down. Hu Yulun quickened his pace, gradually closing the distance between them. Finally, in a cul-de-sac, the stranger found himself cornered. "Why are you chasing me?" he gasped, his eyes filled with fear and wariness. Hu Yulun pointed his finger at the stranger, asking, "Are you responsible for the missing items?" The stranger shook his head vigorously, insisting, "It wasn't me. I was merely following orders." Isabella stepped forward, demanding, "Who gave you those orders? Speak the truth." The stranger hesitated for a moment and spoke. "He is a wealthy merchant in town who threatened me, declaring that if I did not assist him in stealing, he would murder my family." Hu Yulun and Isabella resolved to help the stranger resolve this predicament. They confronted the merchant and exposed his nefarious scheme. "You are speaking nonsense. What evidence do you have?" The merchant retorted. Isabella, wielding her magic, conjured a vivid depiction of the stranger committing the theft. Upon witnessing this, the merchant's complexion turned pale. "Return all the stolen goods and apologize to everyone, or we shall not spare you," Hu Yulun stated with gravity. Left with no choice, the merchant complied. The townsfolk expressed their profound gratitude towards Hu Yulun and Isabella. "Thank you for restoring peace to our town." Smiling, Hu Yulun and Isabella bid farewell to the townspeople and continued their journey. They traversed numerous rivers and mountains, experiencing a myriad of cultures and customs. One day, they arrived at a village ravaged by war, where desolation reigned and the inhabitants lived in dire straits. "We must assist them," Isabella remarked, her eyes brimming with compassion. Hu Yulun nodded in agreement. "Let us devise a way to rebuild this village together." They utilized their abilities to aid the villagers in repairing homes and cultivating farmland. Through their diligent efforts, the village gradually regained its vitality. "Seeing everyone smile again makes it all worthwhile," Hu Yulun said, filled with contentment. Isabella leaned against his shoulder with a smile. "Indeed, this is the essence of our adventure." Yet, their journey was far from over. New horizons awaited them. Hu Yulun and Isabella decided to help the stranger resolve his dilemma. They first led him to a relatively tranquil corner, aiming to soothe his heightened anxiety. Hu Yulun gently patted the stranger's shoulder, his gaze unwavering yet gentle, and said, "Do not fear, my friend. As long as you are willing to cooperate sincerely, we shall exert every effort to liberate you from this predicament." His voice was steady and reassuring, providing the stranger with a sense of calm. Isabella slightly crouched to meet the stranger's gaze, her eyes as gentle as flowing water, and softly reassured him, "Rest assured, we promise to ensure that no harm comes to your family." Her words caressed the stranger's heart like a spring breeze. gradually calming his earlier turmoil. The stranger lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, and spoke with a trembling yet grateful voice. "Thank you. I truly did not know what to do. If it weren't for you, I cannot imagine the consequences." The three of them gathered together to deliberate on how to tackle this challenging issue. After careful consideration, they devised a detailed plan. The following morning, before the sun had fully pierced the clouds, Hu Yulun and Isabella stealthily led the stranger to ambush in a narrow alley frequently frequented by the merchant. Hu Yulun concealed himself in the corner, his grip firmly clutching the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixated on the mouth of the alley. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead, betraying the tension and focus within him. Isabella stood a short distance away, her hands tightly clasping a magical staff, her demeanor serious and poised, ready to unleash her spells at a moment's notice. A stranger cowered behind a large crate, his body trembling, caught between fear and a hope for a favorable resolution. After a brief interval, the imposing figure of the wealthy merchant emerged at the alley's entrance. Hu inhaled deeply and, like a bolt of lightning, darted forward to intercept the merchant's path. "Halt! You shall not escape today," he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, his voice reverberating through the narrow passage, imbued with an unassailable authority. Startled by this unexpected confrontation, the merchant trembled, nearly dropping his cane. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a scowl of indignation spreading across his face as he shouted, "What do you intend to do? How dare you block my way? Do you even know who I am?" At this moment, Isabella stepped forward with grace, her piercing gaze locking onto the merchant's eyes. "Your crimes have been revealed. Cease your futile attempts at denial," she declared, her voice crisp and resolute, instilling a momentary chill in the merchant's heart. The merchant's expression darkened, his face a stormy hue, as he attempted to break free from Hugh's grasp, only to find his wrist ensnared in an iron grip. "Release me, you insolent fools," he shouted in exasperation. Just then, the stranger, emboldened by a deep breath, stepped forth, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at the merchant. "It was he who threatened me, compelling me to steal. If I refused his orders, he vowed to harm my family." A flicker of panic crossed the merchant's eyes, quickly masked by a facade of bravado. "Nonsense, you wretched pauper. How dare you slander me?" Seizing the opportunity, Hugh grasped the merchant's other wrist, twisting it forcefully. The merchant winced in pain, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me." Isabella seized the moment to interject. "You now face two choices. Return all the stolen goods, apologize to everyone, and vow to cease your misdeeds. Or we shall deliver you to the authorities, where you will face just retribution. Consider your decision carefully." Her eyes radiated determination. The merchant's forehead beaded with cold sweat as his gaze darted between Hugh, Isabella, and the stranger, weighing the consequences. Finally, he lowered his previously haughty head and muttered weakly, I choose the first option." Hugh and Isabella exchanged a glance, a glimmer of triumph evident in their eyes. They escorted the merchant to his secret repository hidden in the basement. As the door creaked open, a musty scent wafted out. Inside, a trove of stolen treasures lay piled high. Jewels, precious antiques, exquisite fabrics, and more, a veritable cornucopia of illicit gains. Hugh and Isabella meticulously cataloged the items, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. "These belong to everyone. We must return each and every piece," Isabella asserted. A stranger assisted in the transportation, his eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, they brought the wealthy merchant to the central square of the town. By this time, a multitude of residents had gathered in the square, curiously peering and engaging in animated discussions. Hu Yulun pushed the merchant before the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Dear villagers, this is the man who incited others to steal your possessions. Now, he must apologize to all of you." The merchant, with his head bowed, dared not meet the furious gazes of the crowd, his voice barely audible as he uttered, "I am sorry. I should not have stolen for my own selfish desires, nor threatened others. I assure you, I will never commit such wrongdoings again." An outburst of indignation erupted from the crowd. "You despicable individual, you deserve punishment. You have ruined our belongings." Hu Yulun raised his hands, signaling for silence. "Though he has committed a grave mistake, as long as he sincerely repents, we must still afford him an opportunity. I hope he can remember this lesson and strive to be a better person in the future." Isabella added, "Let this serve as a cautionary tale for everyone. We must not engage in illegal activities. Only by adhering to the law and moral principles can our town truly achieve peace and prosperity." After resolving this matter, tranquility and serenity returned to the town. The people were filled with gratitude and admiration for Hu Yulun and Isabella. Observing the renewed smiles on the faces of the townsfolk, Their hearts swelled with solace and contentment. They understood that this was merely a small episode in their adventurous journey, yet each act of assistance fortified their spirits and resolve. In the days that followed, Hu Yulun and Isabella lingered in the town for a while longer, aiding the residents in repairing their homes and reconstructing the ravaged streets. Their figures flitted through every corner of the town, sweat cascading upon each brick. One day, as they walked along the street, a little girl approached them, presenting a bouquet of flowers. "Thank you for making our town beautiful again," she said. Hu Yulun accepted the flowers, smiling as he gently ruffled the girl's hair. "It is our duty." Isabella knelt down and embraced the little girl tenderly. "May you grow up joyfully." On a starry night, Hu Yulun and Isabella sat on a hillside outside the town, gazing into the distance. "This experience has deepened my understanding of the significance of our adventures," Hu Yulun reflected. Isabella leaned against his shoulder. "Indeed, as long as we can bring hope and happiness to others, every hardship is worthwhile." A gentle breeze stirred their hair, dancing lightly as their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. They knew that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they stood side by side, they could conquer anything. Not long after, Hu Yulun and Isabella bid farewell to the town and continued on their journey. Filled with uncertainty and challenges, their story spread across the land, becoming a symbol of hope and courage in the hearts of the people. Chapter 16: An unexpected encounter with the extraordinary scholar Merlin. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yulun and Isabella, with slightly fatigued yet curious strides, entered an ancient town seemingly forgotten by time. This town resembled a venerable elder, enveloped in a profound and lingering aura of antiquity, with every nook and cranny whispering tales of legendary pasts. The cobblestone streets meandered like a slumbering serpent winding through the heart of the town. Flanking the narrow pathways were aged wooden houses, their walls bearing the scars of time, marked by a tapestry of deep and shallow traces, akin to an abstract yet enigmatic masterpiece. In certain areas, the paint had flaked away, revealing the rough wood beneath. In others, rain had left darkened imprints. Nevertheless, beneath their weathered exteriors, the structures exuded a rustic and captivating beauty, drawing one into their charm. At the town's center stood an ancient well, quietly steadfast. The water within was crystal clear, resembling a transparent mirror that reflected the azure sky and drifting white clouds. Surrounding the well were wooden barrels and ladles, some barrels worn at the edges, as if recounting tales of diligent labor. The handles of the ladles had been polished smooth by the passage of time, glimmering with a gentle sheen. Residents came and went, deftly grasping the ladles to draw water from the well. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, bent his back and slowly leaned down, grasping the ladle with trembling yet practiced hands, scooping water as the wrinkles on his face unfurled into a smile. A young woman approached gracefully, her skirt billowing in the breeze, her eyes reflecting tenderness and tranquility as she reached for the ladle. Hu Yulun approached the well, crouching down to gaze into its depths, his eyes filled with wonder and contemplation. He extended his hand, gently touching the water, savoring its refreshing coolness, and mused to himself, "This well must have witnessed countless transformations of the town." His brow furrowed slightly, as if striving to conjure images of the scenes that once unfolded here. Isabella stood beside him, her arms crossed, her gaze also fixed upon the water, which was as pure as the very soul of the town. She tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the serene atmosphere surrounding them. Rising, Hu Yulun surveyed the surroundings, feeling a profound sense of calm and reassurance in the air. Isabella smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it felt as though time had slowed its pace in this place. They continued along the street, each step seeming to tread upon the scroll of history. Passing a quaint little shop, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled melodiously, as if welcoming their presence. One could only wonder what delightful surprises awaited within. "Let us see what treasures this shop holds," Hu Yulun remarked, stepping inside. The air was infused with the scent of aged wood, and the shelves were lined with an assortment of peculiar trinkets. Handcrafted wooden puppets, their expressions vividly lifelike, vibrant glass beads, shimmering with enchanting brilliance in the sunlight streaming through the window, and exquisitely woven little animals made of straw, all come together in a delightful display. Hu Yulun curiously picked up a puppet, examining it closely, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship, as if the puppet possessed a soul of its own. Isabella, on the other hand, was captivated by a string of glass beads, so beautiful they seemed to contain countless dreams. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man, smiled at the two, saying, "These are my cherished collections over the years. Each piece bears its own story." Hu Yulun set down the puppet and inquired, "Could you share these stories with us?" The old man nodded, and began to recount the legends behind each item. From ancient tales to heartwarming events that once transpired in the town, Hu Yulun and Isabella listened. Entranced, after leaving the quaint shop, they continued their exploration of the town. Unbeknownst to them, night descended, and twinkling lights illuminated the streets. The joyful strains of music drifted from a small tavern, beckoning them inside. The tavern was alive with merriment, as people gathered, drinking, chatting, and laughing. Hu Yulun and Isabella found a cozy corner to sit and ordered 2 glasses of the local wine. The atmosphere here was delightful, allowing them to forget all their worries. Isabella took a gentle sip, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Hu Yulun responded with a smile, "Indeed. It feels as though we have entered a joyous world apart from reality." Just then, a bard took to the stage, spinning tales of heroic adventures. Hu Yulun and Isabella listened quietly, their thoughts drifting far away with the story. As the night deepened, they returned to their lodging, hearts full of joy and fond memories of the town. Lying in bed, Isabella softly remarked, "Today has been truly unforgettable." Hu Yulun grasped her hand, replying, "Indeed. I hope there will be many more such wonderful moments in the future." In the tranquility of the town, they gradually fell into a peaceful slumber, anticipating the new day filled with surprises and inspiration. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently awakening them. They stepped out of their room, greeted by the refreshing air. A new day had begun, filled with unknown adventures. Hu Yulun stretched lazily, saying, "What a wonderful day it will be." Isabella smiled, replying, "Whatever it may bring, I believe it will be splendid." They strolled along the riverside of the town, where the water flowed gently, glistening under the sun. Suddenly, they spotted a painter at the riverbank, engrossed in capturing the scene on canvas. The artist meticulously applied color, creating a landscape that resembled poetry. Hu Yulun and Isabella quietly stood by, hesitant to disturb the creative process. After a while, the painter completed the work and turned to them with a smile, saying, "Beautiful scenery always compels one to capture it." Hu Yulun marveled, "Your painting is truly magnificent, as if it has encapsulated the very soul of the entire town." The artist graciously invited them to admire the artwork together, where the tranquility and beauty of the town were exquisitely portrayed. After bidding farewell to the artist, they proceeded onward, encountering a lively market in the town square. Stalls overflowed with a dazzling array of goods, including fresh vegetables and fruits, exquisite handicrafts, and delectable culinary delights. Isabella excitedly navigated through the stalls, selecting her favorite items, while Hu Yulun happily assisted by carrying the bags, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Wandering about, Hu Yulun and Isabella found themselves once more by the ancient well. At that moment, sunlight streamed over the well's mouth, casting a gentle halo upon it. Hu Yulun stood quietly at the edge, his gaze somewhat dreamy, seemingly reminiscing about the myriad moments they had shared in the town over the past few days. Isabella gently caressed the rough, time-worn edge of the well, feeling its texture, imbued with the warmth of ages. "It seems as though everything was destined, leading us back here," Hu Yulun murmured softly. Isabella smiled at him, pondering that perhaps this well awaited their return, ready to impart new revelations. A gentle breeze rustled through, playfully tousling Isabella's hair. She closed her eyes, savoring this fleeting moment of serenity. Hu Yulun crouched down once more to gaze at the water's surface within the well, asking, "Do you think this well has borne witness to all our experiences?" Isabella joined him, also kneeling, and replied, "Perhaps it remembers every smile we've shared, every gasp of wonder." Suddenly, a child scampered over, clutching a small pinwheel, laughing joyfully. "Brother, sister, do you also love this well?" the child innocently inquired. Hu Yulun affectionately patted the child's head, responding, "Indeed, it is quite special." The child blinked, exclaiming, "This is our town's treasure. Grandma says it has magical powers." Isabella curiously asked, "What magical powers?" The child tilted their head in thought and replied, "Grandma says that if you make a wish to the well water, it will come true." Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a knowing smile. Perhaps it was merely a beautiful legend, yet in this warm and mysterious town, anything seemed possible. "Then let us make a wish," Isabella suggested. They closed their eyes, silently conjuring their wishes in their hearts. When they opened their eyes once more, the sunlight appeared even more radiant. "Regardless of whether our wishes come true, this town has already bestowed upon us so much beauty," Hu Yulun reflected. Isabella nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us carry this beauty with us as we continue on our journey." At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, yet a spirited demeanor approached, balancing a water bucket on his shoulder, clad in a somewhat faded blue coarse cloth garment. With a black cloth belt cinched at his waist and his pant legs slightly rolled up, revealing his veined calves. He embodied the essence of the town's enduring charm. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, resembling the furrows carved by time, yet his eyes retained a bright and spirited glimmer, revealing the wisdom and composure acquired through life's myriad experiences. The old man smiled and addressed Hu Yulun. "Young man, is this your first visit to our humble town? I can see your curiosity. You seem quite fascinated by it." Hu Yulun promptly rose and respectfully replied, "Indeed, sir. This town is truly infused with charm. Especially this well, it is utterly astonishing. I have yet to encounter such a unique place on my journey." The elder laughed heartily, saying, "This well is the treasure of our town, sustaining generations. It has been our lifeline since my grandfather's time." Intrigued, Hu Yulun inquired, "Sir, does this well have any special stories? I sense there must be many legends behind it." The old man set down the water bucket, his gaze drifting into the distance as he spoke slowly. "Legend has it that long ago, during a year of great drought when the surrounding rivers ran dry, this well still held water. People claimed it was a divine blessing, protecting our town. Moreover, there was a time when a band of robbers sought to seize this well, but the people of our town united and drove them away." Captivated, Hu Yulun reflected, "So, it is not merely a source of water, but a symbol of our town's spirit." The elder nodded with a smile, asking, "Young man, are you here for leisure or business?" Hu Yulun replied, "I am traveling to broaden my horizons. I wish to see different places and immerse myself in diverse cultures." The old man's eyes sparkled with approval. "It is wonderful for young people to explore. The world is vast. However, do remain vigilant while you are away." Gratefully, Hu Yulun responded, "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I will exercise caution. Are there other sights worth seeing in this town?" The elder pondered for a moment before saying, "To the west of the town, there lies an ancient temple that has stood for many years. You might want to take a look." Hu Yulun exclaimed with excitement, "That sounds splendid. I shall go see it right away." "Thank you, sir." With that, the elder hoisted the water-filled bucket and ambled away, humming an unknown tune. In a tranquil yet slightly secluded corner of the town, Hu Yulun strolled leisurely, contemplating the mysterious past of this ancient settlement. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting fragmented shadows that added a dreamlike quality to the corner. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a hint of coolness and rustling the petals of the wildflowers lining the path. The cobblestone road meandered, with tender green moss sprouting between the stones, as if narrating the passage of time. Wooden houses flanked the streets, some with tightly shut doors and windows, while others stood ajar, faint laughter and chatter escaping from within. At the street corner, a quaint grocery store adorned with a string of wind chimes produced a melodic tinkling in the breeze. Just then, he inadvertently encountered a distinguished old scholar named Merlin. Although Merlin was advanced in years, the passage of time had etched deep, canyon-like lines across his weathered face. However, within his gaze lay a brilliance and wisdom akin to the stars, capable of effortlessly piercing through layers of fog to discern the complexities and illusions of the world. His robe, though somewhat worn and weathered, remained impeccably clean and devoid of any crease or stain. The edges of the garment danced gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of the passage of time. In his hand, he always clutched an ancient book, its pages yellowed with age, the cover frayed. Yet he regarded it as a treasured artifact, unwilling to relinquish his grasp for even a moment. Merlin's hair, now as white as snow, was meticulously groomed, arranged with care. His amiable visage radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, and each wrinkle seemed to encapsulate boundless wisdom and compassion. With his eyes slightly squinted, his gaze exuded serenity and composure, evoking an involuntary sense of closeness, as if one could feel endless tranquility and reassurance in his presence. Hu Yulun approached with a heart full of curiosity and respect, bowing slightly and politely stating, "Good day, sir. It is truly marvelous to encounter you on this quaint street, graced by the gentle caress of the wind and the play of light." Merlin smiled and nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Encouraged by this, Hu Yulun continued, "As I am new to this place and perceive your extraordinary demeanor, might I engage you in conversation?" Merlin stroked his beard gently and replied with warmth, "Young man, speak freely. This tranquil town is indeed suited for discourse." Thus, their conversation commenced. Before long, Hu Yulun felt as if enchanted, captivated by Merlin's oceanic knowledge and profound insights. Merlin spoke with eloquence, gesturing gracefully as he articulated, "The mysteries of this world are boundless." When the topic shifted to the lengthy history of the continent of Illyria and the enigmatic organizations within it, his insights became even more distinctive. As if he had personally traversed that tumultuous epoch, Merlin elaborated passionately, his gestures reflecting the rhythm of his words, sometimes grave, at other moments fervent. The history of Illyria is indeed ancient and profound, akin to a grand epic. In the distant past, various races flourished upon this land, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Initially, humanity struggled for survival against the harsh elements and ferocious beasts. Gradually, they established city-states and nations, nurturing unique civilizations. Throughout this lengthy journey, the power of magic was progressively harnessed by humankind. That mysterious magic, akin to the most resplendent light of the cosmos, resembles a bottomless whirlpool. The manifestation of magic can sometimes be accompanied by dazzling brilliance, akin to fireworks illuminating the night sky. At other times, it is silent, yet capable of transforming the surroundings in an instant. For instance, healing magic, with its gentle green light, caresses the wounded like a spring breeze, mending injuries at a visibly rapid pace. Conversely, offensive magic can be as fierce as raging fire, engulfing enemies in a sea of flames, or as biting as ice, freezing adversaries into immobile statues of frost. Once, a dark force enveloped the continent, as malevolent sorcerers sought to dominate the world, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. They wielded sinister magic, and the inky mist they conjured spread despair and terror wherever they roamed. Yet, the forces of justice remained unyielding. Valiant warriors rose to confront the encroaching shadows in a gripping struggle for survival. Among the enigmatic organizations, the most striking was the Shadow Guardians. Like phantoms in the darkness, they moved with elusive grace, steadfastly preserving the balance and tranquility of the realm. Their members hailed from diverse races, each endowed with extraordinary abilities and unwavering convictions. It is said that some among them could wield magic to cloak themselves in invisibility, silently accomplishing formidable tasks. They often lurked in the shadows, observing every movement across the continent. When the forces of evil stirred, they would strike with blinding swiftness, quelling threats before they could blossom. Their strongholds lay hidden within the depths of secluded mountains, shielded by formidable magical barriers, imperceptible to outsiders. Then there were the Luminary Order, dedicated to spreading light and hope, rescuing the afflicted throughout the land. Their radiant magic shone like warm sunlight, dispelling the gloom and fear that haunted the hearts of many. Clad in pristine white robes and wielding staffs aglow with divine light, they brought vitality and warmth wherever they ventured. However, their ranks were not devoid of discord. As power struggles and differing ideologies emerged, some advocated for active intervention in the continent's affairs, employing forceful measures to uphold justice, while others believed in guiding people gently, awakening the light within their souls. In addition to these two organizations, there existed the Alliance of Mystic Explorers. This group gathered the wisest and most inquisitive minds of the continent, devoted to uncovering ancient ruins and lost knowledge. In pursuit of secrets buried by time, they traversed perilous jungles, delved into desolate deserts, and even dared to enter cursed castles. Scholars among them deciphered ancient magical runes and unraveled intricate puzzles, revealing forgotten histories and formidable arcane arts. The Guardians of Nature also played a crucial role in this tapestry. They revered the power of nature, maintaining close ties with the forest elves, mountain giants, and oceanic merfolk. They could communicate with animals and harness the forces of nature to heal the Earth's wounds. When humanity overexploited natural resources, they bravely intervened, wielding magic to restore ecological balance. At this juncture, Merlin gently patted Hu Yulun's shoulder, fixing him with an earnest gaze as he intoned, "Young one, the mysteries of this continent extend far beyond what you have heard, awaiting your exploration and discovery." Hu Yulun listened, enraptured, his eyes keenly following every expression and gesture of Merlin, as though he were immersed in the grand tapestry of history. His heart brimming with a fervent desire for the unknown and a passion for exploration. Merlin gently stroked his beard, his gaze profound and distant, as if traversing the corridors of time to witness the nascent origins of those enigmatic organizations. He began to speak slowly. "Child, allow me to elucidate the origins and purposes of these mysterious factions. First, let us consider the Shadow Guardians. In a distant past, when darkness spread across the continent like a plague and malevolent forces wreaked havoc, the common folk found themselves ensnared in despair, their anguished cries resonating in the heavens. In this moment of utter hopelessness, a band of valiant warriors, endowed with formidable strength and unwavering resolve, emerged. They vowed, even if it meant cloaking themselves in shadows and bearing the world's misunderstandings, to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the realm, extinguishing the very roots of evil. Thus, the Shadow Guardians were born, tasked with the silent protection of the delicate balance of the continent, ensuring that the forces of darkness would have no opportunity for resurgence. Next, we turn our gaze to the Order of the Luminaries, which arose from a collective of compassionate and just mages and clerics. During those harrowing times filled with suffering and sorrow, they bore witness to the myriad misfortunes of the world, their souls profoundly pierced by the plight of humanity. In response, they resolved to unite, wielding the warm power of light to dispel the shadows of darkness, healing the wounds of the heart with love and hope. Their purpose was pure and noble, to spread light and warmth to every corner of the continent, liberating every soul from the clutches of fear and reigniting the flames of passion and aspiration for life within each heart. The origins of the League of Arcane Explorers, in contrast, brimmed with an insatiable thirst for the unknown. While the majority of the populace remained content with their existing knowledge and power, reveling in comfort and complacency, there existed a brave cohort, fueled by curiosity and a spirit of exploration. They sought to unveil the mysteries shrouding ancient relics and lost knowledge. Driven by a burning desire for truth, aspiring to unearth the precious secrets deeply buried by time, thereby ushering in new possibilities and breakthroughs for the continent's advancement. As for the Nature Guardians Association, its roots lie in a profound reverence and deep-seated love for the natural world. When humanity, in pursuit of fleeting gains, recklessly exploited and ravaged the environment, a coalition of nature-bound elves, druids well-versed in the forces of nature, and numerous nature enthusiasts united in righteous indignation. They pledged resolutely to protect the balance and harmony of nature with their very lives. Their mission was clear: to ensure the ecological integrity of the continent remained intact, allowing mountains to stand majestically, rivers to flow ceaselessly, forests to thrive lushly, and grasslands to pulse with vitality, ensuring that the beauty of nature would eternally flourish. Hu Yulun widened his eyes, brimming with curiosity, and asked, "Mr. Merlin, given the prowess of these mysterious organizations, have they ever collaborated or clashed with one another?" Merlin gently stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly, and replied slowly, "Child, the tales woven within this narrative are indeed intricate. The Shadow Guardians and the Order of the Luminaries once joined forces to collectively confront a monumental calamity wrought by dark magic. However, in their day-to-day affairs, conflicts occasionally arose due to their differing philosophies and methodologies." Hu Yulun leaned forward, eagerly inquiring, "What exactly is the nature of this conflict?" Merlin sighed and replied, "The Shadow Guardians operate with profound secrecy and decisive methods, at times appearing cold and ruthless. In contrast, the Luminary delegation prioritizes resolving issues with transparency and integrity, believing that certain actions of the Shadow Guardians are excessively extreme. For instance, in dealing with a malevolent sorcerer, the Shadow Guardians advocate for outright annihilation to prevent future threats, while the Luminary delegation seeks to attempt reformation and redemption." Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, pondering aloud, could such divergences affect the stability of the continent? Merlin smiled gently and shook his head. Despite their differences, it is precisely this mutual check that prevents any party from overstepping boundaries, which, to a certain extent, maintains the balance of the continent. With a contemplative nod, Hu Yulun continued, "What about other organizations, such as the Mysterious Explorers Alliance and the Nature Guardians Association?" Merlin's gaze deepened as he elaborated. The Mysterious Explorers Alliance is entirely devoted to the pursuit of ancient knowledge and secrets, occasionally unwittingly encroaching upon the domains protected by the Nature Guardians Association, leading to minor frictions. However, most of the time, they manage to understand each other, as they all share a common goal for the future of the continent. Hu Yulun marveled. This truly is a continent brimming with mystery and tales. Merlin chuckled, patting Hu Yulun on the shoulder. "My child, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more awaiting your discovery." At that moment, a vibrant butterfly fluttered by like an elegant dancer. Its kaleidoscopic wings shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a mosaic of countless tiny gems, radiating a captivating brilliance. With each flutter, it seemed to carry a mysterious rhythm, as if silently composing a melody in the air with every gentle beat. The butterfly lightly alighted on a nearby blossoming branch, where the flowers bloomed resplendently, their petals layering exquisitely and exuding an enchanting fragrance. The butterfly gently quivered its antennae, delicate as fine antennae, seemingly captivated by the mesmerizing tale being told, pausing in stillness as if also listening intently. Hu Yulun was utterly absorbed, entranced by the narrative. His eyes widened, reflecting Merlin's figure within their luminous depths, unwaveringly tracking every expression and movement of Merlin with intense focus, as though he sought to imprint every detail of Merlin's being into his memory. His body leaned forward involuntarily, hands slightly clenched, so engrossed that the knuckles turned white. His heart raced, seemingly in sync with the ebb and flow of the mysterious story, each beat echoing the narrative's dramatic twists and turns. In his heart, Hu Yulun marveled. This venerable gentleman is truly erudite. His face radiated admiration and rapture, akin to a flower basking in the spring breeze, blooming with genuine reverence. A subtle smile graced his lips, as he murmured to himself, "Such a captivating narrative has truly opened my eyes. This world holds so many wondrous secrets I have yet to discover." Gradually, Hu Yulun emerged from his reverie, rising slowly and solemnly, as if he were gradually returning from a fantastical realm to the realm of reality. He inhaled deeply, the breath long and steady, as if to draw in the refreshing air surrounding him, sharpening his senses. His gaze grew resolute and bright, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, brimming with determination and yearning. In his heart, he pondered, on this journey of exploration filled with the unknown and the mysterious, Merlin would undoubtedly be a vital companion in his quest for truth. This venerable gentleman resembled a weighty encyclopedia, brimming with boundless knowledge and wisdom. With this thought, Hu Yulun could not help but speak. "Mr. Merlin, it is truly my fortune to encounter you. Your every word serves as a guiding light, illuminating my path forward. I hope you will continue to offer your guidance. I feel like a child groping in the dark, desperately in need of your direction. What you have shared with me has provided a fresh perspective on this world, and I yearn to follow in your footsteps to unveil more enigmas. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, I shall not waver." His voice resonated with sincerity and resolve, his gaze full of anticipation. Merlin smiled gently, his expression reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, comforting and benevolent. His eyes sparkled with encouragement and expectation, soft yet powerful, as if he could peer into Hu Yulun's heart, bestowing upon him boundless strength. "Young man, your thirst for knowledge is indeed precious. The truth of this world lies hidden behind layers of mist, much like distant peaks shrouded in clouds. But fear not, as long as you possess unwavering determination, as solid as steel, face challenges with the bravery of a warrior, and think critically with the wisdom of a sage, the truth will await you ahead. I am also willing to share all that I know with you, to assist you on this path of exploration. Remember, each setback is an opportunity for growth, and every moment of confusion is a step closer to the truth." Hu Yulun solemnly nodded, declaring, "Mr. Merlin, I shall hold your words close to my heart. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to explore and discover." His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, as if he had already envisioned a path ahead filled with challenges, yet brimming with hope. The sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows, as if heralding the lengthy and miraculous journey they were about to embark upon. Chapter 17. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin stand side by side thus. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin stood side by side, forming a remarkable and powerful collective. Their gazes were steadfast, hearts filled with purpose, as they resolutely embarked on an odyssey of the unknown. They began to traverse between various kingdoms, their steps swift yet strong. Upon the vast lands of the Illyria continent, sunlight graced ancient towns and mysterious forests, illuminating the figures of the three brave souls, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin. They stood united, embodying a unique and powerful alliance. Hu Yulun, with a vigorous stance and a gaze as steadfast as a beacon, seemed capable of piercing through all mists. He tightly gripped the sword at his waist, the gem on the hilt glistening with a mysterious radiance under the sunlight. Isabella, her golden locks dancing in the breeze, possessed a beautiful visage imbued with courage and determination. Clad in a pale blue robe, she firmly held a magical staff in her hand. Merlin, the venerable and sagacious scholar, with his snow-white beard swaying in the wind, wielded an intricately carved staff that epitomized his profound magic and wisdom. With a shared sense of purpose, they gazed steadfastly into the distance, resolutely embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty. "My friends, regardless of the myriad challenges that lie ahead, we shall unveil the veil of this colossal conspiracy," Hu Yulun proclaimed, his voice resonating with resolve. Isabella nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, for the peace and tranquility of the continent, we shall not falter." Merlin stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Children, let us march forward hand in hand." They began to traverse the various kingdoms, their steps hurried yet firm, each stride laden with hope and responsibility. Their first destination was a place known as Wind Whisper City. This city, encircled by undulating mountains, resembled a natural fortress. The towering city walls, weathered and robust from the erosion of time, rose into the clouds, while the flags fluttering atop them rustled in the wind, seemingly narrating the city's illustrious past and trials. As they crossed the city gate, Hu Yulun keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. The streets were sparsely populated, and those present hurried along, brows furrowed and eyes reflecting unease and fear. Hu Yulun halted, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, and instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Something felt amiss here. Isabella slightly furrowed her brow, her beautiful countenance revealing concern as she gently tugged at Hu Yulun's sleeve. "Be careful, Hu Yulun." Merlin stroked his beard, his profound gaze sparkling with contemplation. "Let us first inquire about the situation." They entered a bustling tavern, where the air was thick with the scent of strong ale and the clamor of voices. Hu Yulun found a corner to sit, his eyes swiftly scanning the crowd, ultimately resting on a bearded patron nearby. With a smile, he endeavored to sound amicable. "My friend, what troubles have befallen this city? Why is everyone in such a flurry?" The patron eyed them warily, suspicion and unease evident in his gaze, and he lowered his voice. "Word has it that a ferocious beast has emerged from the forest beyond the city, injuring numerous villagers. This creature possesses immense strength and razor-sharp fangs. No one can subdue it." The three exchanged glances, a flicker of determination igniting in their eyes. Isabella bit her lip. "We cannot stand idly by." Merlin nodded. "This is our mission." They exited the tavern, heading towards the forest. The forest was shrouded in thick mist, eerie and foreboding, resembling a vast labyrinth. With each step, the leaves beneath their feet crunched audibly in the stillness, resonating with clarity. Suddenly, a deep and ominous growl reverberated from the depths of the thick fog, a sound reminiscent of the infernal realms, sending chills down one's spine. Hu Yulun swiftly drew his sword, his body taut, adopting a defensive stance. "Everyone, be cautious," Isabella exclaimed, raising her magical staff, incantations flowing from her lips as a soft blue glow enveloped her. Meanwhile, Merlin closed his eyes, gripping his intricately carved staff tightly, reciting an intricate spell. From the shrouded mist emerged a colossal beast, its size akin to a small mountain. Its dark, matted fur shimmered with an eerie luster in the faint light, sharp fangs glistening with saliva, and blood-red eyes brimming with madness and bloodlust. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun charged forward, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning. "Come forth, vile creature," he bellowed, brandishing his sword, summoning a fierce gust of wind. The beast swung its massive claws, lunging at Hu Yulun. He deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously thrusting his sword towards the monster's abdomen. Isabella unleashed her magic, beams of light striking the beast to bolster Hu Yulun's strength. "Hu Yulun, give it your all," she shouted, her beautiful visage pale with tension. The beast, enraged, redirected its fury towards Isabella. At that moment, Merlin stepped forth, his staff raised as a powerful magical beam shot toward the creature. "Begone, foul beast. Do not harm the innocent." The monster was pushed back a few steps, roaring in greater fury. Undeterred, Merlin chanted a more potent incantation, the tip of his staff bursting forth with dazzling light, forming magical chains that flew towards the beast in an attempt to restrain its movements. The creature struggled vigorously, attempting to break free from the enchanted bindings. Seizing the opportunity as the beast was distracted, Hu Yulun launched another assault, his sword striking fiercely against the monster's leg. Though Isabella's magic drained her significantly, she persevered, tirelessly supporting Hu Yulun. After an intense battle, the beast, finally exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Hu Yulun, panting heavily, leaned on his sword, realizing that the ordeal had come to an end. Isabella rushed over, a look of relief gracing her features. "We did it," she exclaimed. Merlin approached as well, declaring, "This is a victory of justice." Upon their return to Wind Whisper City, they were met with a warm welcome from the residents, who cheered and showered them with flowers. "Thank you, brave heroes," an elderly man exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. "You have saved our city." A child leaped with excitement. Hu Yulun smiled and waved to the crowd, replying, "It was our duty." Isabella gently added, "As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters." Yet, they understood that this was merely a small victory on their journey, with more challenges awaiting them ahead. After departing from Wind Whisper City, they continued onward. The scenery was picturesque, yet they had no time to appreciate it. One day, they arrived at a place called Phantom Town. This quaint town is shrouded in a mysterious fog, rendering one's sense of direction utterly confounded. "It exudes an eerie ambience," remarked Hu Yulun. Isabella nodded, exercising caution. As they ventured into the town, they discovered the streets deserted, with houses firmly shut. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed nearby. "Who goes there?" Hu Yulun shouted. A figure slowly emerged from the mist, cloaked in black, a mysterious individual. You should not be here. The figure's voice resonated with a chilling tone. Hu Yulun gripped his sword, declaring, "We fear nothing." The mysterious figure let out a cold laugh, sweeping his arm as a cloud of black smoke surged toward them. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a shield to block the smoke. Meanwhile, Merlin observed the enigmatic figure's movements, seeking a flaw. After an intense duel of magic and swordplay, they unveiled the figure's true identity, a sorcerer ensnared by dark forces. With the crisis of the Phantom Town resolved, they embarked on a new journey. In a valley, they encountered a group of lost travelers. Upon seeing them, the travelers appeared as if they had found salvation. "Please, help us," they pleaded. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun and Isabella agreed. They guided the travelers out of the valley, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, we would have been lost," they exclaimed. Hu Yulun smiled, saying, "It is our duty." Their adventures continued, each challenge strengthening their resolve and each victory filling them with hope. In a vast desert, they faced a fierce sandstorm, with winds howling and sand swirling. "Hold tight, do not get separated," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella and Merlin grasped his hand firmly. In the face of adversity, they supported one another and ultimately emerged from the desert. "That was truly perilous," Isabella remarked. "Yet we overcame it together," Merlin reflected. Their tales spread far and wide, earning them the status of heroes in the hearts of many. However, they remained humble, resolutely treading the path fraught with uncertainty, persistently advancing toward justice and peace. One day, Hu Yulun wore a furrowed brow, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, leaving no potential clue overlooked. His eyes resembled those of a hawk, ever vigilant. Amidst the bustling marketplace, he navigated through the crowd, meticulously observing the expressions and actions of each individual. "Something feels amiss here," Hu Yulun murmured. Isabella hurried over, tilting her head slightly, intent on listening to the snippets of conversation wafting through the air. Her keen ears seemed to capture the faintest of sounds. "I overheard discussions of peculiar matters," Isabella reported. Merlin, stroking his beard, thoughtfully analyzed every fragment of information he gathered. His mind raced, endeavoring to piece together a coherent puzzle from the fragmented clues. "This may serve as our breakthrough," Merlin remarked. However, their endeavors were fraught with challenges. The enigmatic organization seemed to have sensed their presence, and the assassins lurking in the shadows descended upon them like phantoms of the night. Each evening, Hu Yulun gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, acutely aware of the ever-looming threat. He understood that danger could strike at any moment. Isabella, with her lips pressed firmly together, bore an expression of resolute determination. Silently, she vowed to safeguard everyone. Although Merlin appeared composed, the grip on his staff tightened unconsciously as he contemplated strategies for their defense. One moonless night, the three found repose in a dilapidated inn. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind howled through, causing the windows to creak ominously. Hu Yulun sprang from his bed. "Everyone, be cautious." Isabella swiftly illuminated a magical lantern, flooding the room with light. A horde of dark figures surged through the windows and doorway, each brandishing sharp blades with menacing eyes. "Their intentions are malevolent," Merlin exclaimed loudly. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun drew his sword, confronting the foremost assassin. His blade sliced through the air with a glimmer, clashing against the assailant's weapon, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Isabella waved her magical staff, incanting words of power, and an ethereal shield enveloped the trio in an instant. Merlin raised his staff, uttering a formidable spell. A beam of light erupted from its tip, repelling several attackers. "You vile scoundrels shall not thwart us," Hu Yulun bellowed, his swordsmanship precise and lethal. Isabella continuously empowered Hu Yulun and Merlin with her magic, amplifying their strength. After a fierce skirmish, the assassins gradually found themselves at a disadvantage and ultimately fled. At last, "We have driven them away," Hu Yulun gasped. Isabella wiped the sweat from her brow. "But this respite is merely temporary. We must exercise greater caution." Merlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mysterious organization will not relent. Despite enduring numerous assaults, they remained undeterred. Within an ancient library, they sifted through mountains of archaic tomes, seeking traces of the enigmatic organization. Hu Yulun's fingers danced over the yellowed pages. "Look here, it seems to mention some vital information." Isabella leaned closer, scrutinizing the text. Merlin pondered. This could very well be a crucial lead. Following the trail, they ventured into a secluded village. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the place, and the deserted streets sent shivers down their spines. "Something feels amiss here," Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun treaded cautiously ahead. "Be wary, there may be an ambush." Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped them. "This is bad. It's a magical trap," Merlin shouted. In the midst of the fog, the three companions groped their way, striving to find an escape. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "You cannot escape. Surrender." Hu Yulun responded defiantly. "You shall not make us cower." Isabella focused her mind, attempting to dispel the mist, while Merlin recited incantations, seeking to unravel the magical traps. After considerable effort, they ultimately freed themselves from the fog's constraints. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of challenges and adversities. Yet, they consistently supported one another, pressing onward with unwavering resolve. Once, while traversing a dense forest, the very air around them seemed to congeal. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows as sunlight struggled to filter through the layers of foliage. An eerie atmosphere pervaded every inch of space, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a ferocious beast sprang from the shadows. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, muscles bulging like hardened stone, radiating an intimidating power. Its sharp claws glistened ominously, as if capable of tearing through anything in an instant. It lunged at them, exhaling a scorching breath that carried a nauseating metallic scent. In that instant, Hu Yulun's gaze hardened with unyielding determination, fearlessly approaching the creature. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he bellowed, "Come forth, beast." His voice reverberated through the forest. The sword in his hand traced a fierce arc through the air, accompanied by a howling wind. As the beast's claws came crashing toward him, he adeptly sidestepped, his movements swift and ghostly. In the same motion, he retaliated, his sword clashing with the beast's claws, producing dazzling sparks. "Be careful." Isabella's heart raced, her beautiful face paling with tension. Swiftly, she cast a spell, murmuring incantations. While her magical staff radiated brilliant light, waves of magical energy, like resplendent ribbons, surged towards Hu Yulun, enveloping him in a protective barrier. The barrier shimmered with a pale blue glow, enhancing his agility and strength. Meanwhile, Merlin observed the beast's every move with a calm demeanor, his brow furrowed and eyes keen. As if perceiving all, "Aim for its eyes," Merlin shouted, urgency and decisiveness evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulun seized the moment. As the beast lunged once more, he leaped into the air like an arrow released from its bow. His sword darted toward the beast's eye with the swiftness of lightning, a speed that was almost blinding. The beast let out a pained roar, its cry echoing throughout the forest like thunder. It thrashed wildly, attempting to escape this fatal strike. Its thick tail swept through the air, conjuring a fierce wind. Hu Yulun dodged. Isabella cried out in desperation. He rolled swiftly to evade, the beast's tail slamming against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Yet Hu Yulun firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, pushing with all his might as the blade plunged deep into the beast's eye. Black blood gushed forth, splattering him entirely. The beast's eyes were filled with anguish and fury as it lashed out indiscriminately, snapping trees in half and scattering branches and leaves. Seizing the opportunity, Isabella cast another spell. A powerful beam struck the creature's leg, causing it to lose its balance. "Now, Hu Yulun," she shouted. Hu Yulun drew his sword, launching another assault. Each strike aimed at the beast's vital points. His gaze was resolute, pouring every ounce of his strength into each attack. "Go, Hu Yulun." Isabella cheered him on. At last, the creature could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The dust swirled, thickening the air and obscuring their vision. "We have triumphed over adversity once more," Hu Yulun exclaimed, panting heavily, sweat soaking his garments and trickling down his determined face. Yet, his eyes sparkled with joy and pride in victory. Isabella approached him with a smile, her face glowing with satisfaction and pride. "As long as we unite as one, nothing can stand in our way." She gently wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Merlin also smiled and nodded. "Well done, children. But we must not let our guard down. The road ahead is still long." His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could already foresee the challenges that lay ahead. They took a brief respite. Hu Yulun leaned against a large tree, tiredly closing his eyes. Isabella sat beside him, skillfully tending to his wounds with gentle hands. "Does it hurt?" she asked with concern. Hu Yulun opened his eyes and smiled, shaking his head. "This injury is nothing." Merlin searched the area for herbs, stating, "We must be well prepared. We do not know what lies ahead." After a while, they set off again. The path through the forest grew increasingly treacherous, overrun with thorns, and the ground turning to mud beneath their feet. "This path is truly difficult," Hu Yulun complained. Isabella encouraged him, "Hang in there, we will surely find a way out." Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead, and in no time, Heavy raindrops began to pour down. Oh no! This rain comes at the worst time, Hu Yulun cursed. Isabella raised her magic staff, attempting to shield them from the rain. Merlin suggested, "Let us find a place to take shelter." They trudged through the downpour until they finally discovered a cave. At last, a place to escape the rain. Hu Yulun sighed in relief. They entered the cave, which was dark and damp, emanating an unpleasant odor. "Be cautious. There may be other dangers here," Merlin warned. They kindled a fire inside the cave and sat together around it. "I wonder when this rain will cease," Isabella remarked, gazing anxiously at the curtain of rain outside. Hu Yulun reassured her, "Do not worry. We will set out again once the rain stops." The rain continued to fall, and they endured a long night within the cave. The following day, the rain finally ceased, and they emerged from the cave to continue their journey. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them, as if illuminating their path forward. After walking for a considerable distance, they arrived at the banks of a torrential river. "How do we cross such a fierce current?" Isabella pondered, her brow furrowed. Hu Yulun scanned the surroundings for a means to traverse the river. "Let us search for fallen trees that could serve as a bridge." After a diligent search, they discovered a withered tree spanning across the river's surface. "Let us try this one," Hu Yulun suggested. He cautiously stepped onto the decayed trunk, inching his way toward the opposite bank, while Isabella anxiously watched from behind. Suddenly, the tree could no longer bear Hu Yulun's weight and began to splinter. "Be careful," Isabella exclaimed in alarm. Hu Yulun swiftly leaped to the opposite bank. "I'm fine. Isabella, you can come over now." Taking a deep breath, Isabella stepped onto the withered tree. Hu Yulun extended his hand across the divide, ready to catch her. Just as Isabella neared the far side, the tree finally gave way, and she plummeted into the river. "Isabella." Without hesitation, Hu Yulun dove into the water, swimming with all his might towards her. He finally grasped her hand, pulling her to safety on the shore. "Are you all right?" Hu Yulun inquired anxiously. Isabella coughed a few times. "I'm fine, thanks to you." Though drenched, they remained undeterred in their quest. Crossing a desolate expanse of desert, their water and food supplies dwindled perilously low. "If we cannot find a water source soon, we will be in trouble," Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun gazed out at the endless sands, despair welling within him. At that moment, Isabella spotted a distant oasis. "Look, there's an oasis," she exclaimed with excitement. They hurried towards the verdant refuge, replenishing their supplies and regaining their strength. "Truly, the heavens have blessed us," Hu Yulun expressed with heartfelt gratitude. They pressed onward, enduring countless trials and tribulations, yet never relinquishing their determination. At last, they arrived before a mysterious castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, surrounded by an air of enigma. "This castle appears quite unusual," Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun stepped forward. "Regardless, we must venture inside." They pushed open the massive doors and entered the castle. Inside, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, with cobwebs and dilapidated furniture scattered about. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. "Who is there?" Hu Yulun queried, his senses heightened. Isabella brandished her magic staff, prepared for any imminent danger. A ghostly figure materialized before them. "You should not be here," it intoned in a hollow, eerie voice. "We are unafraid. We seek the truth," Hu Yulun declared boldly. The specter let out a chilling laugh. "The truth will exact a toll from you. A fierce battle is about to unfold." In the midst of his struggle against the monstrous adversary, Hu Yulun's expressions and movements convey a poignant mixture of determination and intensity. His brow furrows, eyes narrowed with fierce resolve, while his limbs move with a fluid grace, embodying both strength and agility. Meanwhile, Isabella conjures her magic with a flourish, her movements imbued with an air of ethereal elegance. Arcane symbols dance in the air around her, shimmering with a radiant light as she channels her energy into a spell of formidable power, the very atmosphere crackling with anticipation. Chapter 18. Encounter with Assassins. Once, as they traversed a vast and desolate wilderness, the surroundings were as tranquil as a forgotten corner of the world. Only the gentle whisper of the wind rustled through the grasses, creating a soft, lingering sound akin to the earth's gentle murmurs. This expanse of wilderness, stretching endlessly, evoked a sense of despair. The parched, yellowing grasses rolled to the horizon, seemingly merging with the somber sky above. They swayed in the breeze, their slender forms whispering tales of isolation and desolation, each movement a silent sigh of resignation. In the distance, the mountains loomed, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a realm from a dream, mysterious and distant, an unreachable fantasy. Suddenly, without warning, a cadre of assassins erupted forth like demons from the very depths of hell. Shattering the serenity, they moved with the agility of leopards, their weapons glinting ominously in the dim light, instilling a sense of dread. Clad in dark, stealthy garb that seemed to absorb the surrounding light, they melded seamlessly with the shadows. Their faces concealed beneath black cloth, only their cold, merciless eyes remained visible, piercing and lethal. Akin to icicles in a frigid night, their movements were swift and silent, like phantoms in the dark, encircling Hu Yulun and his companions in an instant, plunging them into a perilous predicament. Without hesitation, Isabella drew her sword from her waist, her actions as quick as lightning, powerful and decisive. Each swing traced a sharp arc through the air, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. Her eyes blazed with the fire of righteous fury and unwavering resolve, as if she sought to eradicate every last one of these vile assassins. Her flowing hair danced wildly in the wind, adding an untamed allure to her fierce demeanor. She weaved through the assassins with agility, her sword creating a tempest of blinding strikes, rendering the attackers unable to withstand her onslaught. "You scoundrels shall not harm us," Isabella bellowed, her voice resonating with fearless courage. Merlin, relying on his extraordinary intellect, calmly assessed the surroundings. His gaze was sharp and focused, missing not a single detail that could be exploited. With a slight furrow of his brow, his mind raced, strategizing their next move. "Follow me this way," Merlin called out, skillfully luring the assassins into traps he had meticulously set. These traps were ingeniously concealed beneath dried grass and rubble. As the assassins unwittingly fell into them, startled cries erupted. For a moment, Merlin had evaded their grasp, his demeanor remaining composed and unflustered throughout. His fingers deftly manipulated the objects around him, as if orchestrating a silent symphony, each motion precise and methodical. Hu Yulun, undeterred, gripped his sword tightly and engaged fiercely with the assassins. His forehead was etched with bulging veins, sweat cascading down his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he shouted, "Come on, let me show you my prowess." Under the valiant resistance of the three, the assassins' onslaught gradually faltered. However, the situation remained tense, for the assassins were not easily deterred. Hu Yulun gasped for breath, yet his eyes retained their sharpness as he bellowed at the assassins. "You sneaky cowards, dare to face me openly." Isabella's garments were stained crimson with blood, yet her fighting spirit soared higher, declaring, "Today marks your doom." Seizing a moment of respite, Merlin swiftly retrieved a vial of azure potion from his robe, reciting an incantation as he scattered it around. In an instant, the potion transformed into radiant beams of blue light that enveloped the assassins, slowing their movements. "Now is the time to attack," Merlin shouted. Hu Yulun and Isabella swiftly complied, their swords and magic intertwining as the assassins fell one by one. Just then, a hidden assassin leader emerged, wielding a massive scythe, exuding an ominous aura. "Did you think this would lead to victory? Such navet," the leader sneered. Undaunted, Hu Yulun stepped forward, proclaiming, "No matter how powerful you are, we shall not retreat." The two clashed instantaneously, swords and scythes sparking in a fierce collision. Isabella and Merlin, assisting from the sidelines, unleashed flickering spells of magic. The clash between Hu Yulun and the assassin leader reverberated across the wilderness, the sharp sound of metal striking metal echoing. The assassin leader struck first, swinging the colossal scythe with a piercing gust towards Hu Yulun. Hu Yulun dodged to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the leader's movements, wary of any lapse. His breath quickened, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the leader's chest. Yet, the leader reacted swiftly, evading the strike with a deft turn and countering with the handle of his scythe, striking Hu Yulun's abdomen. Hu Yulun grunted, staggering back as a wave of pain surged through him. "Humph, is that all you've got?" the assassin leader taunted, gritting his teeth. Hu Yulun bore the agony and charged again. His sword sliced through the air like lightning, fierce and relentless. The assassin leader effortlessly parried with his scythe, following up with a sweeping attack that forced Hu Yulun to leap aside. At that moment, Hu Yulun harbored but one conviction. He must conquer him. His gaze hardened, and he gripped his sword tighter, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike. The assassin leader, spotting a flaw in Hu Yulun's defense, swung his scythe violently, cutting into Hu Yulun's arm. Blood gushed forth, staining his sleeve crimson. Though pain drained the color from his face, Hu Yulun showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he roared in defiance and launched an even fiercer assault. "Come on," Hu Yulun yelled, as if channeling all his suffering and fury into that one decisive blow. His swordsmanship had become somewhat chaotic, yet it was imbued with a reckless determination. The assassin leader, however, remained composed, deftly neutralizing Hu Yulun's onslaught while occasionally delivering counterattacks that plunged Hu Yulun into a more perilous situation. Isabella, consumed with anxiety, urged him to hold on. Merlin furrowed his brow, invoking powerful magic as a golden beam shot toward the assassin leader. The assassin leader sidestepped, granting Hu Yulun a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun launched a counterattack, synchronizing with Merlin's spell. After a fierce struggle, a flaw finally emerged in the assassin leader's defense. Hu Yulun, seizing the moment, struck decisively at his vital point. The assassin leader let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. "It's finally over," Hu Yulun said wearily. Isabella rushed over. Her eyes filled with concern as she examined Hu Yulun's wounds. "Are you all right?" Hu Yulun shook his head dismissively. "It's just a scratch." Merlin gazed somberly at the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression grave. Although they had repelled this attack, it was likely that the mysterious organization would not relent. "What of it? We are prepared to face whatever comes our way," Hu Yulun declared resolutely. The three exchanged determined glances before continuing on their journey into the unknown. Yet, the peril was far from over. The wars between kingdoms raged like a relentless storm, mercilessly ravaging the land and littering their path with thorns and traps. Chapter 19. The flames of war spread like a demon. The flames of war spread like a demon, leaving desolation in their wake. Villages were reduced to ruins amidst the roaring inferno, their remnants weeping for the tranquility and beauty that once existed. The populace was displaced, their faces gaunt, eyes filled with fear and despair. Children had lost their innocent smiles. The elderly stumbled forward in exhaustion, while women wept with their faces concealed. The entire continent seemed engulfed in endless darkness and chaos. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, surveying the ravaged landscape, his heart swelling with righteous indignation. When will this cursed war come to an end? Isabella gently grasped his hand, her gaze resolute. "As long as we do not give up, hope will prevail." They had to navigate the war-torn areas with utmost caution, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. Yet, at times, the flames of war would suddenly encroach upon them. Once, after skirting a burning village, they were about to exhale in relief when they heard the distant, deafening cries of battle. Hu Yulun instantly tensed, gripping his sword tightly, his body coiled like a spring. "This is bad. It seems another conflict is upon us," Merlin said gravely. A cavalry unit swept in like a tempest, raising clouds of dust. Hu Yulun and the others had no time to evade, and they were swiftly engulfed in the chaotic battlefield. "Everyone, be careful," Hu Yulun shouted. A flicker of panic crossed Isabella's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by determination as she raised her staff, preparing to respond. Merlin, meanwhile, calmly observed the situation, searching for an opportunity to escape. In the midst of a tumultuous battlefield, Hu Yulun stood resolute, akin to a formidable lion. His stature was erect, his spine straight, as if he could uphold the very heavens. With his legs slightly apart, he anchored himself firmly to the ground, as if rooted in place. The sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sun, each swing slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Hu Yulun's gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixated on his adversaries, as if his eyes could penetrate their souls, instilling dread within them. His movements were swift and powerful, his arms wielding the sword like a silver lightning bolt streaking across the battlefield. Each attack was precise and lethal. Where his blade struck, enemies fell in droves. He deftly sidestepped incoming assaults, his steps agile and graceful, reminiscent of a nimble cheetah. With a thunderous roar, Hu Yulun's voice resonated with fearless courage and unwavering resolve. His hair danced in the wind, sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet he remained undeterred, wholly absorbed in the fray. At times, he leapt high, sword pointed skyward, delivering fierce downward strikes. At others, he spun rapidly, his sword forming an impenetrable barrier that repelled enemy attacks. In him, there was no trace of retreat or fear, only the valor of a warrior determined to press forward with indomitable spirit. The cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons became his battle hymn, spurring him on as he charged into the fray, displaying unparalleled bravery. Hu Yulun's gallant presence instilled trepidation among the surrounding foes. Yet waves of adversaries continued to surge toward him. His breath quickened, but it did not disrupt the rhythm of his assault. With a deft sidestep, he evaded a spear thrust aimed at him, countering with a swift kick to the enemy's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. In quick succession, he swung his sword backward, dispatching another foe attempting a stealthy attack from behind. "Come forth, you rabble," Hu Yulun bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His eyes blazed with fierce anger, as if he sought to incinerate all enemies before him. At that moment, a burly enemy commander charged on horseback, brandishing a massive battle axe, bearing down on Hu Yulun. Unfazed, he met the commander head-on. In a fleeting instant, he crouched low, evading the commander's lethal strike, then sprang up swiftly to thrust his sword into the horse's leg. The steed reared in pain, flinging the commander off. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun leapt, aiming his sword at the commander's throat. The commander, eyes wide with terror, pleaded for mercy. "Spare me, noble warrior." Hu Yulun scoffed. "You instigated this war, bringing suffering to the innocent. Your sins are unforgivable." With that, he delivered a decisive blow, ending the commander's life. Others on the battlefield were awestruck by Hu Yulun's valor, momentarily hesitant to advance. Taking advantage of this pause, he regrouped with Isabella and Merlin. They exchanged determined glances and continued to fight side by side for peace and justice. Under Hu Yulun's imposing presence, the enemy's momentum was temporarily stymied. However, the smoke of war lingered, unyielding in its presence. Hu Yulun gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute and sharp. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking the next target. Isabella and Merlin were engaged in fierce combat, with the enemy not far away. The magical staff in Isabella's hand radiated brilliant light, each swing unleashing potent magical forces that repelled their foes. Meanwhile, Merlin chanted incantations, casting various mysterious spells to provide formidable support in their battle. "Hu Yulun, watch your right," Isabella shouted. At her warning, Hu Yulun quickly turned, spotting several enemies stealthily approaching. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, his sword slicing through the air as enemies fell before him. "We cannot be ensnared by this war for too long. We must find a way out swiftly," Merlin urged while continuing to cast spells. Hu Yulun nodded and declared, "Stay close to me. Let's break through." They maneuvered through the battlefield, gradually carving a bloody path. However, the enemy was relentless, pursuing them with fervor. Hu Yulun sustained several more wounds, but he seemed impervious to pain, pressing onward with unwavering courage. Suddenly, a squad of archers emerged ahead, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon them. Hu Yulun swung his sword with ferocity, deflecting the arrows aimed at him, and shouted, "Find cover." They took refuge behind a massive rock, as Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to breach their defenses," Isabella said anxiously. Hu Yulun's eyes narrowed, and he replied, "When they shoot again, we will seize the opportunity to charge." As another volley of arrows descended, Hu Yulun was the first to leap forward, his sword dancing like the wind, parrying the incoming projectiles. Isabella and Merlin followed closely behind, unleashing their formidable magic and strength. At last, they broke through the enemy's encirclement and pressed onward along the unknown path ahead, their faith unwavering. Once free from the enemy's grasp, they dared not pause, hastily resuming their journey. Hu Yulun's steps were somewhat labored, yet he persevered at the forefront. The wind tousled his disheveled hair, and though a hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes, determination prevailed. Isabella looked at Hu Yulun with concern and said, "Hu Yulun, you should rest for a moment. Your wounds need tending." Hu Yulun shook his head, asserting, "No, we cannot stop. We do not know if the enemy will pursue us." Merlin, panting as he trailed behind, added, "Child, Isabella is right. A brief respite will allow us to go further." Only then did Hu Yulun halt, leaning against a sturdy tree as he sat down. Isabella hurriedly retrieved herbs and bandages from her pack to tend to his wounds. Hu Yulun winced as a sharp pang shot through him. "Bear with it. It will soon be better," Isabella whispered gently. After treating his wounds, they resumed their journey. As dusk descended, the surrounding woods took on a sinister and foreboding aura. "Everyone, tread carefully. This forest may harbor dangers," cautioned Hu Yulun. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the trees. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can escape?" Instantly alert, Hu Yulun and his companions scanned their surroundings. "Who goes there? Step forward," Hu Yulun commanded. A shadow emerged from the thicket, a mysterious sorcerer, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light, wielding a wand. "You have trespassed into my domain, and you shall pay the price," the sorcerer declared menacingly. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword and replied, "We mean no offense. If you allow us to pass, we will not oppose you." The sorcerer sneered, "That decision is not yours to make." With that, he waved his wand, unleashing a plume of black smoke. In a swift reaction, Isabella conjured a spell to form a protective shield, blocking the smoky assault. Thus began an intense confrontation of magic and swordplay. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun lunged towards the sorcerer, his sword raised high, exuding a resolute determination. The sorcerer sidestepped, deftly wielding his wand to unleash bolts of darkness directed at Hu Yulun. With a fierce shout, Isabella illuminated her wand, creating a radiant barrier that deflected the oncoming shadows. Merlin, not one to remain idle, chanted an incantation to cast a binding spell, attempting to restrict the sorcerer's movements. Yet, the sorcerer, formidable in strength, easily broke free from the constraints. With a grotesque grimace, he bellowed, "You foolish mortals shall perish here today." Hu Yulun, undeterred, replied with unwavering resolve, "It won't be so easy to bring about our demise." With a sudden shift in his swordsmanship, he unleashed a barrage of precise and fierce strikes, forcing the sorcerer to retreat. Enraged, the sorcerer amplified his magical power, uprooting trees with his overwhelming force. Witnessing this, Isabella and Merlin unleashed their most potent spells, joining forces with Hu Yulun against the sorcerer. In a dazzling display of light and energy, the battle raged on. Amidst the fierce clash, Hu Yulun discerned a vulnerability in the sorcerer's defense and struck with precision. The sorcerer, caught off guard, felt the sting of the blade against his arm. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, his magical prowess waning. "Now's our chance," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella and Merlin understood instinctively, and together they channeled their formidable strength towards the sorcerer. No, the sorcerer screamed in despair, but he could not withstand the combined force, being hurled backward and crashing to the ground. "Humph, let us see if you dare obstruct us again," Hu Yulun declared. They pressed onward, emerging from the ominous woods. At that moment, a full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating their path ahead. "After enduring such trials, we shall surely accomplish our mission," Merlin proclaimed. Hu Yulun and Isabella nodded, their eyes brimming with hope. Suddenly, an ancient castle loomed before them. The grand door stood resolutely shut, enveloped in a shroud of mystery. "What is this place?" Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not know, but I sense that vital clues lie within." They approached the castle with utmost caution, when, at that moment, the door slowly creaked open. As it did, a musty, decayed scent assailed their senses. Instinctively, Hu Yulun covered his mouth and nose with his hand and stepped into the castle first. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with torches flickering weakly on the walls, casting eerie shadows. They tread carefully, the stone floor emitting a series of creaks beneath their feet. "Everyone, tread lightly. There is a sinister aura here," Hu Yulun whispered. Isabella closely followed behind, her magical staff emanating a gentle glow, striving to dispel the unsettling darkness. Merlin brought up the rear, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the castle. "Ha ha ha, welcome to the land of the dead." Hu Yulun's heart raced as he shouted, "Who are you? Show yourself." At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. The figure's face was obscured, rendering it unrecognizable, yet an aura of malevolence emanated from it, sending shivers down their spines. "You have trespassed into a forbidden realm. Prepare to meet your demise." The shadow intoned coldly. Unfazed, Hu Yulun brandished his sword at the figure. "Enough talk. If you have the courage, come at us." The shadow waved its sleeve, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged towards the trio. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth, fighting valiantly to parry the onslaught with his sword. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, bestowing a protective shield upon Hu Yulun. As the dark force pressed upon them, they found themselves retreating step by step. Observing this, Merlin began to chant an ancient incantation, the light from his staff intensifying as it clashed against the dark energy. After a fierce struggle, the dark power began to wane. The shadow, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and amplified its assault. Hu Yulun felt a numbing ache in his arm, yet he clung tenaciously to the hilt of his sword, driven by a singular conviction. He must not falter. Isabella and Merlin also exerted their utmost strength to withstand the formidable dark force. Just when they seemed on the brink of collapse, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within Hu Yulun, illuminating the entire castle in radiant light. The shadow shrieked in agony under the brilliance, gradually fading from sight. What just happened? Isabella gazed at Hu Yulun in astonishment. Hu Yulun himself was bewildered, but there was no time for reflection. They pressed deeper into the castle. The innermost chambers were shrouded in an even thicker mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. With great caution, the trio advanced, each step laden with vigilance. "This place is peculiar. We must remain on high alert." Merlin's voice resonated, deep and grave. Hu Yulun nodded, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. Isabella's magical staff flickered with light, striving to illuminate their surroundings. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and enormous fissures spread beneath their feet. "We must move quickly," Hu Yulun shouted. They leaped aside just in time to witness countless black tentacles emerging from the crevices, frantically reaching out towards them. Hu Yulun swung his sword, severing the approaching tentacles, while Isabella cast spells to freeze or incinerate them into ashes. Merlin chanted incantations continuously, erecting a protective barrier around them. What manner of monster is this? Hu Yulun bellowed as he fought. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the source of the tentacles, a massive core of darkness pulsating with malevolent light. We must strike that core. It may be controlling these tentacles, Hu Yulun declared. Isabella and Merlin immediately focused their energies to assault the dark core. Waves of magical brilliance intertwined with the shadows of Hu Yulun's sword, surging towards the core. Just as their attacks were about to connect, a black shield suddenly enveloped the core, repelling their onslaught. Damn it, again, Hu Yulun shouted. They launched a series of even more powerful strikes against the shield. At last, cracks began to appear. Let us put forth one final effort, Merlin urged. With their last, determined assault, the shield shattered and the dark core erupted in a burst of blinding light. The tentacles vanished instantly, and tranquility returned to the castle. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At last, it is resolved, Isabella remarked. Yet, we know not what awaits us ahead. Hu Yulun gazed resolutely into the dark passage that lay before them. After a brief respite, they rose and continued deeper into the castle, victorious over the dark core. The trio resumed their exploration of the castle. They traversed a dimly lit corridor where the torches flickered ominously, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, a solid stone door loomed ahead. Hu Yulun stepped forward and pushed with all his might, but the door remained immovable. Allow me to try, Isabella offered, raising her magical staff and uttering an incantation. A flash of light enveloped the door, which slowly ascended to reveal a musty atmosphere. Within lay a spacious chamber adorned with an array of ancient artifacts and books. Merlin approached and picked up a yellowed tome, gently opening it. This appears to document a mysterious organization, he stated. Hu Yulun and Isabella hurried over to examine the contents closely. At that moment, a low, rumbling growl emanated from the corner of the room. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, its body clad in formidable scales, with eyes gleaming in a sinister red. Prepare for battle, Hu Yulun shouted, raising his sword once more. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, bestowing enhanced strength upon Hu Yulun and Merlin. The monster lunged ferociously at them. Hu Yulun sidestepped and struck at its legs with his sword. The creature howled in pain and turned its wrath upon Isabella. Merlin quickly waved his staff, unleashing a powerful beam of magic that struck the beast's back. The monster roared in fury, intensifying its assault. The trio worked in seamless coordination, engaging in a fierce battle for survival. After a grueling struggle, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. Exhausted yet triumphant, they bore expressions of victory. Let us hope to uncover more useful clues this time, Hu Yulun remarked. They began to meticulously search the room, leaving no potential corner unexamined. As they rummaged through the space, Hu Yulun focused intently on the ancient artifacts, seeking any unique markings or runes. Meanwhile, Isabella rapidly sifted through the scattered books and scrolls on the floor, hoping to find pivotal information regarding the mysterious organization. Merlin stood at the center of the room, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as his mind raced, contemplating the possible connections among the items. Look at this, Isabella exclaimed excitedly, holding up a yellowed parchment adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. Hu Yulun and Merlin immediately gathered around. Merlin examined the parchment closely, his brow furrowing in concentration. This appears to be some form of cipher or map, though it lacks crucial elements, Merlin observed. Just then, an odd sound echoed through the room, as if something were shifting behind the walls. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword, cautiously advancing toward the source of the noise. He pressed his ear against the wall, and the sound grew distinctly clearer. There must be a secret passage behind here, Hu Yulun declared. Isabella conjured magic, attempting to locate a mechanism within the wall. After considerable effort, she discovered a protruding stone in an inconspicuous corner. Gently pressing it, a dull thud resonated as the wall slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway. A chilling draft surged from the corridor, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone, be cautious, Hu Yulun urged as he stepped into the passage, his sword emitting a faint glow to illuminate the way ahead. The air was thick with a pungent odor, and the walls were entwined with unfamiliar vines. They proceeded cautiously, the ground beneath their feet becoming increasingly damp. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged ahead, rushing toward them. Hu Yulun shouted and swung his sword to meet the threat. Isabella and Merlin reacted swiftly, their magic illuminating the darkness. After a fierce confrontation, the shadows were finally repelled. They pressed onward, discovering that the end of the passage led to a vast chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone table, upon which rested a tome radiating a mysterious glow. Hu Yulun stepped forward and gently opened the book, the text and illustrations within leaving the three of them utterly astonished. At the moment Hu Yulun flipped the pages, a powerful surge of magic emanated from the tome, enveloping them in its embrace. Amidst the flickering light, the words and images seemed to come alive, dancing through the air. Isabella widened her eyes in amazement, pondering the nature of this enchantment. Merlin, striving to maintain his composure, cautioned, "Be careful, this magic is extraordinary." Hu Yulun attempted to harness the power, yet found his own strength feeble in comparison. Just as they were at a loss, an ancient and resonant voice emerged from the book. "Brave explorers, you have arrived here, proving your courage and determination. But to uncover the truth, you must endure trials." No sooner had the voice faded than the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and mysterious runes appeared on the surrounding walls, glowing with an eerie light. "It's a magic circle," Merlin exclaimed. Countless magical elements congregated within the circle, gradually forming phantoms of various magical creatures, a fiery dragon, an ice giant, and a dark knight. "Prepare for battle." Hu Yulun raised his sword once more. Isabella and Merlin swiftly readied themselves for the fight. The fiery dragon unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Hu Yulun dodged to the side and charged at the beast. Isabella cast ice magic, attempting to slow the dragon's movements. Merlin waved his staff, releasing bolts of lightning that struck the ice giant. The battle was intensely fierce, leaving the trio with numerous wounds, yet they did not waver. Their teamwork gradually turned the tide. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, all phantoms were vanquished and the magic circle ceased its operation. The mysterious book slowly opened, revealing secrets about the origins and ultimate purposes of the enigmatic organization concealed within. "We finally found it," Hu Yulun exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could delve into the text, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed through the chamber. "This is bad. New dangers are surely on the horizon," Merlin said with concern. The three exchanged anxious glances, bracing themselves for the unknown challenge. At that moment, the ceiling began to descend ominously, threatening to crush them. "We need to find a way out quickly," Hu Yulun shouted in desperation. Isabella hastily cast a spell in an effort to halt the ceiling's descent, but her magic seemed ineffective. Meanwhile, Merlin rapidly flipped through the newly acquired book, hoping to discover a means of escape. "Everyone, stay calm. There must be a solution." Hu Yulun reassured his companions while scanning their surroundings for a possible exit. The ceiling descended with increasing speed, and the air grew increasingly oppressive. "I found it," Merlin suddenly cried out. The book mentioned a hidden mechanism in the southeast corner of the chamber that, when activated, would open an escape route. Hu Yulun and Isabella dashed toward the southeast corner without hesitation. Just as the ceiling was about to crush them, Hu Yulun finally discovered the mechanism and pressed it forcefully. A thunderous roar echoed as a hidden door slowly creaked open. The trio swiftly slipped through the door, and behind them came a resounding crash as the ceiling collapsed heavily onto the ground. They ran desperately along the passage until they reached a more spacious area, where they paused to catch their breath, panting heavily. "At least we have narrowly escaped," Isabella remarked, still shaken. "Yet we cannot let our guard down. We do not know what lies ahead," Hu Yulun cautioned. They continued onward, the air in the passage thick with a damp odor. Droplets of water from the walls falling onto their shoulders. As they proceeded, three diverging paths appeared before them. "Which way shall we go?" Isabella inquired, glancing at Hu Yulun and Merlin. Merlin pondered for a moment and replied, "I sense a faint breeze from the left passage. It may lead to an exit." Thus, they chose the left path. After traversing for a while, strange sounds began to echo through the corridor, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. "Everyone be cautious," Hu Yulun gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows lunged out from the dark, charging toward them. Hu Yulun reacted instantly, swinging his sword to meet the oncoming figures. The blade gleamed with a chilling light as it clashed with the shadows, producing a resonant clang. Isabella quickly cast a light spell, illuminating the area, revealing that the shadows were a horde of monstrous creatures with tusks. "Damn, these beasts are formidable," Hu Yulun gritted his teeth. Merlin, however, calmly observed the monster's movements, murmuring incantations as he prepared to unleash a powerful spell. Isabella's magical light flickered continuously, providing crucial cover for Hu Yulun. With each swing, Hu Yulun's strikes were resolute, repelling the approaching monsters. "Behold," Merlin shouted, brandishing his staff, unleashing a torrent of magic that knocked several creatures to the ground. Yet, the monsters did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward with increased fervor. Hu Yulun sustained several more wounds, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "We cannot afford to be bogged down by them," Isabella yelled. The trio coordinated their efforts, battling while retreating. At last, they discovered a narrower passage and utilized the terrain to temporarily block the monster's advance. "This cannot continue. We must find the exit quickly," Hu Yulun gasped. Merlin closed his eyes, concentrating on the magical energies surrounding them. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed ahead. "I sense an unusual magical force in that direction. It may lead to the exit." Without a moment's hesitation, the three surged toward the direction indicated by Merlin. Monsters continued to pour from the passage, but they paid little heed, driven by a singular desire to escape. Uncertain of how long they had been running, a glimmer of light finally appeared before them. It was the exit. Isabella exclaimed with excitement. Hu Yulun quickened his pace and dashed out of the passage first. They emerged into a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow upon them. At last, they had escaped. Hu Yulun collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Isabella and Merlin breathed a sigh of relief, yet they were acutely aware that their adventure was far from over. They still had to carry the secrets obtained from the castle and forge ahead. Chapter 21. Their journey continued. One day, as they passed through a border town, they were suddenly caught in the midst of a fierce battle. Soldiers from both sides clashed violently in the narrow streets, their battle cries echoing like thunder. The sound of clashing swords reverberated through the air, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The town's buildings were devastated, flames consuming the ruins, while thick smoke billowed into the sky. Hu Yulun and his companions found themselves trapped in the chaos, with no escape in sight. Isabella gripped her long sword tightly, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Her eyes reflected a mix of tension, yet more prominently, determination and bravery. Meanwhile, Merlin calmly surveyed the situation, searching for an opportunity to break free. His mind raced, contemplating various possible strategies. In this perilous moment, Hu Yulun displayed both courage and wisdom. He led Isabella and Merlin, skillfully utilizing their surroundings to evade the onslaught from both sides. Amidst the turmoil, they discovered a narrow path and successfully fled the battlefield. As their investigation deepened, the conspiracy of the mysterious organization began to unfold. They uncovered the vast influence of this organization, which had extended its reach into the courts and common folk of various kingdoms. By manipulating political situations and inciting wars, they profited, while countless innocent lives suffered tremendous anguish in the turmoil of conflict. Hu Yulun and his friends understood that they must swiftly expose the nefarious plans of the mysterious organization to save the continent of Illyria. They traversed from kingdom to kingdom, undeterred by the relentless pursuit of assassins and the looming dangers of war. Their friendship grew stronger amidst the crises, as they believed that unity would empower them to overcome the shadowy organization and usher in peace and tranquility for the land of Illyria. In an ancient kingdom, they discovered a significant stronghold of the mysterious organization. This stronghold was concealed within a dilapidated castle, its walls weathered yet still exuding an air of majesty. Surrounding the castle was a thick forest, shrouded in an aura of mystery, as if it concealed myriad threats. Hu Yulun and his companions approached the castle with utmost caution, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. Isabella tightly gripped her longsword, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Merlin pondered how to infiltrate the castle in search of clues regarding the mysterious organization. Upon entering the castle, they found it riddled with traps and mechanisms. Ancient murals adorned the walls, depicting enigmatic patterns and symbols that evoked a sense of reverence. The castle's grand hall was adorned with relics of antiquity, old weapons and armor, each exuding the essence of time long past. Deep within the castle, they unearthed a collection of documents and artifacts pertaining to a mysterious organization. These revelations unveiled some of the organization's secrets and schemes, granting them a deeper understanding of its machinations. However, their actions soon attracted the organization's attention, and a host of assassins began to converge upon them. Hu Yulun and his companions found themselves ensnared in a fierce battle. Isabella brandished her longsword, engaging the assassins in a life-and-death struggle. Though she bore several wounds, she remained undeterred and continued to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, Merlin, employing his intellect, devised additional traps to thwart the attackers' advances. In this critical moment, Hu Yulun exhibited his leadership abilities. He calmly directed Isabella and Merlin, formulating a sound strategy. They coordinated their efforts, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the assassins. After an intense confrontation, they ultimately succeeded in evading their pursuers, departing the castle with vital clues in hand. As their investigation into the mysterious organization deepened, they discerned the presence of a more formidable force lurking in the shadows, seemingly supporting the organization. This power, hidden in darkness, resembled an invisible hand manipulating the fate of the entire Illyria continent. Hu Yulun and his companions resolved to continue their quest for truth, convinced that only by unveiling the true nature of this enigmatic force could peace be restored to Illyria. Their journey persisted, fraught with countless dangers and challenges ahead. Yet, they remained undaunted, for they understood the weight of their mission to save the continent. In this realm of mystery and peril, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin would continue to inscribe their legendary tale. Their courage, wisdom, and camaraderie would shine as a beacon of hope amidst the shadows of this dark land. With unwavering determination burning in their eyes, Hu Yulun grasped his sword tightly, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Standing tall like a resilient pine, he resolved to forge ahead, regardless of the challenges awaiting them. His voice, steady and powerful, seemed capable of piercing through all mists of uncertainty. Isabella gently caressed her magical staff, her beautiful visage radiating resolve. Her gaze sparkled with clarity and brilliance, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. No matter the hardships that lay ahead, they would not falter. Her voice rang clear and strong, imbued with undeniable conviction. With her chin slightly raised, the wind tousled her golden locks, enhancing her striking presence. Merlin stroked his snowy beard, his wise eyes shimmering with composure and calmness. His steps were deliberate and unhurried, as if everything was well within his control. "Children," he intoned, "we bear a significant mission and must remain vigilant and courageous." His voice was gentle yet resonant, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. With resolute strides, they ventured into the unknown. The wind lifted the edges of their garments, seeming to bid them farewell. Along their arduous journey, they were besieged by fierce storms. Torrential raindrops pelted against them, producing a cacophony akin to a barrage of hammers. Each droplet felt like a heavy blow. The path became a quagmire. With each step, their shoes were ensnared by the clinging mud. Yet, they supported one another, trudging through the tempest. "Be wary of your footing," Hu Yulun admonished loudly, his face drenched in rain, yet his gaze unwavering. He extended his hand to grasp Isabella, who nearly lost her balance. Isabella conjured a protective barrier, her brow slightly furrowed, lips pressed tight, as she concentrated intently on harnessing the magic. "This should alleviate some of the discomfort," she panted. "We owe you a debt of gratitude, Isabella," Merlin remarked, his clothes soaked through, yet his demeanor remained composed. At last, the storm relented, and a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky. They pressed onward, their garments half dried by the wind, leaving trails of water stains. Soon, they arrived at a foreboding valley, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally pierced by the calls of unknown birds. "This place exudes an unsettling aura. Remain vigilant," Hu Yulun cautioned, slowing his pace and gripping his sword more tightly. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the valley's flanks, launching an assault upon them. Enemies. Isabella reacted swiftly, her magic staff radiating a brilliant light. Her gaze sharpened with intensity. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Hu Yulun and Merlin displayed no fear, engaging in a fierce combat with their adversaries. Hu Yulun's sword carved arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by a fierce whistle of wind, while Merlin wielded his staff, unleashing formidable magical forces. "Perish," Hu Yulun bellowed, striking down an assailant. "Do not let them escape," Isabella urged. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled their foes. "We must remain cautious. Further dangers may await us," Merlin stated, a hint of fatigue etched upon his face, yet his resolve unwavering. They continued forward, each step laden with vigilance. In an ancient village, they stumbled upon fragments of clues regarding a mysterious force. However, these clues resembled jigsaw puzzle pieces, difficult to assemble into a coherent truth. "We must uncover more leads," Hu Yulun declared, scouring the village and leaving no corner unexplored. Isabella engaged in dialogue with the villagers, seeking to extract further information. "Do you possess any knowledge of this enigmatic force?" she inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As night descended, they gathered around a campfire, deliberating their subsequent plans. "No matter how arduous the path, we shall unveil the true nature of this mysterious power," Isabella asserted, her gaze flickering in the firelight. Hu Yulun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have journeyed too far to abandon our quest now." Merlin pondered for a moment, realizing the necessity of exercising utmost caution to ensure their intentions remained concealed from adversaries. The following dawn, they resumed their journey. Along the way, they traversed dense forests and crossed tumultuous rivers. In the midst of a desolate desert, the scorching sun relentlessly beat down upon the earth, threatening to parch them. Hu Yulun wiped the sweat from his brow, while Isabella conjured a refreshing area with her magic, urging everyone to endure. Suddenly, a fierce sandstorm swept in. "Be careful," Merlin shouted. They huddled closely together, bracing against the tempest's onslaught. Once the storm subsided, they pressed onward, each face etched with fatigue, yet their gazes remained resolute. At long last, they arrived before a mysterious castle, towering into the clouds, its walls entwined with creeping vines. "Is this the place we seek?" Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun took a deep breath, declaring, "Regardless of whether it is or not, we must venture inside." They pushed open the castle's heavy door, the hinges groaning ominously. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, permeated by the scent of decay. "Beware of ambushes," Merlin cautioned. They advanced cautiously, when suddenly, a horde of monsters surged from the shadows. "Fight!" Hu Yulun cried out. They engaged in a fierce battle against the creatures, Hu Yulun's sword shimmering in the darkness, Isabella's magic illuminating the grand hall, and Merlin's staff unleashing formidable power. After a strenuous confrontation, they finally vanquished their foes. "Let us proceed," Hu Yulun urged. They continued their exploration within the castle, seeking the truth behind the enigmatic force. In one chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. "Perhaps it holds the answers we seek," Isabella remarked. They meticulously examined the book, leaving no detail unexamined. As time passed, they gradually pieced together the outline of the mysterious power. "So it is," Merlin observed. "Yet we require further evidence," Hu Yulun added. They persisted in their search throughout the castle, leaving no clue overlooked. Deep within the castle, they ultimately uncovered the crucial evidence. "At last, we have found it," Isabella exclaimed with excitement. Armed with their findings, they departed the castle, ready to reveal the truth to the world. Their journey continued across the perilous and enigmatic land of Illyria, where their story unfolded, and their courage, wisdom, and friendship would illuminate the shadows of this dark realm, guiding them toward ultimate victory and peace. Chapter 22. The trio embarked together on a treacherous journey across the vast expanse of the Illyria continent. The wheels of history rolled forward, concealing countless untold secrets within the shadows. Hu Yulun, once a privileged scion of nobility, now donned a somewhat tattered yet still immaculate knight's garb. His gaze, stripped of its former arrogance and frivolity, now radiated steadfastness and depth. He bore a weighty mission upon his shoulders, his stature erect yet tinged with fatigue, each step seemingly laden with countless hopes and responsibilities. The valiant warrior Isabella, her fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind like a blazing inferno, possessed a countenance adorned with eyes that sparkled like precious gems, brimming with determination and resolve. Grasping her long sword tightly, the blade glimmered with a frigid brilliance under the sun, a symbol of her unwavering conviction and courage in battle. Though her armor bore numerous scars, each mark chronicled her past acts of bravery and fearlessness. The sagacious elder scholar Merlin, clad in a deep gray robe intricately embroidered with enigmatic runes, had a white beard that fluttered in the breeze, seemingly narrating the tales of time's passage. He wielded an ancient staff topped with a gem radiating an otherworldly glow, as if capable of perceiving all truths. His eyes, profound and tranquil, revealed boundless wisdom and an unrelenting quest for truth. Together, these three embarked on a treacherous journey. Hu Yulun led the way, his steps resolute and powerful, undeterred by the daunting challenges ahead. His voice, deep and unwavering, echoed a vow to himself and his companions. No matter the obstacles, retreat was not an option. Isabella followed closely, affirming their mission allowed no room for hesitation. Her face beamed with a confident smile, warm and radiant like the sun. Merlin walked at a measured pace, advising, "Children, remain calm and vigilant. Each decision could be a matter of life and death." His voice, steady and benevolent, instilled a profound sense of reassurance. They traversed a desolate desert, the relentless sun mercilessly scorching the earth. Hu Yulun's lips cracked, his garments soaked in sweat, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead. "This accursed weather. How much longer must we endure this wasteland?" He lamented, though his feet did not falter. Isabella offered him a flask of water. "Hold on, Hu Yulun. We shall surely find our way out." Her voice brimmed with encouragement. Merlin surveyed the distant sand dunes. "To my knowledge, there lies an ancient oasis at the heart of this desert. Perhaps it is our beacon of hope." At last, after enduring myriad hardships, they discovered the oasis. The crystalline waters sparkled under the sun's embrace, surrounded by verdant trees. Thank the heavens for this blessing, Hu Yulun exclaimed as he collapsed by the water's edge, drinking deeply. Meanwhile, Isabella remained alert, scanning their surroundings. Be cautious. It may not be as safe as it appears. As Isabella feared, a band of desert marauders suddenly emerged, encircling them. Surrender your possessions, or you shall not leave alive, the bandit leader snarled. Hu Yulun swiftly rose to his feet, unsheathing his sword, declaring, not a chance. Isabella, undaunted, raised her long sword and stood resolutely by his side. Meanwhile, Merlin calmly observed the movements of the brigands nearby, advising the children, do not act impulsively. Seek out their weaknesses. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Hu Yulun's sword struck with the ferocity of a tempest, while Isabella's swordplay was both agile and astute, deftly countering the brigands' assaults. Seizing the opportune moment, Merlin cast a spell, a flash of light rendering several brigands immobile. Through their harmonious collaboration, the brigands were soon routed and fled in disarray. We have triumphed over adversity once again, Hu Yulun panted, a victorious grin illuminating his face. Isabella wiped the blood from her blade, reminding them, this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await us. Merlin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. We must regain our strength swiftly and press on. They departed the oasis, venturing into a dense forest. A thick mist enveloped the woods, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is too dense. We could easily lose our way, Hu Yulun remarked, frowning. Isabella marked the trees with her sword, assuring, as long as we follow these markers, we shall not stray. Suddenly, a colossal beast lunged from the mist, charging towards them. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun confronted it, shouting, come on, beast. Isabella and Merlin quickly joined the fray. Isabella's magical light illuminated the surrounding darkness, while Merlin's staff unleashed formidable power. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the beast. That creature was formidable. I nearly succumbed, Hu Yulun gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Isabella smiled, saying, yet we emerged victorious, did we not? Merlin gazed at them, his eyes filled with pride, proclaiming, unity is strength. As long as we stand together, nothing can impede us. They continued onward, traversing towering mountains and flowing rivers. In an ancient town, they unearthed clues regarding a mysterious power. This may be the key to unraveling the enigma, Hu Yulun exclaimed excitedly. Isabella scrutinized the clues, noting, yet this is insufficient. We require more information. Merlin inquired around the town and eventually received vital intelligence from an elder. According to the old man's account, the destination ahead was fraught with peril, Merlin warned. Hu Yulun clenched his fists, resolutely stating, regardless, we must venture forth. Following the direction indicated by the clues, they arrived at a foreboding castle. The castle's gates were firmly shut, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. This castle appears truly chilling, Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun approached and forcefully pushed against the door, declaring, whatever lies within, we must enter and discover the truth. The gates creaked open, releasing a musty, decayed odor that rushed forth to greet them. They cautiously entered the castle, where peculiar sounds echoed through the darkness. Be careful, there may be an ambush, Merlin cautioned. Suddenly, a throng of phantoms emerged from the shadows. Ah, Isabella exclaimed. Hu Yulun raised his sword, declaring, fear not, we can confront them. They engaged in a fierce battle with the specters, whose elusive forms made them difficult to strike. Merlin wielded powerful magic, temporarily ensnaring the spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun and Isabella launched their assault, ultimately vanquishing all the apparitions. Deep within the castle, they discovered a mysterious tome. Perhaps this book holds the answers we seek, Isabella remarked. With the book in hand, they departed the castle and continued their journey. Throughout their lengthy expedition, they encountered countless difficulties and challenges, yet they never faltered. Hu Yulun's heart brimmed with a quest for justice. Isabella's bravery rendered her unfaltering, and Merlin's wisdom illuminated their path. Their tale spread across the land of Elia, becoming a symbol of hope and courage in the hearts of the people. They pressed on with the book, enduring the elements and hardships, never pausing in their stride. Hu Yulun's face, weathered by wind and sand, bore a rugged texture, yet his gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Isabella's long hair danced wildly in the breeze, but her steps remained light and powerful. Though Merlin was advanced in years, he held his back straight, his staff a testament to his indomitable spirit. One day, they arrived at a tranquil village. The villagers, upon seeing their weary appearance, promptly offered them food and water. Thank you for your kindness, Hu Yulun expressed gratefully, bowing deeply. Sincerity reflected in his eyes. An elder approached, curiously asking, children, what brings you here? Concern and curiosity sparkled in the elder's gaze. Isabella replied with a warm smile. "We are seeking a way to save the continent." Her smile was as comforting as a spring breeze, evoking an immediate sense of familiarity. The elder's eyes glimmered with admiration as he nodded slightly. "May the deities bless you." After resting for a night in the village, they set off once again. However, shortly after departing, they were met by an unexpected downpour. Torrential raindrops pelted them, drenching them instantly. "This rain could not have come at a worse time," Hu Yulun said, wiping the water from his face, his brow furrowed in agitation. Isabella gazed at the sky, rain cascading down her cheeks, but we cannot stop. Her eyes were resolute, radiating an indomitable will. Merlin nodded, his silver hair clinging to his scalp. "Indeed, we must quicken our pace and find shelter from the rain." They trudged through the downpour, the path beneath their feet turning into a quagmire, each step demanding tremendous effort. Hu Yulun's boots became caked in mud, his strides increasingly heavy. Isabella's skirt was also stained with mud, yet she steadfastly followed the procession. At last, they discovered a cave. Upon entering, Hu Yulun swiftly retrieved a flint from his backpack, exerting considerable effort to ignite a fire. The three of them sat together, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, revealing their weariness. It was uncertain how long the rain would persist. Furrowing his brow, Hu Yulun gazed at the curtain of rain outside, his heart heavy with apprehension. Isabella reassured him. "Do not worry, it will eventually cease." She gently patted Hu Yulun's shoulder, attempting to impart some strength. Just then, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from outside the cave. What could that sound be? Hu Yulun stood alert, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. Cautiously, they ventured out of the cave, only to behold a colossal beast advancing towards them. The creature was immense, its hide glistening with an eerie sheen in the rain, and its eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun shouted, his voice reverberating through the downpour, his body taut as a drawn bow. Isabella tightened her grip on her long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light in the rain, her gaze resolute. Merlin raised his staff, murmuring an incantation, ready to unleash his magic. The beast opened its gaping maw, lunging at them. Hu Yulun sidestepped with the agility of a cheetah, slashing at the creature's leg with his sword. The blade clashed against the beast's skin, sending a shower of sparks flying. The creature roared in pain, pivoting to assault Isabella. She deftly leapt aside, her movements as graceful as a bird in flight, while simultaneously unleashing a magical attack aimed at the creature's eyes. A ball of fire shot forth from her hand, hurtling towards the beast's gaze. Seizing the moment, Merlin directed a powerful beam of light from his staff, striking the creature's abdomen like a sharpened sword. The beast howled in agony, its cries deafening. Through their synchronized efforts, the trio began to overwhelm the monster. Its movements grew sluggish, its strikes increasingly erratic. Spotting an opportunity, Hu Yulun leapt into the air, channeling all his strength as he drove his sword deep into the creature's heart. The beast thrashed a few times before collapsing to the ground, splattering mud all around. At last, it is vanquished, Hu Yulun gasped, his body trembling slightly, yet a victorious smile graced his face. Isabella lowered her long sword and sank to the ground, exclaiming, "What a fierce battle!" Her face bore a mixture of sweat and rain. Merlin also exhaled in relief, gently lowering his staff, "But we have triumphed." After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Throughout the trek, Hu Yulun led the way, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the horizon, as if he could pierce through the dense fog to glimpse their ultimate destination. Isabella followed closely behind, her eyes scanning the surroundings, her long sword never straying from her grasp. Meanwhile, Merlin brought up the rear. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady, the light of wisdom still sparkled in his eyes. It remained uncertain how many trials and tribulations awaited them ahead. Hu Yulun murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, as if seeking strength from its cold touch. Isabella, upon hearing his words, hastened to his side, declaring resolutely, "No matter the odds, we shall face them together." Her voice rang clear and steadfast, her expression radiant with fearlessness. Merlin, overhearing their exchange, smiled gently and remarked, "My dear children, possessing courage and determination is commendable. Yet do not forget to wield your wisdom." They pressed onward, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept from behind, carrying with it an eerie sound. "Everyone, be cautious." Hu Yulun halted, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, his brow furrowed, eyes wide with apprehension, as if confronting a formidable foe. Isabella's heart raced, her grip on the long sword tightening instinctively, her body trembling slightly. yet her gaze remained resolute. Her lips pressed together firmly, her breath quickening. Merlin furrowed his brow, clutching his staff more tightly, his eyes sharp, missing no subtle movement in the air. At that moment, a swarm of shadowy figures erupted from the woods, surrounding them. These shadows were indistinct, their features obscured, yet the malevolent aura emanating from them sent shivers down their spines. The apparitions floated like phantoms, emitting a chilling, sinister laughter. "Who dares approach?" Hu Yulun bellowed, his voice filled with authority. He raised his sword, adopting a defensive stance. His body tense, poised for an imminent assault. Isabella grit her teeth, exclaiming, "Whoever you may be, you shall not hinder our path." Her eyes blazed with fury and resolve, the long sword in her hand glinting coldly in the sunlight. The shadows offered no reply, only responding with a deep growl before lunging at them. Unfazed, Hu Yulun charged towards the encroaching shadows. His sword struck like lightning, each thrust accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. When blade met shadow, sparks erupted, resembling the fierce clash of darkness and light. Isabella, equally undeterred, unleashed a flurry of spells. Incantations flowed from her lips as magical light shot forth from her hands like meteors, intertwining fire, frost, and lightning to illuminate the surrounding gloom. Meanwhile, Merlin remained grounded, reciting his own incantations. Beams of potent light erupted from the tip of his staff, piercing through the shadows like lasers. Each ray, imbued with immense magical power, elicited pained cries from the figures. "Keep going, we can do this." Hu Yulun shouted encouragement amidst the battle, sweat beading on his brow. Yet he paid no mind to it, fully immersed in the fray. "Indeed, we shall overcome them," Isabella replied, her voice trembling with tension. Yet the magic in her hands showed no sign of waning. In the midst of a fierce battle, Hu Yulun's arm was grazed by a shadow, blood staining his sleeve. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain, continuing to wield his sword with fervor. Isabella, drained of her magical energy, wore a pallid expression, yet she gritted her teeth, resolutely casting spells. Merlin's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his breath quickening, yet his staff consistently emitted a powerful radiance. "We can do this," Hu Yulun exclaimed, encouraging his companions amidst the fray. Isabella replied, "Indeed, we shall triumph over them." After an intense confrontation, the shadows gradually succumbed, ultimately vanishing into the woods. "Phew! We have finally driven them away," Hu Yulun gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Isabella exhaled in relief, yet cautioned, "We must remain vigilant. There may be further dangers awaiting us." Merlin nodded, affirming, "Indeed, children, we shall press onward." They readied their gear and embarked once more upon the path laden with uncertainty. Their faith ignited like a blazing flame, increasingly fervent. The terrain beneath them was rugged and overgrown, with sharp stones occasionally jabbing at their feet. Hu Yulun's stride remained resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, as if contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Isabella gently brushed the dust from her skirt, beads of sweat trickling down her cheek. "I wonder how much farther we must travel to reach our destination," she murmured, clutching her longsword tightly. Merlin lifted his gaze to the birds soaring above, thoughtfully remarking, "As long as we persist, we shall surely find our answers." After traversing a stretch, they arrived at a tumultuous river, its waters roaring and frothing. "This current is so swift, how shall we cross?" Isabella's face reflected her concern. Hu Yulun surveyed the surroundings, suggesting, "Let us search for a bridge or a shallow crossing." They scoured the riverbank and eventually discovered a relatively calm shallow area. "We shall cross here," Hu Yulun declared, stepping boldly into the frigid waters. The icy river quickly engulfed their calves, and Hu Yulun advanced cautiously, each step deliberate. Isabella followed closely, her expression betraying her anxiety. Merlin, trailing behind, cautioned, "Watch your footing on the stones, do not slip." Just as they neared the opposite shore, several enormous water serpents suddenly surged from the depths. "Watch out," Hu Yulun shouted. The serpents, with their gaping maws, lunged toward them. Hu Yulun swiftly swung his sword at the creatures, but they deftly twisted away from the blow. Isabella unleashed her magic, beams of light shooting towards the serpents. Merlin recited an incantation, augmenting their strength. After an intense battle, the water serpent was finally repelled, and they successfully reached the opposite shore. "What a thrill!" Isabella exclaimed, her heart still racing. Hu Yulun, panting, remarked, "Fortunately, we are all unharmed." Merlin gazed at them, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "This was merely another small trial. My children, let us forge ahead." They continued onward as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows behind them. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. They sought refuge in a cave for the night. Hu Yulun kindled a fire at the entrance, its glow illuminating their weary faces. Everyone is exhausted. Let us rest well, he suggested. Isabella leaned against the stone wall and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Merlin sat nearby, tending the fire while contemplating the path that lay ahead. At dawn the following day, they set forth once more, facing the rising sun. After a short distance, they beheld an ancient castle standing majestically atop a distant hill. Could that be the place we seek? Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun squinted. Perhaps, but it may also harbor great peril. They quickened their pace towards the castle. The grand entrance was tightly shut, shrouded in an air of mystery. Hu Yulun approached and pushed against the door with force, yet it did not budge. Isabella circled the castle, discovering what appeared to be a side entrance. Be cautious. There may be traps, Merlin cautioned. They cautiously entered the castle, where an eerie silence enveloped them, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, a chilling laughter pierced the air. Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived. A dark sorcerer materialized before them. Who are you? Hu Yulun asked, his voice laced with vigilance. The dark sorcerer sneered. I am the master of this domain. Do not expect to leave here alive. A new battle was on the horizon. Chapter 23. The dark sorcerer, who are you? Hu Yulun queried, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, his body slightly leaning forward. His gaze as sharp as that of a hawk fixated on the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer chuckled coldly. I am the master of this realm. Do not think you can escape with your lives. His voice echoed like a whisper from the abyss, laden with chilling malice. Clad in a black cloak, his face was shrouded in darkness beneath the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Isabella shouted defiantly, cease your theatrics. Today marks your end. She raised her sword, its blade shimmering with magical energy, her beautiful visage rendered even more striking by her fury. The dark sorcerer emitted a haunting laugh. You think you stand a chance? How utterly foolish. He brandished his wand, and in an instant, a torrent of black smoke surged toward the three. Be careful. Merlin shouted loudly, swiftly raising his wand and muttering incantations. A beam of light shot forth from the tip of his wand, colliding with the black smoke, producing a sizzling sound. Seizing this moment, Hu Yulun darted towards the dark sorcerer like an arrow released from a bow, his sword thrusting forward with precision. The dark sorcerer sidestepped effortlessly, evading Hu Yulun's attack, and with a flick of his wand, a powerful force repelled Hu Yulun several paces back. Dreadful. Hu Yulun steadied himself and charged again, his sword dancing in a flurry of strikes. Isabella, not to be outdone, unleashed a myriad of spells, flames, frost, and lightning intertwined in their assault on the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer found himself momentarily flustered, struggling to counter Isabella's barrage. Let us see how long you can withstand this, Isabella exclaimed, her eyes brimming with confidence. The dark sorcerer snorted disdainfully. Little girl, do not be so smug. Suddenly, he began to chant, dark energies swirling rapidly to coalesce into a massive black energy sphere atop his wand. Not good, take cover, Merlin cried out. But it was too late. The dark sorcerer hurled the energy sphere towards them. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun placed himself in front of Isabella and Merlin, attempting to shield them with his sword against the overwhelming force. With a tremendous bang, Hu Yulun was flung back by the impact, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Hu Yulun, Isabella gasped, rushing towards him, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Continue the fight. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Merlin cast a powerful protective spell, enveloping the three of them within its barrier. Children, we must unite our strengths to defeat him, Merlin declared. Isabella nodded, raising her sword once more as she and Hu Yulun charged at the dark sorcerer together. The sorcerer, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of panic, but quickly regained his composure. He unleashed a torrent of dark magic in an effort to thwart their advance. Hu Yulun's sword clashed repeatedly with the sorcerer's wand, sparks flying in all directions, while Isabella's spells detonated around the dark sorcerer. You cannot defeat me, the dark sorcerer bellowed madly. As long as we do not give up, we shall surely vanquish you, Hu Yulun retorted. Amidst the fierce battle, Hu Yulun discerned a weakness in the sorcerer's left side. Isabella, target his left side, Hu Yulun shouted. Understanding his cue, Isabella immediately concentrated her magic towards the dark sorcerer's flank. The sorcerer hurriedly attempted to defend himself, and in that fleeting moment, Hu Yulun lunged with his sword aimed at the sorcerer's chest. The dark sorcerer let out a pained scream as he fell to the ground. At last, we have defeated him, Isabella exclaimed with excitement. However, Just as they believed victory was theirs, the dark sorcerer suddenly rose to his feet once more. Did you really think you could kill me so easily? You are terribly naive. The voice of the dark wizard grew increasingly sinister and ominous. He summoned the dark forces once more, causing the entire castle to tremble. This is bad. He is making his final stand, Merlin exclaimed. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth, declaring, we cannot allow him to prevail, no matter what. The three of them joined forces once again, engaging in a desperate battle against the dark wizard. Isabella's magical light shone ever more brilliantly. Hu Yulun wielded his sword with greater ferocity, and Merlin's staff unleashed formidable power. Gradually, the dark wizard began to falter, his dark energy dissipating. No, this cannot be, he cried in despair. As the final beam of light flashed, the dark wizard vanished entirely, and the castle returned to tranquility. We have succeeded, Isabella exclaimed, embracing Hu Yulun and Merlin with excitement. Hu Yulun, weary yet smiling, replied, indeed, we have triumphed. Merlin gazed at them, his eyes filled with pride. Children, you have done exceptionally well. After a brief respite, they began to explore the castle. An air of antiquity pervaded the space, with ancient portraits adorning the walls and a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor. This place feels strange, Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun cautiously opened a door, revealing a treasure trove brimming with precious artifacts. Wow, so many treasures, Isabella gasped. Merlin stepped forward, examining the treasures closely. These may prove beneficial to us. Just as they prepared to select some items to take, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the chamber. What is that? Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword, alert. Following the sound, they arrived at a vast underground chamber. It was dark and damp, reeking of decay. Look, what is that? Isabella pointed ahead. There, chained to the wall, was a colossal beast, its eyes gleaming with a menacing red light as it exhaled hot breath. Is this the dark wizard's pet? Hu Yulun pondered. The creature, upon seeing them, struggled fiercely to break free from its chains. Be cautious, it is dangerous, Merlin warned. Suddenly, with a surge of strength, the beast snapped the chains and lunged towards them. Unyielding, Hu Yulun faced the creature head-on. His sword slashed across the beast, inflicting deep wounds. The creature roared in fury, turning to attack Isabella. She nimbly dodged while casting a spell aimed at the creature's eyes. Meanwhile, Merlin searched for the beast's weakness. I found it. Strike at its abdomen, he shouted. Hearing this, Hu Yulun and Isabella concentrated their efforts on the creature's midsection. The beast collapsed in agony, thrashing for a moment before falling still. Phew, we finally dealt with it, Hu Yulun sighed in relief. They continued their exploration of the castle and stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic. This book may conceal significant secrets, Merlin remarked. They opened the enchanted tome, and the words within shimmered with an otherworldly glow. What is inscribed upon it? Isabella inquired. Merlin scrutinized the text intently. It appeared to be an incantation of formidable power, yet it required specific conditions to be wielded. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the castle. Let us venture forth, Hu Yulun suggested. As they exited the fortress, they beheld a throng of malevolent soldiers advancing towards them. It is the minions of the dark sorcerer, Isabella exclaimed. Prepare for battle, Hu Yulun declared. The soldiers surged forward, and an intense clash ensued. Hu Yulun's sword danced amidst the fray. Isabella's magic felled foes in rapid succession, and Merlin's staff unleashed potent forces, repelling the adversaries. You wicked fiends shall not thwart us, Hu Yulun proclaimed with fervor. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished all their foes. I am utterly exhausted, Isabella panted as she sank to the ground. Hu Yulun surveyed the battlefield strewn with fallen enemies. Yet we have triumphed once more, Merlin remarked. We cannot linger. Further challenges await us. With the enchanted tome in hand, they pressed onward. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous perils, yet they surmounted each obstacle with valor and ingenuity. At last, they arrived at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. Exercise caution. There may be traps here, Hu Yulun warned. They cautiously entered the valley, only to be greeted by the ethereal sound of a flute. What is that sound? Isabella asked. Merlin furrowed his brow. This melody is unusual. It may be a summons of magic. As the flute's notes grew clearer, a mysterious figure gradually materialized before them. Chapter 24. The artifact. As the flute's melody intensified, a shadowy figure emerged from the mist, enveloped in a veil of fog that obscured its features. At last, you have arrived, the figure's voice resonated, echoing from a distant realm. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, brows furrowed, eyes brimming with caution, inquiring, Who are you? The enigmatic figure smiled. its expression flickering in and out of focus within the mist. Gently brushing aside the fog, it revealed a face weathered by time, yet exuding an aura of profound mystery. I am the guardian of this valley. Your courage and determination inspire my admiration. The guardian's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an ancient magic. A guardian? Can you assist us? Isabella asked eagerly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, subconsciously tightening her grip on her sword. The guardian nodded, its gaze both profound and gentle. I can provide you with guidance, but the ultimate victory rests upon your shoulders. The guardian raised his hand, pointing towards the depths of the valley, and spoke slowly. There lies a mysterious cave, within which is concealed a powerful artifact, possessing the strength to combat the forces of darkness. Let us make haste, Hu Yulun replied eagerly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Unable to contain his desire to immediately venture into the cave, they followed the guardian to the cave's entrance, which was obstructed by a vibrant magical barrier, adorned with flickering runes that emanated potent waves of magical energy. What shall we do? Isabella inquired, gazing at the magical barrier with a hint of concern, biting her lip as she turned to Merlin. Furrowing his brow, Merlin focused intently on the barrier and after a moment's contemplation, declared, "Allow me to attempt to unravel this enchantment." With that, he firmly grasped his staff, closed his eyes, and began to chant a complex and ancient incantation. The tip of the staff radiated a dazzling light, growing increasingly intense with the invocation of the spell. Hu Yulun and Isabella watched Merlin anxiously, holding their breath. After considerable effort, the magical barrier emitted a series of crackling sounds, its brilliance gradually dimming until it ultimately vanished. "We have succeeded," Isabella exclaimed with elation. They stepped into the cave, which was dark and damp, a pungent odor assaulting their senses. The walls shimmered with peculiar light, flickering as if whispering ancient secrets. "Where is the artifact?" Hu Yulun inquired urgently, his gaze scanning the cave. The guardian pointed towards the depths of the cave, his expression grave as he warned. "It resides there, but tread carefully, for powerful magic guards it." They cautiously advanced deeper, each step taken with utmost care. Suddenly, the ground revealed a series of magical traps pulsating with blue light. "Be cautious," Hu Yulun shouted, swiftly pulling Isabella behind him. Taking a deep breath, Isabella composed herself, her hands weaving gracefully as she murmured incantations. In an instant, a resplendent beam of magical light burst forth from her hands, precisely striking the traps. One by one, the traps were dismantled, dissipating into motes of starlight in the air. At last, they beheld the artifact at the end of the cave, radiating a powerful glow that illuminated the entire cavern. Its brilliance was as blinding as the sun, making it difficult to behold directly. "This is the artifact we seek," Merlin said, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Just as they prepared to seize the artifact, a colossal magical puppet emerged slowly from the shadows. Constructed of sturdy metal, its joints flickered with crimson light, and its eyes bore a chilling intent. "To claim the artifact, you must first overcome me." The voice of the magic puppet boomed like thunder, causing the cave to tremble slightly. Hu Yulun stood undaunted, chest puffed out, and declared loudly, "Then come forth. We shall not retreat." Isabella grasped her sword firmly, bracing herself for battle. The magical automaton swung its colossal fists towards them. Hu Yulun deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously striking at the automaton's arm with his blade. Seizing the moment, Isabella unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the magical construct. The automaton roared in fury as the flames engulfed it. Meanwhile, Merlin observed the automaton's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. "Target its joints," Merlin shouted. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulun and Isabella focused their efforts on assaulting the automaton's joints. Gradually, the automaton's movements grew sluggish, revealing numerous wounds upon its form. Now, Hu Yulun seized the opportunity, leaping forth to plunge his sword into the automaton's heart. With a final, anguished cry, the magical automaton collapsed to the ground, transforming into a heap of scrap metal. At last, they had obtained the artifact, its power surging through their hands, instilling them with an overwhelming sense of strength. "With this artifact, we shall surely vanquish the forces of darkness," Hu Yulun declared confidently, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Isabella and Merlin nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with hope. As they exited the cave with the artifact in hand, they prepared to face new challenges. However, before they could catch their breath, an eerie mist began to envelop the valley. "This mist is suspicious. Everyone be cautious," Hu Yulun warned, gripping the artifact tightly as his gaze scanned the fog for potential dangers. Isabella furrowed her brow, a sense of unease rising within her. Could this be another scheme of the dark forces? Merlin stroked his beard pensively. Regardless, we must be ready for whatever comes. Just then, an ominous laughter echoed from within the mist. Ha ha ha. Do you believe that acquiring the artifact allows you to escape my grasp? A shadow began to materialize. Who are you? Hu Yulun demanded angrily. The shadow sneered. I am the emissary of the Dark Lord, sent to reclaim the artifact and, incidentally, send you to your demise. With that, he gestured, and a horde of dark creatures surged forth from the mist. Fear not, we will fight together, Isabella cried, raising her sword and charging at the dark beings. Hu Yulun and Merlin followed suit without hesitation. The artifact radiated a powerful light in Hu Yulun's grasp, illuminating the surrounding darkness. As he wielded the artifact, wherever its light fell, the dark creatures fell, shrieking in defeat. Isabella's magic was equally merciless, beams of light striking the enemies. Meanwhile, Merlin conjured a formidable magical shield from the rear, safeguarding them against enemy ambushes. You insignificant insects cannot withstand the power of darkness. The dark emissary roared, unleashing a dark spell towards them. Upon witnessing this, Isabella quickly shouted, Everyone, concentrate your strength to resist. The three of them pooled their powers together, colliding with the emissary's dark magic. In an instant, light and darkness intertwined, and a tremendous roar echoed through the valley. After a fierce confrontation, the magic of the Dark Envoy was gradually subdued. Now is the time for counterattack, Hu Yulun shouted, and the brilliance of the artifact intensified, enveloping the Dark Envoy. With a painful roar, the Dark Envoy vanished within the radiance. Wonderful, we have triumphed, Isabella exclaimed, her face glistening with sweat and joy. Merlin gasped. But this victory is only temporary. The forces of darkness will not relent. Then we shall continue to fight until the darkness is completely eradicated, Hu Yulun declared resolutely. They pressed onward, emerging from the valley into a vast expanse of wilderness, where the howling winds whipped their garments. This wilderness does not seem peaceful, Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun gazed into the distance. Regardless, we must traverse it. Just as they prepared to step onto the plains, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Enormous earth-dwelling beasts erupted from the ground, blocking their path. These creatures are formidable foes, Merlin noted. Hu Yulun clenched his teeth. No matter how difficult, we must get through. They engaged in a fierce battle with the earth-dwelling beasts, whose immense strength delivered powerful blows with each attack. Isabella nimbly dodged the creature's strikes while searching for their weaknesses. Aim for their underbellies, she shouted. At her urging, Hu Yulun and Merlin focused their efforts on the beast's vulnerable spots. After a grueling struggle, they finally overcame the earth-dwelling beasts. Continuing their journey across the wilderness, they faced numerous dangers and challenges yet remained undeterred. Eventually, they arrived at an ancient town. A chilling silence permeated the streets, which were utterly deserted. This town feels eerie, Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun cautiously entered, beware of ambushes. At that moment, a group of dark sorcerers emerged from the buildings. Surrender the artifact, and we shall spare your lives, the dark sorcerers shouted. Hu Yulun scoffed, dream on. An intense magical duel ensued, with the dark sorcerers unleashing various dark spells in an attempt to seize the artifact. Isabella and Merlin fought alongside Hu Yulun, their powers resonating together as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the sorcerers. Throughout the battle, Hu Yulun gradually grasped more of the artifact's power, unleashing its formidable might to defeat the dark sorcerers one by one. They are finally vanquished, Hu Yulun stated, a fatigued yet resolute smile gracing his face. They rested in the town before continuing their journey. The road ahead remained long, but their faith never wavered. After leaving the town, they ventured into a mysterious forest. In the forest, towering trees intertwined their branches and leaves, nearly obscuring all sunlight, creating an atmosphere of eerie foreboding. A sinister aura permeated the air, urging everyone to tread cautiously. Stay vigilant, Hu Yulun whispered, gripping his artifact as he surveyed the surroundings with great care. Isabella trailed closely behind him, her expression tense. It feels as though countless eyes are watching us, she murmured. Merlin, bringing up the rear, held his staff at the ready, prepared to unleash magic at a moment's notice. Let us remain alert, he advised. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind howled, causing the branches to sway violently, as if the trees themselves were protesting. This is not good. We have trouble. Hu Yulun halted, his muscles taut with tension. A swarm of winged shadow creatures erupted from the thicket, clawing and snapping as they lunged toward them. Do not fear. We can triumph over them, Isabella shouted, channeling her magic as beams of light shot forth toward the shadowy fiends. Hu Yulun wielded his artifact, its radiance transforming into sharp blades that repelled the approaching monsters. Meanwhile, Merlin uttered a powerful incantation, a wave of formidable energy emanating from his staff, enveloping the three of them in a protective barrier. "Vile creatures, you shall not harm us," Hu Yulun roared, relentlessly attacking the shadow beings. After an intense battle, the number of shadow creatures began to dwindle. "At last, we have driven them back," Isabella gasped, panting heavily. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the forest. What could that be? Hu Yulun's heart raced. A colossal two-headed beast emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, exhaling a plume of black flames. "This is not going to be easy." Merlin's expression turned grave. "But we cannot retreat," Isabella declared with determination. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Come on, beast." The two-headed giant swung its massive claws at him. Hu Yulun nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to strike at the creature's legs with his artifact. The beast roared in pain, turning to lunge at Isabella. Swiftly, she conjured an ice wall to block its assault. Merlin seized the moment to cast powerful lightning bolts that struck the creature's body. Enraged, the beast howled, attacking them more ferociously. "Everyone, attack together," Hu Yulun commanded. The trio coordinated their efforts, relentlessly assaulting the beast until, at last, it collapsed from exhaustion. "We did it," Hu Yulun exclaimed, exhilarated. They pressed onward, emerging from the forest to behold a towering peak that pierced the clouds. "The power of the artifact seems to guide us toward this mountain," Merlin observed. "Then let us ascend and explore," Hu Yulun replied, leading the way up the steep path. The trail was rugged and treacherous, and they struggled to climb. Suddenly, a cascade of enormous boulders tumbled down from the summit. "Watch out," Isabella cried in alarm. Hu Yulun, wielding a mystical artifact, erected a barrier to shield against the descending boulders. After enduring countless hardships, they finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain stood an ancient temple, its grand doors firmly shut. "Is this our destination?" Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun stepped forward and gently pushed the door, yet it remained immovable. Merlin approached, scrutinizing the entrance. "Allow me to attempt to unravel the seal upon this door." He began to chant an incantation, his staff shimmering with radiant light. After a moment, the door slowly creaked open, releasing a formidable force from within. Hu Yulun felt this power surge, his heart filled with awe. Upon entering the temple, they beheld a colossal stone altar upon which rested a tome radiating an enigmatic glow. "Could this be the ultimate secret we have sought?" Isabella mused. Just as they prepared to approach the altar, a mysterious voice echoed within the temple. "To obtain it, you must endure the final trial." Instantly, the temple manifested various powerful magical traps and phantasmal foes. "No matter the trial, we shall prevail," Hu Yulun declared resolutely. They plunged once more into battle, their unyielding wills and harmonious synergy propelling them closer to the altar. At last, they triumphed over the trial and secured the mystical tome. "Now, we possess sufficient strength to combat the forces of darkness," Hu Yulun proclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope. With the tome and the artifact in hand, they embarked on their journey home, poised to confront the ultimate showdown to save the entire continent. As they traveled, their emotions oscillated between tension and anticipation. Hu Yulun's gaze was steadfast and determined, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. "Upon our return, we shall ensure the dark forces recognize our might," he asserted, gripping the artifact with unwavering resolve. Isabella nodded with a smile. "Indeed, all the trials we have endured will lay the groundwork for their downfall." Merlin, appearing more composed, cautioned, "Yet we must not grow complacent. The forces of darkness will undoubtedly fight fiercely." Upon their return to the familiar town, they were met with devastation wrought by the dark forces. "These fiends," Hu Yulun seethed, clenching his fists in anger. Tears glistened in Isabella's eyes. "We must avenge our people." With no time for sorrow, they immediately began rallying those who still resisted. "Friends, we have returned with hope," Hu Yulun called out from a height. The people gathered around, their eyes rekindling with the flames of hope. "Join us and fight," Isabella rallied, brandishing her sword with spirited resolve. In the course of their preparations, Hu Yulun diligently studied the powers contained within the artifacts and tomes, striving to unearth the most formidable methods of combat. "I believe I have grasped some crucial insights," Hu Yulun exclaimed to Merlin and Isabella, his excitement palpable. At last, the dark forces detected their movements and launched a final onslaught. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun bellowed. A fierce clash erupted in the wilderness beyond the town, where magic and swordplay intermingled amidst the deafening cries of battle. Hu Yulun led the charge, wielding the artifact with immense might, causing foes to topple before him. Isabella's magical radiance illuminated the entire battlefield, providing steadfast support to her comrades. Meanwhile, Merlin unleashed extensive spells from the rear, delivering heavy blows to the dark forces. Let us rally together. Victory is within our grasp. Hu Yulun's voice resonated across the battlefield. Inspired, the warriors fought with renewed vigor as the dark forces gradually faltered, beginning to retreat. Do not let them escape, Isabella urged. They pursued relentlessly, denying the dark forces any respite. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, the dark forces were finally vanquished. We have triumphed. The jubilant cries of the people filled the air. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin gazed wearily at the cheering crowd, their faces adorned with expressions of relief. However, they understood that this was merely a new beginning. They would need to harness their strength to rebuild the continent that had once been shrouded in darkness. Let us unite to forge a brighter future, declared Hu Yulun. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, emboldened by hope as they embarked on their new endeavors. Chapter 25. The Seekers of Light. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin traversed the realms like intrepid explorers seeking light amidst the shadows. Their figures appeared solitary yet resolute in the dawn and dusk. Hu Yulun strode confidently, each step infused with unwavering courage. His grip on the hilt of his sword had grown rough from their long journey, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, unyielding in the pursuit of any potential clue. Isabella moved gracefully, her long hair dancing in the wind, her beautiful visage tinged with fatigue. Yet her eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. She would occasionally pause to scrutinize her surroundings, her magic staff quivering gently in her hand, as if communicating with her. Merlin advanced with measured steps, his white beard fluttering in the breeze, his wise eyes deep in contemplation. He occasionally tapped his staff upon the ground, producing a crisp sound that seemed to mark the rhythm of their expedition. Their footsteps echoed upon the ancient cobblestone path, each stone imbued with the weight of time. Recounting tales of yore. The sound of Hu Yulun's boots striking the stones shattered the tranquility of the venerable street. As Hu Yulun passed by the majestic castle, he gazed upward at the towering walls and imposing towers, silently vowing to unveil the truth and restore peace to this land. Isabella, captivated by the fluttering banners atop the castle, felt as if they were whispering tales of its former grandeur and glory. In the tranquil countryside, wisps of smoke rose gently, and the laughter of children echoed across the fields. Yet, at this moment, they could not afford to relish such a warm scene. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, pondering the depth of the mysterious organization's conspiracy. We must quicken our pace. Isabella sighed softly, turning to Merlin. Teacher, after all this time, will we truly find evidence? Merlin patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Do not despair, my child. As long as we persevere, justice will ultimately triumph over evil. They continued onward, sunlight casting long shadows behind them. Hu Yulun wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, regardless of the obstacles ahead, we cannot falter. Isabella nodded, resolutely stating, yes. For the sake of those who suffer, we must uncover the truth. Merlin gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, may we soon find the crucial evidence to save this continent shrouded in darkness. In a bustling marketplace of a kingdom, the crowd was lively and vibrant. Hu Yulun maneuvered through the throng, his keen eyes scanning every suspicious face. Meanwhile, Isabella engaged in conversation with an elderly woman, seeking valuable information. Good lady, have you heard of any strange occurrences? Isabella inquired softly. The old woman shook her head, fear flickering in her eyes. Child, some things are better left unknown. Unwilling to relent, Isabella pressed on. Please, if you know anything, do share with us. After a moment's hesitation, the woman lowered her voice. It is said that in the forest outside the city, there are peculiar sounds and fleeting lights. Grateful for the lead, Isabella promptly relayed the information to Hu Yulun and Merlin. They hastened towards the forest beyond the city. In the forest, towering trees intertwined, allowing dappled sunlight to filter through. Hu Yulun tread cautiously ahead, his sword poised for action. Isabella remained vigilant, her magic staff emanating a faint glow. Merlin murmured, be cautious, danger may lurk here. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. Hu Yulun halted, straining to listen. What is that sound? Isabella asked anxiously. I do not know, but we must remain alert. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword. They ventured deeper into the woods, discovering a hidden cave nestled among the trees. A mysterious aura enveloped the cave's entrance. This may indeed be the place we seek, Hu Yulun remarked. Isabella took a deep breath. Let us venture inside. Merlin nodded, and the light from his staff grew brighter. They ventured into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness, the walls flickering with eerie luminescence. Hu Yulun's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Isabella followed closely behind him, her voice trembling. Hu Yulun, I am a bit frightened. Hu Yulun glanced back at her, offering a reassuring gaze. Do not fear. I am here. Merlin, trailing behind, cautioned. Watch your step. There may be traps. Just then, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave. This is bad. Something is coming. Hu Yulun exclaimed. A colossal beast charged forth from the shadows, its claws bared and its eyes brimming with hostility. Undeterred, Hu Yulun confronted the creature. Engaging in fierce combat, his sword sliced through the darkness, each strike infused with vigor. Isabella unleashed her magic, beams of light piercing toward the beast, while Merlin recited powerful incantations to provide support. After a fierce struggle, the beast finally succumbed to the ground. They pressed deeper into the cave, discovering a dilapidated chest in a corner. Could this be the evidence we seek? Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun stepped forward and cautiously opened the chest, revealing mysterious documents and artifacts within. At last, we have found it, Hu Yulun declared with exhilaration. They departed the cave with the evidence in hand. Embarking on their journey home, sunlight bathed them, as if heralding their victory. Upon returning to the town, they immediately began to examine the evidence. Hu Yulun sat at the table, diligently perusing the documents, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. Isabella waited anxiously beside him. Hu Yulun, what do you think? Hu Yulun lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This evidence is sufficient to expose the conspiracy of the clandestine organization. Merlin nodded with a smile. Wonderful. Our efforts were not in vain. However, they understood that this was merely the beginning. Ahead lay the relentless counterattack from the mysterious organization. And for the peace of the continent, they had to be well prepared. Hu Yulun grasped the evidence firmly, his gaze resolute. We must swiftly relay this evidence to the leaders of the various kingdoms, so they may see the true face of the clandestine organization. Isabella nodded gravely. But the journey will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. The organization will not allow us to succeed easily. Merlin stroked his beard, pondering momentarily before stating, we must devise a meticulous plan to circumvent the traps that the organization may lay. Thus, they began to strategize diligently. Isabella marked potential danger zones on the map, while Hu Yulun organized their gear, ensuring they were well equipped to confront any threats. The day of departure arrived, and they mounted their noble steeds, embarking on a treacherous journey ahead. As they journeyed forth, the wind howled fiercely in their ears. Hu Yulun remained ever vigilant, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. Isabella silently prayed for the successful completion of their mission. Suddenly, a group of masked figures clad in black emerged on the road ahead, obstructing their passage. It appeared that trouble was at hand. With a cold snort, Hu Yulun unsheathed his sword. Isabella grasped her magical staff tightly, poised to unleash her spells at a moment's notice. Without uttering a word, the black-clad figures charged towards them. Hu Yulun spurred his steed forward, sword raised and falling, engaging in a fierce battle with the foes. Incantations flowed from Isabella's lips as beams of magical light shot from her staff, striking several of the assailants. Merlin, positioned at the rear, continuously cast supportive spells to bolster their strength and defenses. Everyone, be cautious, for the enemy grows in numbers, Hu Yulun shouted. Beads of sweat adorned Isabella's forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. Do not fear, we shall break through. After a hard-fought struggle, they finally repelled this wave of adversaries. No time to rest, we must press on, Merlin urged. They spurred their horses, journeying day and night, until they finally arrived at the gates of the First Kingdom. I hope the king will trust our evidence, Isabella expressed her concern. Hu Yulun took a deep breath. We must persuade him. Upon entering the royal palace, the king sat upon his throne, regarding them with skepticism. Hu Yulun stepped forward respectfully, proclaiming, Your Majesty, we bring vital evidence regarding a mysterious organization that threatens the peace of the entire continent. The king furrowed his brow. Evidence? How can I trust you? Hu Yulun promptly presented the evidence, meticulously detailing its significance. The king pondered for a long while before finally stating, If this is true, it would be a catastrophe. I will consider it. After departing the palace, a heavy mood enveloped them. Will the king take action? Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun clenched his fists. Regardless, we must continue to other kingdoms. They resumed their quest, facing various trials and tribulations at each realm. Some kings dismissed their evidence with disdain, while others wavered in indecision. Yet, they persevered, unwavering in their resolve. Gradually, more and more kings began to believe in their evidence, deciding to unite against the enigmatic organization. This is a promising start. But the battle lies ahead, Merlin remarked. They returned to the original town, preparing for the impending Great War. The army assembled outside the city, spirits high. Standing atop a rise, Hu Yulun proclaimed, "For peace, for justice, we shall prevail." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. As the great battle approached, smoke filled the battlefield, and the clamor of combat rang deafeningly. Hu Yulun led the charge into the fray, his sword dancing like a dragon. From the rear, Isabella cast potent spells, providing vital support to the soldiers. Merlin orchestrated the entire operation, deftly commanding his troops. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. "We cannot falter, there is no retreat," Hu Yulun declared, galvanizing the soldiers to bravely confront the enemy. After an arduous struggle, they gradually gained the upper hand, witnessing the mysterious organization's forces begin to crumble. "Pursue. Do not grant them a moment's respite," Hu Yulun ordered, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve and fury, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. The soldiers surged forward like a relentless tide, following Hu Yulun as they charged towards the disintegrating enemy ranks. The cacophony of hooves, footsteps, and battle cries reverberated across the battlefield. Hu Yulun wielded his longsword, its blade glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sun. He led the charge into the heart of the enemy, where foes fell before him like autumn leaves. "Leave none unscathed," Isabella commanded fiercely, her magical radiance bursting forth among the enemy ranks like vibrant fireworks, instilling profound terror within their hearts. Meanwhile, Merlin remained in the rear, continuously bestowing blessings and enhancement spells upon the warriors, amplifying their strength and swiftness. The enemy scattered in disarray, discarding their armor in panic. Yet Hu Yulun and his comrades showed no mercy as they relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, a small enemy squad attempted to mount a futile resistance, seeking to impede their advance. Undeterred, Hu Yulun charged directly at them. "Come forth. Let us see how long you can withstand my might," he bellowed, his long sword imbued with boundless power, swiftly cleaving several adversaries to the ground. Inspired by Hu Yulun's valor, the soldiers' morale surged as they quickly annihilated the small squad. "Continue the pursuit," Hu Yulun shouted. They chased the remnants of the enemy until they had completely driven them from the borders. As the sun dipped below the horizon, calm finally descended upon the battlefield. Hu Yulun gazed into the distance, his heart awash with myriad sentiments. "This war has finally come to an end," he murmured. Isabella and Merlin approached, their hands clasped tightly together. "Yet we must continue to safeguard this land, ensuring that war does not return," Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Little did they realize that this was merely the beginning of their perilous journey. While still reveling in the triumph of victory and not fully mending the wounds of war, a new crisis quietly loomed on the horizon. One day, during a patrol, Hu Yulun discovered peculiar runic markings emerging at the border. These symbols emitted an eerie glow that sent shivers down his spine. "What is this?" Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He swiftly informed Isabella and Merlin of his discovery. Isabella examined the runes with growing gravity, her expression turning serious. "This seems to be an ancient and malevolent magical sigil. It may herald a greater calamity on the brink of unfolding." Merlin stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before declaring, "We must swiftly ascertain the origin and purpose of these runes." Thus, they resolved to investigate in the direction from whence the runes had appeared. Along their journey, they traversed dense forests, scaled towering mountains, and encountered numerous arduous obstacles. In the heart of the forest, they were confronted by a pack of ferocious beasts, seemingly driven by some mysterious force, launching a frenzied assault upon them. "Be careful," Hu Yulun shouted to his companions, brandishing his sword as he engaged the beasts in battle. Isabella cast her spells, each burst of radiant light repelling the relentless onslaught of the creatures. After a fierce struggle, they finally freed themselves from the beasts' clutches. Continuing onward, they stumbled upon an ancient castle, its grand doors firmly shut, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. There was something peculiar about this place. Hu Yulun cautiously approached the entrance. At that moment, the castle doors creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure before them. "You should not have come here." The enigmatic voice seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword and declared resolutely, "No matter the danger, we shall not retreat." The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh and instantly unleashed a powerful dark spell, hurling it towards them. Isabella and Merlin hurriedly conjured their magic in defense. Thus began an intense magical confrontation. Isabella stepped forward, her gaze unwavering and fervent, as her magic staff radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the dark realm. "We have come for justice," and no matter who you are, you shall not impede us," she proclaimed, her voice ringing clear and resolute. The mysterious figure, upon hearing her words, sneered, and that laughter resonated ominously in the stillness around them. With a sudden flourish, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of dark magic that surged forth like a tide of black smoke, replete with a noxious and nauseating odor. Sensing the imminent threat, Isabella and Merlin swiftly countered with their own spells. Isabella bit her lip, wholly concentrated as she wielded her staff. Radiant colors erupted from its tip, resembling a resplendent rainbow, clashing violently with the encroaching darkness. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, yet her resolve never wavered. Meanwhile, Merlin closed his eyes, muttering incantations as his staff emitted a robust and steadfast light, akin to an indomitable shield, resolutely resisting the dark magic's assault. His brow furrowed, his expression grave and focused. An electrifying duel of magic ensued, light and darkness intertwining and igniting dazzling sparks, akin to brilliant fireworks bursting in the night sky. The trees surrounding them succumbed to the powerful shock waves of magic, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled, as if quaking in fear of this breathtaking confrontation. Hu Yulun seized the opportunity to charge at the mysterious figure, his eyes brimming with determination and courage. The sword in his grasp flickered with a chilling gleam in the darkness, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. The enigmatic figure sidestepped with swift, uncanny agility, producing a black wand that clashed with Hu Yulun in close combat. The wand was wielded with ferocity, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Hu Yulun nimbly evaded, seeking moments to counterattack. Meanwhile, Isabella and Merlin's magic surged in strength, an unceasing flow of power converging. The dark sorcery of the mysterious figure began to wane, his countenance growing increasingly grim and grotesque. "Now," Merlin shouted, his voice laced with urgency and anticipation. Hu Yulun, seizing the moment, channeled all his strength into his sword and thrust it fiercely toward the figure's chest. A chilling scream erupted from the mysterious figure, a sound reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. His body staggered before crashing heavily to the ground, his dark magic dissipating like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Cautiously, they ventured into the castle, a musty atmosphere enveloping them. The air was thick with the scent of decaying wood and damp earth, evoking a sense of oppression. Deep within the castle, they discovered an ancient tome of magic. Its cover was worn and the pages yellowed, yet the runes and illustrations remained vividly discernible. "Is that so?" Isabella murmured softly, a look of realization dawning upon her face. With the tome in hand, they pressed onward. Hu Yulun gazed ahead, his expression resolute. "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall not falter." His voice resonated in the wind. Isabella nodded in agreement. "Indeed, for justice, for peace." Merlin smiled. "Let us bravely embrace the new challenges that await us." Their silhouettes gradually receded, fading along the distant path. As they traversed the winding trail, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. "I wonder what guidance this tome will provide us," Isabella pondered, gently flipping through its pages as they walked. Hu Yulun tilted his head slightly, gazing at the sky. "Regardless, as long as we can unravel these mysteries, we shall overcome any adversity." Merlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Yet we must remain vigilant. The secrets within may harbor greater dangers." Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past them, rustling their garments ominously. This wind felt peculiar. Hu Yulun gripped the hilt of his sword with caution. Before he could finish his thought, a swarm of dark shadows erupted from the surrounding woods, encircling them. "More foes," Isabella exclaimed, her voice fierce, as her magic staff once again shimmered with radiant light. The shadows, ghost-like in form, moved swiftly, launching relentless attacks upon them. Hu Yulun moved like lightning, his sword casting a flurry of shadows, each swing conjuring a fierce wind that repelled the encroaching darkness. Isabella's magical radiance shot forth like a meteor, exploding into splendid sparks amidst the shadows. Meanwhile, Merlin stood at the rear, murmuring incantations and conjuring formidable spells to erect a solid defensive barrier. "Hold your ground," Hu Yulun shouted resolutely. Under their tenacious resistance, the onslaught of shadows gradually waned. Just then, a colossal shadow materialized before them, its form towering over the others, exuding a chilling aura. "What manner of beast is this?" Isabella exclaimed. Hu Yulun inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon the gigantic shadow. "Whatever it is, we shall face it together." In perfect synchrony, the trio launched their assault. Hu Yulun's sword plunged toward the creature's chest. Isabella's magic surged like a torrent, and Merlin's spells ensnared the monster's movements like binding ropes. The creature let out a thunderous roar, struggling fiercely. After a fierce battle, the beast finally collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. At last, it is vanquished, Hu Yulun panted. They pressed onward, the guidance of the spellbook becoming increasingly lucid. As dusk approached, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient temple. The massive doors were tightly shut, shrouded in an air of mystery. This may very well be the place we seek, Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun stepped forward and gently pushed open the temple doors. Inside, the dim light barely illuminated the space, with only a few faint rays filtering through the windows. They cautiously entered, greeted by the scent of aged incense. In the heart of the temple stood a colossal statue, its gaze profound and enigmatic. Isabella approached, scrutinizing the statue. It seems to conceal a secret. Suddenly, the statue emitted a radiant glow, revealing ancient inscriptions within the luminescence. "This is," Merlin exclaimed in astonishment as they leaned in to examine the inscriptions, discovering they held the key to unraveling the secrets of the runes. "Wonderful. We have finally found it," Hu Yulun declared with excitement. However, just as they reveled in their discovery, a low chant echoed ominously around the temple. "This is bad. We are in danger," Merlin shouted. Soon, magical runes began to materialize upon the temple walls, flickering with eerie light as they surged toward them. Hu Yulun swiftly pulled Isabella and Merlin behind him, warning, "Be careful." He raised his sword, attempting to fend off the oncoming assault of the runes. Isabella's expression turned grave as she waved her magical staff, murmuring incantations, conjuring a luminous shield that appeared instantaneously before them. Merlin focused intently on the runes, swiftly contemplating a strategy to counter their onslaught. The intensity of the rune's attack grew increasingly ferocious, and the luminous shield began to show signs of fracture. "This is not a sustainable course of action," Isabella exclaimed anxiously. Hu Yulun clenched his teeth and declared, "We must locate the source of the runes and destroy it." They commenced their search within the temple for the origin of the runes, as the surrounding light dimmed and the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. Suddenly, a colossal magical circle materialized in the corner of the temple, continuously emanating formidable magical energy. "There!" Merlin shouted. They dashed towards the magical circle, with Hu Yulun wielding his sword, attempting to dismantle its structure, while Isabella relentlessly cast spells to disrupt the flow of energy within the circle. Just as they exerted their utmost effort against the magical formation, a cadre of dark sorcerers emerged from the shadows, chanting malevolent incantations that augmented the power of the magical circle. "Cursed be this!" Hu Yulun bellowed, intensifying his assault. Isabella turned to Merlin and urged, "Master, you must devise a means to counter these sorcerer's spells." Merlin nodded, concentrating his mind to decipher the incantations of the dark sorcerers. After a fierce struggle, he finally discovered the method of counteraction, loudly reciting a counterspell that interrupted the sorcerer's incantations. Deprived of the dark sorcerer's support, the power of the magical circle gradually diminished. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun summoned all his strength and struck at the core of the magical circle with his sword. With a resounding crash, the magical formation shattered instantaneously, and the glow of the runes vanished. "We have succeeded," Isabella exclaimed with exhilaration. They collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. After a moment, Hu Yulun rose and said, "We must depart swiftly and convey our findings." Exiting the temple, they observed the sky outside beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. A new day had commenced, and Merlin reflected, "May our endeavors usher in genuine peace for this continent." With the tome of magic and their newfound discoveries in tow, they embarked on their return journey. Along the way, their emotions were a tapestry of mixed feelings, encompassing the joy of victory intertwined with the awareness that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Upon their return to the town, they immediately set about investigating these new clues. "I believe we are getting closer to the truth," Isabella said, brimming with anticipation. Hu Yulun nodded in agreement, "Yet we must remain vigilant. The forces of darkness may yet retaliate." In the days that followed, they immersed themselves in relentless research, tirelessly seeking methods to combat the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the forces of darkness lay in wait, covertly monitoring their every move, preparing for a new wave of schemes. Chapter 27, Morgar. Yet Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin were undeterred by the looming threat, engrossed in their study of the new clues. Forsaking sleep and sustenance in their fervor, the townsfolk harbored great expectations for them, often delivering food and heartfelt greetings. They were determined to vanquish the darkness and usher in a period of tranquility. An elderly man clasped Hu Yulun's hand, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Hu Yulun solemnly nodded. reassuring him, "Do not worry, we shall not let you down." As the days passed, they finally uncovered a pivotal breakthrough within the pages of the magical tome and the new clues they had gathered. If my conjecture is correct, the very heart of the dark forces lies within that forsaken valley, Merlin declared, pointing at a mark on the map. Isabella furrowed her brow. That place is exceedingly perilous. Yet, Hu Yulun's gaze was resolute. But this is our chance to put an end to all of this. They began preparing for their journey to the valley, gathering various magical artifacts and honing their skills. On the day of their departure, the townspeople congregated at the city gates to bid them farewell. "May the light be with you," they chorused. They embarked on the path to the valley, braving the elements along the way. Upon finally reaching the valley's entrance, a powerful aura of darkness enveloped them. "Proceed with caution," Hu Yulun cautioned his companions. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring their path ahead. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, and a horde of dark creatures surged forth from all directions. Hu Yulun took the lead, his sword wielded with unwavering precision. Isabella's magical light illuminated their surroundings, dispersing some of the dense mist. Meanwhile, Merlin cast a formidable protective spell from the rear, ensuring their safety. After an intense skirmish, they managed to repel the dark creatures. Delving deeper into the valley, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. "Inside lies immense danger, I fear," Isabella remarked with concern. "But we have no retreat," Hu Yulun replied, taking a deep breath and stepping into the cave first. The cavern was adorned with strange runes and traps. "This is a magical trap," Merlin shouted. Hu Yulun reacted swiftly, pulling Isabella and Merlin aside just as a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave. "Prepare for battle." Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword. A colossal dark beast materialized before them, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light, exuding an aura of terror. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin exchanged a glance filled with determination, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. With a fierce roar, Hu Yulun charged at the dark beast, his sword raised high, embodying an indomitable spirit. The beast swung its massive claws, conjuring a tempest. Hu Yulun deftly sidestepped and, in a fluid motion, slashed at the creature's leg. Isabella chanted incantations, her magical staff radiating a brilliant light that transformed into beams aimed at the eyes of the colossal beast, seeking to disrupt its vision. Meanwhile, Merlin stood steadfastly in the background, wielding his staff to continually enhance the powers and defenses of Hu Yulun and Isabella. "Beast, meet your demise," Hu Yulun shouted. His garments tattered from the battle, his face smeared with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute. The dark creature, enraged, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Isabella swiftly conjured a magical shield, successfully blocking this lethal strike. "This cannot continue. We must discover its weakness," Merlin proclaimed emphatically. As Hu Yulun evaded the beast's onslaught, he keenly observed its movements. Suddenly, he noticed a dimly glowing area on the creature's abdomen. "Strike its belly," he urged. Isabella understood immediately, channeling her energy as a formidable beam of magic surged toward the beast's midsection. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun leapt high, exerting every ounce of strength to pierce that vulnerable spot with his sword. The dark beast emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to tremble. "Push harder," Merlin shouted, casting another spell that enveloped the creature in a powerful radiance. Through their combined efforts, the dark beast finally succumbed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. At last, it is vanquished. Hu Yulun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Isabella and Merlin, equally exhausted, bore triumphant smiles. After a brief respite, they resumed their exploration of the cave. Deep within, they uncovered a mysterious magical array emanating potent and malevolent energy. Could this be the source of the dark forces? Isabella exclaimed in astonishment. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, declaring, "Whatever it is, we must destroy it." Merlin approached, scrutinizing the array closely. "This formation is exceedingly complex. Attempting to dismantle it could trigger perilous consequences." Just as they deliberated their strategy, the array erupted in brilliant light, and a dark figure slowly emerged from within. "Do you think this will stop me?" The shadowed figure cackled ominously. Hu Yulun rose, gripping his sword tightly. "Whoever you are, we shall not allow your schemes to succeed." A more intense battle loomed on the horizon as the dark figure gradually became clearer, revealing itself to be Morgar, the leader of the dark forces. An oppressive aura of darkness surrounded him, his eyes gleaming with malevolent red light. "You lot dare to challenge my authority?" Morgar mocked disdainfully. Hu Yulun, undaunted, declared, "Justice will inevitably triumph over evil. Morgar, your doom is at hand." Morgar let out a cold laugh. waving his hands as a formidable tide of dark energy surged towards them. Gritting his teeth, Hu Yulun swung his sword, striving to cleave through the onslaught. Isabella conjured a magical shield, bracing against the impact of the dark forces, while Merlin intoned incantations, endeavoring to weaken Morgar's power. Amidst the fierce confrontation, they gradually sensed their limitations. Morgar's strength was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their attacks seemingly futile. "Haha, surrender. You cannot hope to defeat me." Morgar roared with laughter. Hu Yulun, panting heavily, maintained his resolute gaze. "As long as we draw breath, we shall not yield." Isabella exclaimed, "We must discover his weakness." Merlin, while fending off the dark forces, remarked, "Everyone, hold on. I am studying the patterns of his magic." Morgar relentlessly unleashed his onslaught, causing the cavern to tremble as rocks began to fall. "Be careful." Hu Yulun pulled Isabella aside just in time to evade a falling boulder. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to break through," Isabella urged anxiously. Glancing around, Hu Yulun suddenly spotted a narrow passage on one side of the cave. "Follow me," he shouted, leading them towards the corridor. Realizing their intent, Morgar intensified his attacks in an attempt to thwart their escape. "Hurry!" Merlin halted, casting a powerful magical barrier to buy them time. "Teacher," Isabella cried out. "Don't worry about me, go," Merlin urged loudly. With tears in their eyes, Hu Yulun and Isabella dashed into the passage. It was dark and damp, filled with an unpleasant odor. "We cannot abandon Teacher Merlin," Isabella said. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth. "First, we must find a way to counter Morgar. Then we will return to rescue him." As they navigated the passage, they suddenly heard a deep growl. "Be cautious," Hu Yulun warned. A massive dark spider emerged from the shadows, its fangs glinting ominously. Back to back, Hu Yulun and Isabella braced themselves to confront the creature. The spider lunged swiftly, and Hu Yulun slashed at its legs with his sword, while Isabella unleashed a spell that struck its abdomen. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the spider. Pressing onward, they entered a spacious cavern adorned with ancient magical artifacts. "Perhaps these will aid us," Isabella suggested. Hu Yulun meticulously examined the items and suddenly discovered a weathered tome of spells. "This may contain the means to defeat Morgar," he asserted. They opened the tome and began their study. It documented a powerful light magic, but it required the united efforts of all three to wield effectively. They returned to seek out Professor Merlin to cast this spell together, Hu Yulun declared. Retracing their steps, they found Professor Merlin locked in a fierce confrontation with Morgana. "Professor, we have returned," Hu Yulun shouted. Upon seeing their return, a flicker of relief crossed Merlin's eyes. "We have discovered a method to defeat him," Isabella proclaimed. Morgana, upon hearing their words, erupted in laughter. "You think you can challenge me?" Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin formed a line, beginning to chant incantations to invoke the magic of light. An immense radiance emanated from them, countering Morgana's dark powers. Sensing the threat, Morgana launched a frenzied assault against them. "Hold fast," Hu Yulun urged. Their energies coalesced, the light intensifying with each moment. Ultimately, the magic of light overwhelmed the dark force, and Morgana let out a wretched scream. "No, this cannot be." Morgana's form began to dissolve. As Morgana vanished, the oppressive darkness within the cave gradually dissipated. "We succeeded," Isabella exclaimed with exhilaration. They located the trapped Merlin and embraced tightly. "Thanks to you all," Merlin said. However, before they could celebrate, they realized the cave was beginning to collapse. "Run," Hu Yulun shouted. They sprinted desperately towards the exit. Just as the cave was about to cave in completely, they successfully escaped. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their weary faces. "It is finally over," Isabella reflected. Hu Yulun gazed into the distance and remarked, "Yet our mission remains unfulfilled. More darkness awaits our dispelling." Merlin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us press onward." Upon returning to the townsfolk welcomed their heroes with jubilant cheers. "Thank you for saving us," they exclaimed. Hu Yulun smiled in response. "It is what we were meant to do." In the days that followed, they utilized the knowledge and power gained from the cave to aid in the town's reconstruction. Hu Yulun organized the townspeople in rebuilding homes and restoring farmland. Isabella used her magic to heal the injured residents. Meanwhile, Merlin taught the young magicians, nurturing a new generation of guardians. The town gradually regained its former prosperity. Yet, they understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. One day, Hu Yulun received a mysterious letter. "What is this?" Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun opened the letter, his expression turning grave. "What is it?" Merlin asked. Hu Yulun raised his head. "The letter speaks of new dark signs emerging in a distant desert." Without hesitation, Isabella declared, "Then we must depart." Merlin nodded, For the sake of peace, it is our duty. They once again set forth on their journey, traversing the vast desert under the relentless sun. How much longer until we arrive? Isabella wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hu Yulun studied the map. It should not be far now. Suddenly, a sandstorm swept in. Be careful, Hu Yulun shouted. They found themselves engulfed by the storm, their vision obscured. Stay calm, Merlin urged. After a long wait, the storm passed. But they realized they had lost their way. What shall we do? Isabella asked anxiously. Hu Yulun surveyed the terrain. Let us first seek shelter from the wind and wait for dawn to find our path. They discovered refuge behind a sand dune, temporarily shielded from the elements. As night fell, the desert's temperature plummeted. It's so cold, Isabella shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Hu Yulun produced a blanket and offered it to her. Hold on. At dawn, they resumed their journey. Eventually, they beheld an ancient ruin. Perhaps this is the place we seek, Hu Yulun remarked. Entering the ruin, they encountered an array of mechanisms and traps. Watch your step, Merlin cautioned. Hu Yulun carefully sidestepped a trap. Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot from the walls. Isabella swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a protective shield. Thank you, Hu Yulun said. They cautiously explored the ruins. In one chamber, they discovered a mysterious stone tablet. It seems to bear some inscriptions, Isabella noted. Merlin approached, scrutinizing it closely. This is an ancient prophecy. Just as they examined the tablet, a horde of dark warriors emerged from the shadows. More foes, Hu Yulun exclaimed. A fierce battle ensued. Hu Yulun's sword glimmered with a cold light, as each strike was precise and potent. Isabella's magic illuminated the room, leaving the dark warriors nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Merlin unleashed powerful spells from the rear, providing vital support. After a grueling struggle, they vanquished the dark warriors. Let us press on, Hu Yulun urged. They ventured deeper into the ruins, discovering a vast magical circle. This must be the source of the dark power, Merlin stated. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow. We must destroy it. Just as they prepared to act, a dark sorcerer materialized. You shall not dismantle my magic circle, the sorcerer declared. Hu Yulun charged forward. Then I shall defeat you first. The dark sorcerer unleashed formidable dark magic, engaging Hu Yulun in a fierce duel. Isabella and Merlin quickly joined the fray. Through their combined efforts, the dark sorcerer began to falter. No, the sorcerer cried in his final moments, collapsing to the ground. They successfully dismantled the magic circle, eradicating the dark power. At last, it is over, Isabella sighed with relief. Hu Yulun gazed upon the ruins, hoping that darkness would never again linger here. They departed from the remnants of the past, continuing their patrol across the continent, steadfast in their guardianship of peace. Days turned into weeks, and the tranquility of the land gradually solidified. Yet, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin remained ever vigilant, prepared to confront any new threats that might arise. One day, in a quaint town, they heard a legend whispered among the locals. It spoke of a mysterious treasure hidden within the distant mountains, said to contain immense power. Could this be a trap? Isabella inquired. Hu Yulun pondered for a moment. Perhaps, but we cannot overlook any clues that may threaten our peace. Merlin nodded in agreement. Then let us investigate. Thus, they set forth toward the mountains. The path was treacherous, fraught with thorns and obstacles. Be cautious, Hu Yulun warned his companions. Suddenly, a colossal two-headed eagle swooped down from the sky. Hu Yulun swiftly drew his sword, ready to engage in battle. The eagle's talons were razor-sharp, launching an assault upon them. Isabella conjured magic in an attempt to control the creature's movements. After a fierce struggle, they succeeded in driving the beast away. Continuing onward, they finally arrived at the fabled location of the treasure. Is this the treasure? Isabella questioned as she beheld a cave before her. Hu Yulun cautiously entered the cavern, where an air of mystery enveloped them. Suddenly, a magical barrier obstructed their passage. What manner of sorcery is this? Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun attempted to shatter the barrier with his sword, but to no avail. Isabella scrutinized the runes etched upon it. Perhaps we need to decipher the riddle of these symbols. They diligently studied the runes, and after much effort, they unraveled the enigma, causing the barrier to dissipate. Venturing deeper into the cave, they beheld a chest radiating with luminous light. Be careful, there may be traps, Hu Yulun cautioned. They opened the chest with utmost care, revealing an ancient tome of magic. This could be a formidable spell book, Merlin remarked. Just as they prepared to seize the tome, a voice echoed throughout the cavern. Put down that book, it does not belong to you. A mysterious figure materialized before them. Who are you? Hu Yulun demanded. The enigmatic figure smirked. I am the guardian of this book. You are unworthy to possess it. Hu Yulun replied. We come in the name of peace. If this book can aid us in safeguarding the continent, we have every right to claim it. The guardian scoffed. Then let us see if you possess the skill to take it. A new battle was about to unfold. Chapter 28. The mysterious figure. The guardian sneered. Then let us see if you possess the skill to take it. No sooner had the words left his lips than he gestured with his hands, unleashing a torrent of powerful magic that surged toward Hu Yulun and his companions. Hu Yulun reacted swiftly, sidestepping and rolling to evade the attack, while Isabella immediately conjured a magical shield to protect the three of them. This foe is formidable. Everyone, be cautious, Merlin warned loudly. Hu Yulun gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he fixed his eyes on the mysterious figure, declaring, "No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not retreat." The mysterious figure retorted with derision. "You, who are blissfully unaware of your own limitations, will witness true power." As he spoke, he launched another attack. This time, his magic transformed into countless blades that hurtled toward them. Isabella cried out, her magical staff emanating a brilliant light that deflected each approaching blade. However, her complexion turned pale, clearly drained of significant magical energy. Observing this, Merlin began to chant a healing spell, enveloping Isabella in a powerful wave of restorative magic that replenished her strength. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun charged at the enigmatic adversary, unleashing a flurry of fierce sword strikes. The mysterious figure effortlessly dodged Hu Yulun's onslaught while continuously retaliating with magic. "This approach is futile. We must discern his weakness," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella and Merlin nodded in agreement, meticulously observing the movements of the mysterious figure. Amidst the fierce battle, Hu Yulun noticed that with each attack, the figure's right hand moved slightly slower. "Target his right hand," Hu Yulun exclaimed. Isabella understood his intent, unleashing a powerful beam of magical energy directed at the mysterious figure's right hand. The figure hastily attempted to evade, yet the magic grazed his arm. Seizing the moment of distraction, Hu Yulun leaped into the air, thrusting his sword directly toward the figure's chest. In a state of panic, the figure attempted to defend with magic, but his injury diminished his power. The clash of sword against magic resonated with a thunderous sound as Hu Yulun grit his teeth, channeling all his strength forward. "Ah!" The mysterious figure cried out in agony, wounded by Hu Yulun's blade. "You!" The figure glared begrudgingly at them as his body gradually succumbed to the ground. "At last, we have defeated him," Isabella sighed in relief. They retrieved the magical tome from the treasure chest, poring over its contents. "The spells inscribed here seem incredibly potent, yet exceedingly intricate," Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun nodded in agreement. "We must find a safe haven to study this properly." Just as they prepared to exit the cave, they suddenly sensed a formidable surge of dark energy emanating from outside. "This is not good. Trouble is upon us," Isabella declared. As they stepped outside the cave, they beheld a horde of dark creatures advancing toward them. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun shouted. These dark beings varied in form. Some possessed sharp claws, while others could spew forth black flames. Leading the charge, Hu Yulun plunged into the enemy ranks, his sword rising and falling as he dispatched numerous dark creatures. Meanwhile, Isabella continuously cast spells from the rear, providing support for Hu Yulun, while Merlin wielded magic to control the battlefield, ensuring the dark beings could not encircle them. The battle endured for an extended duration, and they gradually began to feel fatigued. "Continuing in this manner is untenable. We must devise a means of escape," Merlin declared. Hu Yulun surveyed the surroundings and discovered a narrow mountain path. "Follow me," Hu Yulun called out, leading them towards the trail. The dark creatures pursued relentlessly behind them, just as they were on the verge of being caught. Isabella unleashed a formidable spell, momentarily halting the advance of the dark beings. They ran along the mountain path, ultimately eluding their pursuers. "Let us find a place to rest," Isabella suggested. In a secluded valley, they discovered a hidden spot and sat down to recuperate. "This adventure has proven more arduous than we anticipated," Hu Yulun remarked. Merlin nodded in agreement. "However, we cannot surrender. As long as we harness the power of this spellbook, we will possess a greater chance of combating the darkness." After their respite, they resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered an array of dangers and challenges, a fog-laden forest that ensnared the mind in illusions, a marshland riddled with traps and ferocious beasts. Yet, through their courage and wisdom, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. At long last, they arrived at an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. "This place feels amiss," Isabella commented. Hu Yulun approached and gently pushed against the door, but it remained steadfast. "Allow me to attempt," Merlin said. He chanted an incantation, and the wand in his hand radiated light, causing the door to creak open. Inside lay a vast hall, its walls adorned with strange portraits. Tread carefully, Hu Yulun cautioned. As they cautiously entered the hall, the figures within the portraits suddenly animated, stepping forth from their canvases. What manner of magic is this? Isabella exclaimed in astonishment. The characters from the portraits launched an assault upon them, some wielding swords and others casting spells. Hu Yulun and Isabella fought valiantly in defense, while Merlin sought a method to break the enchantment. After a fierce struggle, Merlin finally discovered the means to dispel the magic, causing the figures to retreat back into the portraits. We must flee. This place is not safe for lingering, Merlin urged. They traversed the hall and ventured deeper into the castle. In a chamber, they stumbled upon a diary. Perhaps this contains the clues we seek, Hu Yulun suggested. They opened the diary, which chronicled the castle's history and unveiled secrets of dark sorcery. It turned out that this castle had once served as a stronghold for a dark sorcerer, Isabella noted. Just then, a massive magical circle materialized within the room. This is bad. It's a trap, Merlin shouted. The magical circle unleashed a potent force, ensnaring them within its confines. We must find a way to shatter this magical circle, Hu Yulun declared. They endeavored through various methods, yet the power of the magical array proved too formidable to breach. Are we to be ensnared here? Isabella exclaimed in a tone tinged with despair. Hu Yulun, ever the optimist, encouraged her. Do not lose heart. There must be a way. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Hu Yulun suddenly recalled a spell from the grimoire. Let us try this, he suggested. As he recited the incantation, the sword in his hand radiated a brilliant light, cleaving towards the magical array. With a resounding bang, the array shattered. Splendid, Isabella exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They continued their exploration within the castle, unearthing a concealed underground chamber. The chamber brimmed with an assortment of magical artifacts and precious treasures. These items may aid us, Merlin remarked. Just as they prepared to gather the treasures, the door to the chamber slammed shut, and flames erupted all around them. Another trap, Hu Yulun declared. The flames swelled, inching closer to them. Isabella summoned her magic in an attempt to extinguish the fire, but the flames intensified. We must discover a means to douse the flames, Merlin asserted. They scoured the underground chamber and eventually uncovered a mechanism to extinguish the fire. Hu Yulun swiftly activated the device, and the flames gradually subsided. With their collected treasures in hand, they departed the castle. In the days that followed, they continued their adventures across the continent. One day, they arrived at a village cursed by darkness. The villagers languished in illness, and the crops lay withered. We must assist them, Isabella declared. They commenced their search for a means to lift the curse. After considerable investigation, they traced the source of the curse to a statue of a dark sorcerer. Destroying this statue will lift the curse, Merlin stated. However, a formidable magical shield surrounded the statue. Let us unite our forces in an assault, Hu Yulun proposed. They unleashed their most potent spells and swordsmanship, ultimately shattering the magical shield and obliterating the statue. With the curse lifted, the villagers regained their health, and the crops flourished anew. Thank you, you are our heroes, the villagers expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Hu Yulun and his companions smiled as they departed the village, continuing their journey of adventure. They traversed towering mountains, crossed tumultuous rivers, and weathered countless storms. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient library, where they discovered a tome on the magic of light. This may be the key to our battle against darkness, Hu Yulun proclaimed. They began to study the magic within the tome, diligently practicing and experimenting. As time passed, their magical prowess grew ever stronger. Yet, the forces of darkness were not idle. They schemed in the shadows, plotting a more sinister conspiracy. One day, Hu Yulun and his companions received a letter of distress. The letter spoke of a small town besieged by dark forces, and the situation was dire. We must depart immediately, declared Hu Yulun. They hastened to the town without delay. Outside the town's walls, the army of darkness was densely amassed. This shall be a fierce battle, Merlin remarked. Hu Yulun gazed at the terrified townsfolk within the walls and asserted, we cannot let them down. Without hesitation, they charged towards the dark forces. In the fray, Hu Yulun fought like a deity of war, his sword carving a path through the enemy ranks, who fell before him. Isabella's magical radiance illuminated the battlefield, plunging the soldiers of darkness into disarray. Meanwhile, Merlin wielded powerful spells to provide support and healing. After a fierce struggle, the army of darkness began to falter. Pursue. We must not allow them to escape, Hu Yulun shouted. They relentlessly followed the remnants to the lair of the dark forces. Within the lair, the leader of the dark forces awaited them. At last, you have arrived, he sneered coldly. A final confrontation was imminent. Hu Yulun glared at him, declaring, today marks your end. The leader laughed heartily. You think you can defeat me? How foolish. Isabella raised her magical staff and commanded, enough chatter, let us engage. The battle erupted instantly as the leader unleashed formidable dark magic, conjuring an immense vortex in an attempt to consume them. Fearless, Hu Yulun plunged into the maelstrom, guided by his indomitable will and exceptional swordsmanship, forging a path through the darkness. Isabella focused her energy, casting spells to enhance Hu Yulun's strength, enabling him to maintain his stability within the swirling shadows. Meanwhile, Merlin continuously chanted incantations from behind, erecting a protective barrier to shield them from the encroaching dark magic. After a tumultuous struggle, Hu Yulun broke free from the vortex and charged fiercely at the leader. The leader sidestepped, retaliating with a wave of dark energy that sent Hu Yulun stumbling back. However, he quickly regained his footing and launched another assault. Seizing the moment, Isabella unleashed a barrage of magical attacks to disrupt the leader's movements. Enraged, the leader roared and intensified his dark magic, enveloping the entire space in shadow. We must not let him prevail, Merlin shouted, his staff radiating a brilliant light to counter the dark forces. With their coordinated efforts, the leader gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Curse you, he hissed, baring his teeth. Suddenly, he produced a black crystal orb from within his robes, pulsating with malevolent energy. This is bad. That is the source of darkness, Merlin exclaimed. The leader infused the orb's dark power into himself, causing his body to swell and his strength to magnify. Even if you grow stronger, we shall not retreat, Hu Yulun bellowed, charging once more towards the leader. The leader brandished his colossal claws, engaging in a fierce melee with Hu Yulun. Isabella unleashed her magical brilliance towards the leader, yet her efforts were thwarted by his formidable strength. Merlin, on the other hand, diligently sought out the vulnerabilities of the source of darkness, attempting to unravel its power. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin bore numerous wounds. Yet their spirits remained undaunted. I found the flaw, Merlin suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Hu Yulun and Isabella immediately concentrated their energies to support Merlin's actions. Merlin intoned a complex incantation, directing his staff towards the source of darkness. A beam of light surged forth from the staff, striking the source. The leader emitted a pained howl as the power of the darkness began to spiral out of control. Now, Hu Yulun seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards the leader's heart. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hu Yulun, before his body slowly crumpled to the ground. With the leader's demise, the power of the darkness dissipated, plunging the lair of the dark forces into chaos. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious, Isabella exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before they could celebrate, they discovered that the lair concealed even greater dangers. Some dark magic formations began to activate, releasing powerful waves of energy. This is bad. We must leave at once, Merlin urged. They searched for an exit within the lair, but the passages were obstructed by dark forces. Hu Yulun cleaved a path with his sword, shouting, "Follow me." They groped their way through the darkness, constantly encountering various traps and assaults. Isabella, having exhausted her magical reserves, paled considerably. Hold on, Isabella, Hu Yulun encouraged her. Merlin produced a vial of magical potion from his cloak and handed it to Isabella. Drink this. It will restore some of your strength. Isabella drank the potion, feeling a slight resurgence of vitality. At last, they found the exit and escaped the clutches of the dark forces. Yet the situation outside was equally dire, as the remnants of the dark forces fled, sowing chaos in the surrounding areas. We cannot allow them to escape. We must pursue them, Hu Yulun declared. They followed the trail of the dark remnants, relentlessly hunting them down. In a dense forest, they encountered a group of dark sorcerers resisting their advance. These sorcerers unleashed various dark magics, attempting to impede their progress. Hu Yulun and Merlin valiantly defended against the magical onslaught, while Isabella sought the sorcerer's weaknesses. There, Isabella spotted the core of the sorcerer's magical formation. Focusing her energy, she unleashed a powerful beam of magic that struck the core, causing the formation to collapse instantaneously. Stripped of their magical support, the dark sorcerers found their powers greatly diminished. Hu Yulun and Merlin seized the moment to launch their assault, defeating them one by one. After days and nights of relentless combat, the remnants of the dark forces were finally purged. The continent has finally embraced the long-awaited peace. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin have become the heroes in the hearts of the people. They returned to their original town, greeted with fervent applause. Thank you. You have saved us. The crowd cheered. Hu Yulun smiled and replied, "This is our mission." In the days that followed, they dedicated themselves to the reconstruction of their homeland, ravaged by dark forces. Hu Yulun organized the townsfolk to repair houses and roads. Isabella used her magic to aid the growth of crops, while Merlin taught the young sorcerers the proper use of magic. Gradually, the town regained its former prosperity and vibrancy. One day, while on patrol, Hu Yulun noticed a mysterious figure. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. The figure raised his head, revealing a benevolent face. "I am a sage from afar. Having heard of your valiant deeds, I have come to pay a visit," the sage said. Hu Yulun brought the sage back to the town, where Isabella and Merlin hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. The sage looked at them and proclaimed, "Although the dark forces have been temporarily vanquished, the danger is not entirely eradicated. In distant lands, more formidable dark powers lie in slumber." Hu Yulun furrowed his brow. "What shall we do?" The sage smiled gently. "You must continually enhance your strength, seek out more powerful magical artifacts, and prepare for the battles that lie ahead." Isabella affirmed, "We shall. To protect the peace of this continent." The sage nodded and produced an ancient scroll from his robe. "This is a scroll of mysterious magic, which may prove beneficial to you." They accepted the scroll and began their study. The magic inscribed within was profoundly intricate, demanding extensive time and effort to comprehend and master. Yet, they did not waver, immersing themselves in diligent study each day. Throughout their training, they encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, their magic spiraled out of control, nearly resulting in peril. At other times, they struggled to grasp the meanings within the scroll, succumbing to confusion. However, they encouraged one another, offering unwavering support, never surrendering. After months of perseverance, they finally mastered portions of the magic contained within the scroll. "I feel considerably stronger," Hu Yulun remarked. Isabella smiled and said, "Yet it is still not enough. We must become even stronger." At that moment, a messenger arrived with urgent news. "Strange creatures have appeared in the border regions, possessing formidable powers, and have already attacked several villages," the messenger reported. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. "It seems new challenges await us," Merlin stated. They promptly gathered their belongings and set forth towards the border region. Upon arrival, they beheld the peculiar creatures. These creatures resemble colossal beasts, yet their bodies are encased in formidable scales capable of withstanding both magical and physical assaults. "What on earth are they?" Isabella exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment of observation, Hu Yulun declared, "Whatever they are, we must annihilate them." The battle erupted anew, with Hu Yulun leading the charge, endeavoring to cleave through the creature's scales with his sword. Isabella conjured a variety of spells, yet their effects were minimal. Meanwhile, Merlin pondered strategies from the sidelines. "This won't suffice. We must uncover their weakness," Merlin shouted. After careful scrutiny, they discerned that the creature's eyes were their Achilles' heel. "Concentrate your attacks on their eyes," Hu Yulun bellowed. They adjusted their tactics, directing their combined might towards the creature's ocular vulnerabilities. At last, one creature collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the others grew frenzied, intensifying their assaults. "Be cautious," Isabella warned. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Hu Yulun was inadvertently struck by one creature and fell to the ground. "Hu Yulun!" Isabella cried out, her heart racing. She rushed to him and used her magic to heal his wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Merlin unleashed a powerful spell that temporarily restrained the creature's movements. With Isabella as healing, Hu Yulun regained some vitality and rejoined the fray. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the peculiar beasts. "I'm utterly exhausted," Isabella panted as she sank to the ground. Hu Yulun surveyed the ravaged village, his heart brimming with anger and sorrow. "We must uncover the origin of these creatures," Merlin stated. They commenced an investigation in the surrounding areas, uncovering traces of dark magic. "It seems the forces of darkness are at play once more," Hu Yulun remarked. Following these ominous signs, they arrived at a forsaken castle. A chilling aura pervaded the castle, sending shivers down their spines. "Exercise caution. Danger may lurk within," Merlin cautioned. As they cautiously ventured into the castle, they were suddenly met with a sinister laughter. "Ha ha, you have finally arrived." A dark sorcerer materialized before them. "So it was you who orchestrated this chaos," Hu Yulun shouted in fury. The dark sorcerer sneered. "This is merely the beginning. You shall never thwart the encroachment of darkness." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of powerful dark magic towards them. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin swiftly reacted, engaging in an intense magical duel with the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer's spells were insidious, ensnaring them in a perilous predicament. "What shall we do? At this rate, we will be defeated," Isabella lamented. Hu Yulun gritted his teeth. "We cannot surrender. There must be a way." In that moment, Hu Yulun suddenly recalled the scroll bestowed upon them by the sage. "Let us try the magic inscribed upon the scroll," he urged. They recited the incantations inscribed on the scroll, and a formidable power emanated from their beings. The dark sorcerer was taken aback by this force, his visage betraying a look of terror. "No, this cannot be," he shrieked. Yet, he was powerless against such potent magic and was ultimately vanquished. The dark aura that had permeated the castle dissipated with his defeat. At last, it was over. Isabella exhaled in relief. They exited the castle, resolutely committed to safeguarding the peace of the continent. Days turned into weeks, and tranquility returned to the land. However, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin understood that their mission was far from complete. More challenges awaited them on the horizon. One day, Hu Yulun received a mysterious letter. The note revealed, on a distant island, a colossal secret lies concealed, one that pertains to the future of the continent. Hu Yulun shared the letter with Isabella and Merlin. "It seems we must embark on another journey," Isabella remarked. Merlin nodded in agreement. "Let us go, for the sake of the continent's peace." They set forth on their voyage to the island. The island boasted breathtaking scenery, yet their minds were preoccupied with their quest. They scoured the land for clues, encountering various peculiar creatures and enigmatic magical traps. Within a cave, they stumbled upon an ancient diary. The entries detailed a formidable magical array on the island, capable of controlling the elemental forces of the entire continent. If this array falls into the hands of dark forces, the consequences would be dire, Merlin cautioned. They resolved to locate and destroy the array. During their search, they encountered a mysterious elder who warned them, "The array is guarded by a powerful protector, tread carefully." They pressed on and eventually discovered the magical array. Before them stood the guardian, a colossal elemental being. "You shall not harm the array," the guardian declared. Hu Yulun countered. "This array is too perilous to remain in the hands of dark forces." The guardian remained unmoved and launched an attack. They engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian, whose strength was overwhelming, leading them into a grueling struggle. "We must find its weakness," Isabella cried out. Upon careful observation, they discerned that the guardian's core was a crystal embedded in its chest. "Focus your attacks on that crystal," Hu Yulun urged. United in purpose, they finally struck the crystal. The guardian collapsed, and the array ceased its operation. "We did it," they cheered. However, their actions had drawn the attention of the dark forces lurking on the island. A horde of shadowy warriors surrounded them. "Capture them," commanded the leader of the Dark Warriors. Chapter 29. Dark Warriors. Just as Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin had successfully dismantled the magical array and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, their actions drew the attention of the dark forces lurking on the island. The once tranquil isle was suddenly enveloped by a sinister aura, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. A chilling breeze swept through, rustling the leaves and sending shivers down their spines. Almost immediately, a cadre of dark warriors, clad in black armor and wielding sharp weapons, emerged from all directions, swiftly encircling them. These dark warriors bore fierce visages, their eyes betraying a ferocity and cruelty as if they were intent on devouring their prey alive. Marching in unison, the heavy thuds of their footsteps echoed across the silent island, reminiscent of the ominous drums of death. Their armor glimmered with an eerie light under the faint illumination, inducing a sense of dread. "Seize them," commanded the leader of the Dark Warriors, stepping forth from the throng. Towering and robust, with a long scar marring his face, he appeared even more menacing. His voice was deep and gravelly, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin quickly positioned themselves back to back, warily observing the encroaching Dark Warriors. Hu Yulun gripped his sword tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain, his gaze resolute and fearless, as if to declare, "It shall not be so easy to capture us." Isabella's magic staff shimmered with radiant light in her grasp, her heartbeat quickening. Yet her expression remained composed and resolute, as she contemplated strategies to counter the impending threat. Meanwhile, Merlin furrowed his brow, his staff trembling slightly in his hands, as he rapidly recalled powerful spells in his mind, preparing to respond to any assault. The leader of the Dark Warriors sneered, revealing a jagged row of yellowed teeth. "You ignorant fools dare to thwart our plans. Today marks your demise." Hu Yulun glared defiantly and retorted loudly, "Your nefarious schemes shall not succeed. We will fight against the darkness to the end." With a wave of his hand, the leader signaled his minions to attack. In an instant, the Dark Warriors roared in unison, surging towards them like a relentless tide. Hu Yulun was the first to strike. In a flash, he darted forward, his sword slicing through the air like lightning, instantly downing several of the advancing Dark Warriors. Blood splattered across his face, yet it did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit further. Isabella shouted fiercely, unleashing the potent magic from her staff. Beams of light shot forth like arrows, impeding the warrior's advance. Not to be outdone, Merlin chanted incantations, and with a flourish of his staff, a powerful magical storm erupted, repelling the surrounding dark warriors. However, the dark warriors continued to pour forth unceasingly, as if there were no end to them. Hu Yulun and his companions gradually felt their strength waning, their bodies marked by numerous wounds. This cannot go on. We must find an opportunity to break through, Isabella exclaimed. Hu Yulun gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Stay close to me. We must break free." They fought valiantly, attempting to shatter the encirclement of the dark warriors. Yet, the dark warriors coordinated seamlessly, providing no respite whatsoever. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Hu Yulun suddenly identified a vulnerability in the surrounding ranks of the dark warriors. "Charge that way," he shouted. They concentrated their strength and launched a final assault towards that weak point. Isabella conjured a formidable magical shield, repelling the attacks from the side, while Merlin continuously unleashed spells to disrupt the actions of the dark warriors. At last, they broke through the encirclement and fled towards the shore. The dark warriors pursued them relentlessly. "Quickly, to the boat," Hu Yulun commanded. They leapt onto the pre-prepared small vessel and swiftly rowed away from the island. The dark warriors stood on the shore, howling in fury. "Don't let them escape," the dark warrior leader bellowed. However, Hu Yulun and his companions were already fading into the vast sea. Aboard the boat, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. "That was truly perilous," Isabella remarked. Hu Yulun gazed into the distance and said, "Yet we succeeded. The dark forces will not let us off so easily. We must be prepared." Merlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the road ahead is still long. After drifting at sea for several days, they finally returned to the continent. Upon their arrival, they discovered an atmosphere of palpable tension. Fear and unease etched across the faces of the populace. "What has happened?" Isabella inquired. A passerby hurriedly responded, "I've heard that the dark forces have launched attacks everywhere. Many villages have been devastated." Hu Yulun clenched his fists in anger. "This is intolerable. We must act swiftly." They hastened towards the stricken areas, encountering ruins and the wounded along the way. In one village, a small girl wept, "My parents have been taken by the villains." Isabella tenderly embraced the girl, reassuring her, "Do not fear. We will rescue them." Hu Yulun and Merlin began assisting the villagers in rebuilding their homes, while simultaneously organizing defenses in preparation for the impending assault of the dark forces. In the ensuing days, they received distress signals from across the lands. The town to the south was shrouded in dark magic, leaving the people unable to escape. The mines to the north were seized by the dark forces, and the miners' fates hung in the balance. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin divided their efforts, each heading out for rescue. Upon arriving at the southern town, Hu Yulun beheld the entire area enveloped in a thick, black mist, with people lost within its depths. "This is the fog of dark magic. Do not panic," Hu Yulun shouted. He brandished his sword, attempting to disperse the mist, while Isabella employed purification magic to help the people regain their clarity. In the northern mines, Merlin encountered a group of miners, ensnared by dark forces. They had lost their sanity and launched an assault against him. With his staff, Merlin unleashed gentle magic, striving to awaken their consciousness. After much effort, they ultimately resolved the crises plaguing the land. Yet, the dark forces were far from defeated. They amassed an even greater strength, poised to launch a final assault upon the continent. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin understood that a decisive battle was imminent. They gathered in the central city of the continent, ready to confront this life-or-death struggle. A palpable tension enveloped the city as soldiers stood at the ready. "We must not allow the dark forces to prevail," declared Hu Yulun. Isabella and Merlin nodded resolutely. At that moment, the dark army appeared at the city's edge. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun bellowed. The soldiers seized their weapons, charging toward the enemy. Hu Yulun led the charge, his sword slicing through the enemy ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Isabella, from the rear, continuously cast spells, providing support to the soldiers. Meanwhile, Merlin wielded formidable magic, launching an attack against the leader of the dark forces. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides suffering heavy losses. However, Hu Yulun and his companions did not waver. They were driven by a singular belief: to safeguard the peace of the continent. Under their steadfast resistance, the dark forces began to falter. "Do not let them escape," Hu Yulun shouted. The soldiers pressed their advantage, driving the dark forces completely from the continent. "We are victorious." The people cheered. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin, weary yet gratified, gazed at the jubilant crowd, their faces adorned with smiles of relief. Yet, they understood that the road ahead remained long, and vigilance was essential to protect the peace and tranquility of this land. Before long, the Dark Warriors indeed returned, surging forth like a relentless tide of shadow, once again assaulting the continent. This time, they were more numerous, better equipped, and their ferocity intensified. Hu Yulun stood atop the city walls, gazing at the approaching Dark Legion, his heart heavy with foreboding. They come with great force. We must be thoroughly prepared. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his palms slick with sweat. Isabella approached him, her gaze resolute. No matter what, we shall not retreat. The magic staff in her hand shimmered with light, as if echoing her determination. Merlin, deep in contemplation, remarked, "We need to devise a more cunning strategy. Reliance on mere courage and strength will not suffice." The people in the city sensed the impending crisis, and they sprang into action, readying themselves for the impending conflict. Blacksmiths labored day and night to forge weapons. Women prepared sustenance and medicine for the warriors, and children assisted in delivering various supplies. The Dark Warriors finally reached the city gates, their clamorous cries echoing ominously. The leader of the Dark Warriors rode a black warhorse, proclaiming loudly, "Surrender. You stand no chance." Hu Yulun retorted, "As long as we draw breath, we shall never yield to darkness." Instantly, the battle commenced, with Dark Warriors surging towards the city walls like an unstoppable tide. Hu Yulun led his soldiers in a valiant defense, his sword weaving through the enemy ranks, each strike infused with lethal force. Isabella stood atop the walls, unleashing powerful spells, flames, frost, and lightning intertwined, inflicting immense damage upon the Dark Warriors. Meanwhile, Merlin directed the magical defenses within the city, ensuring its safety. However, the onslaught from the Dark Warriors intensified, and cracks began to appear in the defensive line. Some Dark Warriors scaled the walls, engaging in close combat with the soldiers. "We must hold the line," Hu Yulun bellowed. Isabella swiftly cast spells to repel the Dark Warriors climbing the walls, yet they continued to pour in, seemingly endless. "This cannot continue. We must take the initiative." Hu Yulun resolved to lead an elite force out of the city gates, aiming to disrupt the Dark Warriors' formation. Although Isabella and Merlin were apprehensive, they recognized this as their sole opportunity. Hu Yulun led his troops like an arrow shot forth from the bow, plunging directly into the heart of the Dark Warriors' ranks. They moved with agility, as though traversing an uninhabited realm. Hu Yulun's sword gleamed coldly under the sun, claiming the lives of Dark Warriors with each swing. The leader of the Dark Warriors noticed Hu Yulun's force and personally led a cadre of elite fighters to confront them. "You, the one who has thwarted our plans." The leader roared. Unfazed, Hu Yulun declared, "Today marks your end." The two clashed in an instant, their swords colliding and sparking with intensity. Isabella, witnessing Hu Yulun in peril from the walls, felt a rush of urgency. Ignoring her own safety, she leaped from the ramparts and sprinted towards him. "Isabella, stay back," Hu Yulun shouted. Yet, she reached his side, fighting alongside him. Together, their combined efforts began to overwhelm the Dark Warriors' leader. "Retreat," the leader commanded, sensing defeat. The Dark Warriors began to withdraw, but Hu Yulun and his comrades seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly. As they chased, they encountered various traps and ambushes. "Be cautious," Hu Yulun warned. Despite his caution, many soldiers fell victim to the traps, suffering grievous losses. Isabella used her magic to heal the injured soldiers. Yet her own strength waned rapidly. "We can pursue no longer. We must return." Merlin arrived just in time to counsel. Hu Yulun, watching the Dark Warriors retreat into the distance, reluctantly conceded, "Very well, let us return." They made their way back to the city, bearing weary bodies and wounded comrades. The atmosphere in the city was profoundly heavy. Although the Dark Warriors had been temporarily repelled, everyone was acutely aware that a greater crisis loomed ahead. Hu Yulun sat in his chamber, contemplating the next course of action. Isabella entered, exclaiming, "Hu Yulun, we cannot continue to passively endure this onslaught." Hu Yulun nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, but our resources are exceedingly limited." At that moment, a messenger arrived with news. "In a distant valley, there is said to be a mysterious treasure that could augment our strength," the messenger declared. Hu Yulun and Isabella exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope igniting within them. "Perhaps this is our opportunity," Isabella suggested. Hu Yulun resolved to lead a small party to the valley in search of the treasure. After arduous trekking, they finally reached the valley, shrouded in thick mist, imbued with an air of mystery and danger. "Everyone, tread carefully," Hu Yulun cautioned. Suddenly, A horde of enormous spiders crawled out from all directions. What manner of beasts are these? A soldier cried out in terror. Hu Yulun swiftly brandished his sword, dispatching one of the spiders, while Isabella conjured magic to repel the others. They cautiously advanced through the valley and eventually discovered the cave housing the treasure. The cave was riddled with various mechanisms and magical traps. Watch your step, Hu Yulun warned. They deftly navigated the hazards and finally stood before the treasure. Yet, just as they were about to seize it, a formidable guardian materialized. To claim the treasure, you must first confront me, the guardian proclaimed. Hu Yulun, undeterred, replied. Then let us commence. A fierce battle ensued. The guardian, colossal and immensely powerful, unleashed attacks accompanied by a whistling wind. Hu Yulun skillfully dodged the guardian's strikes, searching for an opening. Meanwhile, Isabella continuously cast spells in an attempt to disrupt the guardian's movements. However, the guardian seemed to possess formidable resistance to magic, rendering Isabella's efforts largely ineffective. This is untenable. We must collaborate, Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella nodded in agreement, focusing her energy to imbue Hu Yulun's sword with magical might. Hu Yulun felt the sword surge with power and, seizing the moment, pierced towards the guardian's vulnerability. The guardian roared in fury, swinging its massive arms in retaliation. Hu Yulun sidestepped the attack and launched another offensive. After an intense struggle, the guardian's movements began to slow. Now is our chance. Hu Yulun exerted all his strength, driving the sword deep into the guardian's vital point. The guardian collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. We have triumphed, Isabella exclaimed with exhilaration. As they grasped the treasure, they discovered it to be a gem radiating a mysterious glow. Within the gems lies a formidable power that evokes unparalleled astonishment. With this, we shall surely triumph over the Dark Warrior, Hu Yulun declared with unwavering confidence. They hastily returned to the city with the treasure in hand. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the city engulfed in chaos. The Dark Warrior had seized the opportunity of their absence to launch another assault. The city walls were breached. Many homes were set ablaze, and the populace fled in terror. Cursed be the Dark Warrior, Hu Yulun exclaimed with fury. He and Isabella immediately joined the fray, their treasures radiating immense power, driving back the Dark Warrior. Merlin also rallied the soldiers within the city to mount a counterattack. Bolstered by the power of the treasures, they gradually turned the tide of battle, forcing the Dark Warrior into retreat. Do not let them escape, Hu Yulun shouted. The soldiers, invigorated by a surge of morale, launched a relentless pursuit of the Dark Warrior. After a fierce confrontation, the Dark Warrior was ultimately expelled from the city. At last, victory was theirs. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Exhausted, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin sat upon the ground, their faces adorned with expressions of relief. Yet, they understood that this was but a fleeting triumph. The forces of darkness would not relinquish their hold so easily. They must continue to enhance their strength, ever prepared for new challenges ahead. In the days that followed, they harnessed the power of the treasures to fortify the city's defenses, train the soldiers, and simultaneously sought methods to eradicate the dark forces once and for all. One day, a mysterious elder arrived in the city. I know how to completely annihilate the dark forces, he proclaimed. Hu Yulun and the others gazed at him in astonishment. The elder continued, in a distant land of darkness, there stands a castle of shadows, the very source of the dark forces. By destroying the heart of darkness within the castle, the dark forces can be eradicated forever. Without hesitation, Hu Yulun declared, then we shall set forth immediately. Isabella and Merlin agreed wholeheartedly. They embarked on their journey to the dark castle, accompanied by soldiers. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable obstacles, ferocious beasts, inclement weather, and enigmatic magical traps. Yet, they did not waver. Through steadfast belief and courage, they overcame each challenge that arose. At long last, they arrived before the dark castle. Towering into the clouds, it emanated a terrifying aura of darkness. This is the source of the malevolence. We must destroy it, Hu Yulun proclaimed. They cautiously entered the castle, which teemed with dark warriors and various malevolent creatures. An exhilarating battle unfolded within the castle's confines. Hu Yulun, gripping his sword tightly, was the first to step through the castle gates, his gaze resolute and fearless, each stride imbued with determination. Isabella followed closely behind, her magical staff radiating a soft yet unwavering light, her beautiful visage now etched with seriousness, the rhythm of her heartbeat echoing distinctly in the stillness of the castle. Merlin took a deep breath, gripping his staff tightly as he recited incantations to cast protective spells upon his companions. A foul stench pervaded the castle, and eerie light flickered upon the walls. Suddenly, a horde of dark warriors surged forth from the shadows, their cries echoing in the vastness of the castle. Kill! Hu Yulun roared, charging at the enemy like a fierce tiger. His sword carved arcs through the darkness, each strike imbued with tremendous force, sending the dark warriors sprawling to the ground. Isabella intoned her spells, magic radiating from her staff, transforming into flames, frost, and lightning that struck a group of foes in an instant. Her gaze remained focused and composed, driven by a singular conviction to uphold justice. From the rear, Merlin continuously cast spells, providing support and healing to his allies. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his staff never wavered. "Watch out, behind you!" a soldier shouted loudly. Hu Yulun swiftly turned, only to see a massive dark beast lunging towards him. The creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Hu Yulun sidestepped to evade, swiftly delivering a strike to the beast's leg. The creature howled in pain. "Do not fear, we shall conquer it," Isabella cried, casting her magic once more, a brilliant light striking the beast's eyes. Temporarily blinded, the creature gave Hu Yulun the opportunity to leap onto its back, driving his sword deep into its body. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. "Press onward," Hu Yulun shouted. They ventured deeper into the castle through the dimly lit corridor, their feet treading upon damp stone slabs. Cold droplets of water occasionally dripping from the walls. Suddenly, countless magical traps appeared along the corridor's sides, flames and sharp arrows hurtling towards them. "Everyone, be cautious," Merlin warned loudly. Hu Yulun swung his sword, fending off the incoming arrows, while Isabella conjured a magical shield to deflect the flames. After navigating the treacherous trap-laden passage, they arrived at a vast hall. In the center sat a dark sorcerer, surrounded by swirling dark energy. "You have finally arrived," the dark sorcerer sneered. "But you are destined to fail. Enough of your nonsense." Hu Yulun charged at the dark sorcerer. With a wave of his staff, the sorcerer unleashed a wave of dark energy. Hu Yulun was knocked back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Hu Yulun!" Isabella cried out in distress, hastily casting a healing spell. "I am fine, do not mind me, attack him." Hu Yulun wiped the blood from his lips and surged forward once more. Isabella and Merlin joined the fray, their magical brilliance clashing with the dark energy, causing the entire hall to tremble. After an intense struggle, the dark sorcerer began to falter. "Impossible, I will not be defeated by you," he shouted in desperation. "It is over." With his last ounce of strength, Hu Yulun plunged his sword into the dark sorcerer's heart. The sorcerer collapsed to the ground, and the dark energy dissipated accordingly. "Not yet finished, let us press onward," exclaimed Merlin. They ventured deeper into the castle, encountering increasingly formidable foes. Yet, they never wavered, supporting and encouraging one another. At last, they arrived at the innermost chamber of the castle, where a colossal heart of darkness hovered ominously, radiating malevolent energy. "This is it, destroy it," declared Hu Yulun. Isabella concentrated all her magical energy, preparing to cast a powerful spell. Just then, a shadow erupted from the heart of darkness, transforming into a mightier Dark Lord. "Did you think it would be so easy to obliterate the heart of darkness?" the Dark Lord mocked. Undaunted, Hu Yulun retorted, "No matter how powerful you are, we shall not retreat." The Dark Lord let out a furious roar and launched an attack. Hu Yulun and Merlin fought valiantly, buying time for Isabella. With her eyes closed, Isabella intoned an ancient and potent incantation. The light from her magic staff intensified, ultimately converging into a magnificent beam that surged towards the heart of darkness. The Dark Lord sought to intervene, but it was too late. With a resounding explosion, the heart of darkness was utterly destroyed, causing the castle to begin collapsing. "Run!" shouted Hu Yulun. They sprinted desperately towards the castle's exit. Outside, sunlight bathed them as they wearily yet contentedly gazed upon the crumbling fortress. "We did it," Isabella said. "Indeed. We have safeguarded the peace of the continent," Merlin smiled. Hu Yulun stared into the distance. "Yet we must remain vigilant. Darkness may yet manifest in other forms." With the joy of victory tempered by caution for the future, they embarked on their journey home. Upon their return to the city, the people rejoiced, welcoming their heroes back. "Thank you for saving our home," an elderly man exclaimed with fervor. Hu Yulun smiled in response. "It is our mission." In the days that followed, the city gradually regained its former prosperity. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin became eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. However, peace did not endure for long. One day, while on patrol, Hu Yulun noticed some peculiar signs. "This does not seem right," he furrowed his brow. He returned home to confer with Isabella and Merlin. "I suspect remnants of dark forces may be at work," Merlin stated. "Whatever it is, we We must uncover the truth, Isabella asserted. Thus, they resumed their investigation. They journeyed to a deserted village on the outskirts of the city, where a palpable aura of darkness lingered. Be cautious, Hu Yulun warned. As they entered the village, a chilling laughter echoed ominously. Who goes there? Isabella inquired, alert. A dark sorcerer emerged from the shadows. Did you think that by destroying the heart of darkness, you could eradicate all darkness? Such naivety, the dark sorcerer proclaimed. No matter how much darkness there is, we shall eradicate it, proclaimed Hu Yulun. The dark sorcerer scoffed. Then let us see you try. Chapter 30. A new battle is about to commence. The dark sorcerer, with his eyes gleaming with malevolence, fixed his gaze upon Hu Yulun and his companions, a disdainful smirk adorning his lips. Hu Yulun gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the veins on his arms bulging. As he glared at the dark sorcerer and declared emphatically, whatever schemes you may have, we shall not allow you to succeed. Isabella bit her lip, her magic staff pulsating with an anxious light, her heart racing as she contemplated. This foe appears formidable, but we must not falter. Merlin narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing every movement of the dark sorcerer, his grip on the staff tightening subconsciously as he pondered. I must uncover his weakness for a decisive strike. The dark sorcerer gestured with his hands, murmuring incantations, and in an instant, a cloud of black smoke surged around them, within which grotesque faces emerged, emitting chilling cries. What foul sorcery is this? Isabella exclaimed. Yet Hu Yulun remained undeterred, striding forward boldly, sword pointed at the dark sorcerer. He bellowed, "Cease your theatrics." The dark sorcerer sneered, and the grotesque faces lunged towards Hu Yulun. He swiftly sidestepped, swinging his sword at the visages, yet the blade seemed to slice through mere air, achieving nothing. Hu Yulun, be careful, Isabella urged, hastily casting a spell that sent a beam of light toward the faces, temporarily repelling them. Seizing the moment, Merlin asserted, this could be an illusion. We must not be deceived. Hu Yulun nodded, readjusting his stance, his resolve solidified. Observing this, the dark sorcerer once again waved his hands, thickening the black smoke, from which emerged countless dark tendrils that lunged at them. Hu Yulun agilely evaded the onslaught of tendrils while relentlessly striking at the dark sorcerer with his sword. Isabella concentrated her energies, casting a more potent spell that illuminated the entire abandoned village, striving to disperse the encroaching darkness. Behold, Isabella exclaimed, her magical light piercing forth like a sharp blade aimed directly at the dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer sidestepped, and the magical light struck a house behind him, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Cursed wretches, he roared in fury. Hu Yulun seized the opportunity to engage the dark sorcerer in close combat. His sword sliced through the air beside the sorcerer, each strike filled with lethal intent. The dark sorcerer retaliated fiercely, using his wand to deflect Hu Yulun's attacks while unleashing dark energy in an attempt to repel him. Isabella and Merlin stood by, providing continuous support, their magical lights and energy waves intertwining in the air. This cannot continue. We must find his flaw, Merlin shouted. Amidst the battle with the dark sorcerer, Hu Yulun keenly observed his movements. Suddenly, he realized that the dark sorcerer paused momentarily each time he unleashed a surge of potent dark energy. Now was the moment, Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella understood intuitively. She concentrated all her magical power and cast a formidable binding spell, momentarily immobilizing the dark sorcerer. Seizing this opportunity, Hu Yulun summoned all his strength and thrust his sword toward the dark sorcerer's chest. The dark sorcerer let out a piercing scream as the black mist dissipated in an instant. Have we finally triumphed? Isabella gasped, breathless. However, just as they began to relax their guard, the dark sorcerer's body erupted with a powerful wave of dark energy, sending them flying. Ha ha, do you truly believe this will defeat me? Despite his grievous wounds, the dark sorcerer laughed arrogantly. Hu Yulun rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and declared, as long as we draw breath, we will not allow you to prevail. Merlin also stood up, his staff glowing once more. Indeed, we shall not surrender. They charged again towards the dark sorcerer, engaging him in a desperate final confrontation. Hu Yulun's sword relentlessly struck at the dark sorcerer, while Isabella's magic flowed without pause, and Merlin sought an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Gradually, the dark sorcerer faltered. His movements grew sluggish, and his wounds multiplied. Meet your demise. Hu Yulun seized the moment and pierced the dark sorcerer's throat with a single thrust. The dark sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slowly crumpled, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that vanished. We have triumphed, Isabella exclaimed with joy. Yet, before they could revel in their victory, They sensed a far more formidable dark force approaching. What is happening? Hu Yulun furrowed his brow. In the distance, a colossal shadow emerged, revealing the dark sorcerer's master, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord loomed large, exuding a stifling aura of terror. You insignificant humans dare to slay my servant. The Dark Lord's voice thundered like a storm, resonating in their ears. Hu Yulun swallowed hard. Though fear gripped his heart, he resolutely proclaimed, "No matter how powerful you are, we will fight for justice." Isabella and Merlin stood steadfastly beside Hu Yulun, their eyes filled with determination. The Dark Lord sneered, extending his gigantic hand toward them. They swiftly scattered, evading the Dark Lord's onslaught. "Let us attack together," Hu Yulun shouted. They launched their assault simultaneously. Hu Yulun's sword struck the Dark Lord, leaving only a faint mark. Isabella's magic sank into the void without effect, and the light from Merlin's staff appeared insignificant before the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord laughed at their audacity and prepared to strike again. "What shall we do? We are by no means his match," Isabella exclaimed in despair. "Do not lose hope. There must be a way." Hu Yulun encouraged his companions. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a mysterious artifact acquired during their previous adventures. "Perhaps it can aid us," he declared, producing the object from within his cloak. The artifact radiated an extraordinary luminescence, causing the Dark Lord to exhibit a hint of trepidation towards its glow. "Quickly, let us channel our strength into the artifact," Hu Yulun urged. Without hesitation, Isabella and Merlin infused their magical energies into the object. The brilliance intensified, and sensing the impending threat, the Dark Lord charged at them in a frenzy, attempting to thwart their efforts. Now is the moment. Hu Yulun hurled the empowered artifact toward the Dark Lord. Upon contact, it unleashed a formidable surge of energy, enveloping the Dark Lord in its radiance. He let out a tormented roar as his form gradually dissipated within the light. When the brilliance faded, the Dark Lord had vanished completely. "We have triumphed." Hu Yulun collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Isabella and Merlin, equally fatigued, could barely stand. Yet their faces were aglow with the joy of victory. "It is finally over," Isabella remarked. "However, we must remain vigilant. New threats may still await us," Merlin cautioned. Supporting one another, they departed from the desolate village. Upon returning to the city, the populace held a grand celebration in honor of their victory. "You are our heroes." The people cheered. Hu Yulun smiled and waved to the crowd, his heart brimming with emotion. All of this was worthwhile for the sake of safeguarding their peace. Yet, in the shadows of the city, a mysterious figure silently observed, eyes glinting with an eerie light. In the days that followed, Hu Yulun and his companions embarked on the task of rebuilding the city, aiding the citizens in restoring their lives to normalcy. Hu Yulun personally led the efforts to repair homes and roads, his garments soaked with sweat, yet a smile never left his face. Isabella employed her magic to heal the wounded, hastening their recovery. Meanwhile, Merlin taught young sorcerers at the academy, nurturing a new generation of guardians. Through their collective endeavors, the city gradually regained its former prosperity and vitality. One day, while on patrol, Hu Yulun discovered a peculiar symbol etched into the city wall. "What is this?" He furrowed his brow, a sense of unease welling within him. He returned home to share his discovery with Isabella and Merlin. "This appears to be a mark of darkness," Merlin remarked. "Could it be that the forces of darkness have not yet been entirely vanquished?" Isabella voiced her concern. Hu Yulun clenched his fist resolutely, declaring, "No matter what, we must be prepared." They commenced an investigation into the origin of the symbol, inquiring far and wide if anyone had encountered a similar emblem. During their investigation, they encountered a mysterious elder. Gazing at them, the elder slowly proclaimed, "This is the curse of darkness. A greater calamity is imminent." "What calamity?" Hu Yulun inquired eagerly. The elder shook his head. "I do not know, but you must discover a way to break the curse. Otherwise, the entire continent shall succumb to darkness." Hu Yulun and his companions felt an unprecedented weight upon their shoulders, yet they did not waver. "We shall surely find a way," Isabella declared. They began to peruse ancient tomes, seeking clues regarding the dark curse. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they finally unearthed references to the dark curse within a long-forgotten manuscript. "I see now. To unravel this curse, we must locate 3 mysterious artifacts," Merlin elucidated. "Then let us set forth at once," Hu Yulun urged. They embarked once more on their adventurous journey, their mission now more formidable than ever. They traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, ultimately arriving at the location of the first artifact, an ancient temple. The temple was steeped in an aura of mystery, its walls adorned with bizarre engravings. "Be cautious, there may be traps here," Hu Yulun warned. With utmost care, they entered the temple, when suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and countless arrows shot forth from the surrounding walls. "Take cover," Isabella cried. Hu Yulun swung his sword, deftly deflecting the arrows aimed at them, while Merlin cast spells in an attempt to locate the mechanism's control device. After considerable effort, they finally halted the onslaught of traps. Deep within the temple, they discovered the first artifact, a crystal orb radiating an enigmatic glow. "This is what we seek," Hu Yulun declared. With the orb in hand, they pressed onward to their next destination. In a desolate desert, they sought the second artifact. The scorching heat and lack of water rendered them weary, yet they persevered. "Look, there appears to be a castle over yonder," Isabella pointed out. They approached the castle, its grand entrance securely shut, surrounded by an ominous aura. "This place seems perilous," Merlin remarked. "But we have no retreat," Hu Yulun replied. They pushed open the great door and stepped inside. The castle was teeming with dark creatures, and a fierce battle erupted once more. Hu Yulun inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with resolve as he gripped his sword tightly, roaring, "Come forth, vile beings." He charged toward a horde of menacing dark spiders. Isabella's beautiful visage was now imbued with determination, her hands firmly gripping the magical staff as she chanted incantations, poised to unleash formidable spells at any moment. Her gaze swept over the repugnant dark creatures, and she silently vowed to eradicate them, safeguarding the tranquility of this land. Meanwhile, Merlin wore a grave expression. The staff in his grasp shimmered with an enigmatic glow as he attentively monitored the battlefield, ready to offer support and protection to Hu Yulun and Isabella. The dark spiders surged towards Hu Yulun, their fangs glinting ominously. Hu Yulun sidestepped swiftly, his sword slicing through the air to cleave one spider in twain, green ichor spraying forth with a noxious odor. "Hu Yulun, beware behind you," Isabella shouted. He pivoted quickly, only to behold a colossal dark scorpion brandishing its razor claws in his direction. Undeterred, he charged forth, his sword clashing against the pincers with a piercing cacophony. Seizing the moment, Isabella conjured flames that erupted from her staff, instantly igniting several dark spiders. "Let me show you my prowess," she proclaimed audibly. Merlin, not to be outdone, waved his staff, enveloping Hu Yulun in a radiant aura that augmented his strength and defenses. As more dark creatures poured forth from the castle, Hu Yulun and his companions found themselves ensnared in peril. "This cannot continue. We must locate their leader," Hu Yulun declared as he dispatched the encroaching darkness. "I shall attempt to sense its whereabouts." Isabella closed her eyes, focusing intently to discern the source of the dark power. At that moment, a dark bat swooped down from above, aiming directly for Isabella. "Isabella, be cautious." Merlin swiftly conjured a shield to thwart the bat's assault. Isabella opened her eyes and spoke. "At the pinnacle of the castle, I sense a formidable dark force." "Then let us ascend," Hu Yulun proclaimed. They battled their way upward toward the castle's summit. The staircase narrow and steep as dark creatures continually assailed from either side. Hu Yulun forged ahead, his sword a whirlwind of defense, ensuring no dark entity drew near. Isabella and Merlin followed closely, relentlessly casting spells to vanquish their foes. At last, they reached the castle's apex, where a towering dark sorcerer awaited them. Enveloped in swirling black flames, his gaze rife with malevolence and disdain. "You insolent fools dare to challenge me," the dark sorcerer sneered. "Today marks your demise." Hu Yulun roared as he charged forward. The dark sorcerer waved his wand, unleashing a beam of black light toward Hu Yulun. In a flash, Isabella conjured a barrier before him, intercepting the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Merlin recited a spell, sending a radiant beam toward the dark sorcerer, disrupting his magical incantation. Taking advantage of the moment, Hu Yulun approached the dark sorcerer, engaging him in a fierce close-quarters battle. Swords clashed against wands, sending sparks flying. Isabella continuously cast enhancement spells on Hu Yulun, amplifying his strength. The dark sorcerer gradually found himself at a disadvantage, roaring in fury as he unleashed even more potent dark forces. The entire castle began to tremble. "This is bad. He is fighting with all his might," Merlin exclaimed. "Hold on, everyone," Hu Yulun shouted. The three of them united their efforts, relentlessly attacking the dark sorcerer. Finally, Hu Yulun discerned a weakness in the sorcerer's defenses and thrust his sword into his heart. The dark sorcerer let out a horrific scream before collapsing, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that vanished. With the demise of the dark sorcerer, the dark creatures within the castle also dissipated. "We have succeeded," Isabella exclaimed with excitement. "But we must not let our guard down. We still need to locate the second item," Merlin cautioned. They continued their search within the castle and eventually discovered the second item, a tome of ancient magic, hidden in a secret chamber. This book must harbor significant secrets, Hu Yulun remarked. They departed the castle with the magical tome and embarked on their quest for the third item. Along the way, they encountered fierce storms and numerous challenges. The weather is dreadful. We need to find shelter from the rain, Isabella suggested. Hu Yulun gazed ahead and said, "There is a cave up ahead. Let us take refuge there." Upon entering the cave, they were enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. "Be cautious. There may be danger lurking," Merlin warned. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the cave. "What is that?" Isabella asked anxiously. A massive dark werewolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, sharp claws carving deep grooves into the ground. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun shouted. He charged at the dark werewolf, engaging in combat, while Isabella and Merlin provided support. The werewolf fought ferociously, forcing Hu Yulun to retreat on several occasions. "Hu Yulun, be careful," Isabella cried out. Hu Yulun lunged forward again, grappling with the dark werewolf. Merlin recited an incantation, casting a beam of light that temporarily paralyzed the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun struck the werewolf's vital spot with his sword, bringing it down. "At last, it is defeated," Hu Yulun panted. They rested briefly in the cave before continuing their journey. After a long voyage, they finally arrived at the location of the third item, a mysterious garden. The garden was adorned with an array of peculiar flowers and plants, emanating an enchanting fragrance. "Be wary. There may be traps here," Merlin cautioned. They cautiously stepped into the garden when, suddenly, the flora began to grow wildly, ensnaring them. "Use magic quickly," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella wielded her magic, severing the encroaching vines and flowers. They struggled in the garden to locate the third item. "There," Hu Yulun pointed to a statue at the garden's center. Approaching the statue, they discovered it held a radiant gem in its hand. "At last, we have found it," Isabella exclaimed with exhilaration. Just as they prepared to retrieve the gem, the statue unexpectedly sprang to life and launched an attack. "Be careful," Merlin shouted. Hu Yulun engaged in combat with the statue, while Isabella and Merlin cast spells to assist him. After an intense battle, they ultimately vanquished the statue and secured the gem. "We have gathered all three items. We must hasten back to break the curse," Hu Yulun urged. They returned to the city with the items in tow. The townspeople awaited their arrival with bated breath. "You have finally returned," an elder exclaimed. Hu Yulun and his companions commenced the process of dispelling the dark curse. They placed the three items together and unleashed a powerful spell. Radiance burst forth, gradually unraveling the dark enchantment. The city revived, brimming with life and vitality. "We have succeeded," the townsfolk cheered. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin sank wearily to the ground, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Yet, they understood that safeguarding the peace of the continent was an unending battle. Vigilance was paramount. In the days that followed, Hu Yulun and his companions continued their patrols across the land, assisting those in need. One day, while on patrol, Hu Yulun caught wind of a rumor. In the distant north, a mysterious force had emerged, said to possess the power to alter the fate of the entire continent. Stirred by this revelation, Hu Yulun resolved to investigate this enigmatic power. Upon returning home, he shared his thoughts with Isabella and Merlin. "This may be a new challenge, but we cannot falter," Isabella declared. Merlin nodded in agreement. "Let us embark on this journey together." They set forth once more on a new expedition. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles and trials. While traversing a swamp, they were beset by a pack of ferocious crocodiles. "Everyone, be cautious," Hu Yulun warned loudly. Isabella conjured a spell, immobilizing the crocodiles. Merlin illuminated the path ahead with a beam from his staff. After a strenuous effort, they emerged from the swamp only to face a steep mountain peak. "This mountain is too perilous. How shall we ascend?" Isabella gazed at the towering summit. "We will surely find a way," Hu Yulun reassured her. They searched along the mountain for a route to climb. At last, they stumbled upon a concealed path. "This is it," Hu Yulun exclaimed with excitement. They began their ascent along the hidden trail. On the other side of the peak lay an expansive meadow. "How beautiful," Isabella exclaimed. Yet, they had no time to revel in the scenery and pressed onward to the north. At last, they arrived at the source of the mysterious power. A colossal magical circle materialized before them, shimmering with strange luminescence. "Is this the enigmatic force?" Merlin inquired. As they approached the magical circle, a mysterious voice resonated. "You have finally arrived." Hu Yulun, vigilant, scanned the surroundings and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of this land. This power exists to protect the continent. However, dark forces now seek to seize it," the voice replied. "We shall not allow the dark forces to prevail." Hu Yulun declared resolutely. Yet, you must undergo a trial to gain the ability to wield this power, the mysterious voice cautioned. What trial? Isabella inquired. Within the magical circle, you will confront the deepest fears and desires of your hearts. If you can conquer them, you will harness this power, the voice elucidated. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin exchanged determined glances and stepped boldly into the magical circle. Within the circle, various illusions unfolded before them. Hu Yulun beheld visions of his past failures in battle, his heart laden with guilt and fear. Isabella witnessed the harrowing moment of losing her magic, engulfed by despair. Merlin confronted images of himself being consumed by dark power, filled with inner turmoil. Yet, through their indomitable will and unwavering belief in justice, they ultimately triumphed over their inner fears and desires. As they emerged from the magical circle, they radiated a formidable light. You have passed the trial. Now, this power belongs to you, the mysterious voice proclaimed. Hu Yulun and his companions felt an unprecedented surge of strength. We shall use this power to safeguard the peace of the continent, they declared in unison. With their newfound power, they embarked on their journey home. Upon returning to the city, they discovered that the dark forces were once again stirring. This time, we must utterly annihilate them, Hu Yulun vowed. They wielded the mysterious power in a final confrontation against the dark forces. On the battlefield, Hu Yulun's sword glimmered with brilliance, each strike delivering tremendous force. Isabella's magic became more vibrant, inflicting substantial harm on the dark forces. Meanwhile, Merlin employed the mysterious power to provide robust support and protection for his allies. The dark forces faltered under their overwhelming assault. Do not let them escape, Hu Yulun shouted fervently. Ultimately, the dark forces were vanquished, and the continent embraced a true peace. The people rejoiced, celebrating Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin with a grand ceremony. This is our collective victory, Hu Yulun proclaimed. In the days to come, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin shall continue to guard this realm, their names destined to become legends, forever etched in the annals of memory. Chapter 31. The journey of adventure has not yet reached its conclusion. In the distant land of Leah, the intrepid explorers Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin find that their odyssey has not yet reached its conclusion. Dark forces, akin to demons lurking in the shadows, have stealthily infiltrated every nook and cranny of this world. On a morning shrouded in ominous clouds, a damp mist envelopes the ancient castle. Hu Yulun furrows his brow, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Tightening the straps of his backpack, he turns to Isabella and Merlin, proclaiming loudly, "My comrades, the path ahead may be fraught with perilous uncertainties, yet we must not falter." Isabella nods slightly, her beautiful visage devoid of fear, radiating instead a fervent desire for exploration. Merlin grips his staff tightly, wisdom glimmering in his eyes as he responds, "Indeed, we shall unveil the truths that lie behind this darkness." The trio strides resolutely towards the ancient castle. Its towering and majestic silhouette emerges from the gloom, a once glorious structure now bearing the scars of time. The castle walls are cloaked in thick moss, resembling a verdant tapestry, while resilient weeds sway gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of yore. As they step inside the castle, echoes of the past seem to resonate in the air. Isabella can't help but pause, closing her eyes, envisioning the glorious battles and fierce conflicts that once transpired here. Hu Yulun gently pats her shoulder, saying, "Stay focused, Isabella. We have a significant task ahead." Isabella opens her eyes, nods, and resumes her place in the group. A musty atmosphere permeates the castle as they meticulously search among the dust-laden shelves. Hu Yulun coughs repeatedly, dust swirling around him as he flips through tomes. Merlin diligently inspects each book's cover and binding, seeking out any unusual clues. Isabella carefully retrieves hefty volumes from the shelves, scrutinizing their pages with diligence. "What are these?" Isabella utters, frustration creeping into her voice. "After all this time, we've found not a single useful clue." Hu Yulun reassures her, "Do not despair, Isabella. We shall surely uncover something." At that moment, Merlin's eyes light up, and he exclaims, "Come quickly, over here." The three hasten to his side, discovering a weathered tome of parchment lying in a forgotten corner of the abandoned castle library. It appears to have been forsaken by time, resting there in solitude. Aiden approaches cautiously, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily as he reaches for the book, his hands trembling slightly as he brushes away the thick layer of dust. His eyes brim with anticipation and trepidation, as if the secrets hidden within this book could alter the course of everything. As he slowly turned the pages of the book, a series of unusual transaction records unfolded before their eyes. The densely packed text involved prominent figures from various kingdoms. Hu Yulun's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelations. These names caused Isabella to gasp in astonishment, each one potentially holding the key to unraveling the enigma. Merlin spoke in a low voice, his brow furrowed in contemplation. They continued to peruse the tome, discovering that these transactions appeared to bear the shadow of a clandestine organization. This mysterious entity resembled tendrils in the darkness, silently reaching into every corner and manipulating all. "We must put a stop to them," Hu Yulun exclaimed, his fists clenched in righteous fury. Isabella and Merlin nodded resolutely, their gazes filled with determination. In the days that followed, armed with the clues from the book, they delved deeper into their investigation, inching ever closer to the heart of the dark forces. Hu Yulun cradled the precious volume, his gaze intense as if he sought to etch every word into his memory. Standing beside him, Isabella furrowed her brow in thought, remarking, "These clues appear clear, yet the truth concealed behind them may be far more intricate." Merlin stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding gravely. "Indeed, but we must not be daunted by adversity." The trio resolved to commence their inquiries in a remote town mentioned within the book. As they journeyed, Hu Yulun walked with steadfast determination, occasionally glancing back to ensure Isabella and Merlin were keeping pace. A flicker of anxiety shone in Isabella's eyes, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Merlin contemplated their next course of action as they advanced. Upon finally arriving at the town, dusk had settled in. The waning sunlight cast a mysterious veil over the dilapidated houses and desolate streets. Hu Yulun cautiously surveyed their surroundings, whispering, "Everyone, be vigilant. There is an unusual aura here." Isabella nodded slightly, closely trailing behind him. They entered what appeared to be an abandoned tavern, the air thick with the scent of stale ale and decaying wood. Hu Yulun carefully pushed open the rickety door, which creaked ominously on its hinges. A scruffy bartender looked up from behind the counter, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Hu Yulun approached politely, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know anything about those unusual transactions?" The bartender furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them warily, and replied curtly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You should leave." Isabella hurried forward, smiling reassuringly. "Sir, please do not be alarmed. We mean no harm, merely seeking to uncover the truth." The bartender hesitated, letting out a resigned sigh. "Alas, this is not your concern." Merlin stepped forward, producing a gold coin from his pocket and placing it on the counter. "A small token. We hope you can provide us with some guidance." The bartender glanced at the coins, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he lowered his voice and said, "It is rumored that beyond the town, in the forest, lies an abandoned manor where you might find what you seek." After expressing their gratitude, the trio hastily departed from the tavern. As night deepened, they ventured into the heart of the forest. The branches swayed in the wind, producing eerie sounds. Hu Yulun gripped his sword tightly, Isabella's heartbeat quickened, and Merlin silently recited a protective incantation. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept overhead. "Be careful," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella let out a terrified scream. Merlin swiftly cast a spell, illuminating their surroundings. It turned out to be a gigantic bat. They pressed on and finally beheld the abandoned manor. The grand door stood firmly shut, surrounded by rampant weeds. With a determined shove, Hu Yulun forced the door open, releasing a dull thud. A foul stench pervaded the yard, prompting Isabella to cover her mouth and nose. They entered a dimly lit room furnished with dilapidated furniture. Hu Yulun searched meticulously, and suddenly, he discovered a yellowed map in a drawer. Isabella leaned in excitedly, exclaiming, "This could be the crucial clue." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Hu Yulun gestured for everyone to hide. A mysterious figure stepped into the room, scanning the surroundings. Merlin quietly cast a binding spell, immobilizing the enigmatic individual. Hu Yulun approached and unveiled the figure's veil, revealing a gaunt man. The man looked at them in terror and pleaded, "Please, spare me. I am also a victim." After some inquiries, they learned that a clandestine organization had a significant base in a nearby cave. The trio hastened toward the cave without delay. The cave was dark and damp, with droplets incessantly falling from the ceiling. Hu Yulun cautiously led the way, with Isabella closely following, while Merlin illuminated the path with magic. Suddenly, several shadows emerged ahead. Hu Yulun drew his sword and called out, "Who goes there?" The shadows did not respond, but charged forward. An intense battle erupted. Isabella cast spells to bolster Hu Yulun's strength, while Merlin unleashed a barrage of offensive magic. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished their foes. Delving deeper into the cave, they ultimately discovered the core area of the clandestine organization. Various mysterious instruments and documents adorned the space. Hu Yulun exclaimed with exhilaration, "We have finally found it." However, just as they prepared to seize the evidence, the leader of the organization appeared. With a cold smirk, the leader taunted. "Do you think you can so easily disrupt our plans?" Hu Yulun, undaunted, retorted, "Justice will ultimately triumph over evil." A breathtaking confrontation ensued. In the end, through the combined efforts of Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin, they successfully defeated the leader, exposing the organization's nefarious plot and saving the world. Sunlight bathed their weary yet joyful faces, and they understood that more challenges awaited them in the future, but they remained unafraid. The sunlight bathed their weary yet joyful faces, and they were acutely aware that further challenges lay ahead, yet they remained undaunted. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin embarked on their journey home, armed with evidence that exposed the nefarious machinations of a shadowy organization. Throughout their travels, their emotions were a tapestry of complexity. Hu Yulun gazed into the horizon, contemplating silently. Although they had triumphed this time, who could guarantee that new dark forces would not arise? Isabella gently caressed the evidence in her hands, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "No matter the cost, we must continue to fight for justice." Merlin nodded slightly, his tone grave as he remarked, "This is merely the beginning. We must prepare ourselves more thoroughly." Upon returning to the town, the populace was rife with curiosity and admiration for their return. Hu Yulun stood atop a platform in the square, passionately recounting their adventures and the malevolence of the organization. Gasps of astonishment and shouts of anger rippled through the crowd. "We cannot allow such darkness to envelop our home again," Hu Yulun declared, raising his fist high. "Indeed, we shall guard peace alongside you," the people fervently responded. However, at that moment, a mysterious figure emerged at the edge of the crowd. His gaze was cold, silently fixated on Hu Yulun and his companions. Isabella, keenly aware of the unsettling stare, gently tugged at Hu Yulun's sleeve. "Be cautious, that individual seems amiss." Following her gaze, Hu Yulun spotted the stranger swiftly vanishing around a corner. After him, Hu Yulun commanded, and the trio pursued the direction in which the enigmatic figure had fled. They navigated through narrow alleyways, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the air. Eventually, they halted before an abandoned warehouse. The large door stood firmly shut, yet muffled voices of conversation could be heard within. Hu Yulun cautiously approached the entrance, straining to listen. He discerned someone inside stating, "Though this plan has failed, we still have contingencies." Merlin whispered, "It appears there is a more significant conspiracy at play." Hu Yulun inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed open the door. The individuals inside were immediately thrown into disarray, hastily arming themselves. A fierce battle erupted anew. Hu Yulun's sword glimmered with icy brilliance in the air. Isabella's magic flickered with radiant light, and Merlin's incantations resonated continuously. After a strenuous struggle, they subdued their adversaries. Through interrogation, they learned of a hidden base belonging to the organization, which was plotting even more horrific schemes. "We must act immediately, leaving them no respite." Hu Yulun's eyes were filled with urgency. The trio pressed onward towards the concealed base. It was a castle nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by treacherous peaks and dense forests. As they approached the castle, they discovered it was riddled with traps and patrolling guards. After observing for a moment, Hu Yulun quietly suggested, "We must stealthily circumvent it to avoid detection." Isabella and Merlin nodded, cautiously evading traps as they seized the opportunity during the guard change to infiltrate the castle. The interior of the castle was shrouded in a chilling darkness, permeated by an eerie atmosphere. As they explored the castle with utmost vigilance, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the halls. "This is bad. We've been discovered," Hu Yulun exclaimed. A throng of adversaries surged from all directions, and Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin stood back to back, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Hu Yulun's sword was stained with blood, Isabella's magical energy was waning, and beads of sweat adorned Merlin's brow. Just as they felt overwhelmed, Hu Yulun spotted a passage leading to the cellar. "Hurry, follow me," he shouted. The trio dashed into the passage, pursued relentlessly by their foes. The air was thick with a pungent odor, and the torches flickered ominously along the walls. They sprinted through the passage until they finally reached a spacious chamber filled with an assortment of bizarre instruments and experiments, dominated by a colossal magic circle at its center. "What is this?" Isabella asked in astonishment. Merlin scrutinized the scene, his expression turning grave. "This is a powerful dark magic circle. If activated, the consequences would be catastrophic." At that moment, the enemies charged into the room. Hu Yulun bellowed, "We cannot let them prevail." The battle erupted anew as the trio fought fiercely to prevent the adversaries from approaching the magic circle. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, yet they continued to resist valiantly. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, the enemies were repelled. However, the magic circle had begun to activate, its light flickering as a formidable dark power coalesced. Merlin hastily conjured potent magic in an attempt to halt the circle's operation, while Isabella channeled her remaining magical energy into his spell. Hu Yulun stood guard beside them, bracing against any potential assaults from the enemies. After a strenuous effort, the brilliance of the magic circle began to wane, ultimately ceasing its function. The three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "We did it," Isabella said weakly. Hu Yulun managed a faint smile, but this is not the end. They rested briefly before resuming their search within the castle for further clues and evidence regarding the dark forces. In a hidden chamber, they stumbled upon a mysterious diary detailing the nefarious schemes and plans of the dark powers. It revealed their intent to dominate the entire world. "This is outrageous," Hu Yulun proclaimed. Armed with these vital discoveries, they departed from the castle. However, on their journey back, they encountered an unexpected tempest. The wind howled fiercely, and torrential rain poured down. "Everyone be careful," Hu Yulun shouted. Isabella stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Merlin quickly steadied her, urging, "Hold on." They pressed on through the storm, ultimately discovering a cave to seek refuge from the elements. In the dim and damp cave, Hu Yulun kindled a fire, and the three of them sat in a circle around the flames, silently contemplating the path that lay ahead. "This experience has made it clear to me that the forces of darkness will never relent easily," Isabella remarked. Merlin nodded in agreement, stating, "We must continually strengthen ourselves to safeguard all that we hold dear." Gazing into the flickering flames, Hu Yulun resolutely declared, "No matter how many challenges and obstacles the future may hold, we shall not retreat." After the rain ceased, they resumed their journey homeward. Upon returning to the town, they reported all their findings to the local ruler. The ruler commended their bravery and resolved to enhance defenses against the impending resurgence of dark forces. However, the tranquility of their days was short-lived. One day, Hu Yulun received a mysterious letter, hinting at a significant secret concealed within a distant desert. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Isabella and Merlin once more. "My companions, a new adventure awaits us." Hu Yulun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Isabella and Merlin responded without hesitation, "We are ready." Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the desert. The heat in the desert was unbearable, and sandstorms raged around them. They trudged through the arduous environment, their supplies of water and food dwindling. "We must uncover that secret," Hu Yulun encouraged his companions. At last, beyond a series of sand dunes, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The ruin was fraught with various puzzles and traps. Hu Yulun carefully deciphered the enigmas, while Isabella employed her magic to evade the traps, and Merlin remained ever vigilant against lurking dangers. Deep within the ruin, they discovered a mysterious stone tablet inscribed with archaic script. Merlin studied the inscriptions intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. "This records a powerful dark magic. If mastered, it could unleash catastrophic calamities." Just then, a group of enigmatic guardians emerged from the shadows. Towering and formidable, they demanded, "Who dares to intrude upon this sacred place?" Stepping forward, Hu Yulun replied, "We have come to thwart the forces of darkness." With no intention to offend, the guardians remained unconvinced, and a fierce battle loomed. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin fought valiantly in a desperate struggle against the guardians. Their sweat soaked their garments, and wounds multiplied, yet their resolve never wavered. After a protracted conflict, the guardians were ultimately moved by their courage and determination. "Perhaps you truly are messengers of justice," the guardians conceded. With the guardians' assistance, they successfully deciphered the inscriptions on the tablet and discovered a means to combat the dark magic. Filled with renewed hope, they departed the ruins, continuing their fight for justice. Their tale spread across the continent, inspiring countless others to join the ranks in the battle against darkness. In the days to come, the adventures of Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin shall persist, their courage and conviction illuminating this world rife with challenges. After departing from the ruins, the trio took a brief respite before embarking on a new journey. Their destination was a mysterious forest, rumored to harbor the remnants of dark forces. Hu Yulun led the way, his steps resolute and powerful, his sword firmly grasped, keenly scanning the surroundings. Isabella followed closely, a hint of gravity gracing her beautiful visage, her magic wand emanating a faint glow. Meanwhile, Merlin walked alongside them, murmuring incantations to bestow protective spells upon the group. "What dangers await us in this forest?" Isabella murmured, her voice tinged with trepidation. Hu Yulun turned to her, offering an encouraging smile. "Fear not, for I am here." They cautiously ventured into the depths of the forest, the towering trees surrounding them thick and lush. Sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns on the ground. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, rustling the leaves ominously. "Be careful," Merlin shouted. A swarm of shadows burst forth from the thicket, lunging towards them. In an instant, Hu Yulun drew his sword, confronting the shadows with unwavering resolve, each swing imbued with fierce determination. Isabella swiftly conjured spells, beams of light shooting from her wand to illuminate the dark corners. "Let light dispel the darkness," she cried. Meanwhile, Merlin concentrated, unleashing powerful offensive magic. Flames erupted from his hands, striking the encroaching shadows. After a fierce battle, the shadows were finally repelled. The three, panting, exchanged determined glances. "Let us press on," Hu Yulun declared, wiping the sweat from his brow. They continued to navigate the forest. The crunch of dry branches and fallen leaves beneath their feet creating a symphony of sound. Suddenly, a massive spider descended from the trees, obstructing their path. Isabella screamed in fright, and Hu Yulun quickly shielded her behind him. "Do not fear, it is merely a spider." Merlin observed it closely, remarking, "This is no ordinary spider. It radiates an aura of darkness." Hu Yulun took a deep breath. "Then let us vanquish it." He charged at the spider, which retaliated by spewing a colossal web in an attempt to ensnare him. Isabella promptly cast a spell, igniting the web in flames. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun struck the spider's abdomen with his sword, causing it to writhe in agony. Ultimately, the spider collapsed, motionless. The trio continued onward, the passage of time unknown, until they arrived at the foot of an ancient temple. The grand door stood resolutely closed, enveloped in an air of mystery. Hu Yulun approached, gently pushing against the door, which remained impervious. "It seems this door has been enchanted," Merlin remarked. Isabella pondered for a moment. "Perhaps we can combine our magic to unlock it." Thus, the three stood before the door, hands clasped, channeling their energies to cast a spell. A formidable beam of light erupted from their joined hands, striking the entrance. The door creaked open slowly, releasing a wave of musty air that enveloped them. They stepped into the temple, which was shrouded in dimness and dread. The murals adorning the walls seemed to narrate ancient tales. Hu Yulun scrutinized the frescoes, endeavoring to unearth clues hidden within. "Look, this appears to document the dark forces," Isabella pointed out, indicating a particular mural. They leaned closer, studying the intricacies of the artwork. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl reverberated from the depths of the temple. "What could that be?" Isabella inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword, resolute in his stance. "Whatever it is, we must confront it." Cautiously, they advanced towards the source of the sound, only to be met by a colossal beast that loomed before them, claws bared and ready to pounce. Without flinching, Hu Yulun engaged in a fierce battle with the creature, while Isabella and Merlin cast spells from the sidelines, providing crucial support. The struggle raged on, and Hu Yulun began to tire. In a moment of clarity, he discerned the monster's weakness. "Attack its eyes," he shouted. Upon hearing this, Isabella and Merlin focused their energy on the creature's vulnerable spots. The beast howled in agony as it collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, the trio sank to the floor. Gasping for breath, "We have finally vanquished it," Isabella proclaimed. "Yet our mission remains unfinished." Hu Yulun rose, resolutely continuing his search for clues within the temple. After an extensive search, they stumbled upon an ancient tome nestled in a corner. The book contained powerful spells capable of eradicating the dark forces entirely. "This is what we have been seeking," Merlin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, just as they prepared to exit the temple, the leader of the dark forces materialized before them. "Did you truly believe that finding this book would enable you to defeat me?" "Such naivety," the leader sneered. Hu Yulun glared fiercely at the antagonist, proclaiming, "Today is your reckoning." Thus began the final confrontation. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin collaborated seamlessly, unleashing their mightiest spells and swordplay. The leader retaliated with a barrage of sinister magic, unwilling to yield. The battle escalated to a fevered pitch, the very air around them seeming to solidify. In a pivotal moment, Hu Yulun suddenly grasped the essence of the magic contained within the book. "Friends, unite your strength with mine," he urged. The trio combined their powers, casting a magnificent spell. A radiant light surged forth, and the leader of the dark forces gradually faded into the brilliance. "We have triumphed," Isabella cheered. As they emerged from the temple, sunlight bathed them in warmth. They understood that although the dark forces had been temporarily vanquished, future challenges might still arise. Yet, they remained unafraid, for they were the harbingers of justice, and their courage and conviction would eternally safeguard this land. Upon returning to the town, The populace held a grand celebration in their honor. Hu Yulun stood upon a platform, recounting their adventurous exploits. As long as we unite in purpose, there exists no darkness we cannot conquer. His voice resonated throughout the square. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, infused with hope for the future. Yet, in a quiet corner, a mysterious figure silently observed, eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Humph, this is but a temporary victory. I shall return, the enigmatic figure murmured to themselves. Unbeknownst to Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin, this latent threat loomed as they reveled in their triumph, simultaneously preparing for their next adventure. Days passed, and the trio's renown spread across the continent. Many young warriors, inspired by their tales, sought to join their ranks. We welcome every brave soul with a just heart, Hu Yulun declared. They began training these youths, imparting combat skills and arcane knowledge. On a tranquil night, Hu Yulun stood alone atop the city walls, gazing into the distant starlit sky. Uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead, he silently vowed, as long as we do not falter, we shall safeguard this peace. Soon after, news arrived from the border. An unidentified force was harassing the villages. Hu Yulun immediately summoned his companions and the trained warriors. It is time to demonstrate our strength, he proclaimed. They embarked on a new journey to confront fresh challenges. Regardless of the trials that awaited them, they would forge ahead, for they embodied justice and stood as beacons of hope. Chapter 32. Embarking on a new journey. Embracing new challenges, they set forth on their new journey. Ready to face new challenges. No matter the hardships that lay ahead, they would advance fearlessly, for they were the incarnations of justice and the lighthouses of hope. Hu Yulun led the group, the sound of hoofbeats echoing urgently on the broad road. He rode tall in the saddle, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Pondering the nature of this mysterious force, he was determined to protect the villagers at all costs. Isabella rode a magnificent white steed, closely following Hu Yulun. Her long hair danced in the wind, and a hint of concern graced her beautiful visage. I wonder what kind of fierce battle awaits us. Meanwhile, Merlin sat in the cart, clutching his spellbook tightly, murmuring incantations in preparation for any potential magical assaults. As they neared the village, they could see thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Hu Yulun's expression grew grave, and he called out, "Increase your speed." The group hastened their pace and soon arrived at the village. The sight before them ignited their fury. Houses lay in ruins, villagers fled in panic, their cries and shouts intertwining in a cacophony of despair. Hu Yulun leaped from his horse and rushed toward an injured villager, inquiring with deep concern, "What has transpired?" The villagers responded in terror. "It is a band of robbers. They burn, kill, and plunder, committing every conceivable atrocity." Hu Yulun clenched his teeth, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. "Let us split up and ensure we find these brigands." Isabella nodded, conjuring magic to heal the injured villagers. Hu Yulun, accompanied by a portion of his group, searched the village meticulously, leaving no house or corner unchecked. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of sounds. Following the noise, he discovered a group of robbers seizing the villagers' possessions. "Halt!" Hu Yulun bellowed, charging forward. The robbers, startled by the sudden roar, quickly regained their composure and surged towards him, weapons raised. Undeterred, Hu Yulun's sword glimmered with a cold light in the sun as he engaged in a fierce battle with the robbers. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike infused with rage and determination. One robber swung at him, but he deftly sidestepped, countering with a thrust that struck the robber's shoulder. Another robber seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Hu Yulun swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, Isabella and Merlin were also battling robbers in other areas. Isabella's magical brilliance flickered incessantly, disorienting the thieves, while Merlin commanded the elements around them, causing considerable disruption to the robbers. After a fierce struggle, the tide began to turn against the robbers, who started to scatter in retreat. "Do not let them escape," Hu Yulun shouted. Everyone exerted themselves to pursue, ultimately subduing the majority of the robbers. However, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a cunning robber leader slipped away amidst the chaos. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, stating, "We cannot allow him to flee. More troubles will ensue." They followed the trail left by the robber leader, arriving at a misty valley that obscured the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious," Hu Yulun cautioned. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended from both sides of the valley. Hu Yulun quickly raised his sword to deflect them, but some team members were unfortunate enough to sustain injuries. "Damn it," Hu Yulun cursed. Isabella cast a spell, forming a protective shield around them. "We cannot be trapped here. We must break through," Hu Yulun urged. Braving the storm of arrows, they charged toward the valley's exit. Hu Yulun led the way, continuously severing the incoming arrows. At last, they burst forth from the valley. Spotting the robber leader standing on a nearby hill, grinning smugly, "You will never catch me." Hu Yulun glared at him defiantly. "You cannot escape." With that, he launched himself toward the robber leader. Upon seeing this, the robber leader turned to flee. Hu Yulun pursued relentlessly, finally cornering him at the edge of a cliff. "Surrender," Hu Yulun commanded. The robber leader, however, revealed a sinister grin. "Even in death, I shall not be captured by you." With that, he leaped off the cliff. Hu Yulun gazed into the abyss below, letting out a resigned sigh. They returned to the village, where the villagers gathered around to express their gratitude. "Thank you. You are our heroes," an elderly man exclaimed with great emotion. Hu Yulun smiled in response. "It is what we ought to do." Following this incident, the village gradually regained its former tranquility. However, Hu Yulun and his companions knew that their mission was far from complete. One night, as Hu Yulun sat by the campfire, gazing at the flickering flames, he fell into a deep contemplation. Isabella approached and gently seated herself beside him. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. Hu Yulun lifted his gaze and said, "I ponder how much injustice and malevolence still linger in this world, awaiting our eradication." Isabella clasped his hand, assuring him, "As long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." Merlin also joined them, affirming, "Indeed, justice shall ultimately triumph over evil." Soon after, they received new intelligence. It was said that at a distant seaside, a mysterious vessel was laden with artifacts of dark magic. Hu Yulun rose resolutely and declared, "Let us set forth." They embarked on their journey once more, enduring the elements along the way. At last, they arrived at the shore, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Hu Yulun felt a surge of fervor within him. Regardless of the secrets this enigmatic ship conceals, we shall unveil them. They rented a small boat and steered towards the direction of the mysterious vessel. The waves relentlessly battered their small craft, rendering their voyage perilous. Isabella, feeling anxious, grasped the boat's railing tightly. "These waves are too fierce," she remarked. Hu Yulun comforted her. "Fear not, we shall prevail." Eventually, they drew near the mysterious ship. Though it appeared dilapidated, it exuded an eerie aura. Hu Yulun cautiously boarded the vessel, with Isabella and Merlin closely following. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and disordered items were strewn about. They meticulously searched the cabin when suddenly, an odd sound broke the silence. "What was that noise?" Isabella asked. Hu Yulun surveyed the surroundings warily. "Be cautious. There may be danger." At that moment, a shadow darted past them. "Who goes there?" Hu Yulun shouted, giving chase. The shadow weaved through the cabin as Hu Yulun and his companions pursued it relentlessly. Ultimately, they cornered the shadow in a room, revealing it to be a sailor under the thrall of dark magic. Hu Yulun attempted to persuade him, "Awaken. Break free from the grip of dark magic." However, the sailor lunged at them in a frenzy. With no choice left, Hu Yulun subdued him. After a thorough search, they finally uncovered the artifacts of dark magic. Merlin examined them closely. These items possess immense power. If they fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. They resolved to return these items to someone capable of handling them properly. On their journey back, they encountered a storm. The small boat teetered precariously amidst the crashing waves. Hu Yulun shouted, "Hold on, everyone." Isabella and Merlin clung tightly to the ship's railing, engaged in a fierce struggle against the tempest. At last, the storm subsided, and they safely returned to land. Their exploits spread across the entire continent, inspiring admiration and gratitude among the people. Yet, Hu Yulun knew that their adventures were far from over, for the path of justice is ceaseless. After a brief respite, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin embarked on a new journey. This time, they had heard tales of a cursed castle deep within the distant mountains, rumored to conceal a malevolent artifact capable of manipulating the hearts of men. The scenery along the way was picturesque, yet the trio found little joy in its beauty. Hu Yulun furrowed his brow, his mind occupied with the potential dangers and strategies to confront them. Isabella occasionally gazed into the distance, her eyes betraying a hint of worry, soon replaced by resolute determination. Meanwhile, Merlin silently thumbed through his tome of spells, seeking clues related to the curse. "I wonder what dreadful secrets lie within that castle," Isabella murmured. Hu Yulun turned to her, offering an encouraging smile. "Whatever it may be, we shall face it together." As they drew closer to the mountains, the path grew increasingly treacherous. Towering peaks loomed above them, as if challenging their resolve. Hu Yulun led the way, wielding his sword to clear the thorns that obstructed their path. "Be cautious," he called back to his companions. Isabella followed closely, her wand at the ready to cast spells at a moment's notice. Merlin, panting, struggled to keep pace with them. At long last, they arrived before the castle's grand entrance. The massive doors stood resolutely closed, adorned with strange runes that exuded an unsettling aura. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yulun pushed against the door with all his might. With a creak, the door slowly opened, releasing a foul odor that assaulted their senses. "Cover your mouths and noses," Isabella shouted. As they stepped inside the castle, a damp darkness enveloped them, with flickering torches casting feeble light upon the walls. In the center of the hall stood an enormous statue, its eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson glow. Hu Yulun surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, cautiously advancing. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a swarm of enormous spiders emerged from the crevices of the walls. "Ah!" Isabella screamed in terror. Hu Yulun swiftly drew his sword and charged toward the spiders. "Do not fear, Isabella," he shouted. Isabella steadied herself and unleashed a barrage of magical light toward the arachnids. Merlin, undeterred, began chanting incantations, summoning a fierce wind that sent the spiders tumbling in disarray. After a fierce battle, the spiders were finally vanquished. The trio pressed on, entering a long corridor. Strange sounds echoed from the rooms flanking the corridor, sending shivers down their spines. "This place is truly eerie," Merlin whispered. Hu Yulun tightened his grip on his sword. Caution is paramount. When they reached the end of the corridor, a tightly shut door loomed before them. Hu Yulun gently pushed open the door, and a thick haze of smoke enveloped the room, obscuring the situation within. "Everyone, be cautious," he warned, stepping gingerly inside. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth from the smoke, lunging directly at Hu Yulun. He deftly sidestepped, engaging in a fierce struggle with the shadow. Isabella and Merlin hurried into the room to assist him. It turned out that the shadow was a cursed knight, exuding a dark aura and possessing formidable strength. The battle between Hu Yulun and the knight was intense, sweat soaking his garments. "Isabella, use your magic to restrain his movements," Hu Yulun shouted. Without hesitation, Isabella cast a spell, ensnaring the knight's feet in a radiant light. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yulun thrust his sword into the knight's chest, causing the knight to collapse and dissolve into a wisp of smoke. Finally resolved, Hu Yulun sighed in relief. They continued their exploration of the castle and eventually discovered the chamber housing the malevolent magical artifact. A colossal treasure chest adorned with an array of gemstones radiated a mysterious glow. Hu Yulun cautiously approached the chest, his heart filled with trepidation. "Beware of traps," Merlin cautioned. Nodding in agreement, Hu Yulun carefully opened the chest. A beam of black light erupted from within, hurtling straight towards his face. Quick as a flash, Isabella conjured a shield to deflect the oncoming light. Peering inside, Hu Yulun saw a black crystal orb lying within the chest, the very artifact they sought. "It's the one," exclaimed Merlin. As Hu Yulun reached for the orb, a sudden surge of powerful energy emanated from it, knocking him back. "This is not good," Isabella exclaimed. Scrambling to his feet, Hu Yulun charged at the orb once more. This time, he summoned all his strength to contend with the orb's force. Isabella and Merlin also cast spells, lending their support. After a strenuous effort, Hu Yulun finally secured the crystal orb. "We must leave this place swiftly," he declared. The trio hurriedly exited the castle, but just as they stepped outside, a group of dark sorcerers materialized before them. "Hand over the crystal orb," the leader of the sorcerers demanded. Hu Yulun gripped the orb tightly, glaring defiantly at them. Not a chance. A fierce magical battle ensued as the dark sorcerers unleashed a barrage of potent spells, while Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin fought valiantly in defense. Isabella's luminous magic clashed with the dark spells, creating dazzling sparks, while Merlin adeptly altered his incantations to fend off their attacks. Hu Yulun wielded his sword, charging towards the dark sorcerers. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Hu Yulun discerned a flaw in the sorcerers' defenses. "Target their weakness," he shouted. Isabella and Merlin grasped his intention and concentrated their efforts on exploiting the weaknesses of the dark sorcerers. One by one, the dark sorcerers fell, and the leader, sensing the tide turning against him, attempted to flee. Hu Yulun swiftly intercepted him, exclaiming, "Nowhere to run." Ultimately, the dark sorcerers were completely vanquished. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin returned to the town, bearing the crystal orb. They entrusted it to a powerful wizard, who, with a wave of his magic, sealed the orb, dispelling the malevolent forces within. "Thank you. You have saved countless souls," the wizard proclaimed. The trio exchanged knowing smiles, aware that their adventure was far from over. For justice, for peace, they would never cease. On a sun-drenched day, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin sat in the town square, relishing a moment of tranquility. "After all these adventures, I feel we have grown stronger," Isabella remarked with a smile. Merlin nodded in agreement. Yet we must not grow complacent. Greater challenges await us. Hu Yulun gazed skyward, his heart brimming with anticipation. Indeed, let us prepare to embrace new adventures. Soon after, they learned of a fearsome creature that had emerged in a mysterious forest, frequently attacking unsuspecting travelers. It appears we have more work to do, Hu Yulun declared, rising with steadfast determination. Isabella and Merlin promptly followed suit, ready to embark on the journey alongside him. They set forth toward the enigmatic forest, where unknown perils awaited them. The forest was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their sense of direction. Everyone, be cautious, do not stray apart, Hu Yulun cautioned. Isabella closely trailed him, her wand emanating a faint glow to illuminate their path, while Merlin remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated from ahead. Prepare for battle, Hu Yulun shouted. From the fog emerged a colossal two-headed monster, its eyes glimmering with a sinister red light, exhaling flames. Undaunted, Hu Yulun charged toward the beast. The creature swung its massive claws, lunging at him. Hu Yulun deftly dodged and struck its leg with his sword. The monster roared in pain and fury. Seizing the opportunity, Isabella unleashed her magic, sending an ice shard hurtling toward the creature's eyes. Enraged, the monster turned its wrath upon Isabella. Merlin swiftly conjured a protective barrier in front of her. Focus your attacks on its weakness, he commanded. After an intense battle, the monster finally collapsed to the ground. We have triumphed, Isabella exclaimed joyfully. They pressed onward through the forest, encountering a myriad of dangers and challenges. Yet they consistently supported one another, forging ahead with courage. Deep within the woods, they stumbled upon a hidden cave, enveloped in an air of mystery. Within this place may reside something of great significance, remarked Hu Yulun. They cautiously stepped into the cavern, where darkness and dampness pervaded, and peculiar luminescence flickered upon the walls. Watch your step, Merlin cautioned. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse, and they tumbled into a pit. Is everyone all right? Hu Yulun inquired. Isabella and Merlin replied, we are fine, merely inconvenienced by this trap. Hu Yulun surveyed his surroundings and noticed several protrusions on the walls suitable for climbing. We can ascend from here, he suggested. The trio exerted themselves and eventually escaped the pit. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with a powerful healing spell. This is a valuable discovery for us, Isabella exclaimed. They departed the cavern with the spell book, returning to the town. However, their adventure was far from over. In a distant realm, a dreadful plague was spreading, endangering countless lives. Upon hearing this news, Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin resolutely decided to journey to that land to aid its people. After a long trek, they arrived in the plague-stricken territory. The streets lay desolate, houses shuttered, and an air of death permeated the atmosphere. We must find a solution to the plague, declared Hu Yulun. They commenced their search for clues, consulting renowned physicians and sorcerers. It is said that within an ancient temple lies a miraculous herb capable of curing the plague, stated a local physician. Thus, they embarked on a quest to locate the temple. Situated atop a steep mountain, the path was treacherous. Let us persevere. We cannot give up, encouraged Hu Yulun. At last, they reached the summit and discovered the temple, filled with numerous mechanisms and traps. Proceed with caution, Merlin advised. Carefully evading the traps, they ultimately located the wondrous herb. Returning to the afflicted land, they successfully healed many patients, saving innumerable lives. The people were overwhelmed with gratitude, and their names became emblems of justice and hope. Yet, they understood that this was but a small chapter in their lengthy adventure. Many more challenges awaited them, and they would face each one without hesitation for justice and peace. Never faltering, on a tranquil night, the three gathered around the crackling campfire, deliberating their next course of action. Gazing into the flickering flames, Hu Yulun thoughtfully remarked, I have heard whispers of a lost ancient city deep within a remote desert, said to conceal immense secrets and treasures. Isabella's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we embark on an exploration? Perhaps we may uncover something beneficial for the world. Merlin furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. The desert's harsh environment is fraught with unknown dangers. We must be thoroughly prepared. Hu Yulun nodded resolutely. Indeed, but this will not deter our advance. After several days of meticulous preparation, they embarked upon the vast desert, laden with ample provisions and equipment. The relentless sun scorched the earth, and the sand beneath their feet was scorching hot. Hu Yulun led the way, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he pressed on without pause. Isabella conjured a small area of coolness through magic, offering some respite from the sweltering heat. Meanwhile, Merlin attentively surveyed the surrounding terrain, vigilant against losing their way. "This desert is truly fearsome, as if it seeks to consume us," Isabella lamented. Hu Yulun turned back and offered her an encouraging smile. "Hold on. We shall soon find the ancient city." Time passed unmeasured until they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the ancient city. The weathered walls stood steadfast against the winds and sands, exuding an aura of mystery. However, as they approached the city gates, a band of fierce sand raiders emerged. "Halt! This is our territory," the leader of the raiders bellowed. Unfazed, Hu Yulun raised his sword and declared, "We come merely to explore the ancient city, with no intention of enmity." The raiders, however, paid no heed to his words, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. A fierce battle ensued. Hu Yulun moved with agility, his sword striking down one raider after another. Isabella's magical brilliance flickered among the raiders, causing chaos in their ranks. Merlin, in turn, cast protective spells over Hu Yulun and Isabella. Ultimately, the raiders, overwhelmed by their prowess, fled in disarray. The trio entered the ancient city, where silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the wind and sand. They cautiously explored each chamber, when suddenly a deep growl echoed through the air. "What was that sound?" Isabella exclaimed nervously, gripping Hu Yulun's arm. He tightened his grip on his sword, responding cautiously. "Be alert, danger may be near." From the shadows, a colossal sand beast charged forth, claws bared. Undeterred, Hu Yulun engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast, while Isabella and Merlin assisted, unleashing spells upon the creature. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over the sand beast. Deep within the ancient city, they discovered an ancient scroll inscribed with a powerful magical ritual, said to purify the malevolent forces of the world. "This must be what we have sought," Merlin exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to depart the ancient city, new troubles arose. A formidable sandstorm descended upon them, threatening to bury them alive. "Quick, find a place to take cover," Hu Yulun shouted. They searched frantically until they stumbled upon a sturdy underground chamber. Huddled together within the chamber, they awaited the storm's passing. Once the tempest subsided, they emerged, clutching the scroll as they set forth on their journey home. Yet they understood that this was merely a new beginning, with countless adventures and challenges awaiting them in the future, and they would advance hand in hand, never yielding. Upon returning to the town, before they could catch their breath, they learned of a nefarious frost dragon that had emerged from the distant ice fields, threatening the nearby villages. Hu Yulun gazed at Isabella and Merlin, resolutely declaring, "We must eradicate it to protect the innocent villagers." Without hesitation, Isabella and Merlin nodded in agreement, and they once again set forth on their journey towards the icy expanse. The biting cold of the ice fields made their progress arduous, yet at last, they beheld the colossal figure of the frost dragon. "Prepare for battle," Hu Yulun shouted. The frost dragon exhaled a frigid breath, attempting to encase them in ice. Isabella conjured a warm shield, warding off the chill, while Merlin recited an incantation, summoning flames to assail the dragon. Seizing the moment, Hu Yulun charged towards the dragon, engaging it in close combat. The clash was fierce, with all three exerting their utmost strength. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the frost dragon fell to the ground. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with gratitude towards them. Hu Yulun, Isabella, and Merlin looked upon the joyous villagers, their hearts swelling with contentment. Yet they were acutely aware that the path of righteousness is unending, and their adventures would persist.